Chapter 1, The True Eldest Miss Meets Her Elder Brother in Fiancé. Chapter 1, The True Eldest Miss Meets Her Elder Brother in Fiancé. Miss, you will soon meet the young master. Do you recall what I told you earlier? Zheng Jinyu lifted her gaze to look at the middle-aged woman standing beside her. In her 40s with triangular eyes, the woman exuded meanness and ferocity. Was this the person the Zhang family had sent to fetch her? Or was she perhaps dispatched by the impostor lady Zheng Jinyu? Don't expose your petty airs for all to see and embarrass yourself. If you can't speak properly, pretend to be mute. The more you talk, the more likely you'll make mistakes. Silence is golden. I'm doing this for your own good. Zheng Jinyu inwardly scoffed but outwardly responded with a meek, yes. The woman sniffed in disdain, her demeanor revealing a provincial naivety that paled in comparison to the grace and sophistication of the young ladies within the manor. Zheng Jinyu is a time traveler who finds herself transmigrated into a novel where she is a minor character, barely noticeable amidst the ensemble of beloved ones. But her inconspicuous identity was extraordinary. She was the true young miss who had switched places with the beloved protagonist, Zheng Jinyu, in the story. The point in time to which she had traversed was precisely when the Zheng family, having discovered their true-born daughter living away from home, dispatched emissaries to retrieve her and bring her back to the Zheng household. Due to her inconspicuous status, she didn't have many scenes. Her initial appearance in the story was when she returned to the Zheng family and knelt before her elders in the main hall. In the original text, this scene had brought her great humiliation, causing the original character to be despised by all her relatives. The encounter between the original protagonist and the eldest son of the Zheng family on her way home was not mentioned in the narrative. As she was pondering these details, the door to the inn's guest room swung open, and two young men entered, one after the other. She immediately recognized which of them was her elder brother, as the one on the right bore a slight resemblance to her in facial features. Zheng Jinyu hurriedly rose to her feet and gave a slight curtsy. Jinyu has come to pay respects to elder brother. Zhang Hongyan was taken aback, his gaze shifting to the slender girl before him. The sister he had imagined was vastly different from the one standing in front of him. Although she was dressed in worn-out clothes and looked rather thin and pale, her simple gesture of respect revealed a poise that belied her humble background. She didn't appear timid either. Some unexplainable impulse prompted Zhang Hongyan to lend her a hand, but as he touched the coarse, faded cloth of her garment, he frowned. Casually hiding his arm behind his back, he subtly rubbed his fingertips together. Hongyan, how did you recognize me? Zheng Jinyu glanced at the handsome Zhang Hongyan and then at the stranger standing beside him, who seemed even more outstanding. She said, because we're siblings, of course. The unfamiliar man chuckled softly and teased, Brother Yen, this sister of yours, she's clearly a true blood relative. These words struck a chord in Zhang Hongyan's heart, and he noticed the resemblance between Zhang Jinyu's eyes and his own. A hint of affection stirred within him. He spoke up. Jinyu, Prince Chan and I are rushing south to quell the unrest. Our return is uncertain. It just so happened that we encountered your carriage on the way back to the capital, so we wanted to see you first. Zheng Jinyu looked in surprise at the young man beside her. Prince Chen, isn't that Xie Peiyu, the legitimate son of the imperial princess who was betrothed to Zhang Jinyu in the original novel? The imperial princess was wed to the distinguished non-imperial prince Xie Hang, from whom she bore firstborn son Xie Peiyu. His status, noble and exalted, was second only to that of the imperial princes themselves. In this tale of collective adoration, the female lead Zhang Jinyu is as if imbued with a magical charm. Anyone who comes into contact with her finds it impossible not to be drawn to her. Only the imperial princess, upon learning that she was not of the Zhang family's blood, insisted that she would not proceed with this marriage under any circumstances. She held no esteem for the untamed daughter of the Zhang family, nor did she favor her own biological child. As such, she insisted on annulling the engagement. The Prince Chen, who was betrothed to the Zhang family's daughter in the original novel, didn't have much screen time either. Most of his appearances were spent on military campaigns, leaving him with less presence than his own mother. His mother's intervention in the marriage alliance conveniently facilitated the heroine's cultivation of suitors. With no marital ties binding her, various male leads and supporting characters secretly smitten with Zhang Jinyu vied with each other to express their affection through various schemes and stratagems, providing ample material for hundreds of chapters. As Zhang Jinyu recollected the plot, the table was already laden with exquisite delicacies. Zhang Hongyan urged Zhang Jinyu to eat more, insisting that she was too thin. In the original story, this elder brother had completely ignored the original protagonist. Seeing Zhang Hongyan's current warmth, Zhang Jinyu felt confident that her initial impression as a member of the Zhang family was spot on. At the very least, she hadn't given them the impression of being untidy, timid, or weak-minded. However, glancing uncertainly at the two people sitting opposite her, she wondered if, according to the customs of ancient times, she should be dining at the same table with them, a man and a woman? Seemingly perceiving her unease, Zhang Hongyan picked up a chicken leg and placed it in her bowl, smiling as he said, "We're on campaign, so we won't be too fussy about such things. Besides, there are no outsiders here." Zheng Jinyu was taken aback once more. In the original novel, the imperial princess and her son looked down on Zheng Jinxiu, but they didn't exactly take a fancy to Zheng Jinyu either. So how could he say there were no outsiders? Unaware of the intricacies swirling in Zheng Jinyu's mind, Zhang Hongyan assumed that she was uninformed about the arranged marriage within the family. Thus he said, "You'll understand eventually. Eat up. Prince Chen and I will have to set off early tomorrow morning, so we need to rest earlier tonight." Lowering her head, Zhang Jinyu hastily began eating, for she was genuinely famished. Nanny Su, who had come to fetch her, barely provided the original owner with decent sustenance during the journey. Just a few steamed buns and flatbreads to keep her from starving. Each day she subjected the girl to psychological manipulation, drilling into her that speaking up was always a mistake, while silence was golden. When asked questions, she was instructed to merely nod or shake her head, and to remember to kneel and bow frequently, demonstrating fear and timidity. This way her family would pity her and treat her kindly. Under Nanny Su's constant intimidation, when the original owner returned to the Zheng family, their first impression of her was that of a timid, weak girl who was good for nothing but nodding, shaking her head, kneeling and bowing. They were deeply disappointed in her. Initially, they had prepared a grand reunion banquet for her. However, after seeing the original owner, they found it too humiliating and decided to postpone the event. At the very least, they would wait until she could present herself more appropriately in public. At first, Lady Zhang dispatched a nanny to instruct her in the rules of court etiquette and have her study alongside Zhang Jinxiu with the female tutor. This very nanny was none other than Nanny Su, who constantly manipulated her psyche and secretly bullied her, causing the already timid girl to become even more hesitant to speak up. During lessons, the female tutor would often use passive-aggressive remarks, comparing her to Zhang Jinxiu. In the narrative, whenever Jinyu made mistakes and was punished, Zhang Jinxiu would intervene on her behalf, kneeling to beg for mercy on the original owner's behalf. She even assisted the original owner in cheating to complete assignments, and when caught, would burst into tears, saying she felt she had let down Jinyu and didn't want to see her suffer the tutor's punishment. Instead, she was met with even harsher punishment, causing her family to grow increasingly disdainful of her, eventually reaching the point of complete abandonment. With Zhang Jinxiu's assistance, the original owner never got the chance to attend that anticipated reunion banquet. People outside assumed she was an unloved and lowborn daughter, but not a single member of the Zhang family stepped forward to clarify the truth. After raising her for 2 years, under Zhang Jinxiu's persuasion, Lady Zhang arranged a marriage for her. He was a suitor of Zhang Jinxiu's with a decent status and background. However, Zhang Jinxiu did not fancy him, yet she could not shake him off due to his influential connections. Back then, Zhang Jinxiu tearfully confided in Lady Zhang, stating that such a prestigious marriage was only fitting for Jinyu. She willingly offered it to her sister. Later on, news arrived that Zhang Jinyu had been beaten to death by her husband's family. Overwhelmed with guilt, Zhang Jinxiu fainted from weeping. Surprisingly, not a single member of the Zhang family blamed her. Instead, they took turns comforting her. The original host passed away, and the Zhengs mourned for a brief moment. Driven by their pride, they sought justice. Yet, the response they received was that the Zhang family had deceived them first. They were meant to marry Zhang Jinxiu, the legitimate daughter of the Zhang household, but instead, they were tricked with a country girl. They declared that she got what she deserved for the deception. The Zheng family felt guilty, so they didn't even dare to clarify that Jinyu was their only legitimate daughter, for fear of affecting Zhang Jinxiu's status. With that thought, the insignificant, transparent figure was effectively erased from the scene. At this point, she had already eaten quite enough. Due to Zhang Hongyan constantly serving her food, she had indulged a bit too much. She couldn't help but let out a small burp. As a result, both people sitting across from her turned to look at her. Chapter 2 2 sets of clothes for her. Chapter 2 2 sets of clothes for her. Zhang Jinyu smiled bashfully, saying, "Sorry, I was just too hungry. I've never tasted anything this delicious in my entire life." Zhang Hongyan replied with a gentle smile. "The tough times are behind us. From now on, we'll have delicious food at home every day." "Thank you, big brother." Xia Peiyu, sitting nearby, suddenly asked, "Why were you not able to eat properly before?" Her elder brother was oblivious to the hidden meaning in her words, but Xia Peiyu picked up on it. Only after hearing his remark did Zhang Hongyan put down his chopsticks, looking at Zhang Jinyu with astonishment. Zhang Jinyu continued, "Nanny Su only gives me 2 steamed buns or 2 cakes each day. I have a big appetite and need 3 buns to feel full." By the end of her sentence, her voice had become barely audible. One must display vulnerability when necessary and know when to advance and when to retreat. That was the key to winning. She noticed Zhang Hongyan's face darken visibly as he slammed the bowl down on the table with a loud clatter. The strength of a warrior was truly remarkable. The bowl didn't shatter, but the impact caused the table to shake violently, spilling the soup all over its surface. Xie Peiyu swiftly rose to his feet, barely evading the splashing broth. Unfortunately, Zheng Jinyu wasn't so fortunate. The soup splattered onto her, and against her already faded clothing, she appeared even more disheveled. However, she didn't seem to mind. Even if she could have dodged it, she wouldn't have bothered to do so. It seemed that Zhang Hongyan had just noticed her tattered attire with shortened sleeves and trouser legs, paired with a pair of cloth shoes that had a hole from her oversized big toe protruding through. Feeling embarrassed by his gaze, she tried to curl her toes discreetly. Zhang Hongyan was pained by this sight and barked out an order. "Someone, fetch that old hag Su Shi here." "Yes, young general." At this moment, Zhang Hongyan's mind was buzzing. The sight of Xie Peiyu's icy expression only added to his headache. He could only wonder how Prince Chun would react if he were to witness this scene. "Prince Chun, I sincerely apologize for the misconduct of my servants. They have caused an embarrassment for you." "No need to worry, Brother Yen. If you have domestic affairs to attend to, I shall take my leave." After Xie Peiyu's polite farewell, he departed, leaving Zhang Hongyan with an uneasy heart. The marriage had been arranged by their elders when his younger sister was yet to be born. The imperial princess had only one son, and it was naturally intended for him to marry their family's legitimate daughter. But in their family, there were 3 legitimate sons and only 1 legitimate daughter. A matter as significant as the children being switched at birth, they couldn't keep it hidden from the imperial princess even if they didn't disclose it to the public. Ever since discovering the error, Mother had already informed the imperial princess of the situation. The imperial princess had suggested bringing the younger sister back first to assess the situation, so he truly was unsure which of the 2 sisters they should choose. In no time, Nurse Su arrived, and upon seeing the chaos in the room and the first young master's fury, she promptly knelt on the ground. Before Zhang Hongyan could inquire, she began to speak. "First young master, when news reached us that Miss was wandering outside, Lord and Lady were distraught and immediately sent this servant on the journey to fetch her. Thus we were not adequately prepared, and I did not bring any of Miss's clothes with me. Miss is of noble birth. It would have been improper for her to wear our servant's attire. So, I took the liberty to let her make do with her own clothes temporarily, planning to dress her anew once we returned home. We've been on the road for half a month, and I believe Lady must have prepared ample clothing for Miss by now." Zhang Hongyan gritted his teeth. "Then what's with feeding her only half a steamed bun every day?" Nanny Su was utterly astonished. She never imagined that the incoherent Zheng Jinyu would actually report this matter. This is because Miss has never ridden in a carriage before. She tends to vomit if she eats too much. Zhang Hongyan immediately turned to ask, "Jinyu, do you vomit when you eat too much?" Zhang Jinyu shook her head. "I don't know. I've never eaten too much before." Each day, she barely managed to fill her belly with 2 steamed buns. How could this old woman possibly know that eating more would make her vomit? Zhang Hongyan flew into a rage and kicked her away. "Bold wretch! How dare you, an elderly servant, refute your master's words? This general will cripple you today." "Brother!" Zhang Jinyu stepped in at the right moment, gently tugging on Zhang Hongyan's sleeve and shaking her head softly. "What is it?" Zhang Hongyan, hearing her soft voice and seeing her pale, emaciated face, felt a pang of heartache. This was his own sister, one who, like Jinxiu, needed her brother's protection. Zhang Hongyan would be departing for the southern region the next day, leaving them separated for a considerable period before he could return to the capital. Zhang Jinyu's next battlefield lay in the capital, within the Zheng family, and she still needed Nurse Su to fight alongside her. She couldn't afford for him to kill the woman in a fit of rage. Thus, Zhang Jinyu said, "Nurse Su does have a point. Perhaps the situation caught them off guard, which is why they failed to make proper arrangements. Please forgive her, brother." Zhang Hongyan's heart ached even more. Gently caressing her faded yellow hair, he no longer saw her as a filthy peasant girl from the countryside. Jinyu is truly too kind-hearted to plead for mercy on behalf of such a wayward servant. "Old one, hurry up and thank Miss Jinxiu," Zhang Hongyan said. The very utterance of Miss Jinxiu surprised Zhang Hongyan himself. Throughout the household, everyone addressed Jinxiu as Miss or Lady. Frightened by Zhang Hongyan's fury, Nanny Su turned pale. Forgetting her other concerns, she repeatedly bowed her head in gratitude to Zhang Jinyu. "Be off with you." Nanny Su hurriedly retreated. Zhang Hongyan spoke gently to Zhang Jinyu. "Brother will write a letter to father and mother explaining the situation. Mother has always been in charge of our household servants. She will avenge you." Zhang Jinyu's goal was accomplished, and a faint smile graced her lips. "Thank you, brother." A warm sensation welled up within Zhang Hongyan. Throughout it all, Jinyu had addressed him as brother, unlike Jinxiu who called him eldest brother. This made him feel unique, as if he were the only one capable of protecting her as her elder brother. Zhang Hongyan conversed extensively with Zhang Jinyu, discussing family matters. When introducing family members, half of his words were dedicated to extolling Jinxiu's virtues, urging her to get along harmoniously with Jinxiu. Zhang Jinyu listened obediently, displaying no hint of jealousy. Instead, she occasionally expressed admiration and anticipation, with her expectations for sister Jinxiu surpassing those for her parents and two elder brothers. This was a strategy, a way to ingratiate herself beforehand. Zhang Hongyan was exceedingly pleased with her attitude. Initially, he had despised her for being an uncultured upstart who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. But now Jinyu had found a place in his heart, making him realize that he has one more sister to protect in the future. As they were chatting, Xie Peiyu returned, holding 2 sets of clothing in his arms. There wasn't much choice at this hour, but these are the best outfits I could find in the vicinity. Both Zhang Jinyu and Zhang Hongyan were astonished. So it turns out that Prince Chen left to buy clothes for her? Zhang Jinyu turned her head to look at Zhang Hongyan. Zhang Hongyan knew she was seeking his approval, and gained even more respect for her. Who said my sister, raised in the countryside, lacks manners? She even knows to ask her brother's opinion before accepting gifts from a male outsider. This is Prince Chen's intention, Jinyu. Accept it. Zhang Jinyu then said. Jinyu thanks Prince Chen. She took the garment and went inside to change. Only after Zhang Hongyan saw her enter the inner room did he lower his voice to ask Xie Peiyu, between our two families' betrothal, are you drawn to Jinxiu or Jinyu? Xie Peiyu replied coolly, matters of marriage are in the hands of one's parents. You should be asking my mother about that. Well, that was something he couldn't inquire about. Well, he supposed it wouldn't hurt to let Imperial Princess meet her 2 sisters first. Indeed, while he found his own sisters quite amiable when compared side by side, Jinxiu still outshone them in his eyes. Jinxiu was well-versed in literature and etiquette, proficient in the arts of the qin, qi, shu, and hua, earning her the nickname Little Fortune Treasure. In the years they had raised Jinxiu, his father's rank had consistently climbed, and his mother had gained considerable prestige among the noblewomen's circle. Many attributed their family's prosperity to Jinxiu's blessings. Yet Prince Chan himself went to buy clothes for Jinyu. Could it be he has taken a fancy to her? This doesn't seem right. Chapter 3 Zhang Jinyu's Return Home. Chapter 3 Zhang Jinyu's Return Home. Before dawn broke the following day, Zhang Hongyan and Xie Peiyu set off with their entourage. However, Zhang Hongyan left behind a young officer, instructing him to personally escort Zhang Jinyu home and deliver a letter written in his own hand to her parents. The favorable impression she had made on Zhang Hongyan filled Zhang Jinyu with great confidence. As long as she made a strong first impression, she was sure she could alter the original owner's destiny. As Zhang Jinyu's carriage approached the city gates, she summoned the young military officer Wang Yu whom Wang Hongyan had arranged to escort her. Take my brother's letter and proceed to the Zhang residence first. Don't say a word, simply request an audience with my parents and personally deliver the letter into their hands. Yes, miss, Wang Yu acknowledged, riding off swiftly into the distance. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Zhang Jinyu's lips. This move could be deemed as applying preventive medicine, to let them know that their own daughter had been wronged by Nanny Su, stirring their hearts with pain and directing their anger towards Nanny Su beforehand. Just as she lowered the carriage's curtains, she spotted a figure riding swiftly on horseback from the direction of the capital. She had seen him yesterday. He was one of Prince Chen's guards. Strange, shouldn't he have accompanied Prince Chen to the southern battles? Why was he coming from the capital's direction? The letter reached the Zheng family, and each member took turns reading it, their anger mounting with each passing moment. How dare that audacious servant bully our legitimate young miss? Lady Zheng fumed with rage. Behind her, Zhang Jinxiu, who was massaging her shoulders, caught sight of the letter and instantly turned pale. In her distraction, she inadvertently tugged on Lady Elder's hair, causing the elderly lady to wince in pain and exclaim, ouch. Zhang Jinxiu promptly apologized. Granny, I'm so sorry. Jinxiu is furious upon reading this letter. Sister Jinyu has been bullied even before returning home. It's all my fault. If it weren't for the mix-up at birth, Sister Jinyu wouldn't have suffered so much. Sobs. She's suffering on my behalf while I've been enjoying her fortunate life all these years. Upon seeing her weeping uncontrollably, the entire family rushed to console her. Jinxiu, how can you blame yourself for this? One can only blame fate's whims, they said. Yes, you were also innocent back then, barely having been born. You didn't steal anyone's fortune. You're our little treasure, Jinxiu. It's because we brought you home that our family's fortunes have prospered. Don't say such things anymore. With their comforting words, they finally managed to soothe Zhang Jinxiu. As for Auntie Sue's matter, humph, that insolent servant dared to bully our young miss. I suppose she's tired of living. The matriarch glanced at Lady Zheng and said, you've always been in charge of our household servants. Even if it's to establish authority for our children, we can't let her off lightly. Rest assured, mother. This old creature is precisely the right one for me to make an example of as a warning to others. Wang Yu finally understood why Miss Jinyu had asked him to deliver the letter first. It was all part of her strategy. Indeed, it was a clever move. Now even if someone in the household looked down on Miss Jinyu for her rural origins, they wouldn't dare to mistreat her as brazenly as Nurse Su did. Over at Zheng Jinyu's side, the moment when you left, that despicable old hag, Nurse Su, returned to manipulate her with a mix of coercion and flattery. She claimed that all her actions were for Zheng Jinyu's own good, and she didn't wish to be misunderstood by them. She implored Jinxiu to forgive her and asked for her favor in speaking kindly of her before Lord and Lady Zheng. Should Jinxiu visit the manor in the future, Nurse Su would take on the role of her governess. No matter how much she pleaded, Zheng Jinyu remained silent, regarding Nurse Su with a gaze as cold as that reserved for the dead. Upon finally meeting their so-called family, they showed concern for Jinyu, but also disappointment. She must have been quite different from the daughter they had imagined. Especially when Zheng Jinxiu affectionately linked arms with her. The contrast between the two standing side by side was like heaven and earth. With a face as delicate as a blooming peach blossom and lips as red as coral, Zheng Jinxiu radiated elegance, her fair teeth contrasting against her lustrous skin. Her attire and accessories were of the finest quality. In contrast, she herself appeared wan and slender, clad in the best ready-made garments that Prince Chen's town had to offer. How could they compare to the bespoke ensembles of the legitimate daughter of the Zheng household? Zheng Jinyu approached with an air of composure, respectfully bowing. Jinyu pays her respects to grandmother, father, mother, and elder sister Jinxiu. There were also 2 concubines of Master Zheng present, but she did not individually greet them. Why did Zheng Jinyu address Zheng Jinxiu as her elder sister? This was because Zheng Jinxiu had established herself as the family's gentle and submissive younger sister. On the day of the family recognition, she held the original owner's hand and called her elder sister with a sweet voice. This first impression led everyone in the family to perceive the original owner as the older sibling, thus expecting her to protect and care for her younger sister, just as the brothers would. Consequently, whenever she made mistakes, it was always Zheng Jinxiu who pleaded for mercy and took the blame. How could she not despise this arrangement? To hell with being an elder sister. In reality, Zheng Jinxiu, the genuine peasant girl, was only a day older than the original owner. Upon hearing her address, Zheng Jinxiu wore an expression of astonishment. She had always referred to Zheng Jinyu as her elder sister in front of the whole family. Now she felt awkward being called sister in return and whispered apologetically, "I'm sorry, I thought Jinyu was older than me." Zheng Jinyu chuckled inwardly. How could you not know such a significant fact? She plays the part well. Mrs. Zheng patted her hand and smiled. Indeed, Jinxiu is a day older than Jinyu. In that case, that's wonderful. I have a younger sister now. Little sister Jinyu, from now on, I'll make sure to take good care of you and protect you. She's quite adaptable, Zheng Jinyu noted. Zheng Jinyu spoke calmly. Thank you, Sister Jinxiu. With grace and confidence, Zheng Jinyu bowed to the family's key members and affectionately interacted with Zheng Jinxiu. There was no trace of timidity, rusticity, or intention to bully her sister. This eased their worried hearts. Jinyu, quickly rise and come here to your grandmother. Let me have a good look at you. Zheng Jinyu obediently agreed and sat on a cushion in front of elder Lady Zheng, lifting her thin little face to gaze at her with teary eyes. Grandmother. She noticed the prayer beads around the old lady's wrist and understood that, apart from feigning innocence and cuteness, such ladies were also adept at playing the pitiable card. The moment Zheng Jinyu laid eyes on Zheng Jinxiu, she admitted that her attempt at appearing innocent and lovable stood no chance. Zheng Jinxiu could effortlessly reduce her to dust with a single glance. Why not utilize my advantages to play the role of a vulnerable and pitiful figure, tugging at their heartstrings? Oh my, why are you crying? Lady Zheng hurriedly wiped away her tears with an embroidered handkerchief, her heart aching with compassion. Dearest child, my young granddaughter, you have endured much hardship. Zheng Jinyu shook her head, forcing a smile through her struggles. It was all worth it to see grandmother and father and mother again. Mrs. Zheng's heart ached at her granddaughter's words. At that moment, Zheng Jinxiu fell to her knees with a thud. It's all my fault. My sister Jinyu had to suffer so much because of me. Mrs. Zheng's attention was immediately drawn to Zheng Jinxiu. She quickly helped Zheng Jinxiu up, saying, Good child, this isn't your fault. Blame it on fate's whims and that wicked servant. She had not forgotten the letter sent by her eldest grandson. Recalling that letter, Madame Zheng looked at Zheng Jinyu and said, Your elder brother mentioned that you've suffered a lot on your journey. That wicked servant, concubine Su, mistreated you, giving you only 2 steamed buns a day. Zheng Jinyu pretended to be startled and whispered, Nanny Su said eating too much might make me uncomfortable in the carriage, so she didn't do it on purpose. Oh dear, my poor little darling, why are you still defending that wicked servant? The more compassion Madame Zheng felt for Zheng Jinyu, the angrier she was with Nanny Su. She cast a subtle glance at Lady Zheng, who then waved her sleeves grandly. Immediately, someone brought up Mother Su under escort. Mother Su fell to her knees with a thud, weeping bitterly. Miss Jinyu, I didn't mistreat you. I only gave you less to eat because I was afraid the carriage ride would make you uncomfortable. Please speak up for me. Zheng Jinyu sneered inwardly but maintained a composed exterior, even pleading on Mother Su's behalf. Grandmother, Mother Su truly had my best interests at heart. Eating too much would indeed make me feel unwell. Mother Su ate half a chicken herself and even threw up during the carriage ride. Did she give you buns while she ate chicken? Mother Su's face turned ashen. The help she had hoped for was turning into a liability. Madame Zheng, filled with anger, exclaimed, Mother, don't waste your breath on her. Yin Yin cannot be wronged. Fetch someone to give this old creature 20 strokes of the cane and then throw her into the brothel district to be sold. Chapter 4. Zheng Jinyu displays her noble daughter's dowry. Chapter 4. Zheng Jinyu displays her noble daughter's dowry. Nanny Su knelt and begged for mercy, her anxiety growing with each passing moment. Madam, please don't sell me. I've served the Zheng family for 30 years and have been loyal to my masters. If not for my accomplishments, then consider my hard work. Madam, out of the years I've served you, have mercy on me this one time. Mrs. Zheng kicked her aside. Get lost. Don't just stand there, drag her away. Seeing that begging Mrs. Zheng was futile, Nanny Su turned to prostrate herself before Zheng Jinyu. Miss, please save your servant. I've served you for so many years like you're my own child. Everything I've done was for you. You can't just abandon me in this plight, the servant pleaded desperately. Zheng Jinyu was deeply alarmed by her words. Don't say such things. Sob, mother. Why would she say that? Lady Zheng flew into a rage. How dare you? You old wretch, you've mistreated my youngest daughter, and now you attempt to implicate my eldest. Both elder Lady Zheng and Lord Zheng were also furious. Lord Zheng thundered with anger, are all of you deaf? Quickly drag this old hag out. Zheng Jinyu observed the scene silently. She realized that although she had altered their initial impression of her, in their hearts, Zheng Jinyu was still the apple of their eyes. Though they were angered by Nanny Su's mistreatment of her, it paled in comparison to their fury when Nanny Su implicating Zheng Jinyu. Her biological father, Master Zheng, had been silent until now. He was so enraged that he stood up and personally kicked Nanny Su a few times. As Nanny Su was dragged away, her cries of agony echoed from afar. Seeing Zheng Jinyu finally relieved, Zheng Jinyu confirmed that Nanny Su was indeed part of her plan. This is the consequence for daring to defy your master. Madame Zheng, true to her role as the matriarch of a prominent family, swept her sharp gaze across the surrounding maids and servants, instilling fear in their hearts. You all listen well. Miss Zheng is staying with a rural relative due to her poor health. This relative is an educated gentry, not some rustic bumpkin. If anyone dares to refer to her as a country lass, I'll personally remove their tongue. Yes, madam. This command was a delightful surprise for Zheng Jinyu. In the original story, there was no mention of her being raised by an educated gentry. They had always dismissed her as an ill-mannered country girl. Madame Zheng smiled warmly at Zheng Jinyu and said, You must be exhausted after such a long journey. Go rest now. We can discuss any matters tomorrow. Yes, mother. Zheng Jinyu insisted on addressing her as mother instead of just mother, subtly creating a distinction in their relationship through these nuances. Mrs. Zheng froze for a moment, likely still unaccustomed to this term of endearment. But then she recalled the thin little girl before her, her own flesh and blood whom she had labored to bring into this world. After a brief moment of discomfort, her gentle smile returned. Volunteering herself, Zheng Jinyu said, Mother, I'll take Sister Jinyu down with me. A warmer smile spread across Mrs. Zheng's face. Very well, my dear daughters. You both are good children to me. Zheng Jinyu said with a sweet smile, Come on, Sister Jinyu. Instead of taking Zheng Jinyu straight to her own courtyard, Zheng Jinyu led her on a tour around the residence. She first introduced their parents' courtyard, followed by those of her brothers and finally hers. When they arrived at her courtyard, pride shone brightly in her eyes. Though I am a daughter, my parents and elder brothers dote on me so much that my courtyard is even better than theirs. Sister Jinyu, would you like to come in and have a look? How could she resist such a kind invitation? Zheng Jinyu smiled and replied, Sure. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, Zheng Jinyu became as chatty as a bird, skipping along with joy, revealing her liveliness and charm. Those Xiangfei bamboo were planted by Big Brother himself for me. I adore orchids, but they're delicate and hard to tend. Second brother built this greenhouse just for them, she shared proudly. And this solarium, since I dread the cold in winter, third brother went out of his way to have artisans construct it for me. It feels like early summer here, even amidst a snowy blizzard. As Zheng Jinyu showcased her treasures, she suddenly took Zheng Jinyu's hand. Come, sister, let me show you my dowry. She led Zheng Jinyu to another chamber, removed an exquisite key from around her neck, and unlocked the door. Inside were exquisite furniture, silk boxes, and lacquerware, all testaments to opulence. With animated delight, she explained, These are the dowry that father and mother have prepared for me. The 1,000-work bed was commissioned 5 years ago, and it took 3 years to complete. The intricately carved cabinets and this set of lacquerware, each piece is a testament to the artisan's dedication. They started preparing all these items when I was just 3 years old. Since last year, the seamstresses from the 100 Embroidery Pavilion have been working on my wedding attire. By the time I marry, they will surely have crafted 10 exquisite outfits for me. Lost in her blissful narration, she failed to notice Zheng Jinyu's silence. She furrowed her brows slightly and let out a no. I'm sorry, little sister Jinyu. I was just trying to show you how much our parents and brothers care for us, not to boast. Please don't be upset with me. Zheng Jinyu could see through Jinxio's innocent and naive act. Back when she was just a reader, why did she find the beloved female lead so adorable? It seemed that in the days to come, she would have to frequently engage in acting battles with Zhang Jinxio. Zheng Jinyu said enviously, the dowry for the Zhang family's legitimate daughter is naturally excellent. Although her expression conveyed admiration, her words made Zhang Jinxio's smile freeze on her face. The Zhang family's legitimate daughter, these things were the privileges accorded to her as one. Dear Jinyu, our parents mentioned that we are twins, both legitimate daughters of the Zhang family. Yes, sister, we are both from the main branch of the Zheng family. With such a magnificent dowry, I wonder which family would be worthy of us. Zhang Jinxio pulled her aside, excitedly sharing. Of course it's Prince Chan. You might not know this, but I was betrothed to him since childhood. He is the only son of the imperial princess, a man of great prestige. Our family's dowry would seem inadequate and invite ridicule, so mother and father started preparing for it when I was just 3 years old. Zhang Jinyu smiled faintly, remaining silent. She vividly recalled from the original story how the imperial princess came to call off the engagement, triggering a series of tug-of-wars with the Zhang couple. The Zheng couple insisted that although Zhang Jinxio was not their biological child, they had raised her with great care and education. However, the imperial princess was unwavering and eventually revealed her true feelings, quoting, "Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and mice bear offspring who know how to burrow." In modern terms, she looked down on Zhang Jinxio's perceived genes tied to poverty. The Zhengs countered that despite her humble origins, Jinxio was well-versed in literature and manners, equal to any prominent lady of high society. The imperial princess countered, fearing genetic inheritance, stating she would not risk jesting with the future of her unborn grandson. The imperial princess's harsh words moved Zhang Jinxio to tears, and thus, she became one of the few notable antagonists in the narrative. Oh dear, look at me. I was so caught up showing you the gardens that I forgot how exhausted you must be from your journey. Sister, let me take you back to your courtyard for some rest. Thank you for your trouble, sister. Sister, to be honest, don't you actually dislike me? Zheng Jinyu looked at her in surprise. Why would sister think that? I understand. I've taken over the life that was meant for you. You must despise me for it. Chapter 5, I want nothing but my parents and brother. Chapter 5, I want nothing but my parents and brother. Zheng Jinyu narrowed her eyes at the other's insincere performance. I did suggest to my parents that they send me back, she said, secretly observing Zheng Jinyu's reaction. But they refused. They said they would rather not have you return than let me go. Zheng Jinyu found the claim amusing. If her father truly felt that way, he wouldn't have sent anyone to fetch her in the first place. The girl was clearly trying to plant the seeds of resentment toward her biological parents within her heart. As Zheng Jinyu had a strained relationship with her biological parents, wouldn't that work in your favor as an adopted daughter? Dream on. Zheng Jinyu deliberately displayed a sorrowful expression, aiming to make Zhang Jinxio believe that her manipulation had succeeded. She continued, with how well they treat me, I can't bear to leave. I don't want anything else. I just wish to be with father, mother, and my brothers. You won't mind, will you? She claims to want nothing but is merely trying to snatch away everything that belongs to Zheng Jinyu. Does she really think I'm naive? Maintaining a calm demeanor, Zheng Jinyu replied, What are you saying, sister? Father, mother, and our brothers are all your family, and so am I. Let's not speak like this anymore, it would break their hearts if they heard it. Zhang Jinxio wore an astonished expression, feeling as if her punch had landed on a soft cushion. It was her first day back, and Zhang Jinxio had yet to discern her patterns. For the time being, he didn't say anything, simply continuing to lead her forward until they stopped at an unassuming courtyard. Upon mere glance, the courtyard gate was leagues behind Zhang Jinxio and her few legitimate elder brothers. It bore a striking resemblance to the dwellings of the concubines and illegitimate siblings she had just passed by. With a saddened expression, Zhang Jinxio apologized to Zheng Jinyu. Dear Jinyu, I truly apologize. With so many siblings in the family, we have no extra rooms available. You'll have to make do with this space for now. Zheng Jinyu held her hand and smiled. No, I'm not wronged. This courtyard is quite nice. Zheng Jinxio wore an astonished expression once more. This courtyard was worlds apart from hers. She was an adopted daughter, while Jinyu was the Zheng family's true-born daughter. Originally, she had expected that after comparing the two courtyards, Zhang Jinyu would feel wronged, become angry, throw a tantrum, and complain to their parents about how Jinxio had seized her life for 14 years. To her surprise, Jinyu wasn't upset at all. Instead, she warmly held Jinxio's hand and said the courtyard was nice. Zhang Jinxio's face froze for a moment. Younger sister Jinyu, do you really think this courtyard is nice? Of course. Whatever father and mother give me is always good. After saying this, she patted Zheng Jinxio's hand and pushed open the courtyard gate. Zheng Jinxio revealed a disdainful smile, inwardly mocking. Truly a country bumpkin who's impressed by the smallest favor, thinking it's wonderful just for being given something to eat. Zheng Jinyu's courtyard seemed to have been an abandoned one, with freshly uprooted weeds in the yard and moss still visible on the bluestone slabs. The wooden door had been recently painted, and signs of recent renovation were evident everywhere. Zheng Jinxio was their beloved daughter, whom they had genuinely doted on for over a decade. Zheng Jinyu never believed that she could immediately replace Zheng Jinxio simply because of their blood ties. It would take a process. She would gradually supplant Zheng Jinxio, revealing her true nature to all. At the decisive moment, she would declare that the child wasn't switched by mistake but intentionally exchanged by the Fong family. During dinner, Lady Zheng and Matriarch Zheng both took turns serving Zheng Jinyu, urging her repeatedly to eat more, as she was too slender. Zheng Jinxio observed the scene in silence, feeling deeply uneasy. Previously, all this attention had been on her. Whether it was her grandmother or mother, she alone had been their favorite. Fuming, Zheng Jinxio thought, Zheng Jinyu may be thin and sallow, but what does that have to do with me? It's not like I starved her or anything, and it wasn't me who switched us back then. Halfway through the meal, as she watched her grandmother and mother shower attention on Zheng Jinyu while ignoring her, she could no longer hold back. Zheng Jinxio picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Zheng Jinyu's bowl, her voice trembling with tears. Sis, you should eat more. Go ahead, eat all you want, you won't burst from overeating. It's all my fault. If we hadn't been mistakenly swapped back then, you wouldn't be so skinny, and the one with a sallow complexion should have been me. Those captivating eyes brimmed with tears, immediately capturing the attention of both Lady Zheng and Madame Zheng. Even Master Zheng, seated at the mail table across the screen, put down his chopsticks to observe the situation closely. The two ladies, old and young, were filled with concern and were about to console Jinxio when Zheng Jinyu beat them to it. Jinxio sister, please don't say such things anymore. I've never blamed anyone. Fate has destined us to be twin sisters, and that's a blessing. Having an elder sister who loves me and shares chicken legs with me, I'm more than delighted, she said. Humph, as if you're the only one who can act. As she spoke, she placed the chicken leg that Zheng Jinxio had touched back into her bowl, saying, Sister, you can't neglect your meals out of guilt. Look, you haven't touched anything in your bowl. You should eat this chicken leg. It won't kill you. Seeing her generosity with the chicken leg, both Lady Zheng and Madame Zheng were deeply moved. Jinxio, Jinyu is right. Don't say such things again in the future. The past is in the past, we must look forward. In the end, it's more important for the two of you to get along harmoniously. Each time Zheng Jinxio brought up her guilt, it was under the influence of Zheng Jinyu. With these words, Madame Zheng expressed what she felt. If Zheng Jinxio continued to dwell on the matter, Madame Zheng might soon become annoyed with her. Madame Zheng remarked, Jinyu is so considerate. None of us noticed Jinxio's distress, yet she did. Jinxio, you should eat this drumstick. It's thoughtful of Jinyu to have noticed your loss of appetite. Zheng Jinxio's face was rigid as she forced a smile that looked more like a sob. All right, I'll eat it. Thank you, younger sister Jinyu. Madame Zheng and elder Madame Zheng watched contentedly as the sisters appeared to be close and affectionate, unaware of the undercurrents between Zheng Jinxio and Zheng Jinyu. After the meal, Madame Zheng spoke to Zheng Jinyu. Jinyu, mother has engaged a governess to teach you the manners of a proper lady. Beginning tomorrow, you'll study with her. When your second brother and third brother return from school, we'll host a family gathering to officially introduce you to our Zheng relatives. Mother will guide you through meeting them. Everything as mother wishes, Zheng Jinyu replied obediently. Madame Zheng was quite pleased with her. She was sensible and well-mannered. More importantly, despite all the hardships she had endured, she did not harbor any resentment towards Jinxio but was instead very eager to become sisters with her. Madame Zheng was particularly pleased with the phrase fate has ordained us as twin sisters, as it eloquently expanded her character's horizon. One must understand, prior to this, whenever they discussed the matter, their family would lament the irony of fate that had placed them on a tiger's back, leaving them with no easy escape. Thoughts of her own daughter suffering outside the palace for years tugged at Jinxio's heartstrings, causing her immense pain that led to a severe illness. It was a sorrow that tormented her every waking moment, leaving Lady Zheng restless and unable to eat or sleep whenever the distressing matter crossed her mind. Now, because of Jinyu's remark, Madame Zheng began to consider that perhaps this was a kind of fortunate turn of events. A single comforter had turned into two, that was fortune indeed. When she shared these thoughts with Master Zheng at night, the couple were overjoyed, each of them envisioning a little comforter on their left and right, calling them father and mother in unceasing bliss. Chapter 6. Wet Nurse Su Silenced. Chapter 6. Wet Nurse Su Silenced. Zheng Jinyu had only two maidservants by her side. The original wet nurse assigned to her, Su Momo, had been beaten and was still sprawled in the woodshed, awaiting her fate. Rumor had it that a slave trader would come for her early the next morning. At her age and having committed an offense, one could only imagine the harsh life she would face after being sold by the household. From now on, both of you must stay loyal to me and put the matter of wet nurse Su behind you. In reality, Zheng Jinyu's words were a subtle reminder to the two maidservants to contemplate Su Momo's grim outcome. After all, she carried me in her womb for 10 months. Even if I am still a stranger to her, she would never tolerate others bullying me. Thus, the punishment for Nurse Su might be a bit severe. These two maids were deliberately chosen by Zhang Jinxiu and recommended to Lady Zhang. She praised them for their wit and ability to take care of others. Of course, those selected by Zhang Jinxiu were clever. One couldn't perform such tasks without intelligence. However, being clever didn't necessarily equate to loyalty. This applied to Zhang Jinxiu as well in the same manner. They discerned the veiled warning in Zhang Jinyu's words and needed to carefully consider their choices. With the example of Nurse Su before them, they wouldn't dare act rashly against Zhang Jinyu until they had a clearer understanding of the situation. Cheme is devoted to Miss Second, and her loyalty lies solely with her, said another maid, kneeling down upon seeing this. Xiuju is also Miss Second's person, with her loyalty bound only to Miss Second, followed another. Zhang Jinyu smiled faintly, saying nothing. Whether or not to trust them would require further observation. After Zhang Jinyu's return, Zhang Jinxiu became anxious and uneasy. That night, she summoned her wet nurse, Madame Zhou. Nanny, right after she came back, mother, father, and grandmother were all captivated by her. Will she eventually replace me? Madame Zhou frowned deeply. I didn't expect this. I thought she was just an unrefined country girl, but she turns out to be quite skilled in endearing herself to others. In just one day, she has won the favor of Lord and Lady, even drawing special attention from the old lady who dotes on Miss Eldest the most. Zhang Jinxiu's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke in a fluster. After all, she is their biological child, the true daughter of the Zhang family. Nurse, I'm scared. I'm afraid she'll take everything away from me. Nonsense, perhaps they're focusing on her due to guilt. Once that guilt passes, she won't amount to anything. Miss, your father and mother's affection for you is genuine. And the whole household sees it. But, holding the key hanging around her neck, Zhang Jinxiu continued, today I took her to see the dowry my parents prepared for me. I don't know if it was deliberate or not, but she actually said that the dowry of the Zheng family's legitimate daughter must be excellent. When I told her it was my dowry, she said it belonged to the Zheng family's legitimate daughter. What do you think she meant by that? What? She actually said something like that. Yes, she did say exactly that. Mrs. Zhou's expression drastically changed, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. She must be doing it on purpose. Oh, that rustic country girl is declaring war against you, the eldest miss. So she really wants to snatch my belongings? Then what should I do? Stay calm. Let's deal with Madame Su first. Madame Su, Nurse Su will be sold tomorrow. She worked for me, but I didn't help her. She must hate me now. Zhang Jinxiu's heart turned cold as she said to her wet nurse, Mrs. Zhou, nurse, we can't let her see the sunlight outside or give her a chance to spread any rumors. Mrs. Zhou patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, nurse will help you. The following day, when the servants went to fetch Mother Su from the storage shed, they discovered that she had already passed away. Her body stiffened. At that moment, the Zheng family was having breakfast in the dining hall. Upon hearing the news, Lady Zheng was puzzled. How could she die from just 20 strokes of the cane? Zhang Jinxiu quickly interjected, Mother Su went to fetch my sister and it took her over a month to return. The journey must have taken a toll on her health. Lady Zheng didn't dwell on it and merely nodded gently. Jinxiu does have a point. Well, she's gone now. Wrap her up in a worn straw mat and dispose of her in the mass burial ground. Yes, madam. In Zhang Jinyu's view, there was something odd about the situation. She was unsure of the weight of 20 strokes of the board and whether it could actually be fatal. But it was peculiar that Zhang Jinxiu immediately offered an explanation. Keeping a discreet eye on Zhang Jinxiu, she indeed noticed that her sister was uneasy during breakfast. After all, she was just a young maiden in her teens, lacking the composure to hide her guilt after taking a life. Zhang Jinyu sneered inwardly. Just as Zhang Jinxiu was feeling restless, she casually placed a fried cake into her bowl. Why are you so distracted, sister? Try this, it's delicious. Zhang Jinxiu's expression froze. Prompted by Zhang Jinyu, both Elder Madame Zheng and Lady Zheng turned their attention to Zhang Jinxiu. Sure enough, they noticed the paleness on her face. Jinxiu, what's the matter? Nothing at all. She quickly bowed her head to bite into the oily cake. Madame Zhang furrowed her brow. Jinxiu, aren't you the one who dislikes such greasy food the most? Zhang Jinxiu froze again, setting down the cake she had been about to take a bite of. Madame Zhang whispered, what's the matter? If there's anything you must tell your mother. There's nothing much. It's just that Nurse Su suddenly passed away and I'm feeling a bit sad. She did look after me for over a decade in my courtyard. Old Madame Zheng said. You're too kind-hearted. Such an old creature who dared to bully her mistress deserved to die. Zheng Jinyu watched them unperturbed. She had already laid out the clues so clearly. Didn't they think it odd that a nurse like Su, who had cared for Zheng Jinxiu for so many years, would choose to mistreat her Zheng Jinyu? Indeed, they did not think so. At this moment, Matriarch Zheng and Lady Zheng were busy consoling Zheng Jinxiu. It seemed that toppling this favorite female lead would not be an easy task. The original tutor assigned to Zheng Jinyu was Nanny Su. After the incident involving Nanny Su, Lady Zheng hastily sought another one. Somehow, the imperial princess got wind of this and sent over Nanny Zheng, who had been with her when she left the palace years ago. Madame Zheng was delighted yet perplexed at the same time. "Dearest, what do you think imperial princess means by suddenly sending Nanny Zheng here to teach Jinyu?" she asked her husband, who was in the process of donning his official attire. "Mind her intentions," replied Lord Zheng, buttoning up his robe. "Just make sure we entertain her well. Nanny Zheng is an experienced veteran from the palace, specifically trained to educate princesses. Wealthy families would pay a fortune for such tutelage, and for her to come and teach Jinyu in our home is a great blessing for our child." Finished with his attire, Lord Zheng stroked his beard and chuckled. At future ladies' gatherings, when they learn that Jinyu was personally groomed by Nanny Zheng, they will hold her in higher esteem. This is a tremendous opportunity. Hearing this, Madame Zhang's joy was renewed. She said, "I know it's a good thing, but I'm just curious about the imperial princess's intentions. Do you think she doesn't fancy Jinxiu and has taken a liking to Jinyu instead?" "Ah." Master Zhang's expression froze. He replied, "I doubt that. Although Jinyu is our biological daughter, she's still a country girl at heart. Jinxiu, on the other hand, has been carefully nurtured by us for over a decade. She's accomplished in music, calligraphy, chess, and painting, a true lady of noble birth. Besides, Hong Yan mentioned last time that Prince Chen found Jinyu to be a rustic village girl." "Yes, but the imperial princess has sent Nanny Zhang here, and ultimately it's the Long Princess who decides on Prince Chen's marriage. You shouldn't overthink it. The imperial princess hasn't decided on anyone yet. Perhaps she sent Nanny Zhang to learn more about Jinyu. She'll need to weigh her options before making a decision." Madame Zheng nodded. "That seems likely." Sighing once more, she continued, "Jinxiu is our daughter, whom we have painstakingly nurtured for over a decade. Naturally, Jinyu can't compare to her. If Jinyu were to find out, do you think she would be upset? After all, she has endured hardships for so many years due to our negligence. Somehow, I feel somewhat guilty towards her. Didn't she say that destiny's arrangement is a blessing? My lady, don't dwell on it this way. If you feel guilty towards her, then show her more care and attention in other aspects. As for the betrothal to Prince Chen, you need to be clever about how you present it. Don't mention the prenatal betrothal, just say that Jinxiu and Prince Chen were promised to each other in their childhood years." Madame Zheng remarked, as expected, "Master is the wise one. Then let us follow your lead." As an accomplished translator of both Chinese and English novels, I am currently engaged in the translation of a historical palace intrigue romance. This tale intricately weaves elements of royal court life into its passionate narrative. Please provide the text you would like me to translate, and I will ensure it is rendered elegantly and accurately in English. Chapter 7. Lady Zheng becomes more indulgent towards her own daughter. Chapter 7. Lady Zheng becomes more indulgent towards her own daughter. "Miss Second, my surname is Zhang. You may call me Nanny Zhang. From today onwards, I will be your etiquette instructor for the next half a month. If I inadvertently offend you during this period, I hope Miss Second will kindly forgive me." The change in governess happened rather abruptly, and Zhang Jinxiu had no chance to intervene. Thus, Nanny Zhang was someone she could trust. Zhang Jinyu smiled and replied, "It will be a bother for you, Nanny. Please bear with me if I make any mistakes." Nanny Zhang nodded at her in approval. "Then let's begin." In the confined training supervised by Nanny Zhang, she didn't need to leave the courtyard for half a month, with meals delivered to her doorstep. Lady Zhang was aware of the rigorous training, especially considering Jinxiu's humble background as a village girl, which would likely make her learning process even more challenging than that of a typical well-bred lady. Lady Zhang frequently peered through the courtyard gate, and each day instructed the kitchen to prepare an array of delectable dishes for her. Ancient fruits were considered rather precious commodities, yet Lady Zhang arranged for fresh fruit to be sent daily. While some rejoiced, others grieved. The attention Lady Zhang bestowed upon Zhang Jinyu was a source of immense frustration for Zhang Jinxiu. Lady Zhou smiled faintly. "Miss, don't panic. Nanny Zhang is notoriously strict. After 2 weeks of training, she'll either break her or strip her of her arrogance. When that time comes, Nanny Zhang's disappointment in her will naturally lead Lady to turn against her. But what if Nanny Zhang gives her a good evaluation? It's impossible. I've already made inquiries. Even a princess would find it difficult to earn Nanny Zhang's approval. She's just a country bumpkin, Mississippi. You overestimate her." Hearing these words, Zhang Jinxiu felt reassured. "Very well, I'll leave her be for now. Help me pack, I'm going to visit second brother and third brother at their academy." "Exactly right. Remember to apply the eye ointment frequently. We must make second young master and third young master start to dislike her first. Rest assured it will happen. The following day, Zheng Jinyu set off in a carriage with gifts in tow, heading for the academy. Second brother and third brother were twins. Second brother was named Zhang Hongqi while third brother was Zhang Hongxiu. Both were only 17 years old and studied at the same academy. The gift she prepared for them was a premium inkstone for each person. The maid stood by her side, acting as her spokesperson, exaggerating the effort Zhang Jinyu had put in to acquire such fine ink. Then she pretended to scold the maid. Don't listen to her nonsense. It just cost a bit more silver. Both of them were deeply touched and didn't believe it for a second. They felt that she was deliberately downplaying the value to make them feel more at ease accepting the gifts. Jinyu, no matter what it is, second brother will be delighted as long as it comes from you. Yes, third brother would be delighted even if it were ashes. Zhang Jinxiu's laughter was tickled by their words, her eyes curving into a delightful crescent, as if they contained the world's most brilliant hues. The pendant hanging around her neck swayed gently, producing a melodious sound. How could they not adore such an adorable sister? But as she laughed, something seemed amiss. Her smile remained, yet tears began to pool in the corners of her eyes. Their smiles froze on their faces. Jinxiu, what's wrong? Zhang Jinxiu pretended to be flustered as she turned her head away, brushing away her tears. Oh, nothing much. I just found it so amusing that I laughed until tears came out. They exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Jinxiu's proxy speaker promptly stepped into action. Miss, she misses both of you terribly, Xiaohi said. Miss misses us terribly? They exchanged glances again. Yes, ever since second miss returned home. Hush, Xiaohi, don't speak nonsense. She reprimanded her outright. The maid immediately clamped her mouth shut. They had indeed said nothing substantial, merely mentioning that second miss had returned. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu's eyes were already ablaze with fury. They ached to see Zhang Jinxiu pretending to be happy despite her obvious sorrow. They had already imagined in their minds how that uncouth country lass must have bullied their beloved sister. Zhang Hongqi took the lead to express his feelings. Jinxiu, in second brother's heart, you are our one and only sister. Zhang Hongxiu also chimed in, third brother only acknowledges Jinxiu as his sister. When we return home, we'll definitely teach that rustic wild girl a lesson for you. A look of horror crossed Zhang Jinxiu's face. Second brother, third brother, what are you saying? Sister Jinyu is your own flesh and blood. The one mother carried in her womb for 10 months. Jinxiu was just switched at birth. At this point, she could no longer hold back her tears. This broke Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu's hearts. No matter how much Zhang Jinxiu praised Zhang Jinyu, they refused to believe it. In their eyes, Zhang Jinyu was a hateful thief who had stolen Jinxiu's identity, their parents' affection, and had even made her cry. Stop defending her. We have no intention of acknowledging her anyway. No, it's not like that. Jinxiu is a wonderful person. Zhang Hongxiu also wiped away his tears. Jinxiu, don't be like this. It pains third brother to see you like this. After Zhang Jinxiu left, Zhang Hongxiu spoke to Zhang Hongqi. Second brother, you saw how Jinxiu kept speaking up for that peasant girl. Just imagine how much she must have suffered to not even dare to complain. Sigh. Jinxiu used to smile so much. Now when I see her smile, it seems more like she's crying. Second brother, we must teach that reckless girl a lesson when we return, in Jinxiu's defense. Agreed. On the 7th day of Nanny Zhang's tutelage over Zhang Jinyu, she was summoned by the imperial princess to inquire about the progress. Nanny Zhang reported truthfully, Imperial Princess Miss Zhang, the second daughter, may lack a solid foundation, but she compensates with her wit and determination. Servant rates her as first class. Oh? You have such high praise for her? The imperial princess put down her teacup, a look of surprise on her face. Nanny Zhang replied, she's from the countryside, and one of the greatest virtues of country folk is their resilience and lack of pretense. Besides, she's also clever. With these two qualities alone, she's bound to do well. The imperial princess nodded in satisfaction. You were mentioned that she's intelligent. It seems so indeed. Then has the imperial princess decided to choose her? Nanny Zhang ventured to ask. No, let's observe her a bit more. In any case, it won't be Zhang Jinxiu. Yor said she doesn't like Zhang Jinxiu's seemingly innocent but actually coquettish demeanor. This princess also doesn't fancy Zhang Jinxiu, she's too calculative. Does the imperial princess wish to meet Miss Zhang, the second young lady? The meeting will come, but not just yet. The imperial princess sipped her tea with a smile. My son's taste is similar to mine. If I find someone pleasing, he surely would too. Nanny Zhang didn't expose her thoughts, silently remarking to herself, you originally liked Zhang Jinxiu quite a bit. It was only after learning that the Duke disliked Zhang Jinxiu that your opinion of her changed. The Duke has some interest in Zhang Jinyu, which is why you sent me to instruct her. That doesn't add up. Nanny Zhang inquired, didn't His Highness the Prince mention that Miss Second is a rustic country lass and ask you to call off the engagement? The imperial princess spoke calmly and unhurriedly. At that time he was misled. On his campaign he had an encounter with the lady. Afterward he dispatched someone to send a letter to this princess, stating that there was no rush to withdraw from the engagement and that he wished to observe further. Nanny Zhang suddenly understood, saying that was why the imperial princess had abruptly changed her mind. Chapter 8. Zheng Jinyu applies eye drops to her two elder brothers. Chapter 8. Zheng Jinyu applies eye drops to her two elder brothers. As Chunmei and Choju watched Zheng Jinyu being trained under the watchful eye of Nanny Zhang, they noticed that she not only avoided severe scolding, but was frequently praised. The balance in the two maidservants' hearts gradually tilted. Chunmei, do you think second miss will eventually replace first miss in the hearts of lord and lady? It's hard to tell. Look how soon she's returned, yet lady is paying her more and more attention. Although she's confined to the yard for studies, lady hasn't spared any effort in providing for her meals and fruits. She personally checks every delivery. Well, should we still follow Miss Eldest's lead? No rush, let's observe for a while longer. While claiming to observe, Chunmei secretly approached Zheng Jinyu to pledge her loyalty once Qiuju was out of sight. Second miss, this servant has heard that Miss Eldest went to the academy to see second young master and third young master. Oh. Zheng Jinyu pretended to look puzzled. Is there something significant about that? Chunmei hesitated for a moment before whispering to her, Miss Second, actually, Miss First doesn't like you. Before you returned she was spreading rumors about you. You should be cautious around her. Zheng Jinyu raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Why haven't I heard anyone mention this? If she speaks ill of me, my parents would certainly be upset. Girl, are you spreading false words and trying to sow discord between me and my elder sister? Hearing this, Chunmei panicked. No, Miss Second, you don't understand. Miss First is a master at pretense. Even the actors on stage can't compare. If she wants to speak ill of you, she wouldn't directly tell father and mother about your shortcomings. Then how would she do it? Chunmei hesitated, her heart still tangled with conflicting emotions. Once she took this step, there would be no turning back. After much deliberation, she found it more reliable to trust blood ties. Before you returned, Miss Eldest wept to Lord and Lady Zheng, claiming that the Fong family had raised you as an illiterate country girl, subtly implying that you were less dignified than even the servants in the household and would bring shame to the Zhang family. These wrongs should have befallen her, yet you bore them in her place. She feels deeply indebted to you. Oh, if that's indeed the case, what's the issue here? Oh dear, miss, how can you not understand? Originally, Lord and Lady intended to inform the Xinjiang Zhang family of your return. But because of her words, they changed their minds and decided to wait until you're back. You've been home for so long, yet the news hasn't spread. Who knows what the lady has been saying? Zhang Jinyu furrowed her brow slightly. Is that so? Chunmei nodded hastily. Yes, she went to the academy to find second and third young masters. If I'm guessing correctly, they probably don't favor you. When they come back, they might give you a hard time. Zhang Jinyu was astonished. How is that possible? They are my blood brothers and should cherish me as much as father and mother do, just like my eldest brother. Everyone in the manor knew that eldest young master had intervened on her behalf regarding Auntie Sue's matter. Chunmei, at a loss for words to console, could only kneel down and say, now that I am in your service, Miss Second, everything I do is for your benefit. I understand if you don't trust me now, but wait until second young master and third young master return. Then you'll know the truth of my words. Very well, rise then. I'll trust you for now. Thank you, Miss Second. As Chunmei withdrew, a subtle curve formed at the corner of Zheng Jinyu's lips. This was the first maid to turn against her. With the first, the second and third would soon follow. 15 days of training passed swiftly. To express her gratitude to Nanny Zhang for her efforts, Lady Zheng instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast on the day of Nanny Zhang's departure. She gathered all the concubines in the estate and hosted a banquet in her honor, even inviting performers to put on a show. Master and Lady Zheng had a harmonious relationship, resulting in a relatively small harem. Aside from Lady Zheng, there were 2 concubines, each with an illegitimate son. As the only daughter in the entire household, it was no wonder that Zheng Jinyu was doted on by everyone. Nanny Zhang, you've worked hard these past days. Please allow me to raise a glass in your honor. Nanny Zhang promptly took the cup and said, Madam Zheng, you're too kind. You're the mistress while I'm just a servant. It wouldn't do for you to pour wine for me personally. Madam Zheng smiled and replied, it's my pleasure. You've been working tirelessly to take care of our Jinyu these days. Although Nanny Zhang was a servant, she was no ordinary one. In the world of noble ladies, it was an honor to have been tutored by her. Unfortunately, she accompanied the imperial princess in her marriage, so securing her services required the princess's approval, something that was not easily obtained by the general public. Many thanks to Madame Zheng then. As they exchanged cups, the conversation turned to more serious matters. Madame Zheng inquired, what is Nanny Zhang's opinion of my daughter Jinyu? Setting down her wine cup, Nanny Zhang gave an honest assessment. Miss Zhang is clever and diligent, with a strong thirst for knowledge. With proper cultivation and time, she will surely become an exceptional lady of noble upbringing. Opposite Zhang Jinyu, Zhang Jinxiu looked up in astonishment. Zhang Jinyu ate daintily, occasionally lifting her gaze to study her. Ever since she entered, Zhang Jinyu had discerned that she was here for the spectacle. Alas, there would be no spectacle to witness. Instead, she might just get a taste of her own medicine. Mrs. Wang's heart swelled with joy as she asked with a smile, so, Nanny Zhang, you hold our Jinyu in high esteem? Nanny Zhang nodded, she has met the first-class standard. With a clatter, Zhang Jinxiu's chopsticks dropped to the floor. All eyes turned toward her. Calmly, a maid behind her retrieved a fresh pair of chopsticks, which she accepted with equal poise, as if dropping her utensils was merely an ordinary mishap. Madame Zheng averted her gaze and resumed her conversation with Nanny Zhang, dismissing Jinxiu's mishap as a simple accident caused by carelessness. Only Zhang Jinyu knew that Jinxiu's dropped chopsticks were a result of the emotional turmoil she was experiencing. The anticipated scene of the village girl embarrassing herself had not unfolded. Instead, Nanny Zhang's high appraisal of her had left Jinxiu disappointed. Having been raised in the countryside, Jinyu lacks the refinements of the court. Yet, for you to speak so highly of her, it must be due to your excellent teachings, she said. Not all country girls are devoid of merit. They often possess a stronger resilience and endurance compared to those pampered ladies in grand manners, replied Lady Zhang, elated. The fact that her daughter had once lived as a village girl had somehow become an advantage in Nanny Zhang's eyes. After bidding Nanny Zhang farewell, Lady Zhang returned to pull Zhang Jinyu aside. Jinyu, you've suffered over these years. Rest assured, Mother will make it up to you, she promised. Zhang Jinyu responded obediently. Nanny Zhang said that hardships are but life's trials, blessings in disguise. Compared to the trials our elder brother faced on the battlefield, my struggles pale in comparison. These words struck a chord with Lady Zhang. My child, you really know how to speak. Yes, you truly live up to being my daughter. Zhang Jinxiu watched helplessly as the lady who once doted on her focused all her attention on her biological daughter. The phrase truly living up to being my daughter pricked Zhang Jinxiu's heart like needles, causing immense pain. As they walked ahead, she was left trailing behind like a mere maid, filling Zhang Jinxiu with great discomfort. With a meager dinner, Zhang Jinxiu returned to her quarters, lost in thought and dispirited. Nanny, I feel like Mother has already been stolen away by that country bumpkin. Nonsense, Madam has always doted on you, Nanny Zhang reassured. With a sob in her voice, Zhang Jinxiu argued. How can that be? Didn't you say she's just a rustic nobody who could never impress Nanny Zhang? Then why did Nanny Zhang give her such high praise? The mention of this matter vexed Lady Zhou as well. She replied, who knew that country lass had such resilience? Her rough exterior actually won Nanny Zhang's favor. Fuming with anger, Zhang Jinxiu said, I've tried it before too, learning to walk with a plate balanced on my head. Hours upon hours of practice, standing still for what felt like eternity. Among the refined ladies confined within these walls, none have endured as much as she has. Milady, you understand the logic, don't you? She's not inherently better than you. She just has better fortune and a thicker skin, allowing her to endure more hardships. Hearing Zhou's words, she felt somewhat relieved. But now Mother has started to view her differently. What should I do? Zhou replied. A country girl is accustomed to hardship, which Our Lady cannot compete with. There's no need for us to vie with her in endurance. Then what should we compete in? There are countless things she can't do. I've investigated, she's never set foot in a school and can't even read a single character. She hasn't even touched a musical instrument or a calligraphy brush. You could surpass her with any skill you choose. A cunning smile spread across Madame Zhou's face. When Lady finds out how foolish she is, do you think she'll still favor her? And what if the people from the Xingyang Zheng family were to learn of this? The legitimate daughter of the Zhang family can't even write her own name. She'd be the laughingstock of society. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinxiu couldn't help but smile. Though inwardly delighted, she still said to Madame Zhou, let's not go too far. After all, she does address me as her elder sister. Miss, you're just too kind. Even though she calls you sister, she's not your blood relative. Your true siblings are those beloved gentlemen who care for you. Chapter 9, This Country Bumpkin Competes with Me for Everything. Chapter 9, This Country Bumpkin Competes with Me for Everything. After her conversation with wet nurse Zhou the previous night, Zhang Jinxiu was no longer as annoyed when she saw Lady Zhang doting on Zhang Jinyu with concern. The higher one climbs, the harder one falls. Let her bask in her glory for a few days. Master, Nanny Zhang says that with time, our Jinyu will surely grow into a well-educated and refined young lady. Master Zhang stroked his beard and chuckled. After all, she's our child. Even if she was living amongst the common folk, she'd still surpass ordinary people. That's right. Now the Zheng couple had high hopes for Zhang Jinyu. Their praises for her were incessant. Looking at their ecstatic expressions, Zheng Jinyu couldn't help but chuckle. How far had they come? They were already this delighted just because she could balance a few plates. When news breaks that Zheng Jinyu is an illiterate good-for-nothing, let's see if they can still laugh. Zheng Jinyu scurries after them, her voice sugary sweet. Father, mother, in just a few days, second brother and third brother will be returning. They'll surely be delighted to see their sister. Madame Zhang looks at her with tenderness and smiles. Indeed, when they come back and see Jinyu, they'll be overjoyed. Master Jing suggests to Madame Zhang we should send them a letter later, asking them not to return empty-handed. They can't just show up and expect to acknowledge a sister. Wishful thinking. Madame Zhang giggles. Yes, yes, you always think of everything, my lord. Lady Zhang smiled faintly, choosing not to comment. She was relieved that she had visited second brother and third brother a few days prior. If she hadn't, they might genuinely have started looking forward to meeting this younger sister after receiving their parents' letter. Given how they had seen her on that day when their parents sent them another message, it would only confirm in their minds that their parents were indeed favoring one child over the others. It would only make them despise Zheng Jinyu even more. After dismissing the messenger, Lady Zhang instructed someone to invite Zheng Jinyu from the Yushin courtyard. Daughter pays her respects to mother. A gentle smile spread across Lady Zhang's face as she waved her over. Come here, my dear, sit by your mother. Zheng Jinyu approached her mother gracefully and sat down beside her. Lady Zhang scrutinized her daughter with great care, finding her more pleasing to the eye with each passing moment. She was indeed her flesh and blood. In just over half a month since she returned home, Jinyu's complexion had become much rosier. Confident that with proper care she would surely not be inferior to the well-bred young ladies who had grown up in the capital city. You've been back for so many days now, mostly learning manners with Nanny Zhang. Mother hasn't even had the chance to have a proper conversation with you. Zheng Jinyu listened quietly, allowing Lady Zhang to continue speaking. Besides your eldest brother, you have two more brothers who were also born from me. Your second and third brothers are twins, and twins tend to be weaker at birth, so they couldn't become generals. Your father arranged for them to pursue scholarly studies. They're currently studying at a scholarly institution and will return in about 10 days. Then you'll get to meet them. Zheng Jinyu's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful, mother. Will second brother and third brother like me as much as eldest brother does? Of course, you are their little sister after all. Will they be easier to get along with an elder brother? Zheng Jinyu asked, filled with both delight and apprehension. Lady Zhang wore a loving smile. Definitely more amiable than your elder brother. He spends all his time in the military camp with a stern, unsmiling face, and he's strict with people. If you think he's approachable, then your second and third brothers will be even better. Should I do anything special? Recalling how well her two younger sons treated Jinxiu, Lady Zhang assured her confidently. No need at all. You don't have to do anything. They'll like you just for being there. Zheng Jinyu displayed an eager demeanor. That would be wonderful, mother. I can't wait to meet my brother soon. Upon her return from Lady Zhang, the maid Chame hurriedly approached her. Second miss, how did it go with Lady Zhang? Zheng Jinyu gave her a casual glance. Lady called me over to foster a mother-daughter bond. Are you also inquiring about that? Chame promptly replied, I dare not. I only worried that second miss might be at a disadvantage. Zheng Jinyu tossed her a valuable golden hairpin. Keep it safe. It's from Lady. Chame felt reassured by the sight of the extravagant hairpin. Apparently, Lady treated second miss quite well. Of course, she was her biological daughter after all. Chunmei realized she had made the right choice in supporting her. She carefully put away the hairpin and continued. Today, eldest miss spent the whole day with Madame Senior. Second miss, you should also visit Madame Senior's courtyard frequently. Although Lady oversees the household affairs, Madame Senior still holds the highest status in the residence. Zheng Jinyu softly acknowledged, understanding that the maid was reminding her and expressing her loyalty. However, she was ultimately someone chosen by Zheng Jinxiu, and this irked Zheng Jinyu. Chunmei continued. As for second young master and third young master, I've learned that Miss has gifted them with smoked pine ink. May I ask your thoughts on what you should present to them? Nothing at all. But wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? Zheng Jinyu spoke coolly. You don't need to say more. I have my own judgment. Indeed. Chunmei acknowledged softly and withdrew. Zheng Jinyu was well aware. Her two elder brothers had already been influenced by Zheng Jinxiu's manipulations. Whatever she did now would undoubtedly earn their dislike. Thus, she took the initiative to ingratiate herself with Lady Zheng. Lady Zheng assured her that they would surely take a liking to her and even claimed that they were more amiable than their eldest brother. Yet, the moment they returned, they would seek trouble with her. That would be a slap in Lady Zheng's face. But why would these two brothers, whom she had never met before, harbor resentment towards her for no apparent reason? She was an innocent, clueless soul who had never wronged them. At this thought, Zheng Jinyu found herself unexpectedly looking forward to it. 3 days after Nanny Zhang's etiquette lessons concluded, Lady Zheng summoned Zheng Jinyu once more. Seated below her was a middle-aged woman. The lady was dressed simply and elegantly, with her hair neatly coiled up without any flashy hair ornaments or excessive jewelry. About her lingers a subtle aroma of ink, almost imperceptible. If Zhang Jinyu's assumption was correct, this lady was the female tutor who had taught Zhang Jinxiu. From this day forth she would also become her disciple. As Zhang Jinxiu's mentor, she would naturally favor Zhang Jinxiu. The original host was despised by the entire family, and this woman played a significant role in that. Jinyu, quickly come over and pay respects to Miss Ji. Zhang Jinyu stepped forward and gracefully curtsied. Jinyu has come to pay her respects to Master Ji. In the presence of Madame Zhang, this Master Ji treated Jinyu with warmth, extending his hand to help her up. Miss Zhang, there's no need for such formality. Please rise quickly. Madame Zhang chuckled and said, Master Ji, from this moment on, Jinyu is also your disciple. It's only right for her to show respect. She then called a servant over and invited Jishu to take the seat of honor. Addressing Jinyu, she continued, Jinyu, come quickly and serve Master Ji some tea. Yes, mother. Taking the tea from the maid, Zhang Jinyu respectfully presented it to Jishu. Master, please have some tea. Both Lady Zhang and Jishu were taken aback. Lady Zhang laughed in delight. Mr. Ji, isn't this child quite commendable? Jishu's stern expression softened as she took the tea with a smile. Well done, you're a good child. She sipped the tea and said, by drinking the tea you've offered, I am now your master. You may rise. At that moment, Zhang Jinxiu rushed in and caught sight of Jishu helping Zhang Jinyu to her feet. There were teacups on the side table, indicating that the apprenticeship ceremony had already taken place. Zhang Jinxiu felt uneasy inside, but she didn't show it. Instead, she said cheerfully, Master, does that mean you're also my sister's master now? Jishu held a particular fondness for Zhang Jinxiu. Upon seeing her enter, the smile on his face lost its polite detachment, revealing genuine affection from the bottom of his heart. Jinxiu, come here. Yes, master. Zhang Jinyu and Zhang Jinxiu stood on either side of Jishu. She entwined their hands together and said with a smile, starting from today, I will teach both of you. None was more delighted than Lady Zhang. To her, one daughter had effectively become two. Seeing them getting along amicably, she could not help but wear a wide grin from ear to ear. She promptly instructed her servants to add another desk in the women's academy at home. That room, which was initially Jinxiu's personal study, would now be shared by two. Though she wore a pleased expression and spoke of having a companion, of being a fellow student, she seethed with anger inside. Why should she have to share what was rightfully hers with this wild country girl? Parents, elder brother, the title of Miss Zhang. This odious country lass, she wants to compete with me for everything. Chapter 10, Frustration, my master almost stolen by a country bumpkin. Chapter 10. Frustration, my master almost stolen by a country bumpkin. Once Lady Zhang had left, Zhang Jinxiu promptly said to Jishu, Master, my younger sister has never been to school, she can't write. Jishu was taken aback for a moment before responding, Lady Zhang has already informed me of her situation. It's no problem. We'll start with the basics. Approaching Zhang Jinyu, Jishu began by teaching her how to hold a writing brush properly. For the rest of the day, she devoted most of her time to tutoring Zhang Jinyu. In truth, Zhang Jinyu was skilled in calligraphy. Not only could she write, but due to her grandfather being a renowned calligrapher of the era, her skills were exceptional. She had won numerous awards since childhood, though not quite on par with the great calligraphers of the world. She surpassed ladies like Zhang Jinxiu who were merely trained in the art for leisure. She was simply pretending not to know, to avoid arousing suspicion about her true identity. Looking at the still somewhat uneven characters Zhang Jinyu, Jishu spoke to her with a gentle expression. Second miss, you possess remarkable talent. With more dedication, there will come a day when you surpass others. Zhang Jinyu was taken aback. In the original story, Jishu hadn't spared the original protagonist from humiliation. She was Zhang Jinxiu's chief accomplice, even more so than her wet nurse. What was going on? Could it be that she actually praised herself? Perhaps. In the original story, Jishu's dislike for the original protagonist was indeed due to her stupidity or because the original protagonist had been manipulated, making her personality unappealing. Furthermore, under the pressure of Madame Zheng, she had to teach this slow-witted disciple even though she didn't like her, which caused her distress. If that was the case, Zhang Jinyu temporarily included Jishu as a target in her plans. When Zhang Jinxiu heard Jishu's evaluation of Zhang Jinyu, she felt indignant on her behalf. She glanced at the characters on the desk and scoffed softly. She thought to herself, is this scribble considered good? Perhaps my master has gone blind. Though mocking in her heart, she kept a composed expression and said, wow, you can even write such intricate characters, sister. You're so talented. Zhang Jinyu. Your pretense is so obvious, it's awkward to watch. After class, Zhang Jinyu and Zhang Jinxiu each returned to their respective courtyards, while Jishu took both of their assignments to present them to Lady Zhang. She was a competent matriarch, and if not for the unexpected mix-up with the children, she would have been an excellent mother as well. She personally oversaw her daughter's daily studies. Madam, here is Miss Jinxio's calligraphy practice from today. Mrs. Zheng held the scroll, her face beaming with pride. Jinxio's handwriting has improved even more. Among young ladies of her age, few can rival her. Yes, Miss Jinxio is naturally talented. And Miss Tu is not to be outdone, as you can see. Upon seeing the characters Zheng Jinyu, Lady Zheng's lips curled into a smile. Oh, she knows how to write her own name now. Yes, second Miss hasn't had any formal education before. For her to be able to write like this after only 3 tries is quite remarkable. After Jishu left, Zhang Jinxiu came to visit Lady Zhang and happened to catch her admiring Zhang Jinyu's handwriting. A frosty glint flashed through Zhang Jinxiu's eyes, but she carefully concealed her jealousy. Smiling at Lady Zhang, she said, Mother, it's sister's first time writing her name. Can you give it to me? Give it to you? Lady Zhang was taken aback. Lady Zhang smiled warmly and said, Yes, this is the first time your sister has written her name. I think it's best to keep it well. She affectionately stroked Zhang Jinxiu's head and continued, Very well. I'll give it to you for safekeeping. Thank you, Mother. As Zhang Jinxiu left Lady Zheng's courtyard, she wiped away her smile and clenched her fists tightly. Well played, Zheng Jinyu, you dare to compete with me for things. She sneered as she examined the scribbled character resembling a chicken scratch. Humph, I'll make you regret this. Zhang Jinyu had been studying under the female tutor Jishu for a few days. Her rapid progress astonished Jishu to the point of considering her a prodigy. One day, as she submitted both of their assignments to Madame Zhang, Jishu said excitedly, I've taught over 30 young ladies in my lifetime, but second Miss is the most intelligent one I've ever encountered. In just a short few days, she has already memorized the 3-character classic. Really? She's memorized it now. Yes, indeed. If you look at her calligraphy now, isn't it much better than a few days ago? The mere mention of her own name, Zhang Jinyu, with its intricate strokes, was written with such meticulousness that it brought an ecstatic smile to Lady Zheng's face. Lady Zhang humbly replied, It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Second Miss is intelligent, diligent, and willing to endure hardships. Madam, I have a suggestion. Mr. Ji, please share your thoughts. Jishu recalled the instances when Zhang Jinxiu would often interrupt while he was teaching Zhang Jinyu. She suggested, I advise you to engage another tutor for Miss Second, or perhaps a different one for Miss First. Ah. Madame Zhang's expression changed. Why? Was Jinyu not doing well? No, Miss Second is excellent. It's just that she started her education rather late, so her studies differ from Miss First's. I have to prepare 2 separate lessons each day and attend to Miss First while neglecting Miss Second. Miss Second is already 14. There isn't much time left for her to remain at home, yet there is so much for her to learn. If she were of average talent, it might be acceptable, but Miss Second possesses exceptional aptitude. We cannot afford to delay her education. Madame Zhang immediately grasped Mr. Ji's intentions and nodded seriously. Initially, I didn't have high hopes for Jinyu, given that she has never received any formal education. I thought she could simply sit and listen alongside Jinxiu. Since Mr. Ji holds such a high opinion of her, I indeed cannot afford to hinder her progress. Might Mr. Ji have a suitable candidate in mind? My cousin, Jining, also studied at home with me back then. What do you think, madam? Very well. I would be grateful if Mr. Jining could introduce her to us. Shall I bring her over for you to meet her tomorrow? Excellent. With the intention of engaging a new female tutor for Zhang Jinyu, Lady Zhang gathered the 2 children to discuss the matter. Madame Zhang said, Jinyu, Mr. Ji has suggested that your mother should find you a new tutor. What do you think about that? Beside her, Zhang Jinxiu appeared to be worried, but inwardly she was overjoyed. A new tutor? Mother, why would you want to change sister's tutor? Did sister offend him in some way? No, he is quite pleased with your sister. He simply believes that teaching both of you simultaneously might stretch his capabilities too thin, and he worries it might hinder your progress. Zhang Jinxiu chuckled inwardly, thinking that her relentless questioning of Mr. Ji these past few days had indeed made an impact. Zhang Jinyu furrowed her brow, remaining silent. She wasn't foolish, she could tell that Zhang Jinxiu had been acting deliberately these past few days. Strangely though, the people around Zhang Jinxiu seemed oblivious to her pretense. They perceived her as lively and energetic, even finding her adorable. It was as if she was blessed with the protagonist's halo of universal adoration, a damn annoying trope. Madame Zhang, having partially shifted her attention to Zhang Jinyu, noticed her daughter's downcast demeanor, and assumed she was unhappy about the change in tutor. She asked, Jinyu, do you not wish to have a new tutor? I haven't. It's all up to mother's decision, she replied, wearing an appearance of having been wronged. Madame Zhang commented, actually, Mr. Ji didn't insist on you changing. He only mentioned that he's unable to manage everything alone. Either you could change or Jinxiu could. Zhang Jinxiu's smile froze. Does Mr. Ji also agree if I switch? Zheng Jinyu quickly said. Mother, I've been following my master since I was 6 years old. She also wore a pitiful expression, with tears hanging in her large eyes as if they would fall at the next moment. Chapter 11. Why have you come back? Chapter 11. Why have you come back? Lady Zheng was startled and quickly pulled her daughter closer, tenderly wiping her face with a handkerchief. Yes, you've been with Mr. Ji since you were 6. That's precisely why your mother decided to have Jinyu switch places with you. Jinyu has only been studying with Mr. Ji for a few days. Changing teachers now won't affect her progress. Jinyu, the new teacher, is Mr. Ji's cousin, and both of them studied under their family scholarly tradition. What do you think about that? With such an explanation, it would be improper for her to insist further. She had originally thought that staying with the same female tutor would allow Jishu to witness the gap between her and Zheng Jinyu, giving her a good dose of humiliation. Well then, if that's the arrangement, it's for the best. Jinyu will study diligently with Jishu's cousin and wait for the day she can astonish everyone. Very well, I'll listen to mother. Don't cry, sister. I won't snatch your tutor from you. How matured and understanding she was, which tugged at Madame Zheng's heartstrings. Jinyu, you're so sensible. You've been wronged. Come here to mother. Madame Zheng embraced her 2 daughters on either side, her smile stretching wide with joy. Thinking of her young daughter's gracious gesture in allowing the tutor to teach her sibling, she felt that Jinyu had been wronged. She removed the bracelet from her wrist and slipped it onto Zheng Jinyu's hand. Here. This is your mother's compensation. Zheng Jinyu replied gently, Thank you, mother. Zheng Jinyu was left speechless, seething with anger. Despite having secured the tutor for herself, she was far from pleased. Exiting Madame Zheng's courtyard, she waited until they were alone before abruptly halting, blocking Zheng Jinyu's path. Fixing her gaze on the white jade bracelet adorning her wrist, its brilliance seemed to sting her eyes. Why? Why was it given to her? Mother had once said that as the only daughter in the Zheng household, all of mother's precious belongings would eventually be hers. This bracelet should have been hers, yet now it adorned this country bumpkin's wrist. How utterly ironic. Why did she have to come back? It would have been so much better if she hadn't returned. Big sister, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Zheng Jinyu blinked her innocent eyes at Zheng Jinyu. Zheng Jinyu huffed. Still pretending, are you? Zheng Jinyu chuckled inwardly. It seemed she couldn't keep up the act for much longer. How could this do? One couldn't put on a solo performance in a play, could they? You had to participate as well, especially since you were the one who initiated this drama. What are you talking about, sister? I don't understand, Jinyu said, feigning ignorance. Zheng Jinyu gritted her teeth in anger. You don't understand? Yes, if you have something to say, just speak directly, sister, Zheng Jinyu whispered. Zheng Jinyu replied, What do you mean by saying you didn't snatch my tutor away? Zheng Jinyu blinked her eyes. Isn't that the case? I saw how much you liked Master, and when I heard that we were getting a new one, I was so upset that I cried. That's why I offered Master to you. You're talking nonsense. Master Ji has always been my teacher since I was 6 years old, solely mine, not given to me by you. Oh, I see. Then I wasn't mistaken after all. If I didn't offer willingly, both my master and mother would have been put in a difficult position. I care for them and wouldn't wish for them to be troubled. Zheng Jinyu. Seeing someone approaching in the distance, Zheng Jinyu added with a subtle smile, I also care for sister, and wouldn't wish to see you in tears. She recognized the passing figure as the senior maid from Lady Elder's quarters. She must have overheard their conversation. After casting a swift glance at them, the maid hurried away on the other side. Zheng Jinyu was at a loss when it came to her sister, realizing that provoking her was futile. She held back her anger for the moment and issued a stern warning. It's best you think that way. Remember this, not only is our master mine, but our parents, brothers, and grandmother are also mine. You're not allowed to compete with me for them, do you hear me? Zheng Jinyu curved her lips into a smile, drawing near to her sister and whispering in her ear, I'm afraid that won't do. Zheng Jinyu's expression changed dramatically. What did you say? Zheng Jinyu chuckled. Our Master Ji can be yours since you've been with her since you were 6. But our parents, grandmother, and brother are mine. It's my blood that runs through the veins of the Zheng family. They were my kin first and only then did they become yours. Do you understand? With that, she ignored Zheng Jinyu's shock and fury, strolling away leisurely. Zheng Jinyu stood frozen in place for a long while before she left with a pale face. Upon returning to her residence, the Jinyu residence, she threw a plate in anger. Her nurse, Lady Zhou, quickly dismissed the servants and approached to console her. What's wrong with you, my lady? Zheng Jinyu replied, that little vixen, Zheng Jinyu, is too good at pretending. She's wicked through and through. Yes, she's wicked. What did she do? Zheng Jinyu recounted the events of the day, ending with a terrified expression. She did it on purpose, didn't she? Today it was Teacher Ji, but who will it be tomorrow? She'll snatch away everyone around me, won't she? Madame Zhou furrowed her brows deeply. After a moment, she said, "It seems it's true. I really underestimated her. I thought she was just a naive country bumpkin with no schemes, but I never expected this little vixen to have so many tricks up her sleeve. How dare she try to take what belongs to Miss Jinxiu?" Zhang Jinxiu held her hand tightly. "Nanny, you have to help me. You're different from them. You're my nanny alone." Mrs. Zhou nodded, smiling warmly. "Of course. No matter what, I am Lady Eldest wet nurse and belong solely to her." Regardless of who Lady Eldest was, she had been nurtured by Mrs. Zhou's milk, and in the future, she would remain by Lady Eldest's side. When Lady Eldest married, Mrs. Zhou would accompany her as a governess. Her son's future depended on Lady Eldest, thus it was natural for her to plan accordingly. If Lady Eldest fell from grace, second Miss wouldn't consider her as a wet nurse. Mrs. Zhou was well aware of these dynamics. "Miss, we missed our chance to act when she returned home. We must carefully strategize if we're to deal with her." "Very well, nurse, think of a plan quickly." The following day, after Lady Zheng met Miss Jining, Jishu's cousin, she immediately decided to hire Jining as Zheng Jinyu's tutor. Motivated by her curiosity about the astute second Miss Zheng, whom her elder cousin had spoken highly of, Jining agreed to teach at the Zheng residence. Yet, Zheng Jinyu did not have her own study. Even her courtyard had been hastily arranged, without a decent study room to be found. Therefore, Lady Zheng arranged for her to study in the study of her eldest brother, who was away at war. She personally led the way to her youngest daughter's courtyard, planning to set up a suitable study room for her. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Lady Zheng wore a look of astonishment, thinking she had wandered into the wrong place. She quickly retreated. Upon seeing the plaque on the courtyard gate, she confirmed that she hadn't made a mistake. "How can Jinyu live in such a courtyard?" Housekeeper Zheng looked utterly confused. "Madam, this is the courtyard you pointed out." She recalled now that it was indeed her choice. Back then, due to the lack of time, she had instructed to quickly prepare any available courtyard, with the promise to change it later if she was not satisfied. In the bustle, she had completely forgotten about it. Gazing at the weed-free, barren courtyard, Madame Zhang's heart ached with regret, feeling that she had failed as a mother, neglecting her youngest daughter. "I want you to find 2 skilled gardeners to revamp this place properly." "As you wish, madam." "Wait." Noticing the cramped space, Madame Zhang added, "Ignore this for now. It's so small, outsiders might mistake Jinyu for a concubine's daughter." Housekeeper Zheng inquired, "Does Madame intend to relocate Miss Second to another courtyard?" "Yes," Madame Zheng pondered before suggesting. "Let's change it to Bamboo Elegance Pavilion." "Ah," the steward exclaimed, "Madam, isn't the Bamboo Elegance Pavilion meant to be inherited by third master in the future?" Chapter 12, A Daughter So Excellent It's Intimidating. Chapter 12, A Daughter So Excellent It's Intimidating. The second and third young masters were twins, raised together and sharing meals. However, when they married, they would each have their own courtyards. Thus, the well-appointed Bamboo Elegance Pavilion was intended for the third young master's marriage in the future. To everyone's surprise, Madame Zheng said, "They're only 16. In our Zheng family, our sons don't marry until they reach the age of 20. That's still 4 years away. By then, both Jinxiu and Jinyu will be married, so why would we lack a residence for him?" "Well, that's true. I'll take care of the arrangements then." "Madam, do remember to explain this properly to third young master so he won't feel upset." Madame Zheng chuckled. "Rest assured, my sons dote on their younger sister immensely. They would willingly give her anything. A courtyard is but a small matter. If it means Jinxiu will be comfortable, he'll be overjoyed." Madame Zheng's unwavering confidence stemmed from her belief that her sons were obsessed with spoiling their sister and would never begrudge her anything. She had witnessed firsthand how much they adored Jinxiu. Upon finishing her lessons today, Zhang Jinyu overheard her maid, Chumei, excitedly mentioning that lady was planning to move them to the Bamboo Elegance Pavilion. With animated brows, Chumei declared that courtyard is hardly any less grand than Miss Jinxiu's residence and far better than our current home in the Yuxing courtyard. "Miss Lady dotes on you." Xiaoju, however, seemed worried. But that courtyard was meant for third young master's marriage. If second miss were to occupy it, I wonder if third young master might take offense. Initially disinclined to move, Zhang Jinyu immediately suppressed the thought of refusal when she learned that the courtyard belonged to Zhang Hongxiu. An idea had formed in her mind, and she decided to wait for her 2 elder brothers to return before making any decisions. If the 2 of them were to unjustly despise her, she would not hold back and would certainly seize the Bamboo Elegance Pavilion. But if second brother and third brother turned out to be decent people, she wouldn't want to snatch away the courtyard they were planning to use for their weddings. The next day, Lady Zheng brought up the matter to her. Before Zhang Jinyu could speak, Zhang Jinxiu, who was beside her, exclaimed in surprise, "Mother, isn't that pavilion reserved for third brother's future marriage? What will happen to third brother if sister moves in there?" Both Lady Zheng and Zhang Jinyu turned to look at her. Lady Zheng acknowledged her daughter's excessive reaction and promptly clarified, "What I meant was, I've previously heard third brother discussing how to renovate that courtyard to please his future third sister-in-law. He must hold it in high regard. Lady Zheng replied. Your future third sister-in-law is still a mere concept. We don't even know which family's maiden she'll be. How could we know her preferences? We'll discuss your third brother's marriage when the time comes for you girls to wed. Only after a lady has been chosen should we inquire about her likings. Zhang Jinyu felt awkward and forced a smile. That does make sense. I believe third brother will understand. Lady Zhang turned her attention to Zheng Jinyu. That courtyard has always been maintained and renovated annually. If you wish, you can move there today. Zheng Jinyu replied, Mother, I think I'll wait for now. It's ultimately a courtyard prepared for third brother. I'll move only after he returns and gives his consent. Well, they'll be back in a few days anyway. Madame Zhang was taken aback for a moment before her smile widened. Very well, Jinyu, you've thought of everything. Don't worry, your third brother will definitely agree. The Ji family ran a scholarly academy, with a long tradition of education. Half of the nobles in the capital sent their children to study at the Ji family school, and half of the well-born young ladies hired female tutors from the Ji family to educate their daughters. However, their teaching methods were different from those of 1,000 years later. Classes usually took place 3 to 5 days within a 10-day period, with the schedule varying. After a day of lessons, Jining would always allocate ample time for Zheng Jinyu to absorb what she had taught, based on the student's actual progress. Teaching Zheng Jinyu was a different matter. Given how quickly she learned, Jining's daily teachings were fully digested by Zheng Jinyu on the same day. As a result, Jining visited her consecutively for 5 days. On the 6th day, it was Jining who requested a 2-day break. Of course, this was agreed upon between her and Zheng Jinyu, 5 days of lessons followed by 2 days of rest. After the 5th day, Jining needed to report to Lady Zheng about the lessons. Zheng Jinyu took the opportunity to have a private conversation with her. Master, would you please not tell my mother that I have memorized most of the Book of Songs in Chu Ci? Jining appeared puzzled. Why not? Wouldn't it be wonderful for your mother to know how gifted you are? Zheng Jinyu replied, I'm not against her knowing, but I'm worried she might boast about it. I haven't been back for long and I don't wish to gain fame too soon. If I were to fail in the future, people would be disappointed in me. Jining smiled. I understand your concern now. At your young age, you think quite thoroughly, while I didn't consider that. All right, I'll speak to your mother wisely. Thank you, Master. Madam has invested in me to instruct you, and I shall honestly relay your situation and concerns to her, Zheng Jinyu said tactfully, intentionally leaving room for this response. In the original story, Lady Zheng favored Zheng Jinyu not only because of the protagonist's halo that made her the darling of the family, but also due to her own exceptional qualities. Thus, in Lady Zheng's eyes, she needed to surpass Zheng Jinyu in order to gain her special attention. However, Zheng Jinyu was not keen on achieving fame too soon, it would spoil the fun. Very well, I'll follow Master's advice. Jining went to Madame Zheng to present Zheng Jinyu's studies. With each remark, she managed to delight Madame Zheng thoroughly. Again and again, Madame Zheng exclaimed how it was no wonder she was her own flesh and blood, with a sharp mind akin to her own. Fortunately, Zheng Jinyu wasn't present, or else she would have felt sorrow for the original owner once more. Jining smiled and said, Second Mrs. Intelligence and wit are truly rare in one's lifetime. Her ability to retain information after a single glance seems to be a trait only found in the legendary scholarly sages. Madame Zheng exclaimed eagerly, Really? Then won't my daughter become renowned and leave a lasting legacy? Upon hearing this, Jining's expression shifted once more, and she let out a soft sigh. Madame Zheng was taken aback. Mr. Little Ji, what's the matter? Madam, if Jinyu were a son, she would undoubtedly become a great scholar remembered throughout the ages. But alas, she is a woman. In this world, it is not acceptable for women to surpass men. Madame Zheng's face froze. What should we do then? Mrs. Zheng repeatedly agreed and hastily thanked Jining. Despite her promise to keep it secret, she couldn't resist sharing the news with Master Zheng that very night. Master Zheng was utterly astonished. Is that true? Yes, our daughter is so exceptional that I'm afraid to even mention it. What should we do in this situation? Mr. Little Ji has already given you instructions, hasn't he? Keep your tongue in check and don't brag about it like you did with Jinxiu. All right, I understand. Madame Zheng felt deeply content. Though her husband had 2 concubines, he only occasionally favored them in his youth. As he grew older, he seldom visited their chambers, preferring to stay in their shared quarters with his wife. The 2 concubines were also quite submissive. One was a servant girl from her own family who had been given to her as a companion when she married. The other was a selection prepared by her mother-in-law. All of them were honest individuals. With harmonious relations between husband and wife, a submissive concubine, and a cordial relationship with her mother-in-law, the noble ladies of Beijing could not help but envy her. Now that her own daughter has returned, and is so outstanding, she truly has no further desires in life. Chapter 13 Third Brother Returns, mentioning Fang Jinyu? Chapter 13 Third Brother Returns, mentioning Fang Jinyu? Zheng Jinyu woke up early that morning and asked her servants to help her with a meticulous grooming session, making herself look lovely and charming. Dressed in a dress as delicate as a peach blossom, with a playful double chignon adorned with golden hoops on either side of her hair, and a necklace with tinkling pendants around her neck, she jingled with each step she took. At 14, she was a delightful blend of innocence and charm. After she was done, she twirled around and asked her wet nurse, Madame Zhou, "Nanny, do you think I look nice?" Madame Zhou looked at her affectionately. "Beautiful, miss, you're the loveliest young lady I've ever seen." Xia He, the maid beside her who was aware of her preferences, chimed in with a compliment while subtly putting down Zheng Jinyu. "Miss, your lips are rosy, your teeth are white, and your face resembles a blooming peach blossom. You're much more attractive than Second Mississippi." These words pleased Zheng Jinyu, who threw a small silver coin to the maid. "Here, take this as a reward." "Thank you, Mississippi." Another maid, Xiaolian, observing the situation, hastily added, "Second Mrs. complexion is sallow and she's so thin. If not for knowing she's from the Zheng family, one might mistake her for a village girl from the countryside. Oh, I almost forgot that she originally is from a village." These words delighted Zheng Jinyu even more, and she tossed a small piece of silver to the maid. "You have a sweet tongue. Here's a reward for you." "Thank you, Lady Eldest Mississippi." Lady Zhou chuckled and said, "Enough with your banter, you two. Miss, Young Master Second and Young Master Third should be arriving soon. Let's go out." "Indeed, I'm going to meet them outside the city." Lady Zhou instructed, "Xiaolian, hurry and have the carriage prepared." "Yes, madam." "Xiaohe, attend to Mrs. belongings that she'll need to bring." "Yes, Mississippi." By the time Zheng Jinyu joined Lady Zheng in the dining hall for their meal, she learned that Zheng Jinyu had already left the residence. Zheng Jinyu's face was filled with astonishment. But Lady Zheng took it in stride, smiling at her daughter. Since childhood, Jinyu has always been fond of tagging along with your second brother and third brother. Whenever they return home, she insists on going to the city gates to greet them. Zheng Jinyu appeared uneasy. "Mother, should I go too?" Lady Zhang chuckled. "No need, my dear. Just wait here." "Would second brother and third brother be upset that I didn't go to greet them?" Madame Zhang, sensing her youngest daughter's anxiety, reassured her. "Don't worry, they won't. And you don't need to be so nervous. They adore their younger sister, so they'll surely take a liking to you." Observing Madame Zhang's joyous expression, Zheng Jinyu inwardly prayed that things wouldn't turn out otherwise, though the chances of that were slim. "After we finish our meal, go and pay your respects to your grandmother. She usually doesn't come out, but she will make an appearance for your second brother and third brother's return." "All right." Madame Zhang in her old age usually spent her time worshipping Buddha in her courtyard. It was a common practice among elderly widowed aristocratic women to establish a Buddhist altar in their own quarters, much like the popularity of square dancing in a millennium to come. Madame Zhang believed that Buddha appreciated tranquility, thus she did not insist on daily visits from her family members. She seldom ventured out except on significant occasions within the family. These included times when Zheng Jinyu returned home, or when the second and third young masters of the Zhang household paid a visit. "Grandmother, let Jinyu assist you outside." Indeed, the elder Lady Zhang acknowledged softly, allowing Zheng Jinyu to support her. Though her younger granddaughter was not as endearing and lovable as her elder one, she displayed a greater sense of maturity. They had not spent much time together, so her affection for Zheng Jinyu was not as deep as for her elder granddaughter. Still, she did not dislike her. Halfway through their walk, the elder Lady Zhang suddenly said, "You seem much more composed now than the last time. When you first returned, you were rather timid." Zheng Jinyu chuckled. "Back then, I was unsure if grandmother and my parents would like me, so naturally, I was cautious with my words and actions." Madame Zhang was startled. "You're indeed clever. Jinxiu wouldn't be a match for you." Zheng Jinyu's smile froze. She suddenly recalled the argument she had with Zhang Jinxiu in the courtyard. She had seen the old madame's chief maid then. Could it be that wasn't a coincidence? Zhang Jinyu found it laughable. This old madame couldn't tell the difference between relatives and outsiders. Of course, Zhang Jinxiu was her beloved granddaughter whom she had pampered for over a decade. She didn't believe that blood ties necessarily outweighed the bond formed from years of companionship. Time would tell who was truly kind and who was not. "Grandmother, when I come to the Zheng family, it's like coming home. And I genuinely want to be a part of this family. You and mother and father must have wanted me to integrate into this family when you took me back, right?" The elderly matriarch was taken aback and paused in her steps. She turned to face Zhang Jinyu's smiling countenance. "Are you truly sincere?" Zhang Jinyu nodded. "Of course I'm sincere. I'm 14 now. If I were to put it bluntly, I won't be staying in the Zheng family for much longer, right? Why would I make enemies for myself within the limited time I have with my family?" The elderly woman narrowed her eyes slightly. Zhang Jinyu continued. Didn't you just say that I'm clever? The elder studied her for a while before nodding gently. Very well, grandmother understands. You've endured much hardship. The old matriarch wasn't foolish, she could discern the hidden meaning in her words. Did she wish to make enemies? Wasn't it that Zheng Jinyu who always sought trouble? To be truthful, the concept of true and false heiresses. In her heart, the most ideal scenario would be for them to become genuine sisters. The true heiress shouldn't bear grudges against the false heiress for occupying her rightful place. Even if they were switched by the impostor's parents deliberately, the impostor herself was not at fault at that time. She was just an innocent infant unaware of the truth. When she discovered she wasn't the real daughter, she also suffered greatly. However, the impostor ought to have a sense of propriety. Having enjoyed the benefits, she shouldn't merely feel guilty towards the true daughter but should take action to make amends. At the very least, if she chose not to return to her own family, she should genuinely strive for harmony with the real daughter, right? But Zheng Jinyu didn't. She felt no guilt and had no intention of returning to her birth parent's side. Instead, she regarded Zheng Jinyu as an outsider and intruder. She had no intention of getting along with her peacefully, and in the original story, she was even indirectly responsible for her being beaten to death by her husband's family. Thus, everything Zheng Jinyu did was merely to enjoy the privileges she deserved, reclaim what was rightfully hers, and ensure her own safety. Second young master and third young master Zheng were escorted in by Zheng Jinyu on either arm, their positions firmly occupied by her. She looked at Zheng Jinyu with a smile, behaving like the host as she introduced them with a grin. Little sister Jinyu, this is second brother Zheng Hongqi and third brother Zheng Hongxiu. Zheng Jinyu observed them with a faint, detached look, noting the peculiar intimacy of their linked hands. In modern times, siblings holding hands like this would be entirely normal. Yet, in this era, boys and girls were separated from each other at the age of 7, and they were not blood-related siblings to begin with. Strangely, the Zheng family seemed entirely accustomed to this sight. Both the elderly matriarch and the Zheng couple watched them with warm smiles, interpreting their close display as sibling harmony. They perceived no impropriety in it. Zheng Jinyu felt that there was something off about this portrayal of familial affection. It didn't quite adhere to the rigors of its historical setting. Second brother, third brother, it's me Jinyu. Zheng Jinyu greeted them with a gentle smile. Both of them had already been influenced by Zheng Jinxio's impression, making her appear somewhat thin and lacking the rosy complexion that Zheng Jinxio possessed, a vitality as vibrant as a blooming peach blossom. After all, she had only returned recently. In truth, she was already much better than when she first came back. You're Fang Jinyu? Zheng Jinyu, Fang Jinyu. Chapter 14. Shattered Dreams of a Harmonious Family. Chapter 14. Shattered Dreams of a Harmonious Family. Isn't that so? I've heard from elder brother that even your name was given by father, said second master Zheng with disdain as he looked at Zheng Jinyu. Back then, the Fang family's daughter had just been born and they hadn't named her yet. Moved by their kindness in taking us in, father named their child Fang Jinyu. Zheng Jinyu's smile froze on her face. Meanwhile, Lord Zheng and Lady Zheng's expressions had shifted. Lord Zheng suppressed his anger and scolded. Hongxiu, you're rarely home. Sit down first. A servant brought a stool for Zheng Hongxiu, but he didn't sit down, seemingly oblivious to the displeasure in his parents' eyes. He continued, Fang Jinyu, we probably met when we were 2, but I've forgotten. It's unexpected that we would meet again. Lady Zheng and the Zheng couple glared fiercely at their third son, Zheng Hongxiu, who had disrupted the atmosphere. However, Zheng Jinyu's gaze was fixed on Zheng Jinxiu. Zheng Jinxiu sent her a challenging smile, which she saw clearly. But Zheng Jinyu couldn't understand what could there be for her to be so pleased about. Zheng Laosan mentioned Jinyu, but he wasn't referring to me. Have you forgotten that you are, in fact, Jinyu? So it turns out that father gave me the name Jinyu. I never expected such a coincidence, Zheng Jinyu said with a gentle smile to Zheng Ji. Father, I'm glad you helped name me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to be called. They later had another daughter, named Arya. If the older daughter was named Daya, then the name Fang Daya is even less appealing than Fang Arya. The atmosphere on the scene became increasingly surreal and inexplicable. Angered, Master Zheng glared, while Madame Zheng looked at Zheng Jinyu with tearful eyes. Zheng Laosan and Zheng Laoer wore no amiable expressions toward Zheng Jinyu, and Zheng Jinxiu's smile had lost its earlier ease, appearing somewhat peculiar. Zheng Jinyu understood the source of the awkwardness. She finally realized that the unappealing name Fang Dai was likely meant for her, assuming they hadn't switched lives. Madame Zheng gazed around with an enigmatic expression, intermittently twirling her Buddhist rosary beads. It was eventually the irate Master Zheng who broke the uncomfortable silence. Country folk believe that giving a child a lowly name makes them hardier to survive. Jinxiu, don't take it to heart. He addressed Jinxiu, not Jinyu, indicating that he was asking her not to be offended. This instantly turned Zheng Jinxiu's eyes red with anger. Zheng Jinyu was delighted, but she concealed her emotions well, only secretly rejoicing while maintaining a calm demeanor. At this moment, the unreliable Zhang Hongxiu also sensed something amiss and hurriedly tried to soothe Zhang Jinxiu. Sister, third brother didn't mean it that way. I meant Fang Jinyu. Oh no, anyway it wasn't you. No matter what happened in the past, you are now the legitimate daughter of our Zhang family, you are Zhang Jinxiu. Out of line, Zhang Ji finally lost his temper, slapping the table and saying loudly, I called you back to reunite as a family, not for you to stir up trouble. Zhang Laosan still felt indignant. Father, she's only been back for a few days, and your favoritism has become so blatant. You've never spoken to me like this before. Third brother, don't say any more. The more they explained, the murkier the situation became. But Zhang Laosan, fueled by her provocations, was in no mood to heed her advice. Second brother, keep an eye on Jinxiu. Move aside. This was their prearranged strategy, give them an opening. The first battle would be fought by the third brother, while the second brother would remain silent. If they were punished because their parents favored Zhang Laosan, there would still be second brother to shield their sister, lest both of them be reprimanded and leave their sister with no protector. At this moment, Lady Zhang also looked at him in disappointment. Su'er, you've gone too far. Do you know how much Jinyu has been looking forward to your return? How could you treat her like this? Upon seeing that Lady Zhang was also speaking up for Zhang Jinyu, Zhang Laosan became even angrier. Mother, you still have the nerve to scold me? Look at what you've done. I've only been away studying for a month and you've given my courtyard to her. She's just a wild country girl. Why are you all being so kind to her? Does that slight blood relation outweigh over a decade of living together? Zhang Jinyu staggered a few steps, her expression a mix of shock and hurt. The scene unfolded before Madame Zheng's eyes, tugging fiercely at her heartstrings. She simply couldn't understand why third brother would react this way. They had just met for the first time and Jinyu hadn't said anything out of line. She had respectfully addressed him as third brother and bowed to him. To Madame Zheng, there seemed to be nothing inappropriate about her behavior. Jinyu, sit down here, she instructed, seating Zhang Jinyu beside her, then soothingly added, don't be afraid, your mother is here. Zhang Jinyu wasn't actually scared, but she needed to put on a convincing act. However, Madame Zheng, whose face had been slapped, was furious. She had guaranteed that both second and third brothers would adore her, and third brother would willingly offer his courtyard for her to reside in. Now look at the mess. Third brother, I didn't occupy your courtyard, Zhang Jinyu said meekly. Zhang Laosan replied, you didn't, but mother said she would give it to you. I? Tears welled up in Zhang Jinyu's eyes as she pleaded with Madame Zheng, mother, please don't give it to me. How could Madame Zheng, who had been infuriated by Zhang Laosan, refuse? Due to the current situation, she had already decided to give this courtyard to her younger daughter. She glared at Zhang Laosan and said, yes, I'll give it to you right away. Jinyu, you will move there today. Zhang Laosan was utterly shocked. Mother, why? Why are you so biased? Madame Zheng was too lazy to reason with him or even offer him any compensation as she had originally planned. She merely said in anger, how dare you? Am I the head of this household or are you? Mother, you. Lady Zheng remained unmoved. Zhang Laosan turned to his father, Father, are you really going to let mother be so biased? Mr. Zheng was deeply disappointed in him. I don't understand why you have such disdain for your own sister. Even if you don't like her, you shouldn't have hurt her the moment you returned. You've gone too far. You're on her side too? All because of this village girl, you're treating me like this. Enough. Lady Zhang, who had been silent until now, entered the fray. Su'er, what's gotten into you? The village girl you speak of is your own flesh and blood. Due to an oversight years ago, she was mistakenly taken away, causing her so much suffering. Instead of feeling compassion for her, you continue to humiliate her. Why is that? I? Zhang Laosan found himself speechless, his mouth hanging open. Master Zheng was always filial, and seeing his mother criticize third brother, he became even more convinced that there was something off about him today. With a stern expression, he reprimanded Zhang Laosan, scrammed to the ancestral hall for reflection. You're not allowed to step out of there without my permission. This meant he would be punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall. Zhang Laosan stared in disbelief at his parents and grandmother. Throughout their lives, although they had been punished, they had never been reprimanded like this before. All because of that uncouth country girl? Dad, Mom, you too. Third brother. Zheng Hongqi intervened, sensing the tension. Listen to father. Go to the ancestral hall. Second brother will come to see you later. Zhang Laosan gritted his teeth, angrily brushing off his sleeves as he stormed towards the ancestral hall. His antics spoiled the first meeting between brother and sister, leaving both in an unhappy mood. Madame Zheng retreated to her meditation chamber, while Zhang Ji and his wife, upset by Zhang Hongxiu's behavior, had no heart to console their daughter. They simply dismissed her. Zhang Jinyu returned to Yuxing courtyard, but Zhang Jinxiu did not go back to Jinxiu residence. Instead, she went to Xiaoxiang courtyard where her younger siblings, Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu, resided. Zheng Hongqi's face was dark with frustration. He hadn't anticipated that the situation would prove even more complicated than he'd imagined. That country bumpkin had been back for less than a month and already managed to win the favor of their parents and grandmother. She truly had some skill. No wonder Jinxiu was weeping. Judging from what he had witnessed today, one could only imagine how difficult life must be for her in this household. Now that they have found their biological daughter, there seems to be no place left for Jinxiu in the Zheng family. Second brother, please say something. Don't be like this, Jinxiu is very frightened, she pleaded. Chapter 15, They are plotting against you. Chapter 15. They are plotting against you. Zheng Hongqi regained his composure and patted his sister's shoulder soothingly. Second brother is fine, I was just deep in thought. Is second brother thinking about third brother? It's all my fault, Jinxiu. If it weren't for me, third brother wouldn't have been scolded by our parents. Don't blame yourself, it's their favoritism. I came to plead for third brother, but I was afraid. Second brother, it's really my fault. If I had been braver and spoken up for third brother, he wouldn't have been punished. Foolish girl, don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. She was just an adopted daughter, whereas third brother was a blood relative. If even the bloodborn son was punished and sent to the ancestral hall, what use was it for an adopted daughter like her to plead for mercy? Zhang Jinxiu wiped her tears and said, Second brother, third brother hasn't had his meal yet. I'll go check on the kitchen first. Go ahead. He also needed to consider how to handle this situation. Shall I write to elder brother? No, he's engaged in battle. He mustn't be distracted. He'll have to handle this himself. Carrying an array of dishes that Zheng Hongqiu particularly enjoyed, Jinxiu returned from the kitchen. She then invited Zheng Hongqi to join her in visiting the ancestral hall to see Zheng Hongqiu. The solitary figures of the brother and sister were somewhat forlorn against the moonlit backdrop. Eluding the servants, they secretly made their way to the family temple. Third brother, Zhang Jinxiu called softly. In the ancestral hall, Zheng Hongqiu turned around and spotting the food basket she was carrying, hastily said, Jinxiu is here. Quickly, I'm starving to death. Zheng Jinxiu and Zheng Hongqi entered in succession, with Zheng Jinxiu promptly presenting the dishes from inside while she said with a smile, These are all third brother's favorites. Knowing that you would return, I instructed the kitchen to prepare the ingredients a day ahead. Although third brother suffered punishment on my account, I haven't allowed anyone to touch the delicacies prepared for you. Jinxiu still treats me best. Third brother hasn't spoiled you in vain. Zheng Hongqi, standing nearby, chuckled. Only Jinxiu treats you well? Doesn't second brother treat you well? Zheng Hongqiu replied, Second brother is good too. Pausing for a moment, he added, But Jinxiu is the best. Enough, hurry and eat. I'll stand guard for you outside. Zheng Hongqiu angrily slammed down his chopsticks and said, What's the meaning of this? Are they punishing me by making me kneel in the ancestral hall but not even giving me food? With teary eyes, Zhang Jinxiu softly pleaded, Third brother, please lower your voice. Isn't it always like this? When one enters the ancestral hall, they have to kneel and can't eat anything. You've been hungry all day, so please eat. Zhang Hongqi, who was standing at the door, turned back and said, Listen to Jinxiu, eat quickly. If the servants see you and report it, you'll still go hungry. Jinxiu and I secretly brought you food, and we might be punished too. If the three of us end up in the ancestral hall, who will bring us meals? Zhang Hongqiu couldn't help but choke up as he looked at his weeping sister. Very well, third brother won't say more. I'll eat now. After his meal, Zhang Hongqiu couldn't help but feel indignant when he recalled the events of the day. Why are father and mother so biased? Zhang Jinxiu whispered, It's not really biased, third brother. Our sister did endure much hardship. It's only natural for our parents to want to comfort and compensate her. How does her suffering concern us? It wasn't us who lost her in the first place. But Zhang Jinxiu's small face contorted with guilt, her appearance pitifully remorseful. It's all because of me that she had to suffer. For these past dozen years, the one who should have endured hardship was me. She was the one who took my place and suffered for me. Zhang Hongqi, standing by the door, spoke up once more. What nonsense are you talking? You were just an infant back then, it wasn't your choice to be switched. Yes, Jinxiu, don't blame yourself. No one wished for this to happen. It's not your fault. Blame her own frailty for not being able to bear the fortune of the Zheng family. Zheng Hongqi continued, Mistakes happen, and it's not anyone's fault. But she shouldn't blame you for her suffering. Neither should she come back and snatch things, stealing from you and even claiming third brother's courtyard. Second brother is right. Our parents must have been momentarily confused. Of course I was rash today as well. When I go out, I'll expose her true colors to our parents and show them what kind of person she really is. The three of them spent a long while in the ancestral hall, candidly discussing matters before the spirits of the Zheng family's ancestors. Essentially, they criticized their parents for their foolishness and deliberated on how to deal with Zheng Jinyu. They all agreed on the plan to expose her shortcomings and embarrass her, given that she was perceived by outsiders as an uneducated country bumpkin. It was far too easy to ostracize such a person within the noble society. All they needed to do was let everyone know that she lacked any semblance of education, that she had never even touched a musical instrument or a brush for calligraphy. Their main objective was to make her look foolish. Chame, in her effort to demonstrate loyalty to Zheng Jinyu, secretly followed Zhang Jinxiu and hid behind the ancestral hall to eavesdrop. The moment she heard something significant, she rushed to inform Zhang Jinyu. "Look, Miss Second, as I said, second young master and third young master truly dislike you," Chame reported. Zhang Jinyu felt unjustly accused. She had done nothing to provoke Zheng Laosan's two sons. Yet they were plotting against her, attempting to humiliate her as an empty-headed girl. Nonetheless, the true heiress and pretended peasant girl, Zheng Jinyu, was not perturbed. She was a capable individual, born into a family with a centuries-old legacy of scholarly pursuits. Her grandfather was a renowned modern calligrapher and painter. Her grandmother a physician, her father an entrepreneur with a passion for antiquities, and her home was filled with ancient books. Her mother was a musician, bred in such an ambience from a young age. Despite having lived in the modern world before her transmigration, Zhang Jinyu's personal capabilities were by no means inferior to any well-cultivated young lady of noble birth in this era. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Take this as a token of gratitude." Zhang Jinyu handed her a small silver piece, which she had received as pocket money from Lady Zheng a few days prior. A pouch of broken silver, a token of reward typically used by wealthy households to acknowledge the efforts of their servants who have demonstrated exceptional service or accomplishment. Chame received it with delight. "Miss Second, it's my duty to serve you." "Well then, why did you suddenly decide to tail Miss Zhang Jinxiu?" Chame replied, "This servant used to serve Lady Eldest before and understands her well. Young Master Third being punished to kneel in the family shrine, she would definitely visit." Indeed, this maid was quite clever. However, her allegiance had shifted due to Madame Zhang's treatment of her. Such a person would be content if they were thriving, but if not, they were highly likely to switch loyalties again. Zhang Jinyu employed her services but didn't entirely trust her. Observing the other maid, Qiu Ju, she lacked the astuteness of Chunmei and often appeared hesitant, on the verge of speaking but holding back. It seemed that the balance in her heart was still swaying and she had yet to decide upon whom to place her allegiance. Initially, Lady Zheng had suggested assigning a few more servants to Zhang Jinyu, at least a head nurse to manage the household. However, Zhang Jinyu declined, claiming she was not accustomed to being served by too many people. In reality, there were few in this courtyard whom she could trust. With limited energy, she was unwilling to invest effort in guarding against more individuals. Aside from festive occasions, Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu were granted only 3 days of leave. Upon their return, Zhang Hongxiu was immediately confined and wasn't released until the 3rd day. Feeling that 2 days of isolation should have taught him a lesson, Master Zheng arranged for the entire family to dine together on the final day before they were to return to school. Zhang Hongxiu wasn't as confrontational as before, but his expression remained far from amiable. Zhang Jinyu was indifferent. She had done her part, and whoever failed to do theirs would bear the consequences. Upon seeing her brother, she approached him in accordance with the etiquette, greeting and paying her respects. Then, Zhang Hongxiu found her demeanor insincere and theatrical. With a darkened face, he gave Zhang Jinyu a cold stare as she remained in her semi-kneeling position. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chapter 16, A Chance to Deal with Her. Chapter 16. A Chance to Deal with Her. Master Zheng and Lady Zheng were furious. Lady Zheng rushed forward to help Zhang Jinyu up, staring coldly at Zhang Hongxiu as she said, "Su'er, you've truly disappointed your mother." Master Zheng thundered, "Disobedient child, it seems you didn't spend enough time in confinement." Before Zhang Hongxiu could retort, Zhang Jinxiu and Zhang Hongqi hurried forward to mediate. "Third brother." Zhang Hongqi shook his head at him. Zhang Jinxiu whispered, "Third brother, Sister Jinyu is paying her respects to you. Hurry and acknowledge her." Zhang Hongxiu clenched his lips, reluctantly admitting, "Little Sister Jinyu, it was third brother's fault. You returned too suddenly and I just wasn't prepared for it. Please don't take it to heart or be angry with third brother." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ji and his spouse's expressions improved significantly. Zhang Jinyu smiled and said, "Third brother, I'm not angry. Honestly, I also find it quite unexpected to have so many newfound family members, and it's a bit overwhelming. But I'll make an effort to adapt." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ji and his wife felt that Jinyu was much more sensible than third brother. Indeed, who could adapt to such an abrupt change? Let alone third brother, they themselves had struggled at first. After all, their family was still together, while Jinyu was all alone. Zhang Jinyu continued, "If there's anything amiss with me, please do tell me, third brother. I'll do my best to cooperate and help you adjust sooner." Zhang Hongxiu was taken aback. Those words were merely meant to appease his parents. This rustic isn't simple-minded. Is he deliberately trying to get me scolded by our parents? Sure enough, Father Zheng spoke again. "Take a look at your younger sister, Jinyu, and then look at yourself. As an elder brother, you should be the one adjusting to your younger sister. Are you still not as sensible as her despite being so much older? Zheng Jinyu had already found his sister pretentious, and now that he had been reprimanded, his anger grew, causing his dislike for her to intensify. But for now he held his tongue. As long as he followed his plan, their parents would eventually see through her pretenses and realize her true nature. When she becomes a disgrace to the family, let's see how much they still adore her. I understand, father, mother. Please enjoy your meal. Second brother and I must return to the academy this afternoon. Jiang Ji was about to scold him further, but Madame Zheng intervened. Never mind. We'll be leaving in the afternoon. Let's just savor this meal as a family. On this day, the matriarch did not join them. It was only their immediate family. When they were seated, the two concubines' illegitimate sons were led by servants to take their places at the men's table behind the screen. At the ladies' table, only Lady Zhang, Zheng Jinyu, and Zheng Jinyu were seated. Auntie Luo stood by Lady Zhang's side serving her food. Auntie Luo was said to be a maid from Lady Zhang's maternal family, a rather attractive woman specially chosen by the Cui family for her husband as a concubine. Despite having been elevated to the status of a concubine after giving birth to an illegitimate son, she still served Lady Zhang as a maid would. Whenever Lady Zhang tasted a particularly delicious dish, she would ask Auntie Luo to serve it to her two daughters. Zhang Jinyu observed Aunt Luo's submissive demeanor as she served Lady Zhang, and in that moment, he gained some insight into why ancient legitimate wives didn't always harbor intense hatred towards their concubines. How often did one truly witness a concubine dethroning the wife? A genuine concubine was, in essence, the family's property. Moreover, Aunt Luo was, to Lady Zhang, part of her dowry from her own family. After Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu finished their lunch, they left, and tranquility seemed to return to the Zhang residence in an instant. Upon Zheng Jinyu's return to Yushin Courtyard, Chame offered her advice once more. Pardon this servant's boldness, Miss Second should learn from Miss First and seize opportunities to foster good relations with those two young masters. I've heard that Miss First has gone to see off young masters Second and Third, and she'll likely accompany them all the way to the 10-mile pavilion. Zheng Jinyu gave the maid a faint glance. Although she was fickle, she did possess remarkable abilities. She was only 13 or 14 this year, but it was said that she had been in the Zheng household since she was 6 and had spent several years there. A mere maid, yet she knew the ins and outs of the Zheng family like the back of her hand. I would only be offering myself up for their ridicule if I were to go now. Well, Chunmei began. Since Miss Second has managed to win the favor of master and lady, she surely has the ability to win the affection of second and third masters as well. Indeed, but Jinxiu found it troublesome, and there was a chance that her efforts would go unnoticed or even be met with resentment. Currently, Zhang Ji and his wife were in charge of the Zheng family, and in the future it would be Zheng Hongyan who would inherit the family's affairs. As for those two fools whom Zheng Jinxiu could manipulate at will, Jinxiu simply didn't wish to expend her energy on them. In ancient times, the development of virtue, intellect, physical strength, aesthetics, and labor was equally emphasized. Along with teaching Jining the cultural lessons, she was also kept busy with calligraphy, painting, and music classes. Then, to Jining's delight, she discovered an innate talent for painting and quickly picked up playing the zither. On that very day, she took the ink and water landscape painting she had crafted to present it as her assignment to Madame Zhang. Madam, what do you think of this painting? This painting is quite appealing, albeit lacking in technical finesse, yet it encapsulates a profound sentiment. Who is the artist behind this? Jining said, this was painted by Second Mississippi. The lack of technique is because I haven't taught her yet. The captivating atmosphere, however, is a testament to Second Miss's innate talent. Madam, your second daughter has an immense future ahead of her. Madame Zhang's hands trembled with excitement, her heart swelling with pride. She longed to boast about her daughter's brilliance to the world. Unfortunately, she couldn't just yet, not for the time being. Jinyu had only recently returned, and too much glory could be a double-edged sword for a young lady. The sensation left Madame Zhang feeling stifled yet inexplicably delighted. Excellent, excellent. Mr. Little G has taught him well. Someone bring a reward. Overjoyed, she rewarded Jining with a silver ingot. On this day, Zhang Jinxiu approached Madame Zheng with an invitation, her face beaming with joy. Mother, Miss Wang has sent an invitation to me, asking me to visit her garden to admire the lotus 2 days from now. Really? Then you should prepare well and enjoy yourself. Zhang Jinxiu commented, Sister Jinyu has been back for over a month but hasn't had the chance to go out and have fun yet. I think this is a good opportunity to take Sister Jinyu out and expose her to the world, allowing her to meet some of the prominent young ladies in the capital. Mrs. Zhang was delighted at the prospect of showing off her younger daughter and patted her hand warmly, saying, It's thoughtful of you to consider Jinyu. Very well, take her out and broaden her horizons. All right, mother. That evening, Lady Zheng informed Zheng Jinyu about the matter. Upon lifting her gaze, Jinyu met Zheng Jinxiu's face, causing the mischievous glint in her eyes to fade instantly. Jinyu understood at once that Jinxiu was seeking an opportunity to embarrass her. All right then. Thank you, sister. There's no need to be so formal, Jinyu. We're sisters and it's only natural for me to do this. Well, I'll have to trouble you, sister. It's my first time attending such a banquet and I must admit I'm rather nervous. Foolish child, do you wish to humiliate me in public? If anything were to happen to me, wouldn't you bear the blame for failing to care for your younger sister? Zhang Jinxiu's smile froze, tinged with awkwardness as she replied. It's only right. Madame Zheng was completely oblivious to the subtle tension between the two. In her heart, her two daughters maintained a harmonious relationship as sisters. Recalling her son's provocations towards her youngest daughter, a silent resolution formed in her mind. Daughters are indeed better, easier to get along with. Sons, on the other hand, bring nothing but worries. Chapter 17, Moving to a Larger Courtyard. Chapter 17, Moving to a Larger Courtyard. The next day, Lady Zhang sent over some clothing. Before meeting Zheng Jinyu, she had also arranged for 2 outfits to be prepared, but due to not knowing what she looked like, she was hesitant to prepare too much in case they didn't fit. It turned out that her decision to keep it minimal was wise. The 2 outfits prepared beforehand were indeed ill-fitting. They were tailored for Zheng Jinxiu's measurements. Given the original owner's living conditions, it was inevitable that she would not grow as tall as Zheng Jinxiu. She was slightly shorter, and thus, the clothes hung loosely on her frame, making her appear dispirited. Her gaunt little face appeared peculiarly out of place in the resplendent brocade attire, as if a maid had secretly donned her mistress's clothes. Therefore, Zhang Jinyu had been wearing the 2 sets of clothing gifted by Xie Peiyu these past days. Today she had changed into the magnificent garment sent by Lady Zhang. These were specially tailored for her by a skilled seamstress upon her request, resulting in an appearance vastly different from before. Moreover, she had managed to regain her complexion and put on some weight over the past month. Now, when she adorned herself in such elegant lady's attire, she no longer resembled a maid borrowing her mistress's clothes. Instead, she appeared like a delicate and charming neighbor girl, someone who seemed in need of protection. However, as Zhang Jinyu gazed at the outfits, her brows knitted together once more. Are you certain it was Lady who had these made? Yes, both your dress and Miss Zheng's were personally supervised by Lady. Seems like Lady Zheng's taste was at play here. Damn it, she'd been styled to resemble Zheng Jinxiu. What a pity for these lovely clothes. The mere thought of being compared to Zheng Jinxiu soured her mood. Looking into the copper mirror, Zhang Jinyu pinched her cheeks, grateful that her face was nothing like Zheng Jinxiu's. She still looked rather thin, her complexion significantly paler, though not as rosy as Miss Zheng Jinxiu's. She needed more time to regain her strength. Cheme, standing by her side, commented, "Second miss, your face is becoming more and more like Madame's." Is that so? Her features hadn't fully developed yet, but upon close inspection, there was indeed a resemblance to Lady Zheng. Cheme replied, "Indeed, the resemblance is growing stronger. Lady was a renowned beauty in her time. Once you've matured, miss, you'll surely be a great beauty too. Who wouldn't wish to be beautiful?" Zhang Jinyu pinched her cheeks, eagerly anticipating her transformation into a stunning woman. "Second miss, is there anything else that needs to be moved?" Xiao Ju asked from the doorway, holding a lacquered box. Today, Zhang Jinyu was due to move into the courtyard that had been prepared for Zhang Hongxiu. Per her request, the original plaque of the Bamboo Elegance Pavilion, which seemed more suitable for a young boy, had been replaced with Yuxing Courtyard, a name she adored. That's all then. Everything's moved. Miss Second, when will you be moving over? Right now. She took one last look at the courtyard where she had resided for over a month before striding away. The Yuxing Courtyard was much more expansive now. The arrangement of the artificial hills and vegetation was orderly, clearly the result of careful planning. Several chambers were spacious and bright, unusually complemented by an ample study, a music room and a painting pavilion. Even the servants' quarters were superior to those of the past. Chunmei said gleefully, "Can I stay in this room, Miss Second?" "Go ahead, you two are the only maids by my side. Feel free to choose any of the servants' rooms you like." "Thank you very much, Miss Second." "Miss Second, our courtyard has expanded. Are we recruiting more servants?" "No need. I'll request Madam to increase your monthly allowances. From now on, both of you will have to work a bit harder." "Yes, Miss Second." If Miss Second were to expand her household, there would certainly be a need for a head servant. They had no desire to have another one towering over them, constantly lecturing them. But with such a large courtyard, it was true that their workload for cleaning would significantly increase. Jinxiu Residence. "Miss Wang-san, I'm planning to visit your home with my sister tomorrow. Why the sudden visit today?" Miss Jinxiu replied, "My eldest sister sent me. It's all because of your twin sister. We had heard rumors of her return after recuperating outside, and I thought it was mere hearsay. Turns out it's true." "Of course it's true. In due time, father and mother will make an official announcement to society." Very well, very well. Tomorrow, you can bring her to my residence to admire the lotus flowers. Are there any precautions I should take? If someone inquires about her, should I reveal her identity? I'll have to ask my mother first, Zhang Jinyu said, looking hesitant. Miss Wangsan frowned. Really now, why the need to ask? If she's not meant for public knowledge, then don't bring her along at all. She was only causing unnecessary trouble. Zhang Jinyu whispered. My mother asked me to bring her along. Miss Wangsan was taken aback. If Madame Zheng is the one who instructed you to bring her, then it must be to introduce her status. She's your twin sister, who was raised outside due to health issues when she was young, right? Yes. In that case, does she have any taboos? As the host of the flower appreciation banquet, we must first understand the lady's restrictions to avoid offending our guests. This, Zhang Jinyu said awkwardly. To be honest, she hasn't been back for long, and I'm not aware of any taboo she may have. Oh? Then why don't you call her over to ask? Very well, I'll wait a moment. Zhang Jinyu left, leaving third Miss Wang Fuzhen to enjoy her tea and pastries alone. She was entertained in Zhang Jinxu's study. As she casually looked around, a piece of irregular calligraphy caught her eye. Despite the awkward handwriting resembling a chicken's scrawl, she could discern 3 characters. Zhang Jinyu? Who is that? The maid at the door replied, it's from our second Mississippi. Our second miss? Wang Fuzhen waved the paper around with disdain and said, you're not telling me this was written by your second miss, are you? This maid was intentionally placed here by Zhang Jinyu, so she knew exactly what to say. She didn't come out and admit it, only responding, this servant doesn't know how to read, I wouldn't know. Wang Fuzhen chuckled and said, of course I can recognize your eldest miss's handwriting. The maid fell silent. Wang Fuzhen asked again, where is your second miss recuperating? In the countryside. She immediately covered her mouth after the words left her lips, then continued, at the residence of a rural gentleman relative. A rural gentleman? If a country squire could establish ties with the Zhang family, they must hold some official position, one that allowed them to retire back to their hometown. Is this the calligraphy of a child from such an esteemed family? Either the maid is lying or Miss Zheng is astonishingly dim-witted, either way, it's quite laughable. The Zhang family has a brainless legitimate daughter, huh? Hee hee. Wang Fuzhen waited impatiently for a long while before Zhang Jinyu finally arrived. She was displeased and frowned. Why did it take you so long? Wang Fuzhen was from the legitimate line of the Wang family, thus holding a higher status than Zhang Jinyu, who was from a collateral branch of the Zhengs. The only daughter from another family who could rival her as a legitimate daughter was the daughter from the Xie family. She had always been a proud woman, looking down on other families' legitimate daughters. However, she treated Zhang Jinyu with courtesy because she had taken a fancy to Zhang Jinxu's third brother. Zhang Jinyu panted and said, it took longer than expected. I forgot that Sister Jinyu moved to a new courtyard yesterday, so I made an extra trip. Why did you move to a new courtyard just a few days after coming back? Chapter 18. A country bumpkin stole my courtyard? Chapter 18. A country bumpkin stole my courtyard? Zhang Jinyu explained. The courtyard she used to live in was arranged by me. At that time there were no other empty courtyards available, so I didn't think much and settled her there. But then... No, it's my mother who thought the courtyard was too small for her, and felt that it would be an injustice for her to stay there. That's why she moved into my third brother's courtyard. What? Wang Fuzhen was astounded, her words stumbling. Move into your third brother's courtyard? How is this appropriate? Your third brother is already 16, and your sister must be 14, right? No, Xinchen, don't misunderstand. My second and third brothers are twins, they've always lived together. Our parents plan to separate them only when they marry. The courtyard I mentioned was initially reserved for my third brother's future marriage. Mother said that third brother still has a few years before he marries, so it's better for his sister to use it temporarily, ensuring she's not wronged. The maid chimed in at the opportune moment. Third young master was unwilling and as a result, he was scolded repeatedly by Lord and Lady. He was then confined to the family temple to kneel as punishment. He returned 3 days ago and has been kneeling for 2 days. Hush! Zhang Jinyu reprimanded artfully, cutting off the maid's words right at the climax. At that moment, Wang Fuzhen's face turned ashen. Last year, during a boating excursion, she had nearly fallen into the lake. It was third Master Zheng, who was attending to Zhang Jinyu, who had pulled her to safety, saving her life. Ever since then, she had secretly harbored feelings for him, planning to wait another year until she came of age before confiding in her mother and arranging for someone to discuss the possibility of their union. Born into the royal Wang family, she was certain to succeed. Thus, in Wang Fuzhen's mind, Zhang Hongshu belonged to her, and the courtyard he resided in would be her future abode. If Zhang Jinyu seized Zhang Hongshu's courtyard, she was essentially stealing what should have been Wang Fuzhen's. How dare that country bumpkin snatch away her courtyard? Wang Fuzhen fumed with rage, her breaths coming out in heavy gasps. Zhang Jinyu pretended ignorance and whispered, Zhen, what's the matter with you? How shameless! To actually dare! The voice suddenly trailed off. She suddenly remembered that she and Zhang Hengxiu weren't officially together yet, so it wouldn't be appropriate to accuse Zheng Jinyu of stealing her courtyard. Wang Fuzhen changed the subject, saying, I meant that your younger sister is difficult to get along with. How could she snatch her brother's courtyard right after arriving? Try not to say that. My sister has endured much hardship living with relatives in the countryside. Suffering? Oh no, I meant that she's in poor health, quite pitiful really. Her parents dote on her, so it's understandable if they favor her a bit more. But surely they wouldn't give the courtyard meant for their son's marriage to her, right? No matter how important a daughter is, she can never be as significant as a son. Well, Zhang Jinxiu looked at her with an awkward expression. Wang Fuzhen continued, although we're both daughters, you need to face reality. Daughters are just not as valuable as sons. I've never dared to compete with my brothers for anything, even my father's concubine-born sons had to consider their favor with him. But in our family, I only yield to my eldest sister. Wang Fuzhen and her eldest sister were both born of their parents' legitimate line, while the other sisters were from concubines. Naturally, she only respected her eldest sister. Zhang Jinxiu deliberately put on an unapproachable demeanor and whispered, Don't say anything more. My sister doesn't have any taboos and you've already gotten the information you wanted. Let me see you out first. Hey, what's with you? Aren't you your parents' and elder brother's favorite little sister? Why are you afraid of a country girl? Shoo, don't mention the country girl. My mother forbids anyone from bringing it up. Jinshen, please don't make things difficult for me. Let's go quickly. Wang Fuzhen grasped an important piece of information, the term country girl. A lady raised in a gentry family cannot be deemed a country lass. Hence, it was truly hard to determine the situation with this newfound sister of hers. On the way Zhang Jinxiu accompanied Wang Fuzhen, the latter kept asking, Tell me, what's the deal with your sister? Why haven't I heard of her before? She fell ill and was recuperating outside. Surely, being ill wouldn't mean she would be completely unknown to us. It's complicated. Don't ask any more. The more she insisted on not inquiring, the more curious Wang Fuzhen became. Determined, she resolved to have someone investigate the matter thoroughly later. The next day, Zhang Jinyu woke up early and accompanied Zhang Jinxiu to attend a lotus viewing banquet for the young ladies of the capital. Lady Zhang bustled about, arranging the carriage and gifts, happily sending them off. Enjoy yourself, Jinxiu. As the elder sister, you should look after your younger sibling more, her mother said affectionately. Zhang Jinxiu forced a smile and replied, Yes, mother. Back then, she was the beloved youngest sister, with her mother constantly reminding her brothers to take care of her and yield to her. After being the youngest for 14 years, she was suddenly thrust into the role of an older sister? She should have fought with Zhang Jinyu for the title of the younger sister back then. Now she was the one expected to be the caring older sister, with her mother continually instructing her on how to tend to her younger sibling. Humph, a sister a day younger than herself? The moment the carriage curtains fell, concealing Madame Zhang's face from view, the smile on Zhang Jinxiu's face vanished instantly. Zhang Jinyu gave her a fleeting glance. Just as Zhang Jinxiu turned to say something, she abruptly shut her eyes. The words that were on Zhang Jinxiu's tongue were swallowed back. Jinyu. Zhang Jinxiu called out to her nonetheless. A simmering frustration resided within her. Zhang Jinyu slowly opened her eyes and yawned. Is there something you need, sister? I'm still feeling drowsy. Could you wait until I wake up to talk about it? You. Zhang Jinxiu huffed. I just want to remind you not to wander off when we're at the Wang residence later. Stay close to me. I promised mother that I would look after you. If anything were to happen to you or if you got lost, I wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. All right, I'll stick with you, Zhang Jinyu replied with a casual smile. It seemed like an illusion, but Zhang Jinxiu sensed that her smile appeared somewhat insincere and peculiar. In addition, since you know so little, refrain from making hasty remarks. The more you speak, the more likely you are to err, whereas silence is golden when unsure if a statement is appropriate. This reminded Zhang Jinyu of wet nurse Su. Her words echoed those used by Su to manipulate her in the past. She was tempted to retort that the last person to utter such words no longer lived. However, considering she had yet to fully sever ties with Zhang Jinxiu, she held her tongue for the time being. She replied, I understand. Matron Su said something similar to me last time. The impact of these words was comparable to the previous statement. Zhang Jinxiu's face froze, turning slightly pale. In her ears, she could almost hear the pitiful cries of Matron Su being beaten with a board. She awkwardly turned away, swallowing any scolding she had intended for Zhang Jinyu. After all, Matron Su had served her for many years and had only encountered trouble while carrying out tasks on her behalf. On that fateful day, she wouldn't have died from the punishment, but she had still asked her wet nurse to find a way to end her life. The carriage finally fell silent. After all, Zhang Jinxiu was just a 14-year-old girl. Even after committing a misdeed, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Zhang Jinyu closed her eyes for a brief rest. Not long after the carriage started rocking, they exited the city gates. She had previously inquired that the Wang family's estate was known for its blooming lotuses at this time of year, and it was located outside the city. After leaving the city, the carriage continued on for some time before stopping in front of an imposing mansion. Mrs., we have arrived at the Wang family's grand estate. Chapter 19, The Wang Family Compound. Chapter 19, The Wang Family Compound. Zhang Jinyu opened her eyes and stepped down from the carriage, followed closely by Zhang Jinxiu. Both were dressed in charming, coquettish attire, adorned with jingling accessories. Zhang Jinyu found it highly displeasing. However, this was the result of Lady Zheng personally dressing them up. She had no choice but to endure it. Being a prominent family, their hospitality was impeccable. Immediately, someone came to greet them, and a servant boy invited their coachman to rest in a tea house up front. Their maids scurried to catch up, and upon arrival, they were ushered by designated attendants to wait in the porter's lodge. Zhang Jinyu couldn't comprehend the logic. If they weren't allowed to enter the courtyard, then why were servants required to accompany her whenever she went out? With nothing else going on around them, Xia He, Zhang Jinxiu's maid, whispered to Chen Mei. You've been serving Miss Second for quite some time now. Lady First has asked if you've noticed any unusual behavior in Miss Second. There's nothing out of the ordinary. She follows a strict routine every day. When it's time for classes, she attends them, and when she's not, she spends her time reading in her courtyard, feeding the koi fish, tending to the flowers and plants, and occasionally sipping tea. And she drinks tea? What kind of tea? A bit peculiar, she boils milk with the tea. What? Milk and tea? Ugh, that sounds revolting. Xia He's face contorted with disdain. She believed that people from the countryside lacked sophistication in appreciating tea and thus combined whatever they thought was good into one brew. At this moment, Zhang Jinyu had already followed Zheng Jinxiu to the entrance of the inner courtyard. A large wooden table stood at the entrance of the inner courtyard. Upon presenting their invitation, a middle-aged woman seated behind the table would hand a pen to the visitor. Miss Zhang, if you please sign your name. Zheng Jinxiu was slightly taken aback. Sign my name. The middle-aged woman chuckled. Our third miss mentioned that having guests sign their names will make it easier for us to keep track. Zhang Jinyu glanced at the invitation nearby and thought, wouldn't counting the invitations be enough? From the look on Zheng Jinxiu's face just now, it seemed this rule only applied to this year. Zheng Jinxiu deduced the reason and didn't comment further. Instead, she promptly picked up the pen to write her name elegantly. The middle-aged woman looked at her handwriting with satisfaction and instructed her maid to carefully clip it with a bamboo fork, hanging it on the rope behind her. The rope was adorned with the names of young ladies, their calligraphy's beauty or lack thereof evident at a glance. Zhang Jinyu narrowed her eyes, having roughly guessed the motive behind third Miss Wang's actions. However, she found it peculiar. She didn't even know this Miss Wang-san, so why would she target her? Upon careful recollection of the storyline, it suddenly dawned on me. Isn't Miss Wang-san none other than Wang Fuzhen? She has a crush on Zhang Hengxiu and aspires to become third madam to Zhang Jinxiu. However, there's something peculiar about the setting in this coddled heroine novel. No matter how many elder brothers the female lead has, they rarely seek out wives for themselves. Whenever a woman appears who is interested in one of the brothers, she is often cast as a venomous supporting character, destined to be vilified by readers for harboring unrealistic fantasies of winning the heart of an unattainable man. Of course, the brothers would never entertain such notions. They would unconditionally dote on their sister and aid her in defeating this vile supporting female character. Unfortunately for Wang Fuzhen, she was the type of toad who dreamed of capturing the swan. In the original story, she always felt superior to Jinxiu and constantly bullied her, especially since Zhang Hengxiu unconditionally favored his younger sister, infuriating Wang Fuzhen to the point of employing various schemes against Jinxiu. As the protagonist in a novel where she is the collective darling, the brothers must protect her without reservation, ensuring that Wang Fuzhen meets an unfavorable end. Her arranged marriage with Zhang Hengxiu fell apart, and she suffered indignities that tarnished her reputation. Ultimately, to uphold her family's honor, she ended her life by drowning in a lake. At the thought of these, Zhang Jinyu couldn't help but sigh wistfully. In the meantime, Zhang Jinxiu had already considerately dipped the brush in ink for her. Sister, why don't you sign it as well? Zhang Jinxiu looked at her with a warm smile. Zhang Jinyu knew that her sister was hoping to see her make a fool of herself, but unfortunately for her, she would be disappointed. At this moment, she was immensely grateful to her master Jishu for suggesting separate teachings, or else she would have missed out on much delight. With a single breath, Zhang Jinyu wrote her name, Zhang Jinyu, in neat and orderly characters. After finishing, she gently blew on the paper. Zhang Jinxiu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as she stared in disbelief for a long while. The style of the handwriting was indescribable, but it conveyed a sense of tidiness and cleanliness. Moreover, its impeccable neatness made it stand out prominently on the string. How could she write so beautifully? Zhang Jinyu whispered. Sis, let's go. Hearing her voice, Zhang Jinxiu finally came back to her senses. She glanced at the characters again, wanting to ask but afraid of hearing an answer she didn't wish to hear. So she deceived herself by finding an excuse. Surely she must have been staring at these 3 characters and practicing them for the past month. Let her have her way then. Jinxiu, you've brought your sister? Come this way please. Zheng Jinyu quickened her pace. Third miss, how could I let you trouble yourself to come and receive us personally? You are honored guests, so naturally I must greet you in person, she said, glancing at the girl behind Zheng Jinyu. This must be second Miss Zhang, right? Zhang Jinyu replied calmly, Jinyu has met third Mississippi. Oh my, such politeness. Please rise, Wang Fuzhen appraised her from head to toe. I heard you were convalescing in the countryside. It seems to be true, your little face is as pale as wax, clearly indicating a genuine illness. In truth, her complexion was much better than when she had first returned. However, compared to the rosy-cheeked Zheng Jinyu, she still needed more time to recuperate. Wang Fuzhen deliberately spoke up, her voice carrying, merely to inform others that she was from the countryside. Yes, I'm not in the best of health. Sister was worried that I might be too bored, so she brought me out for a stroll. With that, she pretended to cover her mouth and cough lightly, swaying unsteadily as she approached Zheng Jinyu. Wang Fuzhen took 2 steps back, instinctively assuming that Zheng Jinyu was trying to accuse her. Zheng Jinyu stopped and smiled. Third miss, do you have a comfortable spot here to rest? Wang Fuzhen's face was stoic and she curled her lips, saying follow me. The Grand Wang family residence on the outskirts of the capital was built beside a lake. Numerous pavilions, water pavilions, and painted boats extended directly into the lake. They followed Wang Fuzhen across a bridge that spanned the lake and stopped at a waterside pavilion on the other side. This spot has pleasant sunlight and a cool breeze. Why don't Miss Jings take a rest here? Many thanks, third miss, Zheng Jinyu said. Wang Fuzhen nodded at Zheng Jinyu and cast a cryptic glance at Zheng Jinyu before swiftly departing. Zheng Jinyu leaned back on a bench in the pavilion, gazing at the lake filled with lotus flowers from the railing. Indeed, this was an exquisite spot for appreciating the blooms. The two sat in silence. After a short while, no longer able to endure the stillness, Zheng Jinyu shifted uneasily. Sister, just stay here and wait for me. Don't wander off. I'll be back soon, said the elder sister with concern. Big sister, don't worry about me. I won't wander around, Zheng Jinyu replied with a gentle smile. As if she had spotted someone, Zheng Jinyu bid farewell to Zheng Jinyu and hurriedly approached a lady in the midst of a group of refined young women who were admiring the lotus blooms. From her vantage point across the pavilion by the water, Zheng Jinyu observed as Zheng Jinyu eagerly ingratiated herself with the other lady. Someone that Zheng Jinyu would try to curry favor with. Zheng Jinyu pondered for a moment and guessed the lady's probable identity. Chapter 20, A Noble Lady Presenting Gifts for Prince Chen? Chapter 20. A Noble Lady Presenting Gifts for Prince Chan? Ning'an County Princess Xia Jingru. She was originally the daughter of Xia Heng's elder sister, who had tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving behind this child. After her widowed brother-in-law remarried, rumors said that his new wife was difficult to deal with. Concerned about his late sister's only daughter being mistreated by her stepmother, he discussed with the imperial princess the possibility of adopting the girl. At that time, Xia Jingru's father's second wife had given birth to 2 more sons, making the daughter dispensable to him. Given that the imperial princess desires it, he would naturally grant her the favor. The child was officially adopted by the imperial princess and her spouse, taking on the surname Xia. After the death of her husband, the imperial princess raised her daughter alone, and at the age of 17 she married her off. Regrettably, her husband turned to excessive drinking and became abusive after their marriage, making their life together far from blissful. Within 2 years he succumbed to alcohol poisoning and passed away. Of course, that was the official story. In reality, he had beaten Xia Jingru while drunk, causing her to miscarry, and was then drowned in a vat of wine by the imperial princess's men. By the time they found him, he had already soaked in the flavor. After her husband's passing, she returned to the princess's residence and has since been serving by the side of the imperial princess. However, she seldom ventures out, so it's unexpected that she would join the Wang family for the flower viewing today. Big sister Jingro, has brother you sent any letters back? Xia Jingru replied with a gentle smile. I was just about to ask if your family has received any letters from your elder brother yet? Well, we haven't received anything as of now. But once we do get a letter from Big Brother, I'll be sure to inform Jingru's sister at once. Xia Jingru gently shook her head. There's no need to tell me, just inform my mother. It's she who wishes to know about U.S. news. Zhang Jinyu watched her with keen interest from across the room. Xia Jigru was Xia Peiyu's older sister, so when Zheng Jinxiu inquired about Xia Peiyu's news through her, she was subtly conveying to others that she, Zheng Jinxiu, was the future Princess Chen. Whether there was any letter or not was secondary. The crucial point was that it presented an opportunity for her to display her status. The young ladies around them were all aware of the engagement between the Zheng family's legitimate daughter and Prince Chan. Regarding Zheng Jinxiu as the future Princess Chan, This was a source of great pride for her. However, in the not-too-distant future, the imperial princess would personally call off the engagement and slap her in the face. I've heard you have a younger sister. Where is she? Zheng Jinyu's smile froze as she turned to look at the pavilion where Zheng Jinyu was. Zheng Jinyu waved at her with a gracious smile. Reluctantly, Zheng Jinyu said, my sister isn't feeling well. She's resting in the pavilion across the way. Xie Jingru had already spotted the young maiden waving from across the bridge. She lifted her hem and crossed the bridge, heading straight for Zheng Jinyu's pavilion by the water. The cluster of well-bred ladies surrounding her followed suit. Startled, Zheng Jinyu found her tranquil time admiring the flowers disrupted. She had no choice but to rise to greet them. Just as Zheng Jinyu was about to bow, Xie Jingru said, Miss Zheng Heir, if you're not feeling well, please stay seated. How could she be unwell? It was merely an excuse she'd fabricated to cover up the mishap with the wrong child. Distressed, she could only pretend to be sickly. Thank you, princess, Jinyu said. Xie Jingru was surprised. You know me? Zheng Jinyu replied, your voices on the bridge could be heard from here. Xie Jingru smiled slightly and sat down across from her. She sized Jinyu up and down before saying, I've prepared 2 outfits for you over there. I was worried they might be too small. But looking at your figure, they should fit well. The onlookers around them wore dumbfounded expressions. What did the princess mean by giving her 2 outfits? Not everyone here was aware of Zheng Jinyu's identity. Some knew that she was the daughter raised outside the Zheng family, said to be twins with Zheng Jinyu, yet they looked nothing alike. The others had no clue who she was at all. Only upon discreet inquiry did I learn the truth. Princess, Jinyu doesn't know you. Why would you send clothes for her? Xie Jingru replied, it wasn't my intention to do so. I was asked to buy someone else. Asked by someone else? Yes. He said that due to the haste on that day, the 2 outfits he hastily purchased didn't befit your status and might have slighted you. Therefore, he asked me to convey a message and entrusted me with the task of sending you 2 more decent outfits. Zheng Jinyu was well aware to whom she was referring. She had worn the 2 outfits he sent her just the day before. She assumed that Prince Chen had purchased them on the spot after witnessing her wearing tattered clothes back then, out of pity. Now, having the princess help deliver them seemed overly courteous. Zheng Jinyu replied, that's too kind. I haven't thanked you for the previous favor yet, so it wouldn't be proper for me to accept more. Princess, please convey my thanks and let him know it's unnecessary. Why is that? And for what reason? In the original text, their entire family eventually went to the border region, and neither of the Zheng sisters was married off. The imperial princess came to call off the engagement, utterly humiliating Zheng Jinyu. Yet she didn't spare Zheng Jinyu any kindness either. She referred to her as a rustic, ill-mannered country bumpkin, ignorant and unable to express herself properly, not worthy of my son. Your son is a treasure, but I'm not even interested. One does not accept rewards without merit. Last time was an unavoidable circumstance, a mere accident. This? Xie Jingru pondered. Could it be that Lady Zhang hadn't informed her about the arranged marriage between their families? Very well, it seems he'll have to deliver it personally then, Zhang Jinyu remarked. The ladies in the room probed and asked about the person who delivered the clothes, but Xie Jingru merely smiled faintly, withholding any information. They approached Zheng Jinyu again for conversation, but she merely smiled faintly, remaining silent and withholding any clues, leaving them frustrated and racking their brains to guess. In the crowd, Zheng Jinyu's face turned deathly pale. She had guessed who it was. Who was Xie Jingru? How many people could there be who would ask for her assistance? On the day Zheng Jinyu first arrived, although her attire wasn't as magnificent as the current one, it was still made of fine material. But she distinctly remembered instructing Nanny Su not to allow Zheng Jinyu to change her clothes. She intended for Zheng Jinyu to meet the entire family in that tattered, patched attire. She wanted them all to witness with their own eyes how the esteemed daughter of the Zheng family they yearned for was reduced to a lowly beggar. This beggar would not bring honor to the Zhengs, instead, she would be a disgrace to the family. The one who could truly bestow glory upon the Zheng family was none other than her, Zheng Jinyu. Never in her wildest dreams did she anticipate encountering her elder brother and Prince Chen on her way. Not only did elder brother write home asking our parents to avenge Jinyu, but Prince Chen even bought her 2 outfits. Why is this so? Could it be that Prince Chen has taken a fancy to her? No, that can't be. How could Prince Chen have feelings for a country bumpkin? Could it be because of her noble bloodline? No, Prince Chen isn't that superficial. He must have given her clothes out of pity. Indeed, she did evoke sympathy. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a pair of hands suddenly clasped hers. Zheng Jinyu stiffly turned her neck, only to come face to face with Zheng Jinyu's grin, which infuriated her to the point of forcefully yanking her hand away. What are you smiling about? Are you mocking me? Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Jinyu tumbled backward, landing on the floor with a thud, eliciting a gasp of alarm from the assembly of young ladies. All the clamor faded away as everyone's gazes were fixed on Zheng Jinyu lying on the ground. The pavilion was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, save for the faint lapping of water. Second Miss. Xie Jingru descended from her dignity to help her up personally. Chapter 21. Does slapping hurt? Chapter 21. Does slapping hurt? In that instant, Zhang Jinxiu finally regained her composure and hurried to support Zhang Jinyu's other arm. Supported by both sisters, Zhang Jinyu cautiously sat back down on the bench. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Zhang Jinyu looked at Zhang Jinxiu with tears in her eyes, appearing frail and wounded. Zhang Jinxiu opened her mouth, regretting her loss of control just now. A bee flew by and I accidentally brushed against you, Zhang Jinxiu explained, her tone filled with remorse. Not one to be outdone, she quickly met Zhang Jinyu's moist gaze and pleaded. Sis, I really didn't mean it just now. Forgive me, sis. I wasn't watching over you carefully enough. Please don't tell mother, all right? Zhang Jinyu remained silent. The onlookers whispered among themselves, wondering what the big deal was. Why would she need to report this trivial matter to Lady Zhang? Observing Zhang Jinxiu's fearful expression, they couldn't help but speculate if this younger sister often tattled on Zhang Jinyu. Moreover, did Lady Zhang have a particular fondness for second Miss Zhang? Amidst their chatter, Zhang Jinxiu panicked and interjected. Don't go spreading baseless rumors. Mother is merely more concerned about sister because of her frail health. Mother treats me well too. Zhang Jinyu thought to herself, oh Zhang Jinxiu, playing your cunning games, aren't you? Poor Madame Zhang doting on you for so many years, only to fall victim to your manipulations. Apologies, but I specialize in dealing with cunning green tea bitches. Like cures like, and darkness counteracts darkness. She looked up at Zhang Jinxiu and said, Sister, I never mentioned anything about telling mother. Do you truly believe I am such a petty person in your eyes? Zhang Jinxiu's expression froze. The onlookers' expressions also became somewhat unpleasant. Not only did Zhang Jinxiu think so, but why did they also think the same just now? The lady clearly hadn't said she was going to report anything. At this moment, Xie Jigru spoke up. Second Miss is right. She didn't say she was going to report anything. You little ones, how could you call her petty and even say that Madame Zhang is biased? Jinxiu, if Madame Zhang were to find out that you think of her as biased, how sad she would be. Everyone can see how much Madame Zhang dotes on you. The crowd hurriedly agreed in unison. That's right, Madame Zhang dotes on you so much. Even if she knew, she wouldn't blame you. Besides, it wasn't intentional on your part. Zhang Jinyu spoke gracefully, it was just an accidental push by my sister. Don't worry, I won't tattle on you. Embarrassed, Zhang Jinxiu stood amidst the crowd and whispered, Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Just then, Wang Fuzhen arrived, holding a thick stack of papers. Everyone's here perfect. The servants have finished their tally, so I'll return your signed documents to each of you. Everyone was baffled. What was going on here? In previous years, those who came to appreciate the flowers would simply sign their names and be done with it. Why did they have to return the scrolls now? Well, it wasn't a big deal. Guests should follow the host's lead. Wang Fuzhen examined each scroll deliberately, facing everyone so that they could all see. This is Miss Zhang's. Second Miss Li, this must be yours, right? Fourth Miss Zhao, you'd better practice your calligraphy more often. Fourth Miss Zhao, only 8 years old, shyly stuck out her tongue. Jinxiu, this one is for you. Jinxiu, your handwriting is truly elegant. No wonder you're Master Ji's favorite student. Miss Jinxiu is the only daughter in her family, and Mr. Ji teaches her exclusively, of course it's ideal. In our family with the legitimate and illegitimate daughters, plus my aunt's children, we're 15 sisters learning together, and the teacher barely pays us any attention. Who says Jinxiu is an only child? Didn't her younger sister just return? Zhang Jinxiu replied, Jinyu and I have different teachers. I am tutored by Master Jishu, while she is taught by Master Jining. Oh, really? Yes, it's true. Madame Zhang is truly generous, to be willing to hire a tutor for each of you. That's because our teacher mentioned that my sister and I have rather distinct areas of study. She had already gained some reputation among the prominent family's daughters. In another 2 years, when the lady senior to her in status get married, she would become the most accomplished young lady. What is Zhang Jinyu compared to that? She's just a country lass, not even as accomplished as Miss Zhao Si, who is only 8 years old. Third Miss, were you deliberately making us sign our names just to see whose handwriting is better? Someone playfully commented from the crowd. Of course Wang Fuzhen couldn't admit it. The next card was supposed to be Zhang Jinyu's, and she wanted to embarrass her. How could she acknowledge this mistake? I assure you it's not. Since I've only sent one invitation per family, and each household may send a different number of guests, I'm concerned about errors or omissions. That's why I asked for signatures to confirm attendance. As she spoke, Wang Fuzhen cast a deliberate glance at Zhang Jinyu. Zhang Jinyu wore a polite smile, suggesting that Wang Fuzhen had taken the stack of cards directly from a servant without previewing them herself. Otherwise, her expression would have been different. This is. She held the paper for several seconds, staring at it, momentarily stunned. What's the matter? Someone next to her leaned over, curious. Zheng Jinyu, isn't this Miss Zheng Air? Zheng Jinyu took the paper with a gentle smile. It's mine, thank you. After receiving it, she held it up for those around her to see, confirming that it was indeed hers. But this can't be, Wang Fuzhen remarked, not as skilled in concealing her thoughts as Zhang Jinxiu. Had it been Zhang Jinxiu, no matter how implausible it seemed, she would have kept her doubts to herself. All, including Zheng Jinyu, wore expressions of confusion. Impossible? What was impossible? Wang Fuzhen straightforwardly inquired, why does your handwriting look like this? Zhang Jinyu explained. My name has quite a few strokes, and I was afraid that the nanny at the entrance might mistake it if I wrote carelessly. So I wrote it more neatly. Not really. Wang Fuzhen opened her mouth, smacking her lips before she found herself at a loss for words. Zhang Jinyu looked at her quizzically, pretending ignorance. What's not? I thought third miss was puzzled by how neat my handwriting is. You. How do you know how to write? She blurted out directly. Zhang Jinyu chuckled. How peculiar of you, third Mississippi. Why wouldn't I know how to write? Others were also puzzled. Yes, why can't Miss Zheng Air read or write? Wang Fuzhen was at a loss for words, staring blankly at Zhang Jinxiu. Zhang Jinxiu maintained her composure, but under Wang Fuzhen's gaze, she felt compelled to respond. She asked, Third Miss, why do you think my sister is illiterate? Wang Fuzhen was livid. Why? Simply because she had seen Zhang Jinyu's handwriting on your desk the day before. Didn't you all say she was a country bumpkin? Shouldn't she be illiterate? Now she found herself in an awkward position. Wang Fuzhen slapped her forehead and laughed to diffuse the tension. I must have been mistaken. I've heard that Miss Zheng has been unwell these past years, so I assume she didn't have the time to learn. It was a feeble excuse, one that only the gullible would believe. Xia Jingru sipped her tea gently, returning a warm smile to her companion. Interesting. It was plausible that Miss Zheng Air might incur the displeasure of her elder sister, Zheng Deguiju. But why would Wang Fuzhen take issue with her? Chapter 22. Consecutive slaps to the face. Chapter 22. Consecutive slaps to the face. He even made a special effort to sign his name especially for her. Wang Fuzhen felt humiliated but mustered the courage to send the remaining message. Later, Miss Wang arrived with another group of young ladies. When everyone had assembled, Zhang Jinyu roughly estimated that there were over 100 people. Next came a gathering of young ladies admiring lotus flowers, indulging in fruit and pastries, followed by a poetry recital, with compositions centered around the theme of lotus blooms. At this stage, the proceedings became more exclusive, with only unmarried maidens invited, aside from Xia Jingru. The oldest among them was 18, while the youngest was merely 8. Only a few could compose poems on the spot. The rest could only recite memorized ones. As the protagonist, Zhang Jinxiu couldn't afford to fall behind. Following Miss Wang's poem, she composed one of her own, earning applause from the crowd. Perhaps due to having Wang Fuzhen as her ally, Zhang Jinxiu didn't propose that Zhang Jinyu should also contribute a poem. However, when Zhang Jinyu was momentarily exposed, Wang Fuzhen promptly seized the opportunity, saying to her, Miss Zheng Air, why don't you grace us with a poem too? I'm sorry, I'm not skilled in poetry. She hadn't forgotten her alternate persona. From being illiterate to learning for merely over a month, that was her current status. There were only a few young ladies capable of poetry, and 2 of them came from the Zheng family. Wouldn't this fact spread throughout the city? If her true identity alongside Zhang Jinxiu's were to be exposed, her genius talent, who could compose poems after only a month of study, would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. But it seemed Wang Fuzhen had no intention of letting her off easily. She stepped forward and took her hand, saying, It's all right if you can't compose a poem. Reciting a few lines would suffice as well. Miss Zhao Si just recited one earlier. Zhang Jinyu offered a faint smile. Very well, then I shall share a couplet. All right, please do. Endless lotus leaves stretched to the sky, their vivid red blooms a sight to behold against the sun's rays. The crowd burst into applause, yet none of them had ever heard such a beautiful poem before. Miss Zheng Air, is that all there is to this remarkable poem? Only 2 lines. This is a poem I heard from an elder many years ago. There were originally 4 lines, but I can only recall these 2 now. It was the truth. She had learned it so long ago that she only remembered the more famous couplet. Xia Jingru responded, What a pity, to remember only half of such a brilliant verse. Might Miss Zheng Air enlighten us on who this elder was? Zhang Jinyu shook her head. Back then I was about as young as Miss Zhao Si. I didn't know this elder personally and have long forgotten their name. My apologies. You may not know them, yet you've committed their words to memory. This shows that these extraordinary lines truly are exceptional. Wang Fuzhen watched in frustration as the poetry recital failed to embarrass Zhang Jinyu. She stomped her foot in anger. Zhang Jinxiu's expression wasn't much better. She had managed to skirt past the issue with her name and surprisingly recited 2 lines about lotus flowers, escaping that predicament too. Looking around at the fools surrounding them, did they actually believe that Zheng Jinyu possessed real scholarly knowledge? Just over a month ago, she couldn't even hold a writing brush. Zheng Jinyu had witnessed firsthand her master teaching Zheng Jinyu how to hold one. By midday during the main meal, Zheng Jinyu sat calmly at the table enjoying her food. Halfway through, Zheng Jinyu told her that she needed to use the restroom and asked her not to wander off, promising to return soon. Zheng Jinyu agreed. She was well aware of Wang Fuzhen's subtle glances. Could it be that these two archenemies from the original story, due to her unexpected change, were now considering an alliance? Her guess was spot on. Indeed, Wang Fuzhen summoned Zheng Jinyu with a glance, and the two retreated into an empty room, shutting the door behind them. Wang Fuzhen wasted no time in asking, "What's the deal with your younger sister?" Zheng Jinyu pretended to be oblivious. "What do you mean, what deal?" Wang Fuzhen grew anxious. "Oh come on, don't play dumb with me. I've already done my homework. She's from the countryside, and that note in your room was indeed written by her. How can her handwriting be so crude, like a chicken scratching the ground one day and then neat as a pin the next?" Zheng Jinyu wouldn't acknowledge Zheng Jinyu's accomplishments. She replied, "Don't speak ill of my sister like that. She's been working hard, practicing writing her name these past few days." "What? All she can do is write her name?" Wang Fuzhen ground her teeth in frustration, overwhelmed with regret. If she had known that the girl could only write her name, she wouldn't have tested her on that. How then did she recite such a beautiful poem so flawlessly? That poem was indeed exquisite, but none of us have ever heard it before, right? Well, it's not surprising that nobody has heard of it. It must have been a learned villager who casually mentioned it, and she happened to overhear and remember it until now. Wang Fuzhen frowned. In that case, it was just a stroke of luck. Don't speak of my sister like that. She might genuinely possess knowledge. Wang Fuzhen scoffed, thinking to herself that if she hadn't investigated thoroughly, she might have actually believed this tale. Of course Zheng Jinyu knew what was going on, as she had instructed her family servants to spread the news herself. She told Wang Fuzhen that Zheng Jinyu was illiterate and had never been educated by her relatives, that she was nothing but a country bumpkin. Her current refined appearance was all learned within the past month. In Wang Fuzhen's eyes, an hastily cultivated lady of noble birth was merely a clumsy imitation, and if taken seriously, would only invite ridicule. Wang Fuzhen sneered and said, "She's participating in the afternoon's painting competition. Has she ever painted before?" "Well, I really don't know. I'm not very familiar with her. Hee, I suppose she's only ever doodled with a stick in the mud." By the afternoon, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, Wang Fuyu, arrived at the painted barge accompanied by a group of servants, each carrying tools for painting. They distributed the tools to each person, encouraging them to find a spot they favored and paint the lotus flowers in the lake as their inspiration. Though it was called play, it was in fact a subtle competition among the young ladies from prominent families. Whether one paints skillfully or not, eventually, word of it will spread. This greatly influences their prospects of selecting an outstanding spouse in the future. Painting and calligraphy were Zheng Jinyu's forte, with music coming in second. Isn't this akin to challenging her area of expertise? Unlike poetry, where one must conceal their emotions, all that is required here is natural talent. Zheng Jinyu chose a spot and diligently created a painting of lotus flowers reflecting the sun. She was so engrossed in her drawing that she was unaware of when the princess had come to stand behind her. It wasn't until the entire painting was completed that she noticed the princess standing behind her. "Princess." Xia Jingru smiled. "Beautiful work. Did I disturb you?" "No, I finished," Jingro replied. "Have you studied painting before?" Zheng Jinyu hesitated for a moment before responding, "I enjoy painting. In the past, I often drew with sticks on the ground." Each of her expressions was perfectly calibrated, evoking a look of sympathy from the princess, who sighed, "Oh, how challenging it must have been for you. The young girl must have endured many hardships living outside the palace. No wonder you wrote home, asking them to take special care of her. Well then, ladies, how have your paintings progressed?" "Oh dear, I haven't finished mine yet," grumbled an unseen maiden. Wang Fuzhen chuckled warmly. "No worries at all. Bring them forward for us to see, and you can finish it later." With time running short, nearly half of the young ladies hadn't completed their artwork. Those who hadn't finished were promptly eliminated from the competition. Chapter 23, Forced Laughter Despite Being Fuming with Anger. Chapter 23. Forced Laughter Despite Being Fuming with Anger. The lotus flower painted by the youngest Miss Zhao was a typical child's artwork, with wobbly lines. It became the subject of their jests and ridicule. Although they did acknowledge her effort afterward, saying it was quite good and that someone or other couldn't have done better at the age of 8, Miss Zhao still blushed furiously, pouted, and alternated between pale and flushed cheeks. She subtly conveyed her intention not to attend such gatherings in the future. "Miss Zhang, I've heard that you're Master Little Ji's disciple. Your art must be quite remarkable then." Zheng Jinyu replied modestly, "I wouldn't dare to claim it's remarkable, but I can say I won't bring shame to my master's name. Oh, Mr. Jinyu was once the cream of the crop among young ladies, especially in terms of painting skills. If you say you won't disgrace Mr. Jinyu, then I suppose your talent is indeed impressive. Zheng Jinyu smiled and said, then please do offer your critique, Third Mississippi. With those words, she removed the red silk covering the painting frame. A vivid depiction of lotus flowers basking in sunlight unfolded on the paper, accompanied by the two poetic lines. Unfathomable green lotus leaves stretch to the sky, while sun-kissed lotus blossoms glow in an uncommon hue. Wang Fuzhen's smile froze on her face. Zheng Jinyu was equally astonished. While outsiders might be unaware, could she, of all people, not know Zheng Jinyu's true nature? The Fang family was just an ordinary peasant household. Zheng Jinyu, as the eldest sister, worked tirelessly day and night, taking care of her younger siblings. She had never set foot in a school and couldn't read a single character. How could she possibly paint so skillfully? And this handwriting? Why was it equally exquisite? Didn't she spend over a month diligently practicing only to write her own name? Zheng Jinyu began to question her existence, and Wang Fuzhen did the same. She stared intently at Zheng Jinyu as if asking, didn't you say she could only write her name? At that moment, Miss Wang, the elder sister, Wang Fuyu, spoke up slowly. The painting by Miss Jing Er, paired with the princess's calligraphy, is truly a perfect match, complementing each other beautifully. The princess's calligraphy? Only then did Wang Fuzhen and Zheng Jinyu realize that it was indeed the princess's handwriting. They felt somewhat comforted. The noble lady modestly replied, oh no, it's Miss Second who paints beautifully. When I pick up the brush to write, it can only be considered as adding grace to beauty. Wang Fuzhen promptly responded, Princess, you are far too modest. In my opinion, it is precisely your calligraphy that imbues this painting with a breath of life. Her elder sister, Miss Wang Fuyu, frowned deeply. After observing for a day, it was clear to her that her own younger sister was deliberately targeting Miss Jing Er. Yet she didn't know Miss Jing Er at all. Why would she target her? She truly couldn't figure it out. Sister, don't speak rashly. Miss Jing Er's painting is more than capable of winning first place. Compared to the paintings of other young maidens, Zheng Jinyu's artwork seemed to be elevated in the clouds, belonging to an entirely different league. With Miss Wang's praise, the other young misses began to offer their compliments one after another, acknowledging that they were truly convinced by the painting. They all expressed that this artwork had made them yield with complete conviction. Miss Wang personally presented the prize for the painting, a priceless set of colored inks, to Zheng Jinyu. In ancient times, materials were not easily acquired, and pigments were highly valuable items. A single piece of exquisite ink could be worth its weight in gold. The sight of this entire set of colored inks filled the assembled young ladies with envy. Zheng Jinyu's face was ashen, her thoughts in disarray. When others pulled on her arm, praising her for having such an accomplished younger sister, she could only force a smile and feign agreement. In contrast, Wang Fuzhen wore a dark expression, remaining silent, nearly driven to fury. As the lotus viewing banquet concluded, the two of them boarded the carriage together to return home. The sight of Zheng Jinyu's complexion made Zheng Jinyu want to laugh. Once they returned home, Jinyu would still have to put on a show. Jinyu must be regretting it so much that her intestines were turning green. If only she had known that this banquet wouldn't embarrass her but instead bring her fame, Zheng Jinyu would rather have skipped it altogether than bring her along. After a while in the carriage, Zheng Jinyu suddenly spoke up. Sis, I had no idea you could paint, and so skillfully too. Zheng Jinyu thought to herself, there's plenty more you don't know about me. I've enjoyed it since I was young. In the countryside, there wasn't much to do, so my favorite pastime was sitting by the lotus pond after doing laundry and drawing lotus flowers with twigs on the ground. Zheng Jinyu was taken aback. So, she had stumbled upon another stroke of good luck? Indeed, it must be sheer luck. Otherwise, how could a mere country bumpkin like her be so capable? Zheng Jinyu found another reason to comfort herself. Upon returning home, Zheng Jinyu chattered nonstop around Lady Zhang, lavishing praise upon Zheng Jinyu. She knew that even if she didn't mention these events, news would still reach Lady Zhang's ears eventually. It was better for her to share the stories herself rather than have them filtered through others, demonstrating her grace and generosity. Madame Zheng, upon hearing that Zheng Jinyu's painting had won first place and secured the prize offered by Miss Wang, was ecstatic beyond measure. Jinyu, let mother take a look at the calligraphy ink set Miss Wang bestowed upon you. Zheng Jinyu obediently presented it. Mother, this is it. Madame Zheng took it and examined it with a smile. Excellent, excellent indeed. This set of colored inks was not easy for Miss Wang to acquire. It's a rare treasure. Keep it well, my child. Yes, mother. Feeling resentful, Zheng Jinyu concealed her emotions well. She linked arms with Lady Zhang, seemingly deliberately creating a distance between Zheng Jinyu and her mother. Mother, I also received something from Princess Wang. It's for the top 3 winners. This was another pleasant surprise for Lady Zhang. What did Jinyu get? She took out a wolf hair brush. This is the prize for third place. However, it's not as precious as what your sister received. In her conclusion, there was a subtle tinge of disappointment that struck the perfect chord with Madame Zheng. Madame Zheng instantly turned her attention to her, offering words of consolation. Third place is impressive too. The Wang family invited so many young ladies of noble birth and only the top 3 receive prizes. You two have won 2 out of the 3 awards. Both you sisters are remarkable. Yes, I will learn from my younger sister. I don't seek to surpass her but only to draw closer to her. She forced a smile and the hint of disappointment in her tone tugged at Madame Zheng's heartstrings. Affected by her emotions, Madame Zheng momentarily forgot that she should be rejoicing for her younger daughter. Zheng Jinyu followed behind them with a subtle smile, not uttering a word. She knew that this was merely the beginning. Today Madame Zheng is concerned for your well-being, and deems it more important to comfort you. Wait until I surpass you in every aspect and leave you far behind. At that time, everyone will know that you are inferior to me. Favor and comfort may be appreciated once or twice, but too often, it invites annoyance. Mrs. Zheng went to console the disheartened Zheng Jinyu, leaving Zheng Jinyu to return to Yuxing courtyard alone. The maid Chunmei stood by with a set of colorful inks, hesitating to speak several times. Zheng Jinyu knew what she wanted to say, so she simply said, "Store this set of colored inks properly." "As you wish, Miss Second," Chunmei replied. As she was gathering her ink and brushes, Zheng Jinyu commented, "Do you think I should engage more in conversations, competing for favor with Zheng Jinyu?" Spring Plum replied, "Yes, after all, you are the lady's biological daughter. If you were to compete, she would surely not be able to match you." Zheng Jinyu suddenly smiled, "You have some wit, but unfortunately your understanding of human nature still falls short." "Oh? Does that mean Miss Second has another intention?" Zheng Jinyu lost interest in the conversation and sternly said, "You ask too many questions. Leave." Chapter 24, The Man Flying a Kite at Night. Chapter 24, The Man Flying a Kite at Night. Seeing the profound expression on her face, how did she resemble a 14-year-old girl, Chunmei wondered? Startled, she hurriedly withdrew. With her cheek resting on her hand, Zheng Jinyu leaned against the windowsill, quietly observing the scenery outside. At this moment, the sun was setting, casting a gentle golden hue over everything in the courtyard, creating a unique and serene ambience. Zheng Jinyu gazed at the small courtyard bathed in the golden hues of sunset, her mind absorbed by the events of the day. Today she had emerged as the standout. Zheng Jinyu chattered animatedly before Madame Zheng, praising her own prowess while subtly revealing a tinge of disappointment, stirring Madame Zheng's compassion. Her manipulation of emotions was masterful. It was true that Zheng Jinyu had the ability to thrive in the Zheng household. Her skills were not to be underestimated. Lately, Madame Zheng had been overly attentive to her, neglecting Zheng Jinyu. This was an undeniable fact, and likely Madame Zheng was aware of it too. If she were to vie for favor with Zheng Jinyu at this moment, it would only deepen Madame Zheng's guilt towards her daughter, which would defeat the purpose. Madame Zheng was reluctant to give the impression that she had favored her biological daughter over her adopted one. Zheng Jinyu knew that in Madame Zheng's heart, she wished for harmonious coexistence between her 2 daughters. She wanted them both, and anyone who disrupted this tranquility would incur her wrath. Previously, Zhang Hengxiu had been punished with kneeling in the ancestral hall precisely for breaching this taboo. Therefore, it could only be Zheng Jinyu who upset this delicate balance, not she, Zheng Jinyu. As the day gradually faded into darkness, the last golden hues disappeared, replaced by a grayscale world that was a blend of black and white, then transitioning into a deeper shade of gray. At this moment, a maid entered. "Second miss, it's time for you to rest." "Very well, go prepare the water." "As you wish." Just as the maid left, she noticed the kite landing in her courtyard. Zheng Jinyu paused, then quickly stepped outside the yard to retrieve the kite. It was designed in the style of ancient murals, a perfectly ordinary kite for this era. Oh no, they're called sky lanterns. Whose maiden is sending up a sky lantern? Just as Zheng Jinyu was about to call for her maid, she noticed someone retracting the string of the lantern. Curiosity piqued, she tiptoed in the direction of the incoming string. Silently, she made her way to the wall and came to a halt. As the string neared its limit, she skillfully lodged the kite on a branch protruding from the wall without attracting attention. Then she silently hid behind the tree. The person waiting to retrieve the line found it impossible to pull, yet still exerted force, and she found it rather amusing. Failing to retrieve it after several attempts, she deemed it appropriate to cease teasing him. Thus, she decided to exit the hiding spot and return the kite to its owner. In the midst of this, a figure clad in black effortlessly leaped down from the wall. Black-clad figure? No wonder, who among the decent would be flying kites at this hour? Zheng Jinyu was startled, holding her breath as she obediently hid behind the tree. But how could she possibly hide there? Her skirt fluttered in the night breeze, revealing her presence. Zheng Jinyu's heart raced, her mind swiftly contemplating a countermeasure. In that moment, the corner of her eye caught sight of the shadow leaping onto the wall and vanishing instantly. Zheng Jinyu began to harbor self-doubt. Did he not see it? Was that possible? She uncertainly glanced back at the tree, reassured that while it might conceal her face, it would be utterly powerless to prevent her skirt from billowing in the night breeze. Perhaps, possibly because she didn't see his face and he didn't wish to invite trouble, she pretended not to notice and left. Indeed, that must be the case. After all, she is Miss Zheng from the Zheng family. It would only invite more trouble if they were to kill her and attempt to silence her, leading to an investigation. Without giving it much thought, Zheng Jinyu turned back around. At that moment, the figure in black was standing right behind her. Zheng Jinyu froze, instinctively taking a few steps back. What's going on? He was clearly gone. You saw me, the figure said. Zheng Jinyu took a deep breath and said, with only your eyes visible in this pitch darkness, even if I did see them, I wouldn't be able to recognize who you are. Hero, why don't you just pretend that I didn't see you? Don't worry, I won't breathe a word of this to anyone. Is that so? I don't believe it. Zheng Jinyu was taken aback and replied, while there is indeed a risk in trusting me, you should know. I am Miss Zheng from the Zhang family. If you were to silence me, it would only bring you more trouble. The figure remained silent. Zheng Jinyu had no choice but to inquire further, then how can you believe me? The other replied nonchalantly, I only trust two kinds of people. The first kind are the dead. Zheng Jinyu's face froze. Did he truly intend to silence me? The second kind. Faced with life and death, Zheng Jinyu was overly anxious and blurted out, I am the second kind. The other party seemed surprised. Oh. Zheng Jinyu nodded. The stranger gazed at her for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Very well, that's what you said. Weakly, Zheng Jinyu asked. Then what's the second option? You'll find out in time. With that, the figure in black leaped over the wall and vanished from sight. Zheng Jinyu exhaled deeply and hurried back. The two maidservants were clueless. They had just prepared her bathwater. Second miss, please bathe. As she soaked in the warm water, Zheng Jinyu closed her eyes to savor the moment, sorting out the matter of the black-clad individuals in her mind. She was Miss Zheng, not someone whose life could be casually taken. Of course, mainly because she hadn't seen the black-clad person's appearance. As long as they didn't wish to cause trouble, there shouldn't be any further connection between them. Yesterday's encounter with the black-clad figure seemed like an illusion. The next day, she returned to her regular life. Rumors about her had multiplied in recent days. People were talking about the Zhang sisters. Jinxiu had already gained some reputation within her social circle, and her identical twin was no less impressive. At their first appearance at the Wang family's Lotus Appreciation Banquet, they had stolen the show, just like lotuses basking in the sun. Many noble ladies inquired of Madame Zheng, asking where she had been hiding this youngest daughter, and how she had nurtured her to be so accomplished. Before the official family recognition banquet took place, Zheng Jinyu had already made a name for herself in high society. Madame Zheng mentioned that she was frail during her childhood, and was thus raised in the care of a relative in the southern region. Instead of specifying a landed gentry family, she simply referred to it as a relative's home. With such an outstanding daughter, the family she was fostered in must have been remarkable. Nobody delved deeper into the matter. Their eldest daughter was betrothed to Prince Chen's estate. Surely the younger daughter wasn't engaged yet, was she? Some of the ladies began to insinuate their desire to form an alliance through marriage with the Zhang family. Madame Zheng was delighted by the offer but gracefully declined. This child has been frail since birth, raised outside the palace. Now that she has finally returned, I haven't even had the chance to properly dote on her. For the time being, I don't wish to see her married off. No worries, we can arrange it first. We'll proceed with the wedding when Lady Zheng is ready to release her daughter. Well, let's talk about it another time, Madame Zheng declined with a smile. The other party was perceptive and realized that Madame Zheng wanted more time to consider, so they didn't push the matter further. They simply expressed their hope that she would keep this matter in mind and remember to consider their family when making her choice. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Both of her daughters had good reputations, and she genuinely liked them both. But just as things were going well, trouble emerged. Somehow the news that Zheng Jinyu had been raised in the countryside had been leaked. When the news reached Madame Zheng's ears, it infuriated her deeply. Who dares to call my daughter a country bumpkin? Speak up. Chapter 25, The Disloyal Servant. Chapter 25, The Disloyal Servant. I'm not sure, but it's spreading everywhere now, the maid whispered to Lady Zheng. Secrets never stay hidden forever. Sooner or later, this news. She didn't finish her sentence, but Lady Zheng understood the implication. The impeccable image she had carefully crafted for Zheng Jinyu was now tarnished, causing her great discomfort. Tell the servants to be cautious and make sure this doesn't reach Miss Zheng Jinyu's ears. We don't want her to be upset upon hearing it. As you wish, madam. Though it's said that secrets can't remain hidden forever, anyone who dares to divulge this information has crossed a line with Madame Zheng. She immediately had the group who went to fetch Miss Zheng Jinyu from the countryside brought before her for a sound beating. Who did this? Speak up. Madam, it truly wasn't us. The fate of Nursu is right there as a warning. How could we have dared? Yes, madam, we are being falsely accused. Many in this household know of second Mrs. background. Perhaps you should consider who might not be fond of her. Need one even ask who could dislike her? Isn't it that good-for-nothing third brother? Madame Zhang felt a bout of suffocation. She wondered if third brother could be the one who spread the rumor. That night, she mentioned this to Master Zheng. After pondering over it, he said, "You ordered for concubine Su to be beaten to death and made it clear that anyone who dared to speak ill of it would suffer the same fate. It's unlikely that the servants would have such audacity. Most probably, it was that undisciplined third brother who did it." Madame Zheng rubbed her temples, breathing heavily in anger. "I'll have him summoned back tomorrow," she declared. Mr. Zheng interjected, "Wait, what if it's not him? We'd be unjustly accusing him. He was still resentful after the last time we detained him." Mrs. Zheng realized the rationality in his words and replied, "You're right, I let my anger cloud my judgment. Let's investigate first, and if it is indeed him, we'll deal with that brat then." Indeed, Mrs. Zheng believed she had shielded her daughter from any unpleasant gossip, but little did she know that the news had reached Jinyu's ears the very next day, all thanks to her resourceful maid. For a girl of 13 or 14, Chunmei's ability to navigate the intricacies of the household with finesse is indeed remarkable. Zheng Jinyu disapproves of her lack of unwavering loyalty, but acknowledging her skills, she also entertains the idea of fully reclaiming and utilizing her. In the meantime, she intends to deal with Qiuju. After all this time, that servant girl still wavers in her allegiance, occasionally conveying insignificant tidbits of information to Zhang Jinxiu. Today, Qiuju was cleaning the bathroom at the back of the residence. Zhang Jinyu was aware of this, but she pretended ignorance and deliberately summoned Chunmei to discuss some matters. "You've been so helpful to me. If your mistress were to find out, you might face severe consequences." Chunmei was startled and quickly knelt down. "Second miss, please believe my sincerity. Although I was assigned by Lady Zhang Jinxiu to keep an eye on you, I have long accepted you as my true mistress. Haven't I proven my loyalty to you these past days? I haven't divulged a single word about you to Lady Zhang Jinxiu." Is that so? Then how did Zhang Jinxiu learn that I have memorized the Book of Songs? Well, it wasn't this servant who disclosed it. Ah, I know who it is now, it must be Qiuju. It had to be her. Hiding in the bathroom, Qiuju's face turned ashen with fear. She bit her lip tightly and clenched her fists. "Well done, Chunmei. I didn't even reveal your betrayal to Miss Eldest, yet you dare accuse me of divulging information to Miss Second." "Oh? Is that so? Do you have any proof?" This servant doesn't. But there are only the three of us in this courtyard. If it wasn't Miss Second or this servant, it could only be Qiuju. Zhang Jinyu merely said coolly, "Since you have no evidence against her, both of you are suspects. You may leave. Your humble servant." Sigh. "Yes, your humble servant will obey." Chunmei let out a sigh before withdrawing with a bow. Only after they had left did Qiuju emerge discreetly from the bathing chamber. She had already harbored resentment towards Chunmei in her heart. Moreover, she knew Chunmei well. If Miss Second didn't entirely trust her, Chunmei would certainly find a way to gain Miss Second's confidence. "I might not be able to outmaneuver Chunmei, so I can't afford to idle." She had to seek out Miss Zhang Jinxiu and let her devise a plan. Everything was under Zhang Jinyu's control. When Qiuju wanted to secretly visit Zhang Jinxiu, Zhang Jinyu even took the initiative to create an opportunity for her. She complained that the clothes weren't properly cleaned, instructing Qiuju to take them personally for starching. In wealthy households, there were designated areas for laundry and starching. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qiuju stealthily went to meet Zhang Jinxiu. Upon hearing that Chunmei had already sought refuge with Zhang Jinyu, Zhang Jinxiu was so enraged that she smashed a plate. "Damn girl, she actually betrayed me." She glanced at Qiuju and said, "All right, you may leave first. Don't worry, this lady will make Zhang Jinyu trust no one but you." "Yes, Mississippi." Once Qiuju was gone, Zhang Jinxiu turned to Madame Zhou and asked, "Nanny, what punishment should this lady give her?" The cunning old thing, Madame Zhou, quickly came up with a plan. "Miss, this old servant has an idea." "Oh, do tell." Lady Zhou whispered something into her ear, and upon hearing this, Zhang Jinxiu's face lit up with a smile. "However, Nanny, your idea is quite clever, but isn't that girl not yet 14? "Seems so. She's still too young. I'm afraid my mother won't agree to it. A servant girl's life is cheap, and 14 isn't young at all. In those pleasure houses, the women who ascend to the title of top courtesan are often barely in their blooming years." "Indeed, that's true, but my mother's consent is also crucial. My mother loves and cares for those close to her. If Zhang Jinyu isn't willing, mother might not agree either." Lady Zhou revealed a sly smile and said, "Then we shall find a way to make her agree even if she doesn't want to." To demonstrate her loyalty to Zhang Jinyu, Chunmei recently made it a point to inform her whenever she left the courtyard. She would tell Zhang Jinyu what time she was going out and when she would return, keeping her fully informed. On this particular day, Xiaoju delivered a message to Chunmei stating that the lady of the house wished to see her. Chunmei promptly agreed and then conveyed the message to Zheng Jinyu. Xiaoju has informed me that the lady of the house is seeking me. Miss, do you think I should go? Oh, do you wish to attend her? I am your servant, Mississippi. I shall follow your instructions. If you don't go, she'll surely find another way to meet you. Go ahead, but be cautious and perhaps ask Xiaoju if she knows anything. Chunmei, being more astute than Xiaoju, had noticed the latter's recent frequent interactions with that side. Her intuition warned her that it might not be a pleasant matter. Taking advantage of the second Mrs. reminder to be vigilant, Chunmei secretly stashed a pair of scissors on her person before leaving. The meeting with the eldest miss was set in the most remote abandoned courtyard in the northwest corner. The dried leaves on the ground were untouched, crackling underfoot in a way that sounded eerie amidst the quiet of the courtyard. Chunmei's unease grew. As she pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, a man suddenly dashed out from behind it and wrapped his arms around her waist. Chunmei was utterly terrified. No matter how astute she was still just a young girl of 13 or 14, and such an encounter left her trembling with fear. I am who? Boldness, I belong to second miss. The man laughed in a lecherous manner. Starting from today, you belong to me. Chapter 26. Whose more pitiful remains to be seen. Chapter 26. Whose more pitiful remains to be seen. She recognized the voice as that of Zhang Diji, a servant from the Zhang residence. Last year his wife had hanged herself, her body covered in bruises. Rumors had it that she couldn't bear his abuse and thus took her own life. She would never let such a person defile her reputation. In her panic, Chunmei let out a shrill scream and, remembering the scissors, seized them and stabbed backward with all her might. The man had been stabbed in the groin, a region too sensitive for him to endure the pain. He howled in agony and promptly fainted. His ability to perform as a man was likely compromised. It was at this moment that Zheng Jinyu, who had just arrived with Xiaoju to catch them in the act, heard the commotion and rushed inside. She saw Chunmei, her face filled with terror, holding a pair of blood-soaked scissors. Upon catching sight of Zheng Jinyu, Chunmei suddenly went limp, dropping the scissors to the ground as she herself collapsed. Second miss. Upon catching sight of Xiaoju standing behind Zheng Jinyu, she immediately grasped the situation. Xiaoju, you actually schemed against me. The incident had escalated, drawing the attention of Lady Zheng. Lady Zheng fixated her gaze on the two kneeling on the ground and forcefully slapped the tabletop. Speak, what exactly happened? Chunmei took a deep breath and respectfully answered Madame Zheng. In response to Madame, it was Xiaoju who asked this servant to meet her in the northwest courtyard. I had no idea why, but when I arrived, I encountered Zhang Daji, and almost suffered his advances. Xiaoju, what is your explanation for this? I. Xiaoju trembled with fear, lifting her eyes to glance at Zhang Jinxiu. Under the sharp gaze of Zhang Jinxiu, she quickly bowed her head again. Zhang Daji claims to have affection for Chunmei, asking this servant to act as a matchmaker for them. Ridiculous. Chunmei isn't even 14 yet, what matchmaking are you talking about? Zhang Daji is already 30. Are you trying to harm her by doing this? I wouldn't dare. This servant has no intention of harming Chunmei. You still dare to refute? If you're not trying to harm her, do you actually believe that marrying Zhang Daji would be beneficial for her? This servant doesn't know. Madame Zheng gave a cold laugh. So that's how it is. Since you don't know, I suppose you think marrying Zhang Daji as his second wife is a great match. Fine, then you marry him yourself. Xiaoju, who had been kneeling properly, collapsed onto the ground. Madam. Please spare me, madam. She crawled towards Madame Zheng. Madame Zheng kicked her away. Scram. Fetch someone to drag her out and bring Zhang Daji here. Zhang Daji was roused from his stupor by a splash of icy water, now kneeling before Madame Zheng, enduring the pain as he begged for mercy. Madam, my feelings for Chunmei are genuine. Please show mercy and allow us to be together. Madame Zheng glared at him, seething with anger. Zhang Daji, I have tolerated you thus far out of respect for your late father, who served our household loyally all his life. Yet, he begot a son like you. When you drove your wife to her death last year, I gave you a final warning. Since you didn't cherish that chance very well, bring in the guards. Break his legs and throw him out. Ah. Zhang Daji was filled with terror. Madam, it has nothing to do with me. It was Miss Second's maid, Xiaoju, who said Chunmei had feelings for me and arranged a meeting in the abandoned courtyard in the northwest corner. Little did I know this wretch would plot against me, attacking me with scissors. Madam, please, you must vindicate me. Madame Zheng had no patience for his nonsense and dismissed him with a wave of her hand, ordering his removal. Soon, the agonizing cries of Zhang Daji being beaten echoed outside the room. The entire process of dealing with Zhang Daji was handled by Xiaoju, who couldn't implicate Zhang Jinxiu in any way. She dared not speak the truth, it would only hasten her own demise. That very night, Lady Zhou paid Xiaoju a visit while she was confined. Though you didn't succeed, Miss has taken note of your loyalty. Don't worry, she will look after your family. Here, take this pouch of silver. Tomorrow leave the estate with Zhang Daji. He's been punished with a beating and won't be able to move for at least 10 days or half a month. He won't dare harm you during this time. Within these 10 days or so, Miss will find a way to obtain your indenture. When that happens, you'll be free and can reunite with your family using the silver. Touched to tears, Xiaoju thought to herself that even though the mission was unsuccessful, Miss had not mistreated her. Returning home with the indenture and silver, she could marry a good man in a couple of years and never have to be a servant again. This outcome turned out better than she had dared to hope. Indeed, she had chosen the right person to follow. Miss Eldest is truly kind. Nurse Zhou, please convey my gratitude to her. She bowed respectfully. Madame Zhou offered a faint smile and left without comment. Not long after Madame Zhou's departure, Xiaoju heard approaching footsteps once more. She hurriedly hid the silver away. Moments later, the door opened and Chame entered, her face contorted with anger. She pointed an accusing finger at Xiaoju. We entered the household together, relied on each other during the toughest times, and I always thought we were as close as sisters. Yet, you schemed against me and betrayed me. If not for Miss Tu's warning, I wouldn't have had a scissors on me today, and I would have been defiled by Zhang Daji. Then I'd be doomed to be his second wife, my life ruined forever. Xiaoju, now relishing her newfound freedom, looked at Chame with pity. You have the nerve to blame me? What about you? You accuse me of scheming against and betraying you. Haven't you done the same to me? We both came to serve Miss Tu. When I asked if we should commit to her, you said we should wait and observe. But secretly you aligned yourself with Miss Tu and promptly sold me out. Don't blame me, your actions pushed me to do this. Chame was momentarily speechless. She couldn't refute, for she indeed spoke ill of Xiaoju in front of Miss Tu. I never intended to ruin you, yet you nearly destroyed me, Chame said with a chill in her voice. Xiaoju scoffed in response. What good does it do now for you to say these things? In the end you outmaneuvered me, and you've emerged victorious. As for me, I've been bestowed to Zhang Daji by Madame, and it is my life that will be ruined. You deserve it. Chunmei spat at her before turning away coldly. Xiaoju saw no point in arguing further, for they were no longer of the same world. Chunmei continued her life as a trembling servant, loyal to the second young miss and always on guard against the first young miss. Who knew what fate awaited her? And soon, she would be reduced to nothing. Chunmei returned, fuming with anger and of course deeply saddened. After all, she and Xiaoju had spent many years together. Their rivalry had never escalated beyond private jockeying for favor. They had never entertained the thought of actually harming one another. I never imagined she could be so ruthless towards me, to actually employ Zhang Daji to defile me. If not for Miss Zhang's warning, I would have suffered greatly. Zhang Daji's wife hung herself last year covered in bruises. It was because she couldn't endure his abuse any longer. Zhang Jinyu merely said coolly, it's just a matter of taking someone's money to alleviate their troubles. Chunmei was taken aback but quickly regained her composure. She had been so enraged that she hadn't thought it through. Now that she had calmed down, she realized Xiaoju wouldn't stoop so low. No matter how much she disliked her. If this was a task assigned by the eldest miss, things would make more sense. Sigh. She's also a pitiful soul. Now that Madame has promised her to Zhang Daji, she'll have a miserable life ahead. It was because of her that Zhang Daji was expelled from the Zheng residence. He must be plotting his revenge against her. Chapter 27, The Imperial Princess is coming to lay down the law. Chapter 27, The Imperial Princess is coming to lay down the law. How is it? Are you feeling sympathetic again? Servant maid and she did know each other. Chame looked at Zhang Jinyu and said, Second miss, I was thinking of visiting her in a few days. Zhang Jinyu agreed promptly. In the Yuxing courtyard, Lady Zheng was consoling her youngest daughter. Mother didn't expect such a young mate to have so many cunning thoughts, to be jealous to the point of wanting to destroy the other person. Don't worry, without Xiaoju, Mother will find you 2 honest maids. There are 2 maids in my chambers who have been trained for years. They are astute and efficient in their work, and also sincere and trustworthy. How about I transfer them to your courtyard? What do you think? Zhang Jinyu declined and replied to her mother, Mother, why not buy 2 maids from the slave market? I can train them myself. Lady Zheng thought that the servants in the household knew of her rural background and might not serve with full dedication. Buying untainted maids would indeed be better. All right, I'll follow your advice. Tomorrow, let Mother ask Yaxing to bring over some people. You can carefully choose from them. We don't have to limit it to 2, you can pick as many as you like. Zhang Jinyu smiled gently. Thank you, Mother. The next day, Lady Zhang instructed Yaxing to bring over a group of candidates, totaling around 20 individuals, ranging in age from 10 to 18. Among them were a few 10-year-olds who appeared emaciated, looking no more than 7 or 8. She had no interest in such children. With Chunmei being sufficient to navigate the household, there was no need for more. She was only 2 maidservants short. It was like a modern-day interview for cleaners, and in the end, she was left with 2 diligent ones. Madame Zhang was quite curious about her daughter's selection process, yet after all that effort, she only chose 2. She asked, "Aren't you going to pick a few more?" "I think these 2 are quite good as well." Zheng Jinyu replied, "2 is enough. Thank you, mother." "Why, my child, there's no need to be so formal with your mother." "Very well, I'll take these 2. She glanced at the other 2 and instructed the servant handler, "I'll take these 2 as well. They'll work in my courtyard." In total, they purchased 4 individuals. News of Madame Zhang purchasing servants alongside Miss Second reached Zhang Jinxiu's ears, provoking another fit of anger. "Nanny, why is it so difficult to deal with folks from the countryside?" Madame Zhou was also quite perplexed. She had thought that dealing with a country lass would be easy, but to her surprise, it was becoming more challenging. After much deliberation, she could only remark, although she's from the countryside, she is, after all, Lady's own flesh and blood. Both Lord and Lady value familial bonds. "So you're saying that I'll never be able to outdo her?" "It wouldn't be fair to say that. Lord and Lady have nurtured you for so many years and their affection for you is evident to all. To protect you, they haven't revealed your true identity or Zhang Jinyu's. They merely introduced her as your younger sister. Look, you are the legitimate eldest daughter, while she is the legitimate second daughter. You still hold a higher position than her." Zhang Jinxiu was not soothed by her words. Instead, she rubbed her temples in annoyance. "Fine, I'll admit she's tough to deal with. But why can't I even handle a mere servant girl who dared to betray me?" The maid was cunning, carrying a pair of scissors on her. "And you picked her yourself back then because of her wit and capability." Zhang Jinxiu. She felt as if she had shot herself in the foot and regretted her actions deeply. Madame Zhou chuckled. "Actually, I believe that Miss Eldest doesn't necessarily have to vie for father and lady's favor with Miss Second. You'll be 15 next year, and once you've reached womanhood, you'll be eligible for marriage. When you become the princess consort of Prince Chen's residence after your wedding, father and lady will have to bow to you. At that time, it will be lady who tries to curry your favor. Why would you need to compete for their affection?" Zhang Jinxiu was taken aback, but then she recalled the princess mentioning that someone had sent 2 sets of clothes to Zhang Jinyu. That person the princess spoke of was most likely Prince Chen. Why would Prince Chen send her clothes? She refused to believe that Prince Chen could have any interest in Zhang Jinyu, that bumpkin. It must be because he pitied her, or perhaps he knew she was his sister, or maybe it was out of consideration for her elder brother. Yes, Prince Chen and her elder brother were close. A smile graced her lips at the thought. Indeed, as long as she doesn't provoke me and doesn't overstep her boundaries, I won't bother with her either. Lady Zhou chuckled again. That's true. You don't necessarily have to vie for Lord and Lady's favor to keep her underfoot for life. After all, we won't be living in this household for much longer. It could also be done through marriage. As long as her match isn't as good as yours, she'll have to bow down to you for the rest of her days. Back home, parents' affection was earned by who could please them the most and bring them greater glory. After marriage, it was about who could win the hearts of their parents-in-law, who had married well, and who could assist their family as well as gain the favor of their husband. Zhang Jinxiu understood these principles well. Thinking of bypassing Prince Chen's betrothal, huh? Well, unless she could become an imperial consort or marry an imperial prince, that would be impossible. The eldest imperial prince was merely 13, and he had no plans to take a wife in the coming years. So becoming an imperial consort then? But with the emperor being so old, forget about it. In Zhang Jinxiu's eyes, Zhang Jinyu could never secure a better marriage than hers in this lifetime. Madame Zhang's investigation into the rumor yielded results, and all signs pointed to Third Miss as the culprit. She was so angry that she lost her appetite and couldn't sleep. She kept talking through the night, preventing Master Zheng from getting any rest, though he had official duties to attend to the following day. "Oh dear, my lady, let's discuss this matter tomorrow," he pleaded. "What will we say tomorrow? You'll have to rise before dawn to prepare for the morning court session and handle your official duties. By the time you return, it will be dark. If not now, when shall I speak?" Very well, just tell me quickly," he yawned, his words muffled. "I'm truly exhausted after a long day. What should we do about third brother's situation?" "Tell him to kneel in the ancestral temple when he returns." "And what good does it do?" "It's merely a temporary solution, not a cure. I just can't fathom why he despises Jinyu so much. She didn't even know him before, so there shouldn't be any grudge between them." Lord Zheng's eyelids were battling each other, and his mind was in a daze, barely catching her words. He continued in a muddled manner, "Let him cool off at the academy. Perhaps the matter concerning Jinyu is too abrupt for him to accept all at once." Lady Zheng wished for harmonious family relations, and indeed, she saw no better alternative. She let out a long sigh and said, "Very well, I'll listen to you." Madame Zhang received an invitation stating that the imperial princess was planning a visit. This was a significant event. Madame Zhang hurriedly made arrangements, cleaning the courtyard, tending to the flowers and plants, and preparing the freshest ingredients. She also had to ensure that her two daughters were beautifully dressed as they would be meeting others later. Assuming Zheng Jinyu was unaware of the imperial princess, Chame seized the opportunity while adorning her to enlighten him about the princess's background. The imperial princess is the emperor's elder sister, to be precise, a cousin, as the emperor was adopted by the previous sovereign. The imperial princess was the late emperor's only daughter, holding a most prestigious status. She is the most esteemed woman in the entire capital. Chapter 28. Imperial princess claims her right to withdraw from the arranged marriage prematurely. Chapter 28. Imperial princess claims her right to withdraw from the arranged marriage prematurely. For the Zheng family, the imperial princess is our daughter-in-law. Back in the day when our late patriarch was alive, he had a close relationship with the head of the princess's husband's family, the Xia family. Thus he arranged the marriage between Prince Chen and our eldest Mississippi. Did grandfather Zheng set up the marriage for Zheng Jinyu? Yes, indeed. He made the arrangement while he was still alive. Zheng Jinyu commented. But I remember that my grandfather passed away the same year when the incident occurred in the Zheng family. That year, our whole family was exiled, and on our journey, my mother gave birth to me while we were staying at the Fong residence. It was then that the mix-up with Zheng Jinyu occurred. If the marriage was arranged by my grandfather, how could it be Zheng Jinyu? Upon hearing her, Chame also came to a realization. Yes, it couldn't be her. It should refer to a marriage promised in the womb. Oh dear, miss, it should be you. The maid accidentally caught a strand of hair while combing Zheng Jinyu's, causing her to wince in pain. Chunmei hastily withdrew her hand and said anxiously, "This servant is guilty." "Never mind," Zheng Jinyu said coolly. "How many people in the household know the true nature of my relationship with Zheng Jinyu?" Chunmei replied, "Apart from the masters, only the head matrons and senior maids in each courtyard are aware." After Madame and the others decided to conceal Mrs.'s identity, they strictly ordered that no one was to speak of it. If found out, it would mean death. Zhang Jinyu understood. It seemed that Chame, this girl, indeed had some means to have learned about this matter. Probably when the Zhang family first found out, they were caught off guard and failed to immediately conceal the truth. By the time they reacted, the news had already spread. In this world, secrets are eventually revealed. How long could this matter remain hidden? Upon meeting the imperial princess, Zhang Jinyu would undoubtedly adopt her charming and coquettish style, adorned with tinkling jewelry. Zhang Jinyu had no intention of matching her sister's appearance. She certainly didn't want to be mistaken for her twin, given their distinct appearances. She instructed her maid to put away all the clothes sent by Lady Zhang. After sitting amidst the pile for a while, she asked Chame to fetch one of the two outfits gifted by Xia Peiyu. Chame looked surprised. "Second miss, won't this outfit be too plain for you?" It was indeed rather simple, but Zhang Jinyu didn't wish to wear anything similar to what Zheng Jinyu might choose. "Then it is settled. Hurry and help me change." With no other choice, Chunmei proceeded to assist her with the attire. In no time, Zheng Jinyu, now dressed, made her way to the main hall. Madame Zhang was still bustling about, her face radiating with joy. Zheng Jinyu, on the other hand, danced around her mother, her movements as lively as a playful melody. She had put effort into her appearance, and indeed, she looked charming. Even Zheng Jinyu, who disliked her so much, found her lively and endearing. Unfortunately, the fleeting disdain in her eyes when she turned to look at her erased all notions of cuteness from Zheng Jinyu's perception. "Sister has arrived," Zheng Jinyu said warmly as she linked arms with her. "Why are you dressed like this, sister?" She hoped to see Jinyu looking less elaborately dressed than herself, so as not to outshine her in front of the imperial princess. But the fact that this outfit was a gift from Xia Peiyu left an uneasy feeling in Zheng Jinyu's heart. Could it be that this little vixen did it on purpose? Wearing the clothes gifted by Xia Peiyu to meet the imperial princess. "What's wrong with my clothes?" Zhang Jinyu blinked, appearing genuinely puzzled. Looking at Zhang Jinyu's fluctuating expression made her want to laugh. She could almost guess the intricate thoughts swirling in Zhang Jinyu's mind. Well then, even if neither of them could win Xia Peiyu's heart, she would still wear his gifts from time to time to provoke her. "Jinyu, the imperial princess is visiting. You should dress up more elegantly as your mother told you yesterday." Zhang Jinyu replied. "The imperial princess is here to see my sister. If I were to dress as lavishly as her, it might overshadow her presence." Upon hearing this, Lady Zhang praised her with a smile. "Jinyu, you always think things through. Your mother got so excited that I forgot. Well, this outfit looks fine too." She wanted to praise the attire, but how could a simple dress from a small town compare to the custom-made ensembles of the young ladies in the capital? After pondering for a moment, she could only manage to say, "It fits well." Not long after, the imperial princess arrived. Lady Zhang first paid her respects and then hastily invited her to be seated, calling her two daughters forward to pay their greetings. Given the princess's status, both she and Zheng Jinyu knelt on cushions to pay their utmost respect. The imperial princess wore a subtle smile on her face, and her voice was particularly pleasant. "You may rise, there's no need to be so formal." Only then were they allowed to lift their heads and look at the imperial princess. Never in a million years would Zheng Jinyu have imagined that the imperial princess would look like this. Due to the original novel where the imperial princess moved the protagonist to tears, in her mind as a reader, the Long Princess was portrayed as a sharp-tongued and ill-tempered woman with a face that brought misfortune to her husband. All because her prince consort had tragically died in battle at a young age. To her surprise, when Zheng Jinyu encountered the real person, the Long Princess bore not a trace of meanness. Instead, she was exquisitely beautiful and carried an unparalleled elegance. Her hair was meticulously arranged, with an abundance of elaborate pearl hairpins adorning it without appearing vulgar. A string of pearls draped over her shoulders, accentuating her graceful and slender neck, resembling that of a noble swan. She is the most dazzling jewel in the royal family, the only child of the late emperor and empress. Yet, such a beauty became a widow at a young age. Her husband went to war while she was carrying their child, never getting the chance to meet Prince Jin before he perished on the battlefield. Isn't this your youngest daughter, second miss? What's her name? In response to Imperial Princess, this commoner's daughter is named Zheng Jinyu. Zheng Jinyu? That's quite a fine name as well. Madame Zheng commented, how coincidental, isn't it? This name was also bestowed by my husband. Oh, indeed. Quite a coincidence. Her gaze remained fixed on Zheng Jinyu as she asked several questions, none of which were directed at Zheng Jinxiu. She didn't even spare her a single glance. This left Zheng Jinxiu deeply embarrassed, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Isn't the Imperial Princess here to see her? She's supposed to be her future daughter-in-law, so why is she constantly speaking with Zheng Jinyu and looking at her? Could it be that the Imperial Princess prefers Zheng Jinyu as her daughter-in-law? How could that be? The Imperial Princess knows she's a country bumpkin. How could a rustic girl become the Princess Chen's wife? Zheng Jinxiu's mind was in turmoil, her thoughts wandering elsewhere. It wasn't until the Imperial Princess's hearty laughter filled the room that she snapped back to reality. The girl is indeed impressive. Nanny Zhang praised her intelligence when she returned, and it seems to be true. Madame Zhang was also rather awkward at this point. She had assumed that the Imperial Princess had come to visit Jinxiu. Yet, the entire time, the Imperial Princess had been engaged solely with Jinyu, not even casting a glance in Jinxiu's direction. What was she to do? Jinxiu looked like she was on the verge of tears. Imperial Princess Jinxiu is also very clever, Madame Zheng interjected. I am aware of that, but whether she is clever or not, what does that have to do with this princess? Madame Zheng froze, her lips parting, her eyes blinking in surprise. Zheng Jinxiu froze. Zheng Jinyu also froze in her tracks. Isn't it supposed to be next year when the Imperial Princess dramatically calls off the engagement? Is this happening sooner than expected? Imperial Princess, your meaning, this humble lady doesn't quite understand, the concubine replied cautiously. The Long Princess gave her a sidelong glance and said coolly, what don't you understand? Lady Zhang, surely you don't think that the future matriarch of our Prince Chen's mansion can be someone from a peasant family, do you? Chapter 29, Disdaining Zheng Jinxiu's lowly birth. Chapter 29, Disdaining Zheng Jinxiu's lowly birth. Not. No, how can Jinxiu be a peasant girl? She was personally raised and educated by my lord and me since she was young. She is the epitome of a refined lady in the capital. Surely she cannot be lacking. So what if her parents are peasants who know nothing but farming and cannot read a single character? Her bloodline is inherently lowly. Zheng Jinxiu felt as if she were on the verge of collapse. Seeing Zheng Jinxiu's state, Lady Zheng's heart ached with sorrow for her daughter. Jinxiu. Mother, I'm all right. Oh, Madame Zheng, would she really be unable to handle the truth just because this princess spoke candidly? Upon hearing the Imperial Princess's words, Zheng Jinyu standing nearby struggled to contain her laughter, barely managing not to burst out into giggles. Zheng Jinxiu, on the other hand, stood still, refraining from any movement while enduring the situation. Both of them were enduring their own challenges, one with composure and the other holding back laughter. One must accept that the mix-up with the child was fate, and it's not anyone's fault. Our two families have had this marriage arrangement in place for years. Everyone knows Jinxiu is meant to wed Prince Chen. Now if you say Jinxiu is unsuitable, how will people perceive our Zhang family? How will they view Jinxiu? That is your concern, not this princess's. You. Lady Zhang, do you expect this imperial princess to sacrifice my precious Yuer for the sake of your family's reputation? Lady Zhang was left speechless, fearing that any further words would only worsen the situation. This imperial princess is making it clear to you. Jinxiu of your family is not someone I desire. As for Jinyu, I shall have to ponder over it. Nurture her well. If she can become as accomplished and refined as Jinxiu, then I will accept her. But if not, our family's engagement shall be nullified. This time it was Lady Zheng who was on the verge of collapse. How can you do this, Imperial Princess? The betrothal was arranged by Elder Master Xie before his passing. You cannot simply annul it just because both our elders are no longer with us. Why not? Who asked your family to underestimate your child? I? The princess consort of Prince Chun must not only come from an esteemed lineage, but also embody the virtues of a refined lady. Both qualities are indispensable. Although Zheng Jinxio's expression turned grim upon hearing this, she felt somewhat relieved in her heart. It didn't matter if the imperial princess looked down on her, as long as she didn't set her sights on Zheng Jinyu. Should this news spread, it would be the Prince Chen's residence that would bear the reproach for breaking the engagement, not her, Zheng Jinxio, being deemed of low birth and inadequate for the Prince Chen. But Lady Zheng was not willing to accept this and continued to argue her case. Imperial princess, outsiders are unaware of Jinxio's true identity. We have publicly declared that she is Jinyu's sister. She is the epitome of a well-bred young lady, devoid of any unsavory rustic traits. Why can't she be considered suitable? She may be commendable, but this princess worries about the quality of offspring she might bear. Ah! Lady Zheng felt slightly overwhelmed by the response. Why does it involve the next generation? One often hears that dragons beget dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and a rat's offspring learns to burrow. If she's fine, what if there's a generational transmission? There was a child in the Luo family who was born resembling his grandfather so closely that, if the old man hadn't passed away early, his daughter-in-law would never have been able to clear her name, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Lady Zheng. This princess wouldn't dare stake the future of the Prince Chen's lineage on a gamble, so forget about Jinxio. Focus on nurturing Jinyu instead. Next year, I'll come to inspect the results. If it doesn't work out, let's just forget about the marriage between our two families. With that, she left without bothering to consider the awkward expressions on the family of three. She didn't even bother to invite her to stay for the meal. Madame Zheng was already restraining herself from chasing her away in anger, so how could she possibly ask her to dine with them? After all the grand preparations to welcome her, the visit ended on an unpleasant note. And afterward she would still have to console her two daughters. One had been scolded for her lowly birth, and the other for not behaving like a proper young lady from a respected family. So both her treasures aren't good enough for her precious son, huh? Pa, what nonsense. Madame Zheng cursed imperial princess in her heart. However, she was a refined noblewoman and maintained her composure, not voicing her insults out loud. Neither of you should take imperial princess's words to heart. Jinyu, you're still young. As long as you study diligently with Mr. Little G, you'll surely improve. Yes, mother. She still had high hopes for her youngest daughter. The younger one was clever. With proper education, there might still be a chance to rectify the situation. But as for her eldest daughter, Lady Zheng consoled her pale-faced daughter, Jinxio. With a sorrowful tone, Zheng Jinxio replied, Mother, Imperial Princess is right. My bloodline is too humble. I am not worthy of Prince Chen. Perhaps it's better if this marriage proposal is. Jinxio, Lady Zheng interrupted her, saying, ancient people said that nobility isn't predetermined among kings, lords, generals, and statesmen. Do you remember that? Mother, I remember. That's good. Don't ever feel inferior because of your background. Mother has taught you for many years not for you to undervalue yourself. Tears welled up in Zheng Jinxio's eyes. Mother, I understand, but the Imperial Princess said she values bloodline. Madame Zheng patted her shoulder. Her opinion doesn't matter. Mother remembers that Prince Chen seems fond of you. If he insists on marrying you, the Imperial Princess won't have a choice. No matter how much she disapproves of your bloodline then, she'll have to accept it for the sake of appearances and even help conceal the truth about it. These words truly comforted Zheng Jinxio, restoring some color to her pale face. Mother is right. If Prince Chen is willing, what does it matter if the Imperial Princess consents or not? She despises me as a rat? Humph, she'll see. One day she'll be driven to madness when I give her a litter of rats. I'll follow Mother's advice. Madame Zheng was relieved to see her daughter laugh through her tears. All right, let's go back. Don't dwell on it too much. Yes. Jinyu, you should go back as well. Study diligently under Mr. Little G. Your mother will find you a good match in due time. Yes, Mother. Both left contentedly. Zheng Jinyu was pleased that the Imperial Princess had made Zheng Jinxio cry. Lady Zheng was evidently pleased that in her mother's eyes, she, Zheng Jinxio, was the true Princess Chen. It seemed that when faced with significant interests, her mother would still prioritize her. So what if Zheng Jinyu was her biological daughter? She would have to step aside anyway. To her surprise, not long after Zheng Jinyu returned to Yuxing Courtyard, Lady Zheng made another visit. Didn't she just leave from there? Mother. Madame Zheng asked, does Jinyu feel that Mother is being partial? Zheng Jinyu responded, why does Mother say so? Madame Zheng explained, the Imperial Princess has hinted that both of you have a chance to marry Prince Chen. Zheng Jinyu thought, the Imperial Princess clearly doesn't fancy either of us. Yet Mother says your elder sister Jinxio is the perfect match for Prince Chen. Zheng Jinyu remained silent. Lady Zheng continued, it's not that Mother is playing favorites. The reason she says this is because they were betrothed from a young age. And Prince Chun has always had feelings for Jinxiu. If our family were to switch and have you marry him instead, wouldn't that be breaking up a loving pair? If Prince Chun is unhappy, even if he were to take you as his wife, he would treat you poorly. Mother doesn't wish to see you suffer. Zheng Jinyu looked into her mother's eyes, searching for sincerity. It seemed that her mother genuinely believed this was the reason and not due to favoritism towards Zhang Jinxiu. She thought to herself, how blind can she be? Why on earth would Prince Chun take a liking to Zhang Jinxiu? Zhang Jinyu remarked, I see. Well, if Prince Chun has taken a fancy to sister, I naturally have no objections, nor will I blame mother for it. Chapter 30. The robe Prince Chun sent you? Chapter 30. The robe Prince Chun sent you? Madame Zheng smiled, relieved. Jinyu, you're so sensible. Zhang Jinyu gave a faint smile. But what if Prince Chun doesn't like sister Jinxiu? That won't do. Prince Chun is close to your elder brother and often visited our house in the past. He's always had a soft spot for Jinxiu since they were young. I believe they have feelings for each other. Then has he always known about the arranged marriage between him and Jinxiu? Madame Zheng's smile froze for a moment before she resumed her grin. He is indeed smitten with Jinxiu. Jinyu, you don't know Prince Chun. Nor do you have any feelings for him. It's different for your sister Jinxiu. She genuinely cares for him. If the marriage were to switch to you, the rumors would be disastrous and she wouldn't be able to live it down. Zhang Jinyu nodded, her face filled with sorrow. Mother is right. At the last Lotus Appreciation Banquet, I heard the other young ladies talking about how sister Jinxiu is destined to marry Prince Chun as his princess. I suppose everyone in the capital knows by now, don't they? If this marriage doesn't go through, sister would become the laughingstock of the entire city. Madame Zheng agreed. That's the reality. So, can you understand where mother is coming from? Yes, I understand mother's predicament, so. Zhang Jinyu pondered before saying, Mother, please wait a moment. What is it? Please have a seat and wait here for a moment, comforted Zhang Jinyu as she helped her mother settle down. Then, she hurriedly went inside to change out of her current attire. She also selected another set of clothes from the wardrobe and carried them with her. Mother, please take these 2 outfits to the princess's residence for me, she requested. Mrs. Zheng looked puzzled. To the princess's residence? Yes, since it's sister who is betrothed to Prince Chun, I cannot accept the 2 sets of clothing he sent me, explained Zhang Jinyu. What? Madame Zheng shot up in surprise. The 2 outfits you wore back were gifts from Prince Chun? Zhang Jinyu nodded softly. Yes, Amasu said she left in a hurry and didn't bring any clothes with her. I've been wearing the Fong family's clothes since then. They were patched, torn, and dirty, and they didn't fit well. When Prince Chun saw them, he went to the local tailor's shop and bought me these 2 sets of clothing. How can a young lady accept clothes from an unrelated man? A man giving clothes to a woman usually implies. Madame Zheng's face tensed, but she didn't finish her sentence. Zhang Jinyu spoke timidly, Mother, I didn't know about such rules. Back then, I didn't know about the connection between Prince Chun and our family. I didn't even recognize him. I thought he was like an older brother related to us. Besides, brother asked me to accept them. Madame Zheng was taken aback once more. Your brother asked you to accept them? Zhang Jinyu nodded. Mrs. Yang's mind spun into chaos, filled with jumbled thoughts. Prince Chun had sent her clothes and eldest master had agreed to it. What was the meaning behind this? If he wanted to help her look less shabby and more presentable before returning home out of pity, shouldn't eldest master be the one to buy them? They had plenty of people at their disposal. They could have easily asked any attendant to make the purchase. So why did Prince Chun have to be involved? Through his hands, the gesture assumes a different significance. Madame Zheng regarded the garment in her hand and said, Keep it with you for now. Don't wear it. We'll wait until your elder brother and Prince Chun return to discuss further. Yes, I'll follow mother's advice. Also, don't mention that Prince Chun gifted you this dress. Don't tell anyone, especially your sister. All right, I won't say anything. She might not speak of it, but Zhang Jinxiu had already surmised the situation. Mr. Zheng brought up the matter of Zhang Jinyu's family recognition ceremony once again. Initially, Mrs. Zheng had planned to hold it this month, but with the imperial princess incident occurring, she wished to postpone it. There's no rush. This is a significant event that requires the whole family to be present. We'll wait for eldest brother to return before proceeding. Saying that they were waiting for Zheng Hongyan's return was more like she was actually waiting for Xie Peiyu to come back. Master Zhang was puzzled. Why must we wait for him to return? Wars are unpredictable. Who knows how long it will take him to come back? Madame Zheng replied, There's no rush. Jinyu is currently learning the Guqin from Master Little Ji. Jinyu is clever. She can learn a great deal within a year or so. When the time comes for her to acknowledge her family ties, having a daughter skilled in the arts of the Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua will bring us honor, wouldn't it? Master Zheng pondered for a moment, stroking his beard as he nodded with a smile. That's true. It would be an excellent opportunity to showcase our Jinyu and perhaps secure a fine marriage for her. Madame Zheng's expression froze at the mention of a good marriage, as it was a headache-inducing topic for her. When it came to this matter, her thoughts were in disarray. All she could do was wait for her eldest son and Prince Chen to return so she could seek clarification before proceeding. Child, it's still early. Let's discuss this matter another time. Now sleep. Qiu and Zhang Diji had been expelled from the Zheng household for nearly a week. Chunmei couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness whenever she thought about Qiu's situation. After much contemplation, she sought out Zheng Jinyu. Miss Second, Qiu has been gone for nearly a week now. I wonder how she's faring. This servant wishes to pay her a visit. Oh, Zhang Jinyu inquired, surprised. Didn't you resent her for cunningly scheming against you? Why do you want to see her now? We entered the household together, and we've known each other for years. Even though she wronged this servant, I still feel the need to see her. In truth, she was somewhat guilt-ridden over Qiu's final words. It was true that Qiu had plotted against her, but Qiu's claim that she spoke ill of her and betrayed her in front of Miss Second was also factual. Zhang Diji was known for his viciousness, and given that Qiu had been expelled from the Zheng household because of him, he was undoubtedly unkind to her. Over the years, Chunmei had managed to save a little pocket money. She wanted to send it to Qiu, hoping it would improve her situation, if only slightly, to ease her own conscience. Zhang Jinyu consented to her visit. Go ahead, but stop by Lu's pastry shop on your way and get me some red bean cakes. Make sure you're back before the curfew. Chunmei hastily expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Second Mississippi. It was much more convenient to leave the estate under the pretense of purchasing items for Miss. Chunmei had already inquired that Zhang Diji had been severely beaten and was now incapacitated. Despite his wrongdoing, Lady had shown mercy due to his father's sake, and allowed them to temporarily reside in an unused two-compound residence in the western part of the city, giving him time to recover before returning to his hometown. With time running short, Chunmei first went to buy red bean cakes for Miss and then hurried to the dilapidated temple to find Qiu, lest she miss her chance to purchase them. To her surprise, the Lu's cake shop was bustling with business and she had to wait in line for quite some time before managing to buy the cakes. After securing them, she carefully placed the delicacies in her basket and hastened her way to the rundown temple. By then, the sky was nearly dark. She stealthily made her way to the secluded West Street and found the dilapidated courtyard she was looking for. As she was about to approach the main entrance, she saw a familiar figure coming from another direction. Chunmei was startled and hurriedly hid herself. Upon hearing the creak of the gate being forced open, Madame Zhou and her son entered the small courtyard one after another. Only then did Chunmei dare to emerge from the alley. Strange, why were they here? Chunmei followed cautiously, and as soon as she entered, she heard Qiu's voice coming from inside. Rest assured, I've administered the medicine you gave. He shouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Chapter 31, A Death Occurs. Chapter 31. A Death Occurs. Is that so? Madame Zhou kicked Zhang Diji, who was lying on the ground, targeting the area where he had just been beaten. Noticing no reaction from him, she smiled triumphantly. Qiu, you've done well. Miss will remember your favor. Qiu secretly rejoiced and asked, Madam, about the indenture you promised me? Have you brought it along? What indenture? What are you talking about? Qiu's face froze. Nanny, please don't joke around. You promised that if I took the blame for this, Miss would find a way to retrieve the indenture and return it to me. Who told you that? Did I say such a thing? She looked at her son. Mother, when did you say anything like that? This foolish girl is lying. Qiu panicked. No, how could I be lying? Nurse Zhou, you promised me. You said that if I took full responsibility for harming Chunmei, you'd give me my freedom papers. You can't go back on your word. Curse you, you little harlot, daring to slander me? I didn't, Qiu stammered in fear. Zhou's son interjected, Mother, why bother talking nonsense with her? This little wretch has no more use. All that's left is to shut her mouth, and only the dead keep their silence. At these words, Qiu's face turned ashen with terror. Chunmei outside the room was also dumbfounded with shock. So it was. It wasn't Qiu who envied her and plotted against her out of jealousy. Rather, it was the young lady who intended to eliminate her. Within the room, Qiu's terrified scream echoed. Chunmei clutched the purse in her hand tightly, stepping forward courageously, only to be frightened and hastily retreat 3 steps back. Amidst the cacophony, she discerned Qiu's voice growing fainter and fainter. She's but a young maid, incapable of altering anything. She has fled. Chunmei rushed back, her nerves shattered. At that moment, Zhang Jinyu was seated by the candlelight, engrossed in a book. What's the matter? Zhang Jinyu noticed the ashen look on Chunmei's face. Chunmei took a deep breath and with measured steps, approached Zhang Jinyu before prostrating herself at his feet. Zhang Jinyu frowned. Speak your mind. Chunmei trembled violently, her voice laced with sobs. Second miss, I beg for your protection. Protection? Who's after you? It was the first miss, she's the one who instructed Zhang Deji in that scheme. Qiuju was probably silenced by her. Spring Plum recounted to Zhang Jinyu in great detail the encounter she had when she went to find Qiuju. Zhang Jinyu wore a composed expression. She had long anticipated that the incident originated from Zhang Jinxiu's camp. In fact, she had even fueled the fire, deliberately letting Qiuju overhear Chuanmei's accusations against her, thus instilling a sense of peril in Zhang Jinxiu. Killing two birds with one stone, she had eliminated the two individuals close to Zhang Jinxiu. One was discarded by Zhang Jinxiu herself, while the other now pledged unwavering loyalty to Zhang Jinyu. What she hadn't anticipated, however, was that after driving them away, Zhang Jinxiu would still send Madame Zhou to silence them. Too cautious, leaving no room for survival. From now on, attend to your duties diligently and act as if you know nothing. I shall protect you, the second miss assured. Yes, second Mississippi. Chunmei bowed deeply to her. You may go. The following day, Chunmei learned about the officials visiting the estate. In order to pretend ignorance, she, like the other servants in the household, strained her neck to eavesdrop on any news. How else could he die? The body was covered in bruises and Zhang Deji is nowhere to be found. It's clear he killed someone and fled. Goodness, you didn't see the corpse, it was terrifying. Zhang Deji has a history of abusing his wife anyway. Besides, it was Qiuju who got him kicked out by Lady. It's no wonder he'd turn on her. That was quick. Has he fully recovered from his injuries? It's been several days. His wounds might not be completely healed, but he'd certainly have the strength to inflict harm. A 13-year-old girl could never be a match for a 30-year-old man, even if he was injured. Everyone was convinced that Qiuju had been killed by Zhang Deji. Only Chunmei knew the truth. After gathering all the details, she was trembling with fear but tried to maintain her composure as she returned to Yuxing Courtyard. Second miss, Qiuju is dead, beaten to death. It was clearly Zhou Bo's doing, but everyone is blaming Zhang Deji. I distinctly heard Qiuju mention giving medicine to Zhang Deji, saying he wouldn't wake up. I thought she had poisoned him. From what I gathered, Zhang Deji even fled, and the authorities are currently searching for him. Upon hearing Chuanmei's account, Zhang Jinyu commented, it seems they didn't feed her poison but some kind of sleeping drug instead. Even Qiuju was unaware of it. Chunmei nodded and said, Miss and Nurse Zhou are truly terrifying. They deceived Qiuju into taking the blame and tempted her with the promise of freedom from servitude to drug Zhang Deji. Who would have thought that the poison was actually a sleeping drug? She was beaten to death by Zhou Bo and then framed for Zhang Deji's murder. With Zhang Deji's history of abusing his wife and their existing feud, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But she looked at Zhang Jinyu puzzled. Why did Zhang Deji escape? Perhaps the dosage wasn't strong enough, and he woke up earlier than expected. Or it could be that Zhang Deji never took the drug at all. The possibility of him waking up early was slim as the authorities had failed to apprehend him. He must have fled the city long ago. She suspected that Zhang Deji hadn't taken his medicine. Did he realize it himself? Or did Qiuju deliberately keep an eye on it and conspire with Zhang Deji to withhold the dose? Well then, even within the Zhang household, there were various underlings harboring their own intentions, vying for power so fiercely. Indeed, in a large and influential family, troubles and controversies abound. Stay calm, let things unfold as they should. You're an intelligent person. I trust you know how to handle this situation. Chunmei nodded eagerly. To the Zhang family, the dismissal and subsequent death of a servant girl was merely a trivial matter. Soon, the name Qiuju faded from people's memories. Life seemed to return to its tranquil rhythm until a letter arrived from the border region, sent by Zhang Hongyan. Within the envelope, there was another letter specifically addressed to Zhang Jinyu. The letter addressed solely to Zhang Jinyu wasn't terrifying on its own. The crucial point was that it was written by Prince Chen. As Zhang Ji and his wife held the letter, their expressions were a sight to behold. Fixated on the wax seal, they wished they could chew it apart just to uncover its contents. Sir, what do you think Prince Chen means by this? How would I know? Yenner's letter didn't mention anything about this. She only said to deliver this letter to Jinyu. We can only understand the situation if we read the contents of the letter. Then, should we open it and take a look? Mrs. Zheng wore a conflicted look. She was an elegant lady with her own principles and would never breach someone else's privacy by reading their letters. Especially a letter sealed with wax, clearly meant to be protected from prying eyes. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Master Zheng was also a man of principle. While he might secretly engage in such underhanded acts, he would never do so in front of his wife. He couldn't afford to lose his dignity before her. Prince Chan is expected to marry Jinxiu in the future. What business does he have writing to Jinyu? Master Zheng remained silent. Lady Zheng continued, he hasn't even written to Jinxiu. There's not a single word from Prince Chen in Yenner's letter. Something's amiss here. What do you think we should do? Chapter 32, A Letter from Prince Chen to Zhang Jinyu. Chapter 32, A Letter from Prince Chen to Zhang Jinyu. What's amiss? You still feign ignorance. What's inappropriate about this? A brother-in-law away at war writes a letter to his sister-in-law. Does that seem proper? In Zhang Ji's mind, Prince Chen had always been betrothed to Zhang Jinyu. Indeed, it was unconventional to calculate it this way. Should we give this letter to Jinyu? Lady Zhang asked, clearly troubled. Master Zheng replied, of course we'll give it. If we don't and Prince Chen asks about it later, what would we say? Oh, does that mean they've been corresponding? Perhaps you're overthinking it. The letter might not contain anything significant, Master Zheng suggested. How about this? You take the letter to Jinyu and try to find out its contents before deciding how to proceed. How could she be overthinking? Lady Zheng hadn't even informed Master Zheng about the clothing matter. But there was no other option now. She nodded and said, that sounds good. Let's keep this between us two. Don't let anyone else know to prevent Jinyu from worrying unnecessarily. All right, I understand. Also remind Jinyu not to disclose this to anyone. Lady Zheng carried the letter and made her way to Yuxing courtyard in search of Zhang Jinyu. She dismissed all the maids and servants, leaving only mother and daughter in the room. Mother, what's the matter? Why do you look so serious? Lady Zheng took out the letter and placed it on the table. Your elder brother has written home and he included a letter for you. Zhang Jinyu's face lit up with delight. My elder brother wrote to me personally. Let me see. Upon holding the letter in her hand, her smile froze. Xiapeyu. Prince Chen. Mrs. Zheng observed her reaction. The moment she saw it was from Prince Chen, she was surprised, and the expression didn't seem feigned. Perhaps she was overthinking it. There shouldn't be anything going on between them. They were strangers before, and Prince Chen saw her in rags back then. It's rather peculiar that he took a liking to her at first sight. Open it and see, Lady Zheng suggested. Zhang Jinyu furrowed her brow slightly. Is it proper for Prince Chen to send me a letter, mother? Hearing this, Lady Zhang felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter. This child was cautious and well-versed in etiquette. It was that Xiapeyu who was odd, always up to something inexplicable and defying the norms. No worries, mother is here. Mother will watch with you. Zhang Jinyu curled the corner of her lips, thinking to herself. Why? Is it because of Zheng Jinxio's interest in me? All right, I'll read it with mother. She maintained her innocent appearance and carefully opened the letter sealed with wax. The letter contained only a few simple words. Jinyu, I've made a kite with an owl's head and a swallow's tail. I'll give it to you when we return to the capital. Madame Zhang's already troubled expression became even more perplexed at these words. How did their relationship progress to the point of exchanging kites? In contrast, Zhang Jinyu felt a rush of blood surge through her veins. An owl's head and a swallow's tail. Wasn't that the very kite she had found that fateful evening? Could it be that the black-clad figure from that night was none other than Xiapeyu? How could this be? Wasn't he engaged in battle? Did he possess the art of cloning himself? Why would he come to the capital unsummoned? What was his intention? Of course, all that was not the most crucial point. The most important question was what was going on in his mind. Despite not having seen him that day, he still chose to return and even threatened her. Even if he came back, she still wouldn't know the identity of the black-clad figure. Now he sends a letter with veiled hints, no, almost a direct revelation. He convinced himself that he was the mysterious figure in black. Zhang Jinyu's mind was in a jumbled mess, replaying the novel's plot over and over. The storyline involving the imperial princess and Prince Chen was actually quite straightforward. They were criticized by readers for their early breakup, and after their family moved away, they faded from the narrative. The story mainly revolved around Zhang Jinyu, detailing her life from her maiden home to her married life, with all its domestic intricacies. She was certain that she had transmigrated into a novel where she was the cherished and pampered protagonist caught up in the intrigues of the household. Gazing at the brief message, Zhang Jinyu's heart swelled with uncertainty. Jinyu, Lady Zheng was oblivious to her daughter's tangled thoughts and only gazed at her solemnly. Be honest with mother. What's going on between you and Prince Chen? Zhang Jinyu shook her head. I'm not sure either. The last time I saw him was when we met at the inn. Then why did he send you clothes and mention sending you a kite? I assumed he gave me clothes because I looked untidy and Big Brother was preoccupied dealing with Nurse Sue and couldn't tend to me. He was essentially helping Big Brother out. As for the kite, I really have no idea. Perhaps you should write a letter to Big Brother and ask him about it. Madame Zheng still trusted Zhang Jinyu's words as she was with her daughter every day while Prince Chen was engaged in battles at the border. They had only met once and their eldest son was present at that time. Therefore, the issue did not lie with her daughter but with Prince Chen. Madame Zheng didn't comment much and returned home. Master Zheng had been waiting for her. How was it? What did he write? She mentioned sending her a kite. Madame Zheng recounted the entire incident in detail. As a mother who favored her daughter, she spoke kindly of Zhang Jinyu and ultimately concluded that the problem originated from Prince Chen. Sir, what do you suppose Prince Chen is up to? First he courts Jinxiu, and now he's after Jinyu. Does he intend to sow discord between the sisters to disrupt our household peace? Mr. Zheng rolled his eyes. Nonsense. The Xie family has ties with ours, and Prince Chan is also on good terms with Yenner. Without any grudges or conflicts, why would he deliberately disturb our family's tranquility? And what do you think he intends then? Mr. Zheng stroked his beard in contemplation. From what I can gather at present, I believe he might be considering marrying Jinyu. Mrs. Zheng was astonished. How could that be? I've always thought he had his eye on Jinxiu. I believe he has his sights set on Jinyu. This? Madame Zhang's eyes widened. Could it be that he desires both of them, wishing to enjoy the blessings of two worlds? At this remark, both women fell silent, their moods turning sour. HHT he can dream on. Stay calm. Don't go spreading rumors in front of the children. All of this is mere speculation on our part. Let's wait until they return before discussing further. Very well. The matter concerning Prince Chen was temporarily set aside. Lady Zhang kept a close eye on her two daughters, allowing them to study only with a female tutor from the Ji family and forbidding them from interacting with anyone outside the estate. Zheng Jinyu seized this opportunity to enrich herself. With her solid foundation and due to her familial background, she picked up ancient knowledge swiftly and soon grasped the essence of being a talented woman of the era. Of course, given her relatively short time back at the Zheng residence, it was too soon for her remarkable talents to be fully displayed. She continued to conceal her true abilities while making swift progress. In Jining's eyes, she was merely astoundingly intelligent. Each time Jining reported to Madame Zheng about Zheng Jinyu's studies, Madame Zheng could not contain her joy. Feeling both pride and deep concern, she worried that her daughter's excellence might invite trouble. Thus, her genuine capabilities were kept under wraps, known only to Zheng Jinyu herself, Jining, and Madame Zheng. Madame Zheng could never keep anything from Master Zheng, so he was well aware of this as well. Chapter 33, Not Only Alive, But Escaped Too. Chapter 33. Not Only Alive, But Escaped Too. Zheng Ji and his wife replied to Zheng Hongyan's letter, while Zheng Jinxiu also wrote separately to both Zheng Hongyan and Xie Peiyu. In front of Zheng Jinyu, she handed the two letters to Lady Zheng, asking her to send them together to the border. As she slipped the letter to Xie Peiyu into Lady Zhang's hands, her face flushed with bashfulness, making her already rosy cheeks even redder. All right, mother will have someone deliver it for you. Lady Zheng couldn't refuse and struggled to force a smile which made Zheng Jinyu want to laugh. Yet, she managed to suppress her urge. Thank you, mother. Zheng Jinxiu's face was brimming with happiness. Suddenly, she thought of something and hastily took off a sachet hanging from her waist. Mother, this sachet contains a talisman for safety that I prayed for at a temple. Can I send it along with the letter? The smile on Lady Zhang's face was faltering. This wouldn't be appropriate, would it? The scouts only deliver battle reports. Entrusting them to send our personal letters is already overstepping our bounds due to your father's sake. Zheng Jinyu was relieved that Lady Zheng still had her wits about her. Asking the scout, who was responsible for delivering battle reports, to carry a sachet was an absurd idea. Is that so? Then forget it. Zheng Jinxiu's face was filled with disappointment. She had expected Lady Zheng to comfort her, but to her surprise, Lady Zheng merely heaved a sigh of relief and remained silent. Before the matter was settled, she didn't wish for Zheng Jinxiu to invest too much emotion, lest she end up heartbroken in the future. To divert Zheng Jinxiu's attention, she deliberately changed the subject and engaged them in another conversation. In a few days, your second brother and third brother will be returning home. This time, they'll only stay for 2 days. The autumn examinations are drawing near, and after this visit, they won't be able to come back until the examinations conclude. Madame Zheng summoned Zheng Jinyu to her side and said, What happened last time was your third brother's fault, but he is still your elder brother. Mother wants to take you all to the temple to burn incense and pray for blessings. Later, you can ask for a Wenchang talisman for them, to help mend the relationship. All right. Zheng Jinyu agreed readily, showing no signs of resentment. I will sincerely seek Wenchang talismans for second brother and third brother, wishing them success in their scholarly pursuits and high rankings on the golden list. Seeing this, Madame Zhang felt a mix of relief and heartache. Her youngest daughter had been wandering and suffering outside for so many years. It wasn't her fault, yet she was the one her brother disliked. Despite being wronged, she was still trying hard to fit into this family, overlooking third brother's hostility and even going as far as to ask for charms on his behalf. Well done, good child. You've been wronged. Zhang Jinxiu beside her was seething with anger. So skilled in acting, why didn't she just set up a stage and perform a drama? Damn it, she had stolen all the lines. Initially, she had intended to ask second brother and third brother for talismans, wishing them success in their scholarly pursuits. Upon returning home, she angrily sought counsel from her wet nurse. I truly can't endure it. She's even more dramatic than the actors on stage. Mother is increasingly favoring her. Nurse, what should I do? Still the same advice, my dear. You're not young anymore. and your days in the Zheng household are numbered. For now, focus on being a proper lady of noble birth and win Prince Chen's heart. Once you become the princess consort Chen, no matter how well she acts, she won't be able to surpass you. Zhang Jinxio's mood gradually calmed under Zhou's soothing words. The letter has already been sent. I trust that once Prince Chen reads my letter to him, even if he doesn't choose me, he certainly won't opt for Zhang Jinyu. Madame Zhou smiled gently. That's right. Even if Prince Chen listens to the imperial princess and doesn't marry you, as the daughter of the Zheng family, your marriage won't be any less prestigious than marrying a country bumpkin. When women wed, they compare their husbands' statuses. All right, I'll listen to you. She does have a bit of wit, but alas, she has spent 14 years as a country girl. There's no way she can surpass me, Zhang Jinxiu. By the way, Zhang Jinxiu recalled another matter. Have they found Zhang Deji? Madame Zhou's expression froze, and she huffed in frustration. I didn't expect him to run so fast. With a worried frown, Zhang Jinxiu asked, so they didn't catch him? What should we do now? It's all right. I've already instructed my son to pay some underworld figures to take care of him. Oh dear, why did you let him be discovered only the next day? If you had sent someone to catch him right after you left, how could all this have happened? Lady Zhou explained, Miss, when we first left, he was still under the influence of the knockout drug, sleeping like a dead hog. How could the officials have believed it? Zhang Jinxiu huffed in frustration. That just means those officials are utterly useless, incapable of even catching one person. Yixing Courtyard. Chunmei returned with a box of red bean cakes, set down her basket, and reported to Zhang Jinyu. Second miss, I've delivered the items to Zhang Daji. You may leave. Yes, Mississippi. Zhang Jinyu took a piece of the red bean cake, tasted it gently, but found it too sweet and sugary, so she put it back. She didn't genuinely enjoy the overly sweet red bean cake. She merely sought an excuse for Chunmei to leave the palace. Though Zhang Daji wasn't an admirable man, he possessed some wit. After his escape, it was discovered that he had limped towards the city gates before dawn that same day. Once the gates opened, he fled the city, leading the officials to investigate along the route toward his hometown. The deceased was merely a discarded maid from the Zheng family, so the officials went through the motions of searching for 2 days before dismissing the case as unsolvable. Unbeknownst to all, Zhang Daji had promptly disguised himself as a beggar upon leaving the city and returned, now hiding within its confines. He was well aware of his frail health, which couldn't withstand the rigors of a long journey. Even without being caught, his body wouldn't hold up. Coupled with the betrayal he had suffered, he was unwilling to accept his fate, and thus he had returned. Someone as significant as Zhang Jinyu naturally deserved assistance. In crucial moments, he could play a vital role. The Great Nation Temple was located right within the capital city, with its construction funded primarily by state finances and donations from high-ranking officials and wealthy patrons. As such, the temple was divided into 2 tiers. The outer section was for common folk to pay their respects, while the inner sanctum was reserved exclusively for high-ranking officials and nobles. Madame Zheng, accompanied by her 2 daughters, fell into this latter category. They were thus ushered in by a junior monk to pay their respects within the inner chamber. Compared to the bustling crowd and billowing incense smoke outside, the inner area was much cleaner and serene. A senior monk of high standing within the temple personally guided them through the rituals, even engaging Madame Zheng in discussions about Buddhist teachings. Madame Zheng was deeply sincere, keeping her hands clasped in prayer throughout the entire process. After the monk had spoken a segment, she would bow in reverence. The ascetic monk also recommended to her various bracelets, scented sachets, jade pendants, and amulets. Under the persuasive tongue of the monk, Madame Zheng ended up purchasing a pile of items. Wait a minute. Wasn't the creation of such amulets more the forte of Taoism? Zhang Jinyu's thoughts had already drifted far away, finding the situation rather amusing. At that moment, Zhang Jinxiu, who was standing beside her, suddenly asked, Sis, what are you thinking about? I'm praying to the Buddha, sis. You should kneel properly and not speak. Sincerity is key for this to work, Zhang Jinyu replied. With that, she paid no further attention to her, kneeling neatly on the cushion. The whispers of the 2 women also caught the attention of Lady Zheng, who was conversing with the bald monk nearby. As their gazes shifted over, they witnessed Zhang Jinyu closing her eyes in devout prayer, and Zhang Jinxiu's mocking expression. Chapter 34, A Public Falling Out. Chapter 34, A Public Falling Out. After all, it was the virtuous and cunning Zhang Jinxiu, skilled in the art of pretense. In an instant, she realized that she had fallen into Zhang Jinyu's trap and promptly regained her composure. Just like Zhang Jinyu, she closed her eyes and prayed devoutly. It was as if the fleeting glimpse of malice was merely an illusion. Madame Zheng continued to listen to the monk's discourse. After a while, she said she would go to the abbot to seek a fortune through a divination, instructing the 2 girls to pray sincerely in the meantime. The moment she left, Zhang Jinxiu opened her eyes and whispered to Zhang Jinyu, You're not sincere at all. You must be angry with third brother for what he did to you. You were probably hoping he would fail the exams, so how could you sincerely pray for his success? Zheng Jinyu had no idea what praying was about. She had only climbed up here out of exhaustion and was resting on the cushioned mat by kneeling. How do you know? Zheng Jinyu tilted her head, smiling at her sister. Zheng Jinxiu spoke proudly. I knew it. I knew you were just pretending. You must be seething with jealousy over the dowry they've prepared for me, right? And you must be furious that second brother and third brother like me more than they do you. You're obviously jealous, so why do you keep trying to please everyone? Aren't you tired? Zheng Jinyu smiled indifferently. Zheng Jinxiu was extremely displeased. She felt that she shouldn't be laughing, she should be crying. She should be throwing a tantrum with Lady Zhang, sobbing as she declared her status as the legitimate daughter of the Zhang family, and begging them to send her back to the Feng family so that everyone would despise her. But she hadn't expected Zheng Jinyu to be such an adept actress. None of her provocations affected her and she could still manage to laugh. What are you laughing at? Aren't you ashamed? They don't value you at all, yet you still try to curry favor with them. Even third brother spoke to you like that, but you still sincerely pray for his well-being. I've never seen anyone as despicable as you. Haha. Zheng Jinyu suddenly burst into laughter. How can you say that? Aren't you just like that right in front of me? In front of me? Zheng Jinxiu's voice faltered as she sputtered. You're talking about me? Who isn't that so? It's hilarious. They say I'm shamelessly trying to win them over, but they're my family, we share the same blood, we're bound by the closest ties of kinship. I call them mother and elder brother, and they love me. Isn't that only natural? Yet you, with the Feng surname, should be called Feng Dia. Instead of pleasing your own parents, you come to fawn on someone else's. Aren't you being rather cheap? You. Zheng Jinxiu's expression drastically changed. Do you mean that? Why? Can't you handle the truth? Zheng Jinyu smirked coldly, then continued. Moreover, that dowry belongs to the legitimate daughter of the Zheng family. Do your research and think carefully. Are you the legitimate daughter of the Zheng family? Zheng Jinxiu's face turned ashen. Are you saying you want to compete with me for my dowry? Zheng Jinyu offered a faint smile. Would I need to seize anything for the dowry of a legitimate daughter of the Zheng family? You, Zheng Jinyu, do you dare let mother hear these words? Do you dare let her see the true face behind your facade? Zheng Jinyu replied calmly, no matter what I say or do, the blood of the Zheng family flows through my veins. I am, and always will be, Miss Zheng. Didn't the original owner, despite their dislike for her, still receive a decent dowry when she married out? But you, Feng Dia, do you dare let our dear mother hear these words of yours? Would you dare expose your true nature to her? Aha, if you don't behave, you won't be considered a daughter of the Zhang family anymore. She was curious to see what would happen to her. Zheng Jinxiu, if she didn't win the affection of the Zheng family members. As she spoke, a rare coldness appeared on Zheng Jinyu's face. We're both playing our parts on this stage, each relying on our own acting skills. What are you pretending to be? If your tea ceremony is superior, I'll accept my defeat gracefully. Don't act like an innocent lotus flower after opening a tea garden, damn it. Zheng Jinxiu didn't fully understand Zheng Jinyu's words, but she wasn't stupid. Pondering the context, she realized that Zheng Jinyu had just indirectly insulted her without using any vulgar language. Zheng Jinxiu's face flushed with anger, and her neck turned red. Not being accustomed to using abusive language in her upbringing, she struggled for a moment before mustering 2 words, bitch. Zheng Jinyu heard footsteps approaching and decided not to say anything further. She cast a fleeting glance at the furious Zheng Jinxiu, whose face was now bright red, then promptly closed her eyes, feigning devout prayer. Zheng Jinxiu was no different. She was dedicated to her role when it was necessary. After all, she wasn't like Zheng Jinyu, who relied on her bloodline to remain in the Zhang family. Even if she wasn't favored, she wouldn't be driven out. Zheng Jinxiu, on the other hand, solely depended on her obedience and understanding to win their affection in the Zhang family. Jinxiu Jinyu, we've finished our tasks. Quickly, get up. The two opened their eyes and rose from their seats. On either side of Madame Zheng, they held her arms with smiling faces as if the previous incident had never occurred. They followed Madame Zheng's carriage back to the residence, sharing in the burden of the items she had purchased as a scapegoat. A string of prayer beads was sent to the old lady's courtyard, while a jade pendant of guanyin was intended for Master Zheng. Each of their sons received a guanyin pendant, an amulet for safety, and one for academic success, all sorted accordingly. In addition, both Zheng Jinxiu and Zheng Jinyu received a jade Buddha pendant each. A motley assortment of items, none of them particularly valuable. The jade pendant was ordinary too, but the emphasis was on Madame Zheng's claim that it had been blessed. However, Zheng Jinyu had witnessed her giving 1,000 taels banknote to the monk. To put things into perspective, 30 taels of silver suffice for an ordinary citizen's annual expenses in the capital. Wasn't this simply throwing money away? Upon returning home, Zheng Jinxiu carelessly tossed the jade Buddha aside. Madame Zhou hurried to catch it. Oh my, miss, what happened? You can't just drop the jade Buddha like that. It's not like it's some rare treasure. Why should I cherish it? You can't say that. It's been blessed. That bumpkin Zheng Jinyu has one exactly like this. Madame Zhou's expression froze. Zheng Jinyu said, before these things were unique to me, only I had them. But now everything is shared in twos. There's one for me and another for that wretched Zheng Jinyu. Nurse, it's just not the same anymore. As she spoke, tears began to roll down her cheeks. Lady Zhou comforted her. Didn't Nurse tell you that there's no need to compare yourself with her? You won't be staying long in the Zheng family. Focusing on your husband's household affairs is what truly matters. I don't want to either, but I can't bear it. You have no idea how she provokes me. She recounted the events at the temple to Lady Zhou in detail. After finishing, she cried again. What tea plantation, an innocent white lotus of prosperous times? These sound like veiled insults. She must be indirectly cursing me. Nurse, you're from the countryside too. What do country folk mean when they use such expressions? Madame Zhou was also perplexed. Her family and the Fangs were from the same region and she had never heard such an insult used there. Back then, while she was pregnant with her husband's child, he had tragically passed away. Her in-laws accused her of being a jinx, causing his death, and they expelled her from their home despite her pregnancy. Later, she gave birth to her son, Zhoubo, outside. Desperate and unable to survive on her own, she was rescued by Madame Zhang, who coincidentally hired her as the wet nurse for her eldest daughter. Perhaps she wasn't directing the insult at you? It can't be. Her intention is clear, implying that I'm not the real daughter and she is. She wants to snatch everything that belongs to me. Wet nurse, I'm so scared. Chapter 35. My father's illegitimate son. Chapter 35. My father's illegitimate son. Day after day, Lady Zhou found such encounters tiresome. However, considering her and her son's future depended on her, she continued to advise patiently, don't panic. Remember, never lose your composure in front of Lord and Lady. You need to provoke her into creating a scene, forcing them to choose between you two. Only then will she fall out of their favor. I know, but she's not biting. I'm afraid I might lose my temper before she does, he replied. Lady Zhou found the situation challenging. After some thought, she suggested, why don't we focus on stirring things up between second young master and third young master instead? Don't put Lord and Lady in the position of choosing between you and that country bumpkin. You could encourage second young master and third young master to compete for her affections, making them choose between their son and daughter. Zhang Jinyu felt a surge of joy in her heart, thinking that this was a brilliant idea. Regardless of who emerges victorious or vanquished among them, it shall have no bearing on me. It would be best if both sides suffered a devastating defeat. Their own biological children are so wayward, highlighting how exceptional and virtuous her adopted daughter is. Without delay, upon learning of Zhang Laoer and Zhang Laosan's impending return, she set to work on the preparations. Once again, she personally led the servants to clean their courtyard and even made folding fans for them by hand. While crafting the fan frames, she accidentally cut her finger, causing her to shed tears from the pain. Lady Zhou, upon seeing this, exclaimed with concern, Miss, oh dear. I told you to let the servants handle it, but you insisted on doing it yourself. Now you've hurt your hand. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her tone shifted. Come, let's widen the wound a bit and let more blood flow. Drench the fan ribs in it. What? Wet nurse, ouch. The pain made her cry out in surprise. Lady Zhou hurriedly said, Miss, you injured your hand while making fans for the two young masters. How worried must they be? And look at their own sister who hasn't prepared anything. Zhang Jinyu realized the ploy. Lady Zhou had used a self-inflicted injury tactic. She smiled happily once again. Despite it being just a small cut, she endured the pain to make it seem more severe, even wrapping it with a large piece of gauze. She deliberately let her blood seep into the folding fan's ribs and then sealed it with white paper, revealing a faint, dark red stain. The next day, I rose early once more to venture outside the city walls to greet Zhang Hengxiu and Zhang Hongqi. Zhang Jinyu was also up quite early. It was out of the question for her to go and receive them herself. As long as she fulfilled her basic duties as a sister and observed proper etiquette, that would suffice. She would never resort to cunning schemes to win over these two elder brothers, for their acknowledgement of her identity was insignificant. What mattered was the acceptance of her parents and eventually the eldest brother who would inherit the family's estate. However, upon arriving at the front hall this morning, I unexpectedly encountered a youth, around 11 or 12 years of age, clad in a sturdy outfit with a face dark and sooty. As Zhang Jinyu looked at him with a quizzical expression, he returned her gaze with equal curiosity. Are you my second sister? The young lad spoke first. Zhang Jinyu recalled that her father had two illegitimate sons. Which one was this? Who are you? I am Zhang Hongxing. You can call me Little Wu, second sister, the youth replied. Zhang Jinyu suddenly understood. You're Lady Luo's child? The young man flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his pearly whites. Yes, Madame Luo is my concubine mother. As there was no one else in the main hall at that moment, Zheng Jinyu began chatting with Zheng Hongxing. I've been back for several months now, but why haven't I seen you before? I'm training in the military and only return home every few months. Oh? You joined the military at such a young age. Indeed, martial arts training often begins in childhood. Elder brother also joined the military at a young age. Zhang Jinyu smiled. I've never met fourth brother either. Is he in the military as well? Zhang Hongxing looked at Zhang Jinyu peculiarly. Zhang Jinyu rubbed his nose. What's wrong? Zhang Hongxing replied, fourth brother is indeed in the military. He's stationed on the border and won't return until the new year. Has he already gone to defend the borders? Zhang Jinxio's fourth brother didn't have much of a role in the story, so she couldn't quite recall the timeline. Yes, he'll be away for 3 years. He might not even return for the New Year celebrations. When I turn 15, I'll also have to go for 3 years. In the original novel, to emphasize Zhang Jinxio's position as the family's darling, each of the Zhang children had impressive backgrounds. Even the 2 sons born from concubines were exceptionally talented. The 2 of them chatted leisurely on the steps outside the main hall for a while. Then, Auntie Luo supported Lady Zheng as they made their way over. Zhang Hongxing promptly stepped forward, respectfully paying his respects to Lady Zheng, addressing her as mother, and then bowed to his biological mother, calling her concubine Xiao. In this household, the official wife is addressed as mother, high-ranking concubines as noble mother, followed by concubine Xiao for those of lower status. The lowest rank would be referred to as auntie. Lady Zheng had always been kind to former maid Auntie Luo, allowing her children to address her as concubine Xiao. Observing that he had been engaging in a cheerful conversation with Zhang Jinyu, Lady Zheng smiled as she helped him up. Gazing at him affectionately, she praised him and then with concern said, "Look at you all sunburned. With such scorching weather, avoid going out unnecessarily. I'll speak to them later and allow you to stay home for a few more days." Mother, it's all right. My master said that one must never slacken in martial arts practice, not even for a single day. I'm not afraid of hardship. You little one, you speak like an adult despite your young age. You might not be afraid of hardship, but I, your stepmother, would be heartbroken to see you suffer. New concubine couldn't help but feel pain seeing her son tanned like a little charcoal from the training. However, as a maid, she had no authority to oversee the young masters of the household, even if this particular one was her own flesh and blood. Soon Zheng Hongqi and Zheng Hongxiu returned. This time Zheng Hongxiu had learned his lesson. When Zheng Jinyu addressed him as third brother, he didn't fly into a rage but simply acknowledged with a calm. Madame Zhang's smile froze slightly. When third master didn't say anything further to belittle her, she didn't comment either. It's rare for all of you and little Wu to be back together. This time our whole family should have a proper gathering. Madame Zheng said, then turned to Aunt Luo. Today you don't have to stand and serve. Sit down with us. Yes, thank you, madam. Oh, what happened to Jinxio's hand? Zheng Jinxio quickly withdrew her hand. Madame Zheng had seen it all, so how could she allow her to hide it? She pulled Zheng Jinxio's hand from behind her back and saw the white cloth stained with blood. Her heart ached as she asked, "Your hand is injured, why didn't you tell mother?" Zheng Jinxio replied, "It's just a small injury, mother. It's all right." However, Zhang Laosan spoke in a sardonic tone in mother's heart, "There's only little sister, where is Jinxio?" Madame Zhang. What was with this piece of roasted pork? Why did he insist on disrupting the harmonious atmosphere? How did you hurt yourself? She was still concerned about Zhang Jinxio. Zhang Jinxio replied, "Mother, it was my own clumsiness. It's just a small cut, nothing serious." At this moment, Zhang Laosan added, "Mother, Jinxio noticed the hot weather and made us fans. Her injury occurred while she was helping second brother and me with them." He took out the fan to show Mrs. Zheng, "Look, this one right here." Mrs. Zheng expressed her concern. Making a fan involves handling bamboo strips, which can be quite hazardous. You should have let the servants do it. Why did you do it yourself? Zheng Jinxio said, "It has to be something made by myself for it to hold meaning for my brothers." At this point, Zheng Lauer added, "Mother, this is our sister's way of expressing her care. We also feel quite guilty about her injury. Please don't scold her." "Where would I scold her? Mother is worried." "Jinxio, don't touch anything dangerous like this in the future." "All right, Jinxio will listen to mother. You siblings carry on with your catch-up. I'll go see if your father has returned yet." Chapter 36, Can My Acting Skills Lose to Yours? Chapter 36, Can My Acting Skills Lose to Yours? Lady Luo escorted Lady Zheng out, leaving only 3 young masters and 2 young ladies in the room. Seeing that Lady Zheng was no longer present and Zheng Jinyu had no one to protect her, Zheng Hongxiu dropped his facade. He sneered and directed his gaze at Zheng Jinyu, saying, "Zheng Jinyu, Jinxio has already presented us with fans. What about you? What have you prepared for us?" Zheng Jinyu found the situation amusing. As her brother, hadn't he failed to give her anything since she returned? Yet he had the audacity to ask her for gifts. Zheng Jinyu glanced at his plain white folding fan and suggested, "Third brother, why don't I paint a picture on your fan?" Zhang Jinxio's expression froze and she glared at Zhang Jinyu with anger. What? You want to paint on my fan? Zhang Hongxiu abruptly snapped his fan shut and sneered. This fan was meticulously crafted by Jinxio despite her injured hand. To let someone from the countryside like you defile her intentions with your painting would be an insult. Zhang Jinxio heaved a sigh of relief. She definitely didn't want Zhang Jinyu's artwork on the fan she had painstakingly made. With an innocent expression, Zhang Jinyu said, "But apart from painting, I have no other talents. I'm not sure what to give you as a gift, all I have is." She took out a sachet and stretched out her hand. "This is the silver my mother gave me, all of it is here. Third brother, I don't know what kind of gift you like, why don't you take it and buy something for yourself?" Zhang Hongxiu swatted away her sachet mockingly. "A few bits of silver, are you trying to bribe a beggar? Humph, even the rewards we usually give our servants are more than your meager amount of silver." Zhang Jinxio, standing by, was delighted, watching as Zhang Hongxiu helped her vent her frustration on Zhang Jinyu. Zhang Hong'an didn't intervene, seemingly relishing in Zhang Jinyu's misfortune. Only Zhang Hongxing looked at them with a strange expression. Zhang Jinyu twirled her handkerchief in silence, subtly rubbing the back of her hand until it turned red. With teary eyes, she gazed fixedly at the ground where the sachet lay. Just then, Lady Zhang and Master Zhang arrived. Noticing something amiss, Zhang Hongxiu hastily picked up the sachet and slipped it into Zhang Jinyu's own. "Little sister Jinyu, how did you drop your sachet? Here, take it carefully, don't let it go again." Zhang Jinyu reached for the sachet with trembling hands but found herself unable to grasp it steadily. Tears began to roll down her cheeks, landing on her flushed wrist. Zhang Hongxiu's expression froze for a moment before he lowered his voice, lacing his words with a hint of warning, "Take it quickly." Zhang Jinyu trembled in response, clenching the sachet tightly. Madame Zhang's smile froze on her face as she glanced at her children, her gaze ultimately settling on Zhang Jinyu. "Jinyu, what's the matter?" She remained silent, merely shaking her head while the tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Mr. Zhang fixated his gaze on Zhang Hongxiu, who had deliberately taken 2 steps back to avoid suspicion. "You ungrateful son, did you come back just to bully your sister?" "Dad, I didn't." Zhang Hongxiu defended himself. "Why are you crying for her?" "How would I know? She's just a petty girl, always shedding tears." Madame Zhang held Zhang Jinyu's hand and asked, "If she cries so easily, why are her hands so red?" Zhang Hongxiu's gaze fell on Zhang Jinyu's hands. He hadn't used any force, so why were they so crimson? Interesting. It seemed that Jinxio's maid was right. She was an actress who sought her parents' affection through dramatic displays. It was true. How would I know? I only tapped her lightly. She must have pinched herself red. Madame Zhang rolled her eyes in frustration. "Why did you even touch her hand? I was only gone for a moment, and you've already bullied your sister. You even say she did it to herself? Very well, third son, you've grown some backbone, enough to bully your sister." Zhang Hongxiu, feeling wronged, roared in exasperation. "I said I didn't do it, it wasn't me." Madame Zhang gave a cold snort. "What do the two of you have to say?" Jinxio spoke up. "Mother, I didn't see anything. I only heard the sound of the purse falling to the ground." Well, wasn't he clever, trying to distance himself and watch her beloved third brother suffer the consequences? Zhang Hongqi said. "Third brother did hit her, but it didn't seem like a hard slap." Madame Zhang commented, "The two of you have grown up together, always covering for each other. Of course you wouldn't know. Little Wu, you tell us." Both Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu glared at him, while Jinxiu looked at him with tearful eyes. Master Zhang rebuked, "What are you all doing? Are you trying to intimidate little Wu and prevent her from speaking the truth?" "Father, we don't have it." "That's good to hear." "Little Wu, father wants to hear the truth. Lying children aren't well behaved." Encouraged, Zhang Hongxing recounted the incident in detail, without favoring anyone. Zhang Ji and his wife turned red with anger as they listened. Zhang Hongxing continued, "I don't understand why third brother would bully second sister and even call her a country bumpkin." Zhang Ji slapped Zhang Hongxiu so fiercely that he spun around twice before collapsing on the ground. With a swollen face, Zhang Hongxiu stared at Zhang Ji in disbelief. "Dad, you're hitting me again for her? I'm your son whom you've raised for over a decade, while she's only been here for a few months. What kind of intoxicating potion has she fed you all to make you favor her so blindly?" Zhang Ji seethed. "Is this what you call favoritism? Look at the despicable things you've done. You've got some nerve, bullying your younger sister when your parents aren't around. All those years of reading have gone to waste. Someone drag him down and lock him in the ancestral hall. No one is to give him any food," Zhang Ji commanded. "Another visit to the ancestral shrine." "Father, you can't lock me up again. Why are you treating me like this just for her? How dare you still protest? Don't you realize your mistake? I didn't do anything wrong. I told you, I only tapped her lightly, not intentionally hitting her." Zhang Jinxiu interjected. "Father, please don't punish third brother. It's such a rare occasion for him to come home. Please, I beg of you." She knelt down in earnest pleading. Zhang Ji was taken aback and immediately reached out to support her, his attention drawn away from Zhang Jinyu. Seeing the situation awry, Zhang Jinyu hastily wiped her tears and tugged at Zhang Ji's sleeve, whispering an appeal on behalf of Zhang Hongxiu. Father, third brother didn't use too much strength. Jinyu isn't in pain. Please don't punish third brother. Zhang Hongxiu was furious. How could she be pleading for him? She must be putting on an act. Zhang Ji's attention was redirected to Zhang Jinyu, causing him to swallow the comforting words he had intended for Zhang Jinxiu. How can you plead for your sister's mercy when she's the one who wronged you? He looked down at her hand and said, You say it wasn't severe, but how can it be so red if it wasn't? Perhaps Jinyu hasn't been doing manual labor these past few months, and her skin has become more delicate. A light tap could make it flush. Zhang Hongqi interjected hastily. Yes, father, perhaps it's because women's skin is tender. Third brother really didn't hit her with force. Zhang Ji was exasperated. Fine, let's put aside the question of whether or not there was physical harm. As brothers, instead of giving gifts to your sister, you ask her for gifts. Is that acceptable? We've also brought gifts. They had indeed brought presents, but they were all intended for Jinxiu. Where are the gifts? Zhang Ji raised an eyebrow in inquiry. This? Both of them fell silent. Suddenly, Zhang Jinxiu knelt once more and said, Father, second brother and third brother have instructed their servants to send the gifts they brought to my courtyard. I shall retrieve them immediately for my sister. With that, she scrambled to her feet and rushed towards the exit. Zhang Hongqi intercepted her, saying, There's no need to retrieve it. Everything here is a gift for you. Then he turned to Zhang Jinyu and apologized. Younger sister, I'm truly sorry. We're still adjusting to having another sister, so we didn't prepare a gift for you. Next time when we return, we will definitely bring something for you too. Through this exchange, both Lady Zhang and Master Zhang could see the truth clearly now. Their two sons simply preferred Jinxiu over Jinyu. In their hearts, they only had one younger sister, Jinxiu. Chapter 37. Who exactly said the Zhang family's child was swapped? Chapter 37. Who exactly said the Zhang family's child was swapped? Perhaps their current thoughts were not too different from her initial ones. When they first found out that their biological daughter was living outside, they were also devastated and couldn't accept that the daughter they had raised as their own was actually an adopted child. They had considered not bringing their biological daughter back and even pretended not to know about it. But mother said that in a large family, there was no justification for letting one's own bloodline be scattered outside. Bringing her back to raise for 2 years before marrying her off would also prevent the matter from being exposed and becoming a disgrace. Initially, they had arranged for someone to fetch Zhang Jinyu with the intention of nurturing her for 2 years before providing a generous dowry to dismiss her quietly. To their great surprise, they found themselves increasingly fond of their daughter after her return. The meal was consumed in a climate of unspoken thoughts. Afterward, the couple returned to their main residence in silence. Madame Zhang commented, My lord, I believe it's because they haven't spent enough time with her. As they interact more in the future, they will surely grow to love Jinyu like we do. Master Zhang nodded in agreement. Let's proceed with this plan for now. After tomorrow's meal, we'll send second and third back. Following the autumn examinations, they will transfer to the National Academy for their studies and can return home daily. With increased interaction, their relationship will improve. The two consoled themselves. All right. Not long after Zhang Jinyu returned to Yuxing Courtyard, Chun Mei came to report that Zhang Hongxing was looking for him. Let him in. Zhang Jinyu thought to himself that this younger brother of his was indeed an upright man. At present, only second and third brother Zhang seemed to have rusty minds. Second sister, he approached with a white paper fan in hand. Could you draw a painting for me? Consider it as a gift from you, would you? Zhang Jinyu nodded in agreement. Sure, and thank you for speaking up for me today. Zhang Hongxing replied, I didn't really help you. I just spoke the truth of what I witnessed. Zhang Jinyu smiled but said no more. Instead, she went to the cabinet to retrieve the expensive set of colored ink that Miss Wang had given her previously. Employing contemporary painting techniques, she created a vivid and colorful fan-sized depiction of bamboo and songbirds. He had been watching her the whole time, but he didn't really understand the intricacies. He only observed that the lines of the bamboo were distinct, and the feathers of the bird seemed almost lifelike, clapping his hands in admiration. How beautiful! These birds seem as if they could fly off the page. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Jinyu knew he didn't comprehend the artistry. He was simply appreciating it for its entertainment value. And that was precisely what she aimed to achieve with her painting, to captivate even those who viewed it casually. Sister 2, why did you choose to paint bamboo? Zhang Jinyu smiled and replied, You're just like bamboo. I'm like bamboo? Do I look skinny? Zhang Jinyu shook her head with a smile, knowing he would understand in time. The next day, Zhang Hongxing strolled into the dining hall with his folding fan, deliberately using it to cool himself during the meal. He then showed it to Father Zhang, saying, Father, look, this is what second sister drew for me. I don't know much about painting, but do you think she did a good job? Zheng Ji took the scroll with both hands, examining it attentively. He stroked his beard and nodded in approval. Excellent, indeed excellent. For someone so young to possess such skill is truly remarkable. In the past, he had only heard his wife extol their youngest daughter's prowess. Now, witnessing it firsthand left him deeply impressed. He hadn't expected his youngest daughter to possess such a natural gift for painting. There are no characters on it. Let father inscribe a poem or phrase for you, shall I? Great, thank you, father. Fetch me a brush and ink, please. The mere touch of Master Zheng's calligraphy elevated the entire fan to an exquisite level. Zheng Hongqi and Zheng Hongxiu blushed. As scholars, they appreciated such refinement more than someone like little Wu, who was less educated. They could easily discern the quality of the painting and understood its true value. They had previously heard that this country bumpkin, Zheng Jinyu, had a natural talent for painting. As a child, she would use twigs to draw on the ground, which explained her impressive display at the Lotus Appreciation Feast. It seemed that rumor was indeed true. Although Zheng Hongxiu disliked Zheng Jinyu after suffering consecutive setbacks at her hands, he decided to avoid direct confrontation for now and focus on his impending examinations. When the time comes for them to transfer to the National Academy for further studies, they can deal with her then since they'll be returning home every day. Zheng Jinxiu accompanied them all the way to the city gates as they chatted non-stop. She didn't say much, only expressing her reluctance to part with them, sighing from time to time. In the eyes of Zheng Hongqi and Zheng Hongxiu, it seemed that ever since Jinyu's arrival, there was no longer any place for the adopted daughter, Jinxiu, in the family. With Jinyu's acting skills, even they had stumbled frequently under her manipulation. One could only imagine how many losses Jinxiu had suffered at her hands. Life is difficult, so why wouldn't one sigh in distress? Zheng Hongqi said, Jinxiu, endure it for a few more months. Once we finish the exams and return home, there'll be nothing to fear. Zheng Hongxiu grumbled. Why should Jinxiu have to endure? That country bumpkin. I've never acknowledged her as our sister. Is blood relation that significant? Jinxiu was raised under our care. Zheng Hongqi and Zheng Hongxiu were only 2 years older than Zheng Jinxiu. Since childhood, she had followed closely behind them, forming a close bond with the pair. Zheng Hongqi sighed, what else can we do but endure? Jinxiu is on her own, while Zheng Jinyu has parents who favor her. Our parents must believe she's suffered out there, hence their intention to make up for it. They might even think that Jinxiu caused Jinyu's hardships over the past decade, and that Jinxiu has been enjoying the benefits at Jinyu's expense, thus treating Jinxiu poorly on purpose. How can father and mother be like this? Then we can't leave. Come on, second brother, let's go back home. Third brother. Zheng Jinxiu hurriedly intercepted him, tears swirling in her eyes as she shook her head vigorously. It's not true, second brother is just guessing. Father and mother have been very good to me and Jinyu is obedient, always calling me sister. The servants still address me as Miss Eldest, just like before. The only difference is that we now have a younger sister. Jinxiu, you're still defending them? Look at yourself, you're crying because of them. Zheng Jinxiu wiped away her tears and said, No, I'm not crying because of them. I'm crying because I'll miss second brother and third brother when you leave. But they didn't believe her. They felt that Zheng Jinxiu was merely enduring for the sake of harmony. In the end, they were still sent away by Zheng Jinxiu, who insisted on keeping them from causing trouble by returning. Seated in the carriage, as it rolled along, Zheng Jinxiu's figure grew increasingly distant. When they were out of sight, Zheng Hongqi sighed. We were such good siblings, a harmonious family. Sigh. Zheng Hongxiu clenched his fists and said, it's all because of Zheng Jinyu. Why did she have to come back? Zheng Hongqi looked up at him, equally indignant. Who knows who that messenger was either? That person must envy our prosperity. Once I lay my hands on them, I'll make sure they regret their actions. Enough of that for now. Focus on the autumn examination. We'll discuss further after it's concluded. Zheng Jinxiu extended an invitation to Miss Wang Fuzhen to attend a theatrical performance. When speaking with Lady Zhang, she mentioned that Wang Fuzhen had invited her to watch a play and inquired if Lady Zhang would like to join. The Wang and Zhang families were both prominent aristocratic households, but the Wang family held a higher status. Lady Zhang would be delighted to see her daughter befriending the young miss of the Wang family. She smiled warmly and said, Of course, that would be wonderful. When do you plan to go? Tomorrow. I was thinking of taking my sister along. What do you think, mother? Chapter 38. Am I the one being mocked? Chapter 38. Am I the one being mocked? Although Madame Zheng knew that her son didn't treat his youngest daughter well, she was glad that Jinxiu had a clear understanding of situations. It was excellent that she wanted to take her sister along to watch a play. Madame Zheng smiled and said, Of course it's good. It will broaden her horizons and lift her spirits. Your third brother is still quite childlike. Those words he spoke and actions he took must have hurt Jinyu. But alas, that child has suffered so much that she might have grown accustomed to bearing her pain in silence. I don't even know how to begin comforting her. Zhang Jinxio's smile froze as her resentment towards Madame Zhang deepened upon hearing her words. Zheng Jinyu has only been back for a few months, yet she has already become so significant in mother's heart? Lost in her own worries, Lady Zhang failed to notice the shift in Zhang Jinxio's expression. She patted Zheng Jinxio's hand gently and said, "Thankfully you're here. You two are of the same age. I believe you'll have much to talk about. Jinxio, it's up to you to help Jinyu leave behind her past sorrows and return to a normal life as a young lady of noble birth." "Yes, Jinxio will take good care of my younger sister," Zheng Jinxio replied obediently. The moment she lowered her head, her gaze transformed. Her gaze was as venomous as poison. "I will certainly take good care of her, turning her into the laughingstock of the capital. She will never fit into the elite circle of this city for the rest of her life." Madame Zhang instructed her maid to summon Zheng Jinyu and inform her about attending the opera with Zhang Jinxio the following day. Initially, Zhang Jinyu had no intention of joining in the festivities. However, upon seeing Zheng Jinxio's ingratiating smile as she fawned over Madame Zhang, Zhang Jinyu reluctantly agreed after some thought. Her tactics remain unchanged after all. Compared to the ruthless tactics employed in school bullying 1,000 years later, these antics were mere trifles. Given that ladies of noble birth valued their reputations, they seldom engaged in open confrontations, refraining from excessive actions unless absolutely necessary. "Really? I've never seen a play before. Sister, what kind of performances do they usually have on stage?" asked Jinxio. Zheng Jinxio replied, "Well, the programs vary each day. I have no idea what will be performed tomorrow." Mrs. Zheng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what they're singing. Listening to the opera is secondary. The main purpose is to broaden your horizons and help you make more acquaintances." "Yes, mother." In ancient times, people typically enjoyed storytelling or opera performances in the afternoons. The following day after lunch, she accompanied Zheng Jinxio outside. As they departed, Mrs. Zheng's smile was as bright as a blooming flower. But the moment they were out of Mrs. Zheng's sight, she dropped the act. Zheng Jinxio's expression darkened as she said coolly, "I originally didn't intend to bring you along, but mother insisted. You're from the countryside and probably haven't heard opera before, nor would you understand it. When we listen to the performance, just sit quietly by our side. It'd be best if you don't cause any trouble, do you understand?" Zheng Jinyu curved her lips into a smile. "Mother said I'm not here to listen to the opera." "Ha ha," Zheng Jinxio sneered. "To broaden your horizons? Do you really think they'll take you seriously? They might not say anything to your face, but they're only being polite because of the Zheng family. Behind your back, they might be mocking you." Zheng Jinyu wasn't angered. Instead, her smile deepened. "That's because they're unaware of the true situation with the young miss of the Zhang family. If they were to find out." She left her sentence unfinished, but the amusement on her face intensified. Zheng Jinxio's expression drastically changed as she asked in exasperation, "Do you plan on revealing the true reason?" Zhang Jinyu simply smiled without responding. Should it be revealed? Of course, but it certainly wouldn't be through her own doing. She wasn't that foolish. As for who should spread the news and how, Zhang Jinyu hadn't decided just yet. The distance from the Zheng residence to the opera house wasn't far, and the carriage arrived shortly after setting off. Alighting from the carriage, Zheng Jinxio hastened toward the private room. Zhang Jinyu, holding her skirt, followed at a leisurely pace. Zheng Jinxio had arranged with Wang Fuzhen that she would be the hostess, thus Wang Fuzhen arrived first and was already waiting in the room. Upon seeing Zheng Jinxio, she greeted her warmly, "Jinxio, quickly take a seat here." But when she caught sight of Zheng Jinyu entering behind, her expression darkened. "Why are you here?" Zheng Jinxio hastily said with a hint of elegance. "Don't blame my sister, it was I who wanted to bring her along." Wang Fuzhen curled her lips, shooting a look of extreme disdain at Zhang Jinyu. Zhang Jinyu smiled faintly and seated herself by pulling out a chair without much ado. Just then, more ladies from prominent families arrived, their attention drawn to the newly arrived Miss Zhou. "Miss Thursday, please take a seat." Several more young misses arrived, and with them, the small private box was filled to capacity. Wang Fuzhen ordered fruits, pastries, and tea, raising her teacup to invite them to enjoy the performance. "I'll be treating you all today. Ladies, if there's any particular play you'd like to see, just let me know, and I'll make the arrangements. Sister Wang is truly generous. You were the one who treated us to the opera last time as well." Wang Fuzhen chuckled and said, "It's no problem. As long as my sisters are happy, spending a little money is nothing." Zheng Jinxio smiled and replied, "Zhen, you can treat us to the tea and snacks. Let's pay for the opera performances ourselves. There are 6 of us, so how about each choosing one act?" Miss Thursday promptly agreed. "Miss Zheng has a good idea. I'll choose the first act then." "Very well, go ahead." Zheng Jinyu sat quietly by the side, thinking that each act would take at least 20 minutes. There were only 2 periods of 2 hours in an afternoon, amounting to 4 hours in total. If each person picked one act, they'd be occupying the entire afternoon's performance schedule. Yet, just as the third opera was drawing to a close, Zheng Jinyu placed the opera selection book in front of Zheng Jinyu with a bright smile on her face, and Zheng Jinyu finally understood the situation. Each person had been choosing short operas, limiting each performance to no more than 30 minutes. The second one had even concluded within the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. Now only half an hour had passed since the start of the third opera. If Zhang Jinyu were to blindly pick an opera that could last for an hour or more, she would undoubtedly be ridiculed by the others. She would be taking up too much time, and there were still 2 people waiting their turn after her. Unfortunately, she was truly unaware of the duration of the plays listed in the scriptbook. But that was not an issue. If she didn't know, she could simply ask. She wasn't devoid of a voice. Thus, Zhang Jinyu took the book and inquired of the waiter. It's getting late, so I'll opt for a shorter play. Could you tell me which among your offerings has the shortest runtime? The waiter pointed, Miss Zhang, both of these plays are quite similar, lasting roughly the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Which one would you prefer? Let's go with this one. She chose one at random. Very well, ladies, please enjoy the performance at your leisure. The waiter closed the book and retreated. With a grave expression, Zhang Jinyu could tell that Zhang Jinyu was unfamiliar with these operatic performances, but her wit had saved her from embarrassment. Wang Fuzhen huffed, don't you understand a thing? Why are you randomly choosing? Zhang Jinyu blinked innocently and openly admitted, yes, I don't. Wang Fuzhen was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Are you serious, Jinxiu? Is your sister really that unsophisticated? She doesn't even know about opera. Could it be that this is her first time watching one despite her age? Zhang Jinxiu felt pleased, but she concealed it well, appearing outwardly concerned as she hurried to defend her sister. No, my sister does understand opera. Her flustered appearance only serves to amplify the very thing she's trying to conceal. Chapter 39, 2 more sets of robes. Chapter 39, 2 more sets of robes. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Jinyu nodded generously and said, it's indeed my first time watching a play. As you all know, I was unwell in the past and had to focus on my recovery. Wang Fuzhen's mocking expression froze on her face. Zhang Jinxiu's previous attempt to cover up for her now appeared particularly fake, especially since Zhang Jinyu had just exposed her lie in front of everyone. Feeling unsatisfied, Zhang Jinyu turned to Zhang Jinxiu and added, Sister, it's not embarrassing to not understand the play. There was no need for you to lie for me. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. It was clear to those with sharp eyes that Wang Fuzhen was targeting Zhang Jinyu. Perhaps this entire spectacle had been orchestrated for her, and they had been summoned by Wang Fuzhen merely to serve as supporting characters. However, they couldn't fathom the reason behind Wang Fuzhen's animosity towards her. Weren't you told to stay out of it? Why are you here? Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Wang Fuzhen asked with a cold gaze. Zhang Jinyu replied, my elder sister asked me to come along, saying it would be an opportunity for me to broaden my horizons. Miss Wang is also watching a play for the first time, so wouldn't she be just as inexperienced? Could that be considered embarrassing? Wang Fuzhen was left speechless, her face flushing with anger. She abruptly rose to her feet and addressed the other young ladies. Ladies, please excuse me for a moment. Zhang Jinxiu also stood up and offered, I'll accompany you. Ladies, pardon us. Zhang Jinyu sipped her tea nonchalantly. What was this called again? In 1,000 years, it would be referred to as an escape to urinate, probably indicating that the two were about to discuss their strategy. Upon their departure, Miss Zhou and the others approached Zhang Jinyu with inquiries. Miss Zheng, have you offended Lady Wang Fuzhen? Zhang Jinyu shook her head, looking innocent. I have no idea. This is only my second outing since returning to the capital. The first was at the Wang residence to admire lotus flowers. Could it be that I unintentionally offended her during that lotus viewing? They had all been there that day. Upon reflection, it seemed that Lady Wang Fuzhen had indeed shown some hostility towards her back then. As for the reason, even the main party involved didn't know, let alone them. After they left together, the two of them did indeed conspire in secret. Jinxiu, your younger sister is quite cunning. She clearly doesn't understand, yet she insists on interfering and causing trouble. And then she has the audacity to blame it on others, Zhang Jinxiu said with a deeply furrowed brow, followed by a sigh. Yes, no wonder third brother keeps falling into her traps. Wang Fuzhen was taken aback. What? Your third brother suffered again. Making sure no one was around, Zhang Jinxiu lowered her voice and recounted the incident that had occurred when Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hengxiu had returned home previously. I saw it with my own eyes. Third brother only tapped her lightly, not enough force to even drop a sachet, but somehow the sachet fell and her hand turned red. I noticed she hid her hand in her sleeve. She must have done it to herself. After making her hand red, she went to complain to our parents. Wang Fuzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That's too much. Zhang Jinxiu sniffled and continued. Poor third brother. Father really did slap him across the face. It was so forceful that his face swelled up after. Your third brother was slapped by your father. Zheng Jinyu nodded, looking on the verge of tears. It wasn't just because her hands were red. Second brother and third brother brought me presents when they returned but forgot about her. They didn't intentionally neglect her. It's just that they weren't used to having a new sister all of a sudden, so they simply forgot. But she got jealous and angry, causing third brother to be punished and beaten. When she came back, father and mother became hers alone, and second brother, third brother, and I. Wah! Wang Fuzhen clenched her teeth, her chest heaving with anger. How dare that country bumpkin behave so arrogantly? Your parents must be blind. Jinxiu, don't cry. Your third brother loves you, and so do I. Don't worry, I'll help you. Zheng Jinxiu's face lit up with a smile. Zhen, if only you could become my sister-in-law. Wang Fuzhen was taken aback, her cheeks flushing all the way to her ears. Unbeknownst to Zheng Jinyu, these two original rivals were now growing closer due to her presence, uniting against her in their scheming. As they left to plot secretly, an unexpected guest arrived in the private room. Princess Xie Jingru gave a subtle signal to her maid, who promptly presented 2 sets of clothing. With a gentle smile, she addressed Zheng Jinyu. After 2 months of hurried work, the seamstress has finally completed these outfits. Miss Jing, please don't refuse. The corner of Zheng Jinyu's mouth twitched, and the words of refusal that were on the tip of her tongue seemed to vanish. I'm merely acting on someone else's behalf. If you decline, it would put me in a very difficult position. Zheng Jinyu didn't respond directly, instead changing the subject. What a coincidence. How did the princess know we were here? Xie Jigru commented, I saw you two enter just now, so I asked my maid to retrieve them from the princess residence. The garments were finished yesterday. Had we not crossed paths, I would have had to send a letter to inconvenience your esteemed household. Her subtle suggestion was that if she were to refuse, she would personally visit tomorrow to deliver them. Zheng Jinyu found it even more perplexing what Xie Peiyu's intentions could be. In the original story, he had shown no interest in either Zheng Jinxiu or Zheng Jinyu. With no other choice, Zheng Jinyu instructed her maid to accept them. Princess, please convey my gratitude to him. Xie Jingru's smile deepened. You're too kind. After exchanging a few casual remarks, she got up to leave. Just then, Zheng Jinxiu and Wang Fuzhen returned. Upon seeing Xie Jingru, the two hurriedly bowed. We pay our respects to the princess, they said. Has anyone seen the countess? You may be excused, I have other matters to attend to. Enjoy the performance, everyone. Without further ado, she made her exit. Confused, Zheng Jinxiu and Wang Fuzhen exchanged glances. Once the countess had left, they inquired of those present. Why did the countess suddenly visit? All eyes turned to Zheng Jinyu, who had no choice but to admit, the duchess came to see me. She was delivering something on behalf of a friend. Wang Fuzhen scoffed mockingly, what could a friend of the duchess possibly give you? Chamei the maid was standing just outside, holding a package that contained 2 sets of clothing. They had already seen its contents, leaving Zheng Jinyu with no reason to hide the truth. 2 sets of clothing she disclosed openly. Zheng Jinxiu's expression drastically changed. Another dress? Wang Fuzhen chuckled and inquired, oh? Who's the friend from the county princess's circle who sent you this dress? I'm not sure. She didn't mention it. You dared to accept it without knowing? How could I dare not accept it when the princess herself is presenting it? Zheng Jinyu's expression darkened as she turned to Wang Fuzhen and said, moreover, this matter concerns our Zhang family and the Xie family. May I ask what business it is of your lady Wang? You. Can't I just casually inquire? Wang Fuzhen no longer saw the need to maintain her composure and her face darkened. Zhang Jinxiu, standing by the side, hurriedly tried to mediate. Jinyu, don't be like this. Quickly apologized to Zheng Jinyu. Why do I have to apologize to her? What's wrong with these people? Sis, what did I do wrong or say amiss? Zheng Jinxiu. You shouldn't speak to Zhen like that. How else should I say it? I'm merely stating the truth. A young lady from the Wang family has no business interfering with the affairs of the Xie and Zheng households. Perhaps Zhen. She paused mid-sentence, casting a glance at Wang Fuzhen. The two exchanged subtle expressions. Chapter 40. The princess has taken a special interest in her. Chapter 40. The princess has taken a special interest in her. Zheng Jinyu understood what she was implying, for her arrival had altered the dynamics between these two characters. In the original story, Zheng Jinxiu was wary of anyone vying for her brother's affection and often used her tea ceremony skills to undermine Wang Fuzhen. Likewise, Wang Fuzhen didn't take kindly to her. But now, Zheng Jinxiu viewed Wang Fuzhen as an ally and had already accepted her as her third sister-in-law. You've asked your question, Miss Wang-san, and I've given you an answer. Is that satisfactory? Well, if you don't wish to speak of it, then never mind. Zheng Jinyu scoffed. Wang Fuzhen wished to marry into the Zhang family as her sister-in-law, and she was already trying to meddle in her affairs. How preposterous. Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse me for a moment. Zheng Jinyu, unwilling to continue the insincere exchange with these two detestable individuals, opted for a graceful exit under the pretext of using the restroom. In ancient times, high-end opera houses had dedicated areas specifically for noble ladies, where the chamber pots were always impeccably clean and scented with incense. Exiting the chamber, servants presented a basin of water scented with dried flowers for the purpose of cleansing one's hands. Next came scented smoke and a handkerchief for her to clean her hands. All in all, the service involved no less than 7 or 8 attendants. Exiting the exquisite lavatory of ancient times, she found the Duchess still waiting for her. The Duchess gave her a warm smile, compelling Jinyu to approach and pay her respects. "You may dispense with the formalities," the Duchess waved her hand, smiling gently. "He'll be back soon." Zheng Jinyu was taken aback, understanding whom the Duchess referred to. Yet, what did his return have to do with her? "Oh," Zheng Jinyu responded casually. The princess seemed dissatisfied with her reaction. "You're not happy?" She wasn't exactly happy, nor was she unhappy. She wasn't that acquainted with Xie Peiyu anyway. But she felt that continuing this misunderstanding wouldn't be good. Thus, Zhang Jinyu spoke frankly. "Princess, in truth, won't the engagement between the Xie and Zhang families be dissolved?" The princess replied, "That's hard to say. It depends on you. If you can't marry into the imperial princess's residence, then it will likely be called off." With no one else around, Zhang Jinyu lowered her voice and said to the princess, "I didn't dare hide anything about the Zhang family from the imperial princess. I assume you're aware of my situation as well. I wasn't raised in a relative's home of the Zheng family, nor did I grow up among the gentry. I was simply raised in an ordinary farmer's household. I know, and Yuer knows too. Yet he still chose you." Zhang Jinyu was stunned, taking a moment to regain her voice. "Prince Chun chose me?" So surprised. Wasn't there a reason to be? They had only met once, and she had been in such a miserable state then, it was impossible for love at first sight to occur. Moreover, if she recalled correctly from the original story, they had also encountered each other on their journey. So why hadn't Prince Chun taken a fancy to the original owner of this body? Zhang Jinyu quickly regained her composure. "How could that be? Princess, you must have mistaken something. He asked me to deliver 2 outfits to you." Zhang Jinyu chuckled. 2 outfits hardly matter. Princess must have misunderstood. "Your Highness, perhaps it's best to wait for Prince Chen's return and discuss this with him properly. No need to jest at my expense." She gave a slight bow and said, "Jinyu takes her leave." Zhang Jinyu had timed her return to the private room precisely so that she would be home before the gossiping began. Upon arriving, she heard the playful taunts of several young ladies. When she entered, they fell silent, their gazes on her now peculiarly curious. Unknown to her, either something Zheng Jinxiu had said or a scheme involving her had manipulated Wang Fuzhen into saying something incriminating. Nonetheless, she didn't mind. It seemed Zheng Jinxiu often forgot that she was originally named Fang Dia. "Sister, the last act is over. It's time for us to go back," she said. "All right," Zheng Jinyu replied indifferently. At that moment, Wang Fuzhen appeared to intentionally bring up a topic. "Jinxiu, are you still planning on holding your sister's recognition ceremony?" "Well," Zheng Jinxiu looked troubled. "I'm not sure either. Initially, father and mother intended to hold it right after we brought sister back. Then they said they wanted to postpone it. Now several months have passed, but I haven't heard them mention when they plan to do it." Wang Fuzhen chuckled. "So that's the case. Perhaps it shouldn't be held then. Introducing a country bumpkin to everyone would only bring embarrassment." Zhang Jinxiu spoke up. "If the date is set, I'll make sure to send an invitation to Zhenzhen." "Sounds good. I'll be looking forward to it, but don't keep me waiting too long." The two of them engaged in a harmonious exchange. At this moment, Zhang Jinyu suddenly said, "Sister, isn't a family reconciliation banquet a private matter? I thought only relatives would attend. Is Miss Wang also invited?" A smile froze on Wang Fuzhen's face. Watching Zhang Jinxiu offend Wang Fuzhen so thoroughly, Zhang Jinxiu's heart swelled with joy. She said, "It's perfectly fine to come as a friend for some fun." "Oh, I see." Zhang Jinyu nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. This Wang Fuzhen was intriguing. Although in the original story, she was indeed betrothed to Zheng Hongxiu, currently, her marriage to the Zheng family was still nothing more than a mere notion. Yet, she was already trying to assert herself as the Zheng family's authority. As for that reunion banquet, forget about Madame Zhang's intention to delay it. Even if she didn't, Zhang Jinyu would find a way to postpone it. After all, she had no desire to be twins with Zheng Jinxiu. The family recognition ceremony she envisioned was one where they would acknowledge on the spot that Zheng Jinxiu was the wrongfully raised foster daughter, the true daughter of the Zhang family, and that there was only one Zhang Jinyu. Zhang Jinyu returned with 2 more sets of clothing, handing them over to Madame Zhang for disposition. Madame Zhang fell into deep thought. "From the princess?" "Yes." "She said she was delivering it for someone else?" "Yes." "Did she mention who that someone else was?" She didn't, but the princess mentioned that she's sending these 2 outfits because the previous ones weren't quite suitable. He explained that due to the haste and limitations of the previous occasion, the 2 outfits were too abrupt, hence he asked the princess to send over 2 more replacements. The implication was clear as day, just 1 step away from etching Xie Peiyu's name on his face. Madame Zhang was no fool. How could she not know who this someone else referred to? She simply couldn't bring herself to accept or face the truth. Madame Zhang gazed at the garments for a long while before asking, "Does Jinxiu know about these?" Zheng Jinyu fell silent momentarily before responding. She knows they were sent by the princess. Zheng Jinxiu might have guessed, but it was still just a guess. Since it was a guess, she couldn't go around spreading rumors. "I see," Madame Zhang sighed helplessly. Zheng Jinyu continued. "What should we do with these 2 outfits then?" "Then what do you think we should do?" Lady Zhang asked her. Zheng Jinyu suggested. "How about mother helps me return it?" Lady Zhang remained silent. Zheng Jinyu continued. "Mother can decide. I'll follow your instructions." Sighing with a headache, Lady Zhang rubbed her temples and said, "Very well, just take it." Zheng Jinyu was taken aback. "We're not sending them back?" Madame Zhang cast a glance at the 2 outfits and commented, "The best embroiderers in the capital spent months on these. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. No one else can wear them as well as you do." In truth, Zheng Jinyu felt the same way. Why waste them? Besides, she genuinely disliked the clothes Madame Zhang had prepared. They were designed according to her ideal image of a daughter, resulting in similar styles for both Zhang Jinyu and Zhang Jinxiu's clothing. What suited Zhang Jinxiu might not necessarily suit her. Chapter 41. Turning her back on Wang Fuzhen. Chapter 41. Turning her back on Wang Fuzhen. Both sets of attire suited her well. Madame Zheng was troubled again and complained to Master Zheng. "Another 2 sets of clothes have been delivered. What do you think is going on with them?" "Madam, didn't we agree to wait until Prince Chen returns? There's news from the border that he will be back shortly." "Aye. Prince Chen is almost back? Does that mean the battle is over? Will our Yenner be returning soon as well?" "No, only Prince Chen will be returning. Yenner will have to stay there for a while longer." Madame Zheng felt a twinge of disappointment. "I thought Yenner would be coming home soon. Why is Prince Chen returning if the war isn't finished?" She was torn between hoping that Prince Chen would return promptly to untangle this mess and clarify matters, and wishing he wouldn't, fearing that Jinxiu might not be able to bear the truth. Madame Zhang was now a paradox of emotions. Mr. Zhang remarked, "Prince Chen's return is twofold. 1 for military provisions and supplies, and 2 for the imperial princess. It's said that she misses her child dearly, which is why she requested an imperial edict to summon him. In any case, his stay won't be overly long." Mrs. Zhang thought to herself, so it seems Prince Chen has returned for important matters. Perhaps he won't bring up the marriage alliance between our families. That would be for the best. The mere thought of it gives me a headache. Mr. Zhang inquired, "Did you give those 2 sets of clothing to Jinyu?" "Yes, they weren't cheap. If she doesn't wear them now, she might not fit into them later if she gains weight, and that would be a waste." Mr. Zhang was taken aback. Madam would give Jinyu the dress just to avoid waste? Why not? Lost in thought, Mr. Zheng asked, "Madam, have you perhaps already leaned towards Jinyu in your heart regarding this marriage?" Mrs. Zhang jumped in surprise. Had the balance in her heart truly tilted towards Jinyu? She hurriedly defended herself. "Don't be ridiculous, I've never thought of that. If Jinxiu were to be given the marriage with Prince Chan, how pitiful would Jinyu become? After all, it was a child he had personally raised, cherished like the apple of his eye for over a decade. It wasn't her fault that she was given the wrong child, yet she was the one who had to bear the brunt of the devastating fall from grace. Her guilt toward Zheng Jinxiu intensified in her heart. As an accomplished translator of both Chinese and English novels, I am currently engaged in rendering a historical palace intrigue romance novel filled with royal elements. Please provide the text you would like me to translate, and I shall elegantly and accurately transpose it into English for you." Mr. Little G had arranged a packed study schedule for Zheng Jinyu, leaving her with little time to play. Of course, she was also unwilling to constantly accompany Zheng Jinxiu in her pretense. If she wanted to showcase her knowledge openly and honestly, her efforts had to surpass those of ordinary people. An intelligent, diligent, and hardworking young beauty, shouldn't it be expected that she excel? When Lady Zhang saw Zhang Jinyu's progress and heard Jining's effusive praise, she felt a mix of joy and wistfulness. Of course, she was delighted that her own daughter was so outstanding. What saddened her was that after only a few months, the gap between this daughter and Jinxiu, whom she had painstakingly nurtured for over a decade, was shrinking rapidly. Come next year, when they both reached maturity, it would be obvious whom the imperial princess would choose if the two were to be compared side by side. After all, the imperial princess had never been impressed with Jinxiu's bloodline to begin with. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Zheng Jinyu hadn't stepped out of the house since their last visit to the theater. Despite being confined indoors, she was well aware of the rumors circulating outside. It was said that Prince Chen's return was imminent, and this had someone in a frenzy. The gossip mongers were spreading tales that the youngest daughter of the Zheng family was being raised in a peasant's home, supposedly an ignorant country bumpkin with no accomplishments. Seemingly they had forgotten her triumph at the Lotus Appreciation Feast. Or perhaps, the narrative of a noble lady being a rustic yokel was simply more sensational? To lend credibility to these rumors, they even fabricated a story involving a fortune-teller. It was said that the Zheng family decided to raise her in the countryside because she was born with a frail constitution, and according to fortune-tellers, she didn't have the fate to enjoy the immense wealth and prestige of the Zheng family. She had to conceal her identity and be sent to live with an ordinary farming family, where she would be treated as a common peasant girl, in order to survive longer. Goodness, if she was weak from birth, shouldn't she be protected and cared for meticulously? The logic that living with farmers and working every day would ensure a longer life was perplexing. Yet, surprisingly, the neighbors actually believed it. Indeed, the more extraordinary the tale, the more eagerly it was shared. This statement couldn't be more accurate. This particular version has already spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Madame Zheng was furious and went about investigating who could be the source of the rumor. It would have been one thing if it had merely circulated, but the story had been distorted beyond recognition. Eventually, the trail led back to Wang Fuzhen. Zheng Jinyu was good friends with Wang Fuzhen, which aroused Madame Zheng's suspicion. She asked her husband, do you think Jinyu might have been the one who leaked it? Master Zhang was also puzzled. But when he thought of how Jinyu, whom he had raised since she was young, was such an obedient and lovable girl, he found it hard to believe. Could there be some misunderstanding? Are you sure it was Jinyu who spread the news? I'm not entirely certain, but the investigation led to Wang Fuzhen. She's known to be close to Jinyu. Perhaps she spoke up on Jinyu's behalf out of a sense of injustice? Well, that's hard to determine. Mr. Zheng sighed in relief. Jinyu is a good girl. I can see that she treats Jinyu well. There must be some misunderstanding. Here's what you do. Invite Jinyu for a chat tomorrow. Don't confront her directly. Try to infer the situation through subtle questions. Mrs. Zheng agreed. That sounds like a plan. The next day, Mrs. Zheng arranged a private meeting with Zhang Jinyu. Jinyu, seemingly anticipating this, approached her mother calmly. Mother, you wanted to see me? Yes, Jinyu, come sit by me. Lady Zheng gazed at her with affectionate eyes, gently caressing her face as she sighed. It seems you've lost some weight lately. She assumed it was related to Jinyu's return, which had somehow affected her. To her surprise, Zhang Jinyu smiled obediently and said, Mother, it's just the bitter summer. People often lose their appetite during this season. Once autumn comes, I'll make sure to nourish myself properly. Please don't scold me for gaining too much weight then. Zhang Jinyu knew how to please her mother, and indeed, Lady Zheng's face lit up with joy upon hearing her words, praising her for her maturity. Such a considerate and lovable child could hardly have any ill intentions, she thought. There must be some misunderstanding. Jinyu, you seem to have a good rapport with Miss Wang, don't you? Yes, why does mother mention her all of a sudden? I wonder, how does she feel towards Jinyu? Could there be any animosity between them? Zhang Jinyu understood what was on her mind now. With a serious expression, Zhang Jinyu analyzed there isn't any particular animosity between her and Jinyu, but... She hesitated, her face suggesting that the matter was difficult to articulate. What's the matter? Just what? Lady Zheng was taken aback. Zhang Jinyu's face was contorted with distress. Mother, it concerns Jinjin's reputation. I'm unsure if I should bring it up. Speak, it's just you and me in this room. Don't worry, what you tell me will stay with me. All right, I trust you, Mother. Then I'll say it. Lady Zheng nodded, ready to listen attentively. Madame Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. Ha! Zheng Jinyu continued. She has taken a fancy to third brother. She learned that he was punished because of Jinyu, and has been deliberately making things difficult for younger sister Jinyu. Madame Zheng was stunned for a long moment. After a while she murmured, So that's how it is. Zheng Jinyu inquired, Mother, did she do something harmful to sister Jinyu? Chapter 42, Wang Fuzhen sold for her own benefit. Chapter 42, Wang Fuzhen sold for her own benefit. Madame Zheng's gaze was heavy, but she didn't mention her investigation into Wang Fuzhen. Are you certain about this? How could she have taken a liking to your third brother? Jinyu explained. Last year, when we were strolling by the lotus pond, she almost fell into the lake. It was third brother who pulled her out. Madame Zheng was so astonished that her mouth remained wide open for a long while. These young maidens are indeed something, aren't they? Young girls in love are far too susceptible, aren't they? Very well, I understand. You may leave for now. She didn't entirely believe Zheng Jinyu's words. To truly know the situation, she needed to observe further. But who was Zheng Jinyu? She had a streak of performative personality. To win people's affection, she would subconsciously study the expressions of those who could be of help to her, attempting to read their minds. Once she guessed correctly, she could then act in a way that would please them all. Observing the expression on Lady Zheng's face, she could tell that her mother didn't fully believe her. Not even trusting her favorite daughter's words. This made her furious. It was all because of Zheng Jinyu. If it weren't for her, mother would never have doubted her in the first place. She needed to devise a plan to get the Wang family to propose marriage. Once the Wang family came forward to seek a match for Wang Fuzhen, there would be no reason for her mother to disbelieve her anymore. Within a few days, Zhang Jinxiu mentioned the matter to Wang Fuzhen, but she didn't come right out with it. Instead, she casually mentioned that her mother was meeting with certain ladies from influential families and frequently alluded to the fact that these ladies had eligible daughters. Her intention was to subtly hint to her parents that they should start considering suitable matches for her second brother and third brother, instilling a sense of urgency in Wang Fuzhen. Wang Fuzhen was no fool and picked up on the cue, responding tactfully, "Jinxiu, has your eldest brother been betrothed yet?" Zhang Jinxiu's lips twitched. She appreciated that Wang Fuzhen had some wit left in her, as she had cleverly brought up the eldest brother first. In traditional hierarchy, it was customary for the eldest son to marry first before any younger brothers could consider their own arrangements. She said calmly, "Eldest brother is the one who will inherit the family business. My parents don't have a say in his marriage." "Your parents don't have a say either. Then does that mean the decision lies with the main branch of the Xingyang family?" "It seems so. From what my mother has told me, they're most likely to arrange a marriage with our maternal clan, the Cui family." "Oh, has anyone been chosen for him then?" In reality, no one had been chosen yet. But to instill a sense of urgency in Wang Fuzhen, she fibbed. Speaking in a hushed tone, she said, "It's said that they've already found a suitable candidate. It's not proper to discuss such matters before the formalities are completed. Jinzhen, don't mention this to anyone." Wang Fuzhen quickly nodded and reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, I understand. It's getting late, and I should be going now." Zhang Jinxiu made an excuse to leave, causing Wang Fuzhen's expression to darken. Doesn't their family usually wait until their sons come of age at 20 to wed? Second and third young masters aren't even 17 yet. Why are they already talking about marriage?" The maid beside her suggested. "Perhaps he's just considering and hasn't made up his mind yet." Wang Fuzhen said irritably, "By the time he decides, it'll be too late." "What should we do then? Should we mention it to madam and let the Zheng family see you, miss?" Wang Fuzhen replied, "I've already mentioned it before, but my mother says she'll first see if he does well in the autumn exam. If he doesn't pass, my mother won't be interested. But if he passes and does well, third young master Zheng will become a highly sought-after catch." "Indeed." Wang Fuzhen's face was fraught with concern. Zhang Jinxiu always praised her second brother and third brother for their scholarly accomplishments. How accomplished were they exactly? What if they were so accomplished that she couldn't reach their level? No, it wasn't that Wang Fuzhen herself was incapable of matching them. She just feared that someone else might seize the opportunity before she could. Once Lady Zheng consents to such a matter, it would be difficult for her to retract her agreement, even if the other party's circumstances aren't as favorable as hers. "No, I can't just sit idle. Go pick out some gifts for me. Tomorrow, I want to visit Miss Zhang Jinxiu for fun and also pay a courtesy call to Lady Zheng." "Oh? Again tomorrow with Miss Zheng? You just met her today, and she should have classes tomorrow. Then we'll wait until she's free from her lessons. Start preparing the items, but remember, be generous with the gift for Lady Zheng." "Yes, 3rd Mississippi." Over at Zhang Jinyu's side, she had just received her monthly stipend and promptly handed over the majority of it to her maid, Chunmei. With these bits of silver, Chunmei managed to pry information from the maids in the main courtyard about Madame Zheng's private meeting with Zheng Jinxiu. How ungrateful Zheng Jinxiu was. Despite all the help from Zheng Hengxiu, she had used Wang Fuzhen as a pawn, only to betray her in the end. The spreading rumors had somehow been effortlessly pinned on Wang Fuzhen. Affection extends to one's associates, and so does enmity in the same manner. Given Wang Fuzhen's constant attempts to undermine her and her connection with Zheng Hengxiu, Madame Zheng was mostly convinced. On this account, Wang Fuzhen could forget about ever stepping foot in the Zhang family's residence for the rest of her life. "Well done. Here's a piece of silver as a reward for you." Zhang Jinyu offered Chunmei a small silver coin privately. Chunmei promptly knelt down and replied, "It is my duty to serve Miss Second, ma'am." Zhang Jinyu spoke nonchalantly, "If you want the horse to run, you must let it graze. Take it, it's what you deserve." Only then did Chunmei accept the piece of broken silver. Zhang Jinyu shook her pouch, which contained little else but the fragment of silver, her heart filled with worry. She was far too poor. Her chamber held various gifts from Father Zheng, Mother Zheng, and Lady Zheng, but it wouldn't be proper to sell such tokens for money. Would it be feasible for her to create a few paintings to exchange for money? But the world of art isn't one where skill alone guarantees a high value. It's deeply connected to the artist. The reputation, status, and influence of the painter can significantly impact the worth of their artwork. Considering her current status, it's unlikely that her paintings would fetch a good price, They might even be worth less than the materials she used to create them. Indeed, Zheng Jinyu suddenly recalled one of her hobbies from her modern life. In truth, she was an enthusiast of hairpin making. She was skilled in creating silk and velvet flowers as well as cloisonne. Her friends teasingly called her a blacksmith or stonemason for her obsession with crafting the perfect hairpins. Of course, she didn't forge actual metal. Instead, she worked with gold and silver, polishing jade ornaments. Fortunately, her family in the modern era was quite affluent, allowing her to indulge in this hobby involving precious metals and gems. Her skills might not match those of professional artisans, but they surpassed the current era by over 1,000 years. Many techniques and popular styles that would emerge in later generations were yet to be discovered. Therefore, the designs she could create would undoubtedly be much more innovative than what was available now. Perhaps in the future, she could even establish an informal imperial workshop for the people. With this in mind, the next day during class, Zheng Jinyu asked Jining about it. "Master, you're teaching me needlework. Will you also teach me how to make hair ornaments?" Jining smiled and replied, "Do you wish to learn how to make hair accessories?" "Yes, I think the hairpin on your head is stunning." Jining touched her hairpin with a hint of vanity and smiled. "I bought it from the Wanbao Pavilion. Their hairpins are indeed lovely. I want to learn. Can I?" Jining was taken aback. "Sure, but making these things can be quite laborious. Young ladies like you usually have delicate skin and don't learn such skills. If you're determined to learn, I'll talk to your mother and arrange for someone from the palace's Department of Treasures to teach you. I myself am not proficient in this." "That would be great, thank you, master." Jining genuinely cherished Zheng Jinyu. A talented disciple was not only a source of pride for herself, but also served as a living testament to the prestige of the family standing behind her. Chapter 43. Unintentionally revealing the hardships to Lady Zheng. Chapter 43. Unintentionally revealing the hardships to Lady Zheng. Zheng Jinyu wished to learn, and she would teach whatever was desired. If there was something she didn't know, she would personally seek external help for her. Lady Zheng was even more delighted by this prospect. After all, in her eyes, Zheng Jinyu was a prodigious young lady. A genius could excel in anything. 2 days later, an elderly former palace maid from the Imperial Treasures Bureau arrived at the Zheng residence. With her silver hair, it was apparent that she was quite advanced in age. Zheng Jinyu doubted if she had the strength left to clatter gold and silver. Indeed, she might not possess great strength, and her vision might be failing, but her skills remain impeccable. She has an encyclopedic knowledge of various applicable materials and the art of handling them. What Zheng Jinyu sought to learn was precisely these aspects. From this experienced nanny, she has learned many forgotten arts. Combining these ancient skills with her modern knowledge and taste, she is determined to create a masterpiece that will astonish the entire capital. Such a creation would undoubtedly fetch a high price among the noble ladies' circle. Zhang Jinxiu's words stirred a sense of crisis in Wang Fuzhen, compelling her to visit the Zhang residence to assert her presence. She sought out Zhang Jinxiu for amusement and, incidentally, paid a courtesy call to Lady Zhang. In the past, Lady Zhang would undoubtedly have been delighted and eager to foster ties with the Wang family through this marriage alliance. However, she had already been preconditioned against Wang Fuzhen, finding her highly displeasing to the eye. With veiled barbs and subtle jibes in her speech, Lady Zhang caught Wang Fuzhen off guard, leaving her both taken aback and perplexed. On this day, Zhang Jinxiu accompanied Wang Fuzhen out of the Zhang residence. Wang Fuzhen inquired, "Jinxiu, does your mother not like me?" Zhang Jinxiu chuckled. "How could that be? Zhan is a distinguished young lady from the Wang family. Who wouldn't like you?" Indeed, Wang Fuzhen had thought the same. Could it be that her impression of Madame Zheng's displeasure was merely an illusion? "I'll come visit you again another day to play." "Sounds good." Zhang Jinyu was aware that Wang Fuzhen had suffered a setback before Lady Zhang, all due to Zhang Jinxiu's machinations. In the original story, although Wang Fuzhen didn't end up with Zhang Hengxiu in the end, they were once betrothed. But in this life, even the prospect of an engagement might be out of reach for her. Zhang Jinyu had initially assumed that Zhang Jinxiu would use Wang Fuzhen as a pawn to aid in her schemes against her, and thus she would facilitate Wang Fuzhen's entry into the Zheng family. However, she had misjudged. Zhang Jinxiu remained the same. She harbored a strong possessiveness toward her father, mother, and brothers in the Zhang family. No one could take her brother away from her, not even Wang Fuzhen, who had been instrumental in helping her this lifetime. 10 days later, Zhang Jinyu completed an entire set of jewelry. A gold necklace adorned with white jade, coordinating hair ornaments, tassels, earrings, and bracelets. When she finished, she placed them in an exquisite sandalwood box and sent it to Lady Zhang. The first set must be presented to Madame Zheng as a gesture of support for her endeavors. She had generously provided Jinyu with 2,000 taels of silver, along with numerous gold and silver ingots from the treasury to use as materials. Acquiring high-quality ingredients often required connections that ordinary people didn't possess. It was through Madame Zheng's assistance that such access was made possible. When Jinyu placed her creations before Madame Zheng, admiration shone in the older woman's eyes. Jinyu, you made all of these? Yes, mother, this is my first set. I wanted to show my filial piety to you. Beautiful, truly exquisite. Attendant, quickly help this lady don it. Mother, I'm here to assist you. Remove all the jewelry she's currently wearing and dress her up entirely in the set crafted by Zheng Jinyu. To complement the jewelry, Madame Zheng also exchanged her original sky blue attire for a frosted white dress with gold thread embroidery, which beautifully accentuated the white jade accessories. As the lady emerged in this attire, the maidservants exclaimed, Madam, you look 10 years younger. Being 10 years younger might be an exaggeration, a clever way for the maids to flatter her, but she did indeed appear much younger. Madame Zheng was not old to begin with, her eldest child was only 20, and she herself was merely in her 30s. With proper care and free from worries, it was natural for her to look youthful. She now appeared like a woman in her 20s. Is that true? Madame Zheng stroked her hairline. Could a maid afford to lie? The servant girl eagerly nodded. Indeed, my lady, please take a look. The maid turned the copper mirror around. Madame Zheng gazed into the mirror, highly pleased with her appearance. Then she turned to Zheng Jinyu with a smile and said, Jinyu, I've heard from the nanny that you have a unique perspective on creating such items. This flower you made is called magnolia. Yes, mother, do you like it? Certainly. She smiled warmly and held Zheng Jinyu's hand, saying, Jinyu, you've truly given your mother a pleasant surprise. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the servants. Gazing at Zheng Jinyu, she sighed again. How wonderful it would have been if you had always been by my side, Jinyu. How have you been all these years? Have the fangs treated you well? After months of effort, she had finally reached a point where she could inquire about Jinyu's life over the years. Since returning, Zheng Jinyu had never mentioned any hardships she experienced in the Fang family. She knew that in this kind of coddled protagonist narrative, things could be strangely twisted. Her grievances, if not expressed wisely, could backfire. In the eyes of those who favored Zhang Jinxiu, her troubled past would seem like an attempt to hold Zhang Jinxiu hostage. They might believe she's intentionally bringing up these matters to make Zhang Jinxiu feel guilty. Thus, she needed to take a different approach, gradually earning a significant place in their hearts. At this moment, it was best to reveal just a hint, allowing them to uncover the rest on their own, which would yield the most effective outcome. Zheng Jinyu smiled and said, Mother, everything is quite well. Yet her smile was so forced that mist seemed to linger in the corners of her eyes. Madame Zheng's heart ached at the sight. How could life in the countryside be good? I know rural girls have to work hard from a young age, and there's not much food, often leaving one hungry. Look how thin you've become. Compared to when she had first returned, Jinyu had gained some weight and grown a little taller. Still, Madame Zheng thought she was too slender. Jinyu, be honest with mother. Were the fangs kind to you? Tell me about your years with them. To tell the truth, how could they investigate it? She couldn't speak the truth, but she also couldn't remain entirely silent. The art of speaking lay in how much and how one chose to express oneself. Zheng Jinyu said, It was truly not bad. I had more work because I'm the eldest daughter, and it's only right for an older sister to take care of her younger siblings. When I was 5, both my grandfather and grandmother from the Fang family passed away, and that was the most difficult year. Father Fang had to work to support the entire family, while Mother Fang was pregnant and couldn't do heavy labor. Who else could have taken on those responsibilities as the eldest daughter? Mrs. Zhang was astonished. She had been only 5 years old. What was Zheng Jinxiu doing at the age of 5? Still, he was cooing and acting spoiled in her arms. The entire family had to amuse her just to coax her into eating a few more bites of food. Yet, her own flesh and blood, her daughter, was back in the countryside, looking after children and attending to expectant mothers. At this thought, a pang of sorrow pierced Madame Zheng's heart, causing her nose to ache and making it hard for her to breathe. Spotting her hand, Madame Zheng reached out and took it once more. These past few days, crafting jewelry has left my knuckles slightly reddened. Yet, how could the hands of a 14-year-old maiden appear in such a state? They were bony, with prominent joints and dark, patchy discolorations. Chapter 44, Lady Zhang's Tears Overflow, Sending People to Investigate the Fang Family. Chapter 44, Lady Zhang's Tears Overflow, Sending People to Investigate the Fang Family. These were scars left behind after healing. They couldn't be removed in just a few short months. And also, why were there so many knife wounds on her left hand? Seeing Lady Zheng examining her injuries, Zheng Jinyu abruptly pulled her hand back. Lady Zheng paused, then tugged her hand back again. What's going on here? Zheng Jinyu forced a smile. Mother, it's nothing. I accidentally did this to myself a long time ago. But these scars seem to have been there for years. How old could she have been back then? What was the Fang family thinking? How could they let such a young child handle a dangerous object like a knife? Madame Zheng was furious, her anger leaving her breathless. Someone come here. She summoned her maid to enter. Madam, go and invite a physician over. As you wish. Zheng Jinyu interjected hastily, "Mother, those wounds are years old and have long since healed. There's no need to call a physician." "No, we must have a doctor examine them," Mrs. Zheng insisted. While awaiting the physician, Mrs. Zheng inquired about Zheng Jinyu's childhood. But Zheng Jinyu gracefully brushed off the questions with a smile, repeatedly insisting that she was perfectly fine. The more she acted this way, the more heartbroken Lady Zheng became, and the more convinced she was that the Fang family were inhumane. Regrettably, when she had dispatched Nurse Su to fetch Jinxiu, she had given the Fangs a substantial amount of silver. The money was meant to express gratitude for their care of Jinyu, and also to ensure that Jinxiu wouldn't be sent back, effectively buying her freedom from the Fangs. But now she regretted that decision. She had nurtured the Fang's daughter with such care, only for them to torment her own flesh and blood, filling her with indignation. Shortly after, the physician arrived. "Physician, can you tell how old these scars are?" The physician, seasoned in his craft, examined them and pointed at one. "This one must be about 4 or 5 years old, wouldn't you say?" Zheng Jinyu nodded in agreement. Then the physician continued. "And this one, it has to be around a decade old, doesn't it?" Zheng Jinyu fell silent. Madame Zhang was heartbroken. "More than 10 years? How old were you back then? How did this happen?" Under Madame Zhang's pressing, Zheng Jinyu reluctantly revealed the truth. She whispered, "I was cutting pig grass." "Has she been cutting pigweed for 10 years? Madame Zhang felt her world crumble, her body on the verge of collapsing. "Doctor, please take another look at these," she requested desperately. The physician examined the darker scars. He replied, "These appear to be remnants of frostbite that has healed." "Chilblains?" Madame Zhang's mind was filled with the image of a 3- or 4-year-old girl cutting pig feed in the freezing winter up in the mountains. Madame Zhang tottered again and plopped down onto her chair. She gave the physician a generous sum of silver, asking him to keep his mouth shut when he left. The physician assured her that it was a basic ethical code for doctors not to divulge patients' information indiscriminately. She instructed her servants to send Zheng Jinyu back home, and then locked herself in her chamber, not emerging for the entire afternoon. Madame Zhang didn't disclose these events to Master Zhang. Instead, she quietly left the house the following day. Chame reported, "Miss, the coachman said that Madame has gone outside the city, to a manor about 10 miles away." "Who did she go to see?" "I'm not sure. It's rumored that manor is involved in espionage activities." Zhang Jinyu understood. Lady Zhang must have spent money to hire someone to investigate her past in Fang village. "Exactly," Zhang Jinyu smiled. What Madame Zhang uncovered herself and what she chose to reveal carried an entirely different weight. She wasn't being overly sensitive or lodging complaints. She was the wronged and abused one. For the sake of family harmony and to spare Zheng Jinxiu from guilt, she bore the suffering herself while maintaining an illusion of peace. As an esteemed translator of both Chinese and English novels, I am currently engaged in rendering a historical palace intrigue romance novel, replete with courtly elements. Please provide the text you would like me to translate elegantly and accurately into English. Miss Second, Lady wishes to see you in the main courtyard. Oh, what's the matter? I've heard that Prince Chen has returned, and the princess residence has sent an invitation. Zheng Jinyu was taken aback. Xie Peiyu was back? Perfect, it's time to address some matters. When Zheng Jinyu arrived at the main courtyard, Lady Zheng was holding an invitation in distress. The problem was that the invitation mentioned only her and her youngest daughter, Jinyu, but not Jinxiu. How would Jinxiu react to this? Mother, what's wrong? You're here. Come, sit down quickly. Madame Zheng placed the invitation before her and said, Look, this is an invitation sent from the princess's residence. Tomorrow you and I should pay a visit. Upon seeing only her own and Madame Zhang's names on the invitation, Zheng Jinyu almost chuckled. However, she held back and frowned slightly. Is Sister Jinxiu not going? AI. Madame Zheng let out a long sigh. Yes, that's what worries me. I wonder what could be on the princess's mind, inviting only the two of us and leaving out Jinxiu. Zheng Jinyu remained silent. Wondering what the imperial princess is thinking? Didn't she make it clear during her last visit? Seems like you've forgotten that. Madame Zheng continued her one-sided conversation, but if the imperial princess considers Jinxiu as family, then there's no need to send an invitation, for it would seem distant, wouldn't it? Zhang Jinyu. No, this self-deception of yours is just too amusing. And she even asked if it was right. She didn't know how to respond. Prepare yourself well for tomorrow, and you may leave now. Lady Zhang waved her hand, dismissing her daughter. After a while, it was heard that Zheng Jinxiu had been summoned again. Zheng Jinyu merely smiled, refraining from any comment. Let her go. Let her embarrass herself. Lady Zhang pretended ignorance, and the following day, she accompanied her two elegantly dressed daughters to the residence of the imperial princess. In the carriage, Zhang Jinxiu chattered nonstop, with 8 out of 10 sentences somehow relating to Prince Chen. With a gentle smile on her lips, Zhang Jinyu carefully chose her words to flatter her sister as she recalled their limited past interactions, essentially using it as a form of subtle intimidation. I truly envy you, sister. Your relationship with Prince Chen is so affectionate. Zhang Jinxiu blushed and whispered, don't talk nonsense. Whenever Prince Chen visits the Zheng residence, he's actually looking for elder brother. Oh, so you're aware of that, are you? You make it sound like Prince Chen took the trouble to come and see you specially. Madame Zheng chuckled. All right, you're almost there. We've arrived at the princess's residence. Their voices faded, and Zhang Jinxiu lifted the curtain to gaze outside, where the magnificent princess residence came into view. Madame Zheng alighted from the carriage first. The manager of the imperial princess's household was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lady Zheng, he was quite pleased, but when he spotted Zhang Jinxiu alighting from the carriage as well, his smile became rather forced. Yet there were some things that couldn't be said outright. As the steward invited Madame Zheng and the two Mrs. Zheng into the residence, he also discreetly signaled to a servant boy to hurry and inform the imperial princess of the situation. Upon receiving the news, the imperial princess was rather displeased. Why is she sticking to me like a persistent plaster? We didn't invite her, so why is she here? Send her away. Steward. Ah? Princess, isn't that rather inappropriate? And what's wrong with that? Am I, an imperial princess, not even allowed to dismiss someone without considering others' opinions? The steward appeared quite perplexed. Countess Xia Jigru interjected, Mother, if we were to form an alliance with the Zheng family, they would become our relatives. She might even become Yua's aunt. It wouldn't be proper to send her away. The long princess gazed intently, then curled her lips. If that's how you feel, then let's drop the matter. Her audacity is truly something. Chapter 45, Let the slap in the face not be too painful. Chapter 45, Let the slap in the face not be too painful. The steward also heaved a sigh of relief. Please escort them to the floral hall. This princess will be there shortly. As you wish. The servants arranged for the Zheng family matriarch and her two daughters to wait in the princess's floral hall. Madame Zheng sat gracefully, sipping tea occasionally while glancing at her two laughing daughters from time to time. It wasn't the first time for Zheng Jinxiu to be here. She pulled Zhang Jinyu to lean against the window of the flower hall and eagerly described the layout of the princess's residence. The imperial princess was the late emperor's eldest daughter and his only child. She had been doted on since birth, and this princess residence, crafted especially for her, had begun construction when she was merely 6 years old, taking artisans a full decade to complete. From grand pavilions and towers to the smallest detail of each tree and blade of grass, even the artificial mountain stones, every element was meticulously arranged to create a unique scenic view at every turn. She turned away from the window and gestured to Zhang Jinyu. Come here, I'll show you around this area. Lady Zheng was sipping tea nearby, observing the scene. Zhang Jinyu was fully cooperative with Zhang Jinxiu, allowing her to shine. The greater the arrogance one displays now, the more painful the eventual humiliation will be. Look, doesn't the view seem different from this window? Zhang Jinyu nods appreciatively. Indeed, the splendor of the princess's residence surpasses even that of the imperial palace, with vistas to admire in every season. Is that so? I thought the grandest place on earth was the palace. Zhang Jinxiu chuckles. How could it be? The previous emperor doted on the imperial princess above all else, and our current emperor also holds her in great favor. He permits her residence to be more opulent than the palace itself. She gazed at the courtyard with a pleased expression, as if it were already within her grasp. Little sister Jinyu, do you want to see more? I can show you around. What a joke, does she think the princess's residence is her own home? Zhang Jinyu hesitated and said, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We're guests here. The host has asked us to wait in the flower hall, so it wouldn't be proper for us to wander elsewhere, right? Oh, come on, it's no big deal. When I used to visit the princess's residence before, I could go wherever I pleased. Talking big without any preparation. She had only gained entry to the princess's residence a few times by riding on Zhang Hengyan's coattails. Zhang Jinyu glanced at Lady Zheng, who was sipping her tea composedly, and thought to herself, since Lady Zheng isn't bothered, what is there for me to worry about? She would just have to endure the embarrassment alongside Zhang Jinxiu. All right, I'll follow elder sister's advice. Lady Zheng said kindly. Just take a stroll around, don't wander too far. I understand, mother. Zhang Jinyu felt that Lady Zheng could be quite forgetful at times. Or perhaps she was still in denial. If the imperial princess approved of Zhang Jinxiu, then there would be no issue with her taking a leisurely walk nearby. Yet it was clear that the imperial princess held no regard for her. Not only did she not extend an invitation, but she also made her wander around. Wouldn't that just irritate people? Zhang Jinxiu brought Zhang Jinyu to a courtyard filled with exotic flowers and plants, artificial hills and peculiar stones. Every step revealed a new scene, and the description was by no means exaggerated. They finally reached a secluded spot where Zhang Jinxiu dropped her pretense. Zhang Jinyu, the lady of this residence can only be me. Do you understand? Zhang Jinyu smiled faintly. I understand. My respects to Princess Chen. Zheng Jinxio's expression darkened as she retorted. Who are you mocking? Do you look down on me? How could that be? Should I cry and call you Princess Chen instead of laughing? You. She called herself Princess Chen with a smile, but why was there mockery all over her face? Humph, Zheng Jinyu, I know you're not satisfied, but it doesn't matter. Not everyone can enter this princess's residence, yet I've been here countless times since I was young. I come and go as I please, going wherever I wish. This is the treatment of the future Princess Chen, do you understand? I understand. Zheng Jinyu maintained her smiling countenance. Yet she wore a mocking smile that infuriated Zheng Jinxio. Do you think that just because the imperial princess doesn't like me, I won't be able to enter the princess's residence? No, the imperial princess listens to Prince Chan. As long as brother Yu wants to marry me, she has no choice but to comply. Look, the last time the imperial princess visited the Zheng family and criticized my lowly birth, what happened then? The moment brother Yu returned, she obediently sent an invitation to the Zheng family asking for my presence. And you? She sized up Zheng Jinyu with disdain. You were just an afterthought, benefiting from my shine. Zheng Jinyu smiled faintly, not saying a word. If she knew that her name wasn't even on the invitation and that it was Mrs. Zheng who had shamelessly brought her along, what would she think? If this were her, she would be so embarrassed that her toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. As they were conversing, they suddenly caught a glimpse of someone darting behind the artificial mountain. Zheng Jinxio froze, her complexion paling slightly. Who's there? There was no response. Panicked, Zheng Jinxio wondered what would happen if someone overheard her previous words. She abandoned Zheng Jinyu and hurriedly ran towards the artificial mountain. But it was deserted, not a soul in sight. Zheng Jinyu looked at her with a smile, and in her eyes, it appeared as if he was gloating over her misfortune. Feeling uneasy about the difference between them, Zheng Jinxio lost her desire to show off and decided to take Zheng Jinyu back home. Following closely behind her, Zheng Jinyu was stopped by a middle-aged nanny just as they were approaching the flower hall. Miss Jings, where are you two headed? Already feeling guilty, Zheng Jinxio stumbled over her words. She turned to Zheng Jinyu and explained, it's my sister's first time at the princess's residence, and she wants to explore. I'm showing her around. Zheng Jinyu was taken aback. Weren't you the one who insisted on bringing me along? Now you want to explore without me? She smiled and replied, Sister mentioned that she's very familiar with the princess residence, so she wanted to show me around. Nanny Zhang, I apologize, but we won't be wandering further. At that moment, another middle-aged nanny emerged. It was none other than Nanny Zhang, who had previously taught Zheng Jinyu manners. Nanny Zhang, if Miss Second would like to go anywhere, I'll accompany her, she offered. Zheng Jinyu executed a respectful bow and said, Thank you for your trouble, Amma. My sister and I have been out for quite some time, and we're afraid our mother might worry. We should head back soon. Could you kindly lead the way for us? Please follow me, Miss Jings. In truth, the flower hall was just ahead, and they arrived in no time. Madame Zhang was engaged in laughter with the imperial princess, who had a princess standing behind her. Upon seeing the sisters enter, the smile on the imperial princess's face vanished. Why are you running about like that? Zheng Jinxio's expression froze. Quickly, Zheng Jinyu replied. Replying imperial princess, Jinyu was captivated by the beauty of your estate and asked elder sister to show me around. Forgive me for my impertinence. Please grant me pardon, your highness. The imperial princess scoffed, her eyes rolling up to the heavens. She then turned to Lady Zheng and said, As for this daughter of yours, you still have much work to do in guiding her. Since she is here as a guest, she should conduct herself accordingly. How can she wander about without informing the host? If something were to go missing, would I, the imperial princess, not investigate? Let's avoid causing embarrassment for everyone involved. Madame Zheng's face flushed red, as if she had just been slapped in public. She humbly apologized to the imperial princess and then glanced at her two daughters, feeling immensely pleased with Zheng Jinyu. It was clear that Jinxio had mentioned that it was fine for her to frequently visit the princess's residence and wander around. It was also Jinxio who had accompanied her outside. Chapter 46, Imperial Princess Steps into Slap in the Face. Chapter 46. Imperial Princess Steps into Slap in the Face. It was unexpected that this child was so sensible. Upon seeing Jinxio being humiliated by the Imperial Princess, she took the blame upon herself. As for the Imperial Princess, what was her deal? Why didn't she say anything about Jinxio's visits before, but now she found fault with her wandering around? It was my negligence. I will surely instruct them properly when we return home. By the way, Imperial Princess, I've heard that Prince Chen has returned. May I ask where he is? A princess standing nearby said, Prince Chen has returned to the capital on official business and is currently occupied. Prince Chen has truly labored tirelessly and during days of travel. Now that he's finally home, he should rest abundantly to avoid exhaustion. At the mention of her son, Imperial Princess's expression softened considerably. Rest assured, he's a robust young man and won't be worn out by the journey. It's only I who must trouble Madame Zheng for a little longer. That's quite all right, it's my duty to wait. Imperial Princess engaged in casual conversation with Madame Zheng, discussing matters that typically concern mature and elegant women. Both Zheng Jinyu and Zheng Jinyu found themselves unable to interject, so they obediently sat on their cushions. As the teacups and snacks were replaced with new selections, a servant soon announced the arrival of Prince Jin. Zheng Jinyu promptly turned her head towards the entrance. Observing this, the Imperial Princess' disdain for her grew even more. Zheng Jinyu also looked up at him. Their last encounter was during her initial arrival in this world, at an inn in a small town. Back then, during the battle, his face had been rather fair and delicate. But after several months he had tanned significantly. However, his eyes gleamed with even more piercing sharpness. Madame Zheng hurriedly led her two daughters to bow. We pay our respects to Prince Chen. Xia Peiyu raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal for them, then respectfully bowed to the Imperial Princess. Mother. Come and pay your respects to Madame Zheng. Greetings, Madame Zheng. Xia Peiyu turned to face Madame Zheng and performed another courteous bow as a junior. In ancient times, there were indeed numerous customs for meeting one another. Given Xia Peiyu's high status, Madame Zheng was required to accompany her two daughters in paying their respects to him. Due to her seniority, Xia Peiyu would return only after the ceremony was over. After the formalities were completed, they delved into the main matter. The Imperial Princess dismissed her servants before getting straight to the point. Life is unpredictable. Who could have foreseen that the Zheng family would have switched their children? Before Jinyu returned, I assumed that Jinxiu's entry into our princess's residence was a certainty. That's why I indulged her quite a bit. When she used to come to the mansion with young Master Zheng in search of you, I treated her as one of my own children. One's own child is never a guest. She could roam anywhere within this residence. As she spoke, the Imperial Princess occasionally shot glances at Zheng Jinxiu. One could see that Zheng Jinxiu's face was pale and she nervously twisted her handkerchief in her hands. The Imperial Princess's words served as an explanation for why she had been allowed to roam freely before but not now. Feeling awkward, Lady Zheng interjected, Imperial Princess, Jinxiu and Prince Jin. AI Lady Zheng, some words shouldn't be spoken carelessly. The Imperial Princess interrupted before Lady Zheng could finish. She knew what Lady Zheng was about to say, that they had been betrothed for over a decade and had feelings for each other, so it would be unjust to separate two lovers on account of their blood ties. Ridiculous. Where does she get the audacity? My son is betrothed to the Zheng family's legitimate daughter. Lady Zheng, when our two families pledged this marriage years ago, it was for the child in your womb. Zheng Jinxiu's expression froze before she lifted her damp eyes to meet Xia Peiyu's. Xia Peiyu kept his head slightly lowered, not looking at any of them. He was simply an obedient child listening to his mother throughout the entire exchange. The Imperial Princess gave a mocking smile. No one's opinions matter here, this princess is in charge. Zheng Jinxiu's entire body trembled, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Madame Zheng's expression was ghastly. Were they here to form an alliance through marriage, or to sow enmity? The Imperial Princess held a lofty status, but now that their families were to be connected by marriage, shouldn't she show some consideration for the Zheng family? Truly, not a shred of mercy was shown. The Zheng family currently has two legitimate daughters. Which one do you fancy? Xia Peiyu replied, marrying is a matter decided by one's parents and matchmakers. It's entirely up to mother's discretion. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jinxiu felt dejected once more. She looked up at Xia Peiyu in disbelief on the verge of tears. The Imperial Princess, filled with pride, felt that her son had brought honor to her. She had just declared her authority in the household when her son made such a statement, truly delightful. Well then, since you've left it to mother's discretion, I'll speak frankly, the Imperial Princess said, turning to Madame Zheng. Madame Zheng, as I mentioned before, the lineage is of utmost importance in the princess's residence. Regardless of the circumstances, this princess will not allow Jinxiu from your family to enter these gates. Madame Zheng's face froze, a mix of embarrassment and frustration evident. As for your daughter Jinyu, educate her well, and let this princess inspect the outcome. If she proves satisfactory, we can reluctantly proceed with the marriage. But if she does not meet the standard, our two families' betrothal shall be nullified. Is that clear enough for you? Madame Zheng was furious but could only force a smile and say, Yes, this humble woman understands. Yet you still brought her along? Madame Zheng. There's no such thing as the most awkward, only more awkward. Zheng Jinxiu. There's no such thing as the most humiliating, only more humiliating. Zheng Jinyu. There's no such thing as the funniest, only funnier. She had to admit that as a reader she might have been a bit too vocal in criticizing the Imperial Princess for her acidity and harshness. Imperial Princess, this humble lady. The Imperial Princess spoke coldly. Madame Zheng, don't tell me that the invitation I personally wrote had an error. I clearly invited only you and your second miss to my residence. Madame Zhang opened her mouth, but not a single word escaped her lips, because the imperial princess had sealed off any excuse she might have attempted to make. At Zheng Jinxio's end, it was once again proven that there was no limit to how humiliating a slap in the face could be. It could always get worse. It turned out that she hadn't been invited at all. Wouldn't her words to Princess Zheng Jinyu just now amount to a slap in her own face? I must say, Princess, Madame Zhang's skills in child-rearing seem quite average. Let's be on our way then. Madame Zhang. And what about the marriage arrangements between those two families? The imperial princess said nonchalantly, we'll see about that. This princess has no wish to be known as someone who breaks her word. But if the daughter you raise still lacks proper manners, don't blame this princess for any consequences. Madame Zhang glanced at Zheng Jinyu and thought to herself, my Jinyu is just fine, why do you need to comment on her? No, you've really gone too far. What do you think of my two daughters? Feeling truly indignant, Madame Zhang huffed. Imperial princess, if you truly find our match unsuitable, let's just call off the engagement. Why humiliate us? Our Zheng family girls are not worthy of your Prince Chan. Zheng Jinyu silently gave her mother a mental thumbs up. The statement was authoritative, and that was precisely how it should be. Having read the original novel, she knew that this marriage would eventually fall through, especially after Zheng Jinxiu reached maturity. It would be more dignified for them to initiate the withdrawal themselves rather than waiting for others to do it and risk humiliation. Upon hearing Madame Zhang's suggestion, the imperial princess also laughed. Excellent! Rumors have been spreading like wildfire in the capital, with many mocking your own flesh and blood as a country bumpkin. I assume you're aware of this. I was worried that people would ridicule me once they learned that Zheng Jinyu is to marry into the princess residence. Well, it seems fitting to take advantage of these rumors and cancel the marriage. Madame Zhang grew anxious once more. How can you blame the rumors in the capital for calling off the marriage? What future would your two daughters have if that were the case? Imperial princess, it was you who broke the trust and betrayed the agreement. Chapter 47. 3 mothers and daughters expelled. Chapter 47. 3 mothers and daughters expelled. How dare you utter nonsense? It's clearly your blindness to blame for not recognizing your own child. Madame Zhang's anger shook her to her core, leaving her defeated. You dare to mix up your own child, the statement pinned Madame Zhang down with no room for retaliation. Imperial princess, this. Enough, it seems that your wits are not yet restored. You should go back and regain your clarity. Attendants, see the guest out. The 3 of them, mother and daughters, had come as guests, yet they were hastily dismissed without even having the chance to partake in the meal. All 3 felt embarrassed, but Zheng Jinyu deemed Zheng Jinxiu to be the most ashamed. Aware that in the original story, the imperial princess's family would relocate to the border, and the Zheng family would eventually dissolve their engagement, she harbored no expectations for this betrothal. But it was different for Zheng Jinxiu. To outsiders, it was Zheng Jinxiu who was betrothed to Xia Peiyu, and it had nothing to do with her, Zheng Jinyu. The imperial princess intended to call off the engagement, and it was a slap in the face for her alone. The marquis saw them off at the entrance. Madame Zhang's face was ashen, while Zheng Jinxiu's was pale. Only Zheng Jinyu maintained her composure. The marquis said, Madame Zhang, I do apologize. My mother is not in a good mood. Madame Zhang wasn't foolish, who would entertain guests when they were in a foul mood. Why did the conversation suddenly turn sour? The imperial princess was indeed unpredictable in her emotions. The marriage between our 2 families. The duchess hesitated, unable to continue. Madame Zhang turned to her, eagerly awaiting the rest of her words. The duchess expressed her distress. Madame Zhang, you must brace yourself. I fear that the betrothal between our 2 families may not come to fruition. You mean the engagement is truly to be called off? Hush, mother hasn't confirmed it yet. This is merely my personal speculation. Please lower your voice, Lady Zhang, said the duchess with a whisper. Lady Zhang inferred that since the duchess had mentioned it, the rumor was likely true. The imperial princess must have brought it up to her more than once for her to voice such concerns. Now what should she do? Mother, Zheng Jinxiu clung to Lady Zhang's arm in fear. Zheng Jinyu remained composed, as if the matter held no relevance to her. The duchess shifted her gaze towards Zheng Jinyu, amusement stirring within her heart, though her expression remained troubled and distressed. Madame Zhang, my mother truly wouldn't accept Jinxiu from your family. My mother is the only daughter of the late emperor and empress. No one's lineage surpasses hers. Madame Zhang nodded in agreement. Of course, imperial princess's bloodline is indeed most exalted. In her eyes, one can learn manners over time, and deficiencies in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting can also be improved gradually. As she spoke, she deliberately kept her gaze on Zheng Jinyu, making the young lady feel self-conscious. Both Madame Zhang and Zheng Jinxiu noticed the princess's subtle expression. The implication was hardly subtle. Zheng Jinxiu clenched her teeth in anger. Madame Zhang seemed lost in thought. the princess continued, I understand that you wish Miss Jinxiu to become part of our family through marriage, but my mother values lineage above all else. She would never consent to it. If Madame Zheng wishes to avoid displeasing my mother, I advise you not to involve Miss Jinxiu in the matrimonial affairs between our two families. The princess made her stance clear. The imperial princess's anger was due to Zheng Jinxiu's unauthorized presence, brought about by Madame Zheng. Zheng Jinxiu felt as if her world was crumbling. Madame Zheng let out a helpless sigh. We understand, thank you, princess, for informing us. Lady Zheng accompanied her two daughters into the carriage, and all three of them remained silent throughout the journey. Back at home, Zheng Jinxiu collapsed to the ground with a sob, weeping uncontrollably. Mother, everyone in the capital knows about my betrothal to Prince Chen. Now that the princess manor has suddenly reneged on it, how can I ever hold my head up high? It wasn't my fault that the child was switched at birth. Lady Zheng pulled her daughter into an embrace and tenderly wiped away her tears with a handkerchief. Mother is aware of this, which is why she has been striving to preserve this marriage for you. Yet, who could have foreseen that the imperial princess would act in such an utterly unreasonable manner? Zheng Jinyu observed the two weeping in each other's arms in silence. Madame Zheng was usually quite level-headed. However, when it came to matters involving Zheng Jinxiu, she seemed to lose all rationality, blindly supporting her daughter regardless of right or wrong. Afterwards, she would even accuse others of being unreasonable. From a different perspective, Zheng Jinyu suddenly realized that everyone's affection for the story's beloved female protagonist didn't hold up under closer scrutiny. Of course, this didn't detract from the thrill of reading as an audience member. As a reader, she had always enjoyed the unconditional affection showered upon the protagonist by those around her. Big sister, perhaps we should consider targeting Prince Chan. The imperial princess only has him as a son. No matter how reluctant she is, she must prioritize her son's interests, she suggested, trying to lift Zheng Jinxiu's spirits. Mrs. Zhang hastily agreed, yes, your sister speaks wisely. Jinxiu, don't lose hope. Let's focus on Prince Chen. Zheng Jinxiu pouted and looked at Zheng Jinyu, who returned a smile that was neither here nor there. This pretentious display infuriated Zheng Jinxiu, but she couldn't lash out at her. Yet Prince Chen didn't say a word. He must be listening to the imperial princess. Zheng Jinyu replied, that's not quite right. In front of guests, what could Prince Chen possibly say? If he were to openly contradict the imperial princess and disregard his own birth mother, it would raise questions about his character. Upon hearing Zheng Jinyu's words, Lady Zheng had an epiphany. Yes, that's exactly it. His silence was to avoid undermining the imperial princess's dignity, not because he doesn't value you. Your sister speaks wisely. Empowered by this realization, Lady Zheng nudged Zheng Jinxiu. Prince Chen must have special feelings for you. Trust your mother on this. You should find a chance to meet with him alone. Zheng Jinxiu sniffled a few times before her face lit up with a smile again. I'll listen to mother. Zheng Jinyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Were they truly foolish or were they just deluding themselves? Wasn't the humiliation already enough? Well, if they were willing to embarrass themselves, there was nothing anyone could do to stop them. The two left the main courtyard together. Halfway along an empty stretch of road, Zheng Jinxiu stopped Zheng Jinyu once more. She had more or less figured out Zheng Jinyu's tactics. Leading her to a secluded spot was a ploy to discuss matters that were suitable only for their ears. Speak, Zheng Jinyu said coolly. Zheng Jinxiu harumphed. Don't get too smug. The imperial princess has no regard for me, and she doesn't hold you in any higher esteem. When the imperial princess calls off the marriage, we'll both be disgraced. So for the sake of the Zhang family's reputation, you better help me sincerely. Zhang Jinyu chuckled. So what if I do? As a daughter of the Zhang family, I might indeed be implicated in your disgrace, but my loss of face would amount to no more than the size of a fingernail. It's different for you. You stand to lose a palm-sized chunk of your reputation. In other words, she would lose all face. Zheng Jinxiu gritted her teeth and said, don't forget, you're the daughter of the Zheng family, and it was you who were betrothed to him. If the engagement is broken, it'll be you who's being jilted. Oh, so if I understand correctly, you're considering revealing your true identity, are you? Zhang Jinyu maintained a smile on her face but lowered her voice to whisper in her sister's ear, are you willing to give it all up? The status of a young lady of the Zhang family, the life of luxury and fine clothes. Without that title, your only option would be to marry Wang Erwa, the village idiot from Fang Village. Chapter 48. Xie Peiyu's private meeting with Zheng Jinxiu, declaring they could only be relatives in the future. Chapter 48. Xie Peiyu's private meeting with Zheng Jinxiu, declaring they could only be relatives in the future. The image of bare-armed and bare-legged peasants flashed through Zheng Jinxiu's mind, turning her face pale with fright. How could she willingly marry someone like that? How could she part with the luxurious life she was currently enjoying? No, she refused to accept it. She couldn't lose her status as Miss Zhang, and she couldn't allow her true identity to be exposed. Noticing her expression, Zheng Jinyu's smile deepened. Aren't you reluctant? I know you are. So with the imperial princess calling off the engagement, you should embrace the embarrassment wholeheartedly. Make sure to keep the secret tightly sealed, or it will be far more than just a matter of losing face. You. Zheng Jinyu gritted her teeth. Zheng Jinyu, you're so hypocritical. You help me in front of mother, but when no one's looking, you bully me like this. Ha! Zheng Jinyu laughed again. So you do know the term hypocrisy? I thought you were unaware of it. Didn't you start this first? If it weren't for my superior acting skills as Niohulu Zheng Jinyu, I would have been outplayed by you long ago. Humph, with how wicked you are, karma will eventually catch up to you. Zheng Jinyu glanced at her sideways, scrutinizing her from head to toe. I was just about to say the same to you. The two of them had openly severed ties in private, but still put on a facade when others were around. If Zhang Jinxiu could act, Zhang Jinyu would play along. Considering Lady Zhang had spent money to send someone to investigate Fong Village, it was no short journey. With the round trip and the time taken for inquiries, news might not return until close to the new year. There would be plenty more opportunities for them to engage in a dramatic showdown. For Zhang Jinxiu to have an excuse to meet Xia Peiyu alone, what reason could she give? After much discussion with her father and mother, they came up with a pretext involving a letter. Yes, you write a letter, saying it's for your elder brother. Since Prince Chen is back on official business, it would be reasonable to ask him to deliver a letter to your brother after he finishes his duties. Zheng Jinxiu's eyes lit up. All right, I'll listen to mother and father. Mr. Zheng instructed. Then hurry and write the letter. I'll inquire about Prince Chen's itinerary these few days. With his abilities, Mr. Zheng swiftly obtained information on Prince Chen's schedule. Calculating the time and place where Xia Peiyu would pass by, Zhang Jinxiu went early to wait with the letter in hand. When he approached, she suddenly appeared, blocking Xia Peiyu's horse. Prince Chen, please stay a moment. Xia Peiyu's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Zhang Jinxiu approached with a bashful and timid demeanor, clearly holding a letter in her hand but not rushing to present it. Instead, she engaged him in conversation. Brother, you, both you and elder brother left for months to ensure the border's tranquility, causing Jinxiu much worry. Seeing you return safely fills me with immense joy. But never in my wildest dreams did I imagine. Her little face turned, and the joy on her face transformed into sorrow. She intercepted him on the street, engaging in polite conversation. Nothing out of the ordinary for outsiders to witness. The alliance between the Zhang and Xia families was no secret. To the public eye they were betrothed, so it was only natural for Miss Zhang to be concerned about Prince Chen's departure for war. Xia Peiyu dismounted his horse and said coolly, Miss Zhang, what brings you here to seek out your highness suddenly? Zhang Jinxiu was taken aback but quickly composed herself, presenting the letter she held. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. I've heard that brother you is soon to depart for the frontier again, so I've entrusted you with delivering a letter to my elder brother. Xia Peiyu took the letter from her hand, acknowledging her with a cold, Having received the letter, she still didn't move, standing resolutely in front of his horse. Xia Peiyu frowned. Is there something else? Zhang Jinxiu nodded, and with a blink, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother you, the imperial princess, said that. She said that. We. Xia Peiyu waited for her to continue. But on the streets, how could she possibly utter those words? She merely dabbed her tears with her handkerchief. Brother you, I want to hear it from you. Unless I hear those words from your own lips, I won't be at ease. Very well. Xia Peiyu agreed. Zhang Jinxiu was taken aback, staring at him in a daze. Xia Peiyu's face was adorned with a mocking smile. Within an instant's time, come to the princess's residence. To the princess's residence? Yes, she replied hastily, her heart aflutter. She was both delighted and anxious. Indeed, he did have feelings for her. Didn't the imperial princess forbid her from visiting the princess residence? Brother you called her over personally, which was a direct slap in the face to the long princess, making it clear that he wanted her for himself. There wasn't even time for her to stop by home to give notice. She hurriedly boarded the carriage and instructed the driver to head straight for the princess residence. Xia Peiyu rode his horse faster than her, so by the time Zhang Jinxiu arrived, he had already returned to the residence and changed into casual attire. Zhang Jinxiu informed the gatekeeper that she was there at Xia Peiyu's request. The gatekeeper went in to report, and Xia Peiyu simply said, Ask her to wait in the main hall. Yes, your highness. The imperial princess, with a visibly displeased expression, asked, Why did you summon her? Didn't you say you don't fancy her? Xia Peiyu replied calmly, Mother, she's persistent. I need to make things clear to her. Humph, shameless indeed. The imperial princess huffed in anger. I've made it abundantly clear that I have no interest in her. That may be your view, mother, but she firmly believes that I do have feelings for her. Where does she get her confidence? To be associated with such a person is sheer misfortune. You're always indecisive. Why were you even engaging in idle chatter with the Zhengs? If I were to handle this, I'd personally call off the engagement and announce to everyone that the marriage alliance between the Xie and Zhang families is null and void. What could they possibly do? Even the emperor wouldn't dare meddle in my affairs, let alone a small family like the Zhengs. But outsiders would view you as unfaithful and dishonorable. This marriage was arranged by our late grandfather. So what if they do? Your grandfather has been gone for years. Even if he were alive, he would still have to listen to me. Xie Peiyu. It's different when grandfather was alive. It's because he passed away that it becomes difficult for you, as his daughter-in-law, to take such action. The imperial princess let out a soft sigh. Your mother doesn't care what others say. But I do, Xie Peiyu replied. The imperial princess was taken aback. Staring at Xie Peiyu for a moment, she suddenly asked, You or tell me, do you not want to break off the engagement with the Zheng family? Xie Peiyu hesitated, coughing softly into his half-clenched fist. We'll see. If the young miss of the Zheng family truly isn't suitable, we can always reconsider later. The imperial princess pursed her lips. I think they're both about the same, pretending. Xie Peiyu nodded in agreement. Yes, they both put on acts, but one does it out of cunning while the other does it for self-preservation. They're not the same. The imperial princess was taken aback by his remark. My child, you really are. Cough, cough, mother, I need to meet with Zhang Jinyu. We can continue this later. Xie Peiyu hurriedly left, as if escaping. The imperial princess called after him. Hey, don't run off. Let her wait, there's no rush. Zhang Jinyu waited quite some time before finally catching a glimpse of Xie Peiyu. Upon seeing him attired in casual clothing, she assumed that he had taken the time to change out of his official robes earlier. Just to see her. He had been so meticulous, revealing how highly he regarded her. This caused Zhang Jinyu's cheeks to flush once more. Brother you. Xie Peiyu strode to the main seat and with a casual wave of his hand said coolly, have a seat. If we're not calling off the engagement, our two families will become in-laws. In the end, we'll be relatives. Chapter 49, The news of Zheng family's swap child was conveyed by this prince. Chapter 49. The news of Zheng family's swap child was conveyed by this prince. Zhang Jinyu stood frozen, unsure whether she should be delighted or not. The two families were to become in-laws, but still it was a bit odd for him to say this to her. Brother you, Xie Peiyu raised his hand again, silencing her before she could continue. Miss Zheng, refrain from addressing me in that manner from now on, the prince said sternly. Zhang Jinyu was taken aback. Back then we were all young and I was on good terms with your elder brother. It was acceptable for you to call me brother as you followed your brother's lead. But things are different now. If the marriage alliance between the Xie and Zheng families remains unchanged, you would become my sister-in-law. Addressing me as brother would be inappropriate and might invite ridicule from others. Zhang Jinyu stumbled, her face turning pale. They truly had their sights set on Zhang Jinyu. Why? Even if they intended to call off the engagement, why did it have to be replaced with Zhang Jinyu? Why is that? She stammered out the question. Xie Peiyu replied with a hint of confusion. Hasn't my mother made it abundantly clear? Why doesn't Miss Zheng understand? No, it's just that. Imperial princess said so. Could it be that brother you? Miss Zheng, Xie Peiyu interrupted her sternly. Zhang Jinyu's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly corrected herself. Prince Chan. Xie Peiyu's expression softened slightly. Zhang Jinyu took a deep breath and mustered the courage to inquire, Prince Chen, we were betrothed since childhood. Throughout our lives you've cared for me just as you did for my brothers. Could it be that because of our bloodlines, there's no possibility between us anymore? Xie Peiyu pressed his lips together, not responding, but his cold, stern expression clearly conveyed his rejection. Zhang Jinyu let out a bitter laugh. But my grandmother, parents, and brothers don't mind my bloodline. Why do you have to make an issue of it? Xie Peiyu replied tepidly. They don't mind because they're afraid of disgrace. Zhang Jinyu. Moreover, I've raised you for 14 years. People develop affection even for pets, let alone a human being. One more year until you reach the age of maturity and can be married off. What difference does it make if you're biologically mine or not? We won't be living under the same roof for the next few decades anyway. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Jinyu's face grew increasingly pale. Xie Peiyu continued. This prince is different. Knowing the truth, I naturally have to cut my losses. Cutting your losses? Zhang Jinyu felt a mix of sadness and shock. All our years of affection mean nothing now. In your eyes, that's what cutting your losses means. Miss Zhang, one may indulge in any food, but words must be chosen with care. Xie Peiyu spoke without any tact, his expression clearly indicating his anger. There is no emotional bond between us, and at best, I regard you as Zheng Hongyan's foster sister. Zhang Jinyu, still in her teenage years, was deeply saddened by these words and broke into tears. You've only ever seen me as the sister of your friend. So all these years, it was I who misconstrued the situation. I refuse to believe that the imperial princess forced you into this. Driven by emotion, she abruptly stood up from her chair and lunged towards Xie Peiyu. Xie Peiyu swiftly rose to avoid her touch. Zheng Jinyu, for the sake of your family, this prince doesn't wish to embarrass you too much. Don't push your luck, Prince Chen said sternly. Zheng Jinyu was devastated. Why? Apart from my humble birth, I excel in every aspect befitting a lady of noble upbringing. Why do you reject me? Are the nobles and officials truly born with an innate superiority? Is bloodline that crucial? Foolhardy Xie Peiyu's face darkened as he glared at Zhang Jinyu. Zhang Jinyu, you dare question the significance of noble bloodline before this prince? Do you intend to rebel? Zhang Jinyu froze in fear, realizing her mistake. Those words might inspire commoners, but to royalty and aristocrats they were seditious. Prince Chen, I didn't mean it that way. I spoke out of turn, I deserve punishment. She was also quite ruthless with herself, slapping her face hard enough to make it instantly swell. Raising her head, her tear-streaked, half-swollen face was on full display. Xie Peiyu continued to look at her with an indifferent expression. Prince Chen, you don't want me not just because of my background, right? It's also because of Jinyu, isn't it? I know you sent her clothes. It's improper for you to do so, but you still did. You have your sights on her, don't you? It has nothing to do with her. Even without her, this prince would never have considered marrying you. He wouldn't disclose to her that the anonymous letter revealing the switched children in the Zheng household was sent by him. It was precisely because he held no regard for Jinyu from the Zheng family, and sought an excuse to annul the engagement that he had dispatched someone to investigate Jinyu's background. As for how he had suspected that Jinyu might not be a true daughter of the Zhengs, it was due to some remarks made by Zhang Hongyan. 2 years ago, the martial arts master who had taught them received a son, and they both went to offer their congratulations. The child was covered in wrinkles, resembling a hairless monkey. He secretly ridiculed the child's appearance with Zhang Hongyan. To his surprise, Zhang Hongyan commented that newborns were usually unattractive, but they would become lovely in a couple of days. He shared that when his sister, Zhang Jinyu, was born, she was even less appealing than this infant. However, by the 3rd day, she had transformed into a beautiful child, as if she were an entirely different person, with fair and delicate skin. At the time, he found the claim exaggerated. He believed in the saying that women undergo significant changes as they grow up, and he could accept the idea of someone becoming more attractive over months or a year. But for such a transformation to occur in just 3 days seemed implausible. Yet, Zhang Hongyan was insistent that it was true, recounting how he had witnessed it himself. He also told the story of how, during their family's exile years ago, his mother, Lady Zheng, had given birth to a daughter while staying at a peasant family's home with the surname Fang. Back then, the peasant family's wife had also given birth to a girl. Xie Peiyu had a sudden thought then, could they have been switched at birth? Because Zheng Jinyu, as well as the Zheng brothers and their parents, didn't resemble each other in the slightest. With this notion in mind, he inquired about the events of that year with Zhang Hongyan, who treated the topic as a light-hearted anecdote to share. It turned out that on the very day Zhang Jinyu was born, the imperial amnesty decree was delivered to her father. The entire family was overjoyed at the prospect of returning to the capital, thus paying little attention to the newborn. After making arrangements for his wife and children, Zheng's father set off for the capital city. Madame Zheng's labor was so harrowing that she had flirted with death, leaving her oblivious to the appearance of her child. Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu were far too young to comprehend the intricacies of their sister being switched. They merely perceived their sister's sudden transformation into a beauty. Zhang Hongyan, on the other hand, did notice his sister's remarkable change in appearance. However, he was only a few years old himself and did not delve into the matter any further. Thus, the legitimate daughter of the Zheng household was silently supplanted by another without anyone in the family realizing it. Upon hearing this, a spark of resentment flickered within Zheng Jinyu's heart. She would rather endure the humiliation of a broken engagement than see Zheng Jinyu become her betrothed. Zheng Jinyu asked uncertainly, "Are you serious?" Xie Peiyu, however, ignored her and simply said, "Send her away." With that, he strode out the door. Zheng Jinyu's heart jolted, and she rushed forward like a madwoman. "Hold on." She positioned herself resolutely at the entrance, blocking Xie Peiyu's path. Xie Peiyu looked at her with a cold gaze. Zheng Jinyu hurriedly spoke. "Brother Yu, let me call you that one last time. Considering our years of acquaintance and for the sake of our elder brother, please promise me that you won't marry Zheng Jinyu, would you?" Xie Peiyu found her request utterly absurd, so much so that it provoked a mocking smile. "Doesn't this seem to have nothing to do with you?" Chapter 50, luring her here in the name of a princess. Chapter 50, luring her here in the name of a princess. It does have something to do with her. She's already taken so much from me. Please, even if we're breaking off the engagement, I beg you, don't let her take you away too. Xie Peiyu looked at her in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. "Why would you think that?" Zheng Jinyu was taken aback. "What? The prince asks, why do you think Zheng Jinyu has taken something away from you? Isn't that the case? Zheng Jinyu said sorrowfully, if it weren't for her, my parents would still be my parents, my brothers would still be solely mine. I would be the sole legitimate daughter of the Zheng family, and even our engagement wouldn't have ended up in this mess. Xia Peiyu scoffed, looking at her as if she were a creature from another world. After a moment, he stared at her with disdain. Zhang Jinxiu, I originally thought you were just cunning, but now I realize I've overestimated you. As my mother said, some people are simply born with wickedness in their nature. Zhang Jinxiu looked at him in surprise. You're saying I was born with wickedness? Isn't that the case? You were the one who usurped her identity, stealing the life of luxury she was entitled to for 14 years. Instead of being grateful, you accuse her of taking what was yours. Zhang Jinxiu was left speechless. Xia Peiyu sneered coldly, continuing, aren't Mr. and Madame Zheng her parents? Her brothers were supposed to have only her as their sister. But because of you, she had to accept that they cared more about you than her. As for me, Xia Peiyu paused before he said, if not for you, the marriage alliance between the Zheng and Xia families would have proceeded smoothly. Zhang Jinxiu stumbled, leaning against the door frame with a thud. Haha. She offered a pale, wry smile, addressing Xia Peiyu. She's not willing to marry you, did you know? It was Zheng Jinyu's idea for me to come find you. It was always Zheng Jinyu who encouraged me, telling me not to lose heart. It doesn't matter if the imperial princess doesn't accept me, she said. As long as you do, that's all that counts. Xia Peiyu's face darkened as images of Zheng Jinyu surfaced in his mind. Zhang Jinxiu continued. She also gave me a clever suggestion. To make things irreparable between you and me. Like cooking uncooked rice into a meal. Once that happens, bloodlines won't matter anymore. It's fine if the imperial princess looks down on my background, but once we've crossed that line, she'll have to find ways to help cover it up. But I believe that you had genuine feelings for me, so I wasn't willing to go that far and even disclose the plan to you. If I had known you were so indifferent towards me, I should have listened to her. Initially, Xia Peiyu had believed her words, but as he listened on, something felt amiss. What does it mean to say, I should have listened to her from the start? And what does it imply when someone says they regret telling me? Aren't you telling me this now? Does that mean you were already aware of my heartlessness when we were in the room just now? Such hypocrisy, yet you pull it off so convincingly. Xia Peiyu summoned his servants to drag the crazed woman out. Zhang Jinxiu still had her pride. By the time they reached the main gate, she managed to break free from the servants and informed them that she would walk out on her own. Leaving the princess's residence, she had wiped away her tears and donned a radiant smile. To any outsiders who knew nothing, she appeared as if she had simply finished a visit to the princess's home. The next day, Zhang Jinyu received an invitation from the princess's residence, inviting her to watch a play. Why would the princess suddenly invite her to see a performance? Zhang Jinyu was no fool. She sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. She took the invitation to seek out Lady Zheng. To her surprise, the usually astute Lady Zheng didn't overthink it and replied with a smile, since the Duchess has invited you to watch the play, just go along. Zhang Jinyu commented. But I don't have any particular friendship with the Duchess. Lady Zheng said, I've heard that at the Wang family's Lotus viewing event, you painted a picture and the Duchess wrote the calligraphy for it. That painting ended up winning first place. Yes. Well then it must be because the princess appreciates your painting skills. Zhang Jinyu. So that could work too? Since Lady Zheng had put it that way, what else could she say? In that case, I'll attend the gathering tomorrow. Indeed, do go and bring ample silver. Even though the princess is treating you to the opera, you must insist on paying the bill yourself. It was one thing whether she actually paid or not, but the attitude mattered. That was the essence of it. Thus, Lady Zheng provided her with a pouch of silver as spending money. For the sake of that hefty bag of coins, Jinxiu would attend an opera, not only if a princess invited her, but even if the imperial princess herself did. Why didn't Lady Zheng think too much about it? Because the day before, Jinxiu had returned home without telling the truth. She mentioned that she had asked Xia Peiyu to deliver a letter to Zheng Hongyan, but to her surprise, Xia Peiyu had personally invited her to the princess's residence for a conversation about border affairs, during which they seemed to have enjoyed each other's company greatly. Mrs. Zheng was overjoyed upon hearing this, believing that her previous speculation had been correct. Xia Peiyu's silence on that day was out of consideration for the imperial princess's dignity. They had known each other for years and shared a bond. In Mrs. Zheng's eyes, the marriage between the two was as good as settled and would not encounter any obstacles. The following day, Zhang Jinyu went to the tea house for their appointment, carrying a hairpin she had crafted herself, intending to gift it to the Duchess. After all, it was only proper to return a favor since she had been invited to watch a performance. To her surprise, upon entering the reserved private room, she didn't find the Duchess but Xia Peiyu sitting alone inside. He was seated by the window, his gaze fixed on the stage below. Not wanting to be seen, Zhang Jinyu quickly retreated. Assuming she had entered the wrong room, she stepped out and double-checked the room number, confirming that it was indeed the correct one. So, the princess's invitation was a pretense, while it was actually Prince Xiaopeiyu who wished to see her. She didn't wish to be entangled with Xiaopeiyu. The less prominent roles often brought about more unexpected twists, which could affect her performance. Zheng Jinyu turned to leave without hesitation. However, before she could take 2 steps, 2 expressionless young men blocked her path. What is the meaning of this? Zheng Jinyu said coldly in broad daylight, under the emperor's domain, do you intend to abduct a noble lady from a prominent family by force? Miss Zhang, I dare not. Please do enter. The servant Chen Mei, who had been guarding the entrance, was nowhere to be seen now. It seemed she had no choice but to meet Xiaopeiyu today. Zheng Jinyu clenched her back teeth and turned around to re-enter the private room. The window was already open, and Xiaopeiyu sat by it, gazing intently at her. Zheng Jinyu stood by the door. After 3 seconds, she gracefully curtsied. Jinyu has had the pleasure of meeting Prince Chan. Have a seat, Xiaopeiyu said calmly. Zheng Jinyu accepted the invitation without hesitation, taking a seat and offering a subtle smile. I wonder, Prince Chen, why you have summoned me here under the pretense of a meeting with the princess. Oh, pardon me, I should say invited me. Xiaopeiyu's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke 2 words. Settling scores. Settling scores? Images of the black-clad kite messenger flashed through her mind. That kite. It has nothing to do with the kite, Xiaopeiyu interrupted her directly. Not a kite? Then what was the reason? Xiaopeiyu looked up at her and said, I heard that you advised Zheng Jinxiu not to give up, telling her that as long as I'm willing to marry her, my mother, considering my feelings, would have no choice but to accept her. Chapter 51, A vulgar country girl won't take the blame. Chapter 51, A vulgar country girl won't take the blame. Zheng Jinyu's lips twitched as she asked weakly, Prince Chan, may I ask who uttered such words? After all, only 3 people were present when she made that statement, Lady Zhang Jinxiu, herself, and Zhang Jinyu. It was Zhang Jinxiu who said it. Zhang Jinyu. She felt like cursing. Did you also advise her to drug me, cook the rice until it's well done, and force me into marrying her, sir? What? That's not true at all. I'm a lady of high birth, how could I possibly engage in such despicable acts? You're saying she's slandering you? Yes, she is slandering me. Upon what grounds should I trust you? Zhang Jinyu was utterly speechless. She thought to herself that Zhang Jinxiu was incredibly disgusting, even mentioning something as despicable as drugging someone. It's true that I encouraged her not to give up, but I swear I never told her to drug you. That's an unjust accusation. As a proper young lady, I have aspirations of marrying into a good family. I would never engage in anything that could tarnish my reputation. But she is also a young lady from a respected family. If it wasn't your instruction, then she must be falsely accusing you. Who should I believe then? I. Zheng Jinyu was at a loss for words. Damn Zheng Jinxiu, she probably revealed Zheng Jinyu's true thoughts and even claimed that Zheng Jinyu was behind it. It was incredibly infuriating. It's understandable for a rustic country girl like you to know some lowly tricks. She, on the other hand, has been nurtured to be a proper lady from a distinguished family since childhood. Zhang Jinyu. If earlier she was angered by Zheng Jinxiu's underhanded maneuver, now she was disappointed by Xiaopeiyu's words. Originally, I assumed that Prince Chen, with his minor role and not being swayed by the favoritism towards the female lead, would approach matters from an impartial standpoint. Little did he expect that with a single disdainful remark, branding her as a rustic country girl, he would condemn her fate. Zhang Jinyu laughed bitterly, her eyes dimming as a chill crept into them. Yes, I am a vulgar country girl who would resort to any despicable means. So I advise Prince Chen that if you have no regard for Zhang Jinxiu, you should promptly persuade the imperial princess to call off the engagement with the Zhang family. If this drags on, both the false lady and the genuine, but crude legitimate daughter might end up clinging to you. So, in the original story, he had found neither of them suitable for this very reason. He saw through Zhang Jinxiu's false noble status, while Zhang Jinyu, the true legitimate daughter, was nothing but a rustic and unrefined woman in his eyes, capable of using underhanded tactics. Noticing the coldness in her expression, Xiaopeiyu realized he might have said the wrong thing. In truth, the part about drugging was fabricated by him. Zhang Jinxiu only mentioned her desire to force a situation where there's no turning back, not about drugging anyone. He exaggerated the situation on purpose to intimidate her, hoping to deter her from continually suggesting ill-conceived plans to Zhang Jinxiu. He also intended to warn her that if she were to give Zhang Jinxiu such advice, she could easily be betrayed in return. Fine, if you refuse to acknowledge it, then let's just pretend it never happened, Xiaopeiyu said indifferently. How can we just let this slide? Zhang Jinyu was not willing to let this slide. She thought to herself, well, it's true that this body of mine comes from the countryside. If they want to think of me as a rustic village girl, so be it. But she refused to accept the blame for employing despicable tactics. Zheng Jinyu huffed and said coolly, Prince Chen, do you dare to go to the Zhang residence with me right now and confront Zhang Jinxiu? Xia Peiyu. Was she being serious? What? Zhang Jinyu raised an eyebrow. Prince Chen isn't going? Cough cough this matter. I must go, Zhang Jinyu declared earnestly. It concerns my reputation and it needs to be clarified in a confrontation between all parties. Noticing the flicker in Prince Chen's eyes, Zhang Jinyu was even more convinced that this matter needed clarification. Was it Zhang Jinxiu slandering her? Or was it Xia Peiyu? She wouldn't tolerate either of them sullying her name. Are you truly determined to go? Certainly. You, a young lady, are discussing such matters? Well, that's still better than being unjustly accused. Xia Peiyu. Didn't you claim to be a well-bred young lady? Your language is rather crude. Didn't you call me a vulgar country girl? Since you've already seen through me, why bother pretending? Xia Peiyu. She was sharp-tongued indeed. With those words, she shifted to a more comfortable position in her chair, adopting an attitude of giving up. In her eyes, Xia Peiyu was just a minor, inconsequential character. Once they left, the story would progress without any further connection to them. Since he had seen through her act, there was no point in exerting effort to maintain it. Xia Peiyu, seeing that she was impervious to his words, could only say, there's no need to visit the Zhang residence. Just summon Zhang Jinxiu. Zhang Jinyu curved her lips into a smile. Excellent. It was indeed better to have the conversation outside, away from the many servants in the Zhang household. Should Lady Zhang decide to make an appearance, neither she nor Zhang Jinxiu would be able to act freely. Xia Peiyu promptly instructed his subordinate to fetch Zhang Jinxiu from the Zhang residence. Zhang Jinyu thought to herself she had no qualms about the situation. The question was, would Zhang Jinxiu still put on her innocent and helpless act in front of Xia Peiyu? The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Can we now discuss the matter about the kites? At the mention of kite, Zhang Jinyu's smile vanished in an instant. As expected, there was no avoiding it. I wonder what Prince Chen has in mind? Since you've seen me. He paused, gazing at Zhang Jinyu with an enigmatic expression. Zhang Jinyu was utterly speechless. Tired of his riddles, she bluntly said, Initially, I didn't see you. It was your return that caught my attention. Even then, I had no idea the black-clad figure was you. But then you wrote that letter. Anyone but a fool could have guessed it was from you. What's the point of revealing yourself to me? Because you made a promise to me. Zhang Jinyu asked, What promise did I make to you? She watched him warily. I said there are only two kinds of people who can keep silent. The first kind you haven't chosen. The first kind refers to the deceased. Could I have chosen that? Dared I choose it? You've opted for the second kind. You didn't even tell me what the second kind was before you left. Xia Peiyu fell silent for a moment before he replied. I hadn't settled on it originally. Perhaps the second kind is also someone deceased. Zhang Jinyu. She instinctively shifted uneasily on her chair. Perhaps? Originally? Does that mean Prince Chen has changed his mind? Xia Peiyu replied coolly, the second option could also be someone from within our own ranks. Could also. The emphasis was on the word also. Therefore, Miss Zhang needs to put on a good show. You have to convince this prince that you have worth. Zhang Jinyu. How did I end up on this uncharted path? Miss Zhang, do you wish to be on His Highness's side or become a dead person? Zhang Jinyu gazed steadily at him. This was undoubtedly a veiled threat. In order not to end up as a dead person, she tried her best to compose herself and maintain a calm tone. How can I become one of Prince Chen's own? I didn't expect that. Not expecting it again? You don't need to ask. When the time comes for your involvement, this prince will send for you. Zhang Jinyu nodded silently. Isn't this like walking on thin ice? Zhang Jinyu asked, the task you're asking me to do, there won't be any danger, right? I can't guarantee that. Zhang Jinyu. Nothing that goes against morality or defies the natural order, right? Not yet. Either she hadn't thought it through or she simply didn't wish to speak. Could he be asking her to commit murder? Chapter 52, Begging Prince Chen to keep deceiving. Chapter 52, Begging Prince Chen to keep deceiving. If one were to speak of the ties between their two families, it wouldn't be that deep. It was clear that he held leverage over her, yet she was the one being coerced. How infuriating. Would Zhang Jinyu yield to his threats? No, she would first stabilize the situation and then seize an opportunity to turn the tables on him. To whatever Xia Peiyu said, she agreed as if genuinely cowed by his threat. Before long, Zhang Jinxiu arrived. It was indeed prompt. Now that she was involved with the imperial princess's residence, she seemed quite eager. However, when she stood at the entrance and saw the two people inside, she froze in her tracks. Prince Chan, my sister? You too? She glanced back and forth between their faces, utterly confused. After a moment, she asked hesitantly, Wasn't it a county princess who invited us to watch a play? A gentle smile graced Zhang Jinyu's face as she approached, warmly linking her arm with hers. Sister, I was also tricked into coming here by the county princess to watch a play. Oh my, you too. Zhang Jinxio's expression shifted dramatically, a fascinating display of emotions. TSK, Prince Chen is quite the deceitful scoundrel, isn't he? Zhang Jinxio. Xie. He gently touched his nose and spoke calmly. I've summoned you both in the name of the Duchess for the sake of your reputations. Please forgive me. Zhang Jinyu pouted but remained silent. Still confused, Zhang Jinxio was a mix of anxiety, joy, and fear. She was delighted to see Xie Peiyu, but she was unsure of his intentions when he had also invited Zhang Jinyu along. Xie Peiyu turned to Zhang Jinyu and said, "The person you wish to see is here. Speak." Zhang Jinxio was taken aback. It wasn't Prince Chan who had summoned her. It was Zhang Jinyu. Zhang Jinyu's fake smile faded as she looked at Zhang Jinxio and said, "Zhang Jinxio, I asked you here to clarify certain matters in person." What? She had almost guessed it, and her face had turned somewhat pale. Zhang Jinyu spoke calmly. It's about what you told Prince Chen, how I supposedly instructed you to drug him and force his hand into marrying you by sleeping with him. Now I want you to explain to Prince Chen yourself, did I really say those things to you? At that time, she was provoked by Prince Chen's words and spoke some impulsive remarks that were indeed the honest sentiments from her heart. She had genuinely entertained the thought of making their relationship irreparable, forcing Prince Chan to marry her. But who was Prince Chen? How could he possibly let her succeed in her schemes? She was aware that no matter what tactics she employed, she would never attain her goal. However, in that moment of desperation she had lost control. In retrospect, she regretted her hasty and irrational words. Words had already spilled out, so she could only blame the idea on Zhang Jinyu. If she couldn't achieve her goal, she would at least make Prince Chen believe that Zhang Jinyu was resorting to underhanded tactics, unsuitable for royal court proceedings. To her surprise, Prince Chan had summoned Zhang Jinyu in the name of a princess to discuss this matter. Even more unexpected, Zhang Jinyu was willing to confront her publicly. Sister, you're the one who said that even if the imperial princess doesn't favor me, I still have a chance. You were the one who told me that as long as Prince Chen likes me, I can still marry into the princess's residence, isn't that right? Before Prince Chen, she naturally wouldn't admit it. Zhang Jinyu smiled faintly and said, Don't try to confuse the issue. Did I ever tell you to drug Prince Chen and proceed with our plans before he was fully on board? After all, she was only a teenager. When it came to lying, Zhang Jinxio still felt a bit nervous. Glancing at Prince Chen, she weighed her options in her mind and decided right there to cling steadfastly to her accusation against Zhang Jinyu. Yes, that's exactly what you said. Indeed? Yes, that's exactly what you said, Zhang Jinxio insisted relentlessly. Zhang Jinyu pressed on with her question. Are you absolutely sure you didn't mix anything up? I couldn't be more certain. Every single word you spoke is etched in my memory. Really? When did I say that? Zhang Jinyu probed further. On the day we left the princess's residence. Where exactly? Zhang Jinyu pressed insistently. She started. But Zhang Jinyu interrupted. Was it on our way back to the Zhang family, perhaps? In the carriage? No, not there. It was after we arrived at the Zheng residence. Where is the Zheng residence? Zhang Jinyu asked swiftly and eagerly, leaving no room for contemplation. The moment she finished her sentence, Zhang Jinyu was already posing the next question. Zheng Jinxiu replied. Back at Mother's quarters. The moment we returned to the Zheng family, Mother summoned us both to her chamber for a conversation. There she had extracted the information she needed. Xie Peiyu's gaze toward Zhang Jinyu carried an extra hint of approval. Observing this, she could almost guess how Zhang Jinyu intended to prove her innocence. Zhang Jinyu smiled, then continued after a brief laugh. You said you remembered every word I said. Now describe the situation back then and tell me why I would say those things. Zhang Jinxio was already fuming with anger as she gritted her teeth. Because you're good at pretending. You deliberately acted magnanimous in front of Mother to win her favor. In her heart, only I am worthy of marrying into Prince Chen's residence, so you gave me advice to please her. Zhang Jinyu clapped appreciatively and looked at her with a smile in her eyes. Brilliant, you're absolutely right. I gave you suggestions to please my mother. After she heard my proposal, she indeed felt even more affectionate towards me. Today when we went out to play, she even gave me a pouch of silver. So, Zhang Jinxio, it wasn't just the two of us there. Mother was present too. Zhang Jinxio's expression froze. Zhang Jinyu ignored her and turned to Xie Peiyu. Please, Prince Chen. Lord Lady Zheng here under the pretense of a meeting with a princess. Xie Peiyu. Am I a fraud? Someone come here, Xie Peiyu called out. The guards waiting outside promptly pushed the door open. Zhang Jinxio's face was deathly pale and her body seemed on the verge of collapsing. No, please don't. She had already lost her composure in front of Prince Chan. If they couldn't be married, there was nothing left to lose. But Madame Zheng could not afford to do that. She still needed to maintain her image as an obedient daughter. Xie Peiyu scoffed coldly and waved the guards away. The guards retreated, shutting the door behind them. Miss Zhang, do you have anything else to say? I. Zheng Jinyu suddenly knelt down, lifting her tearful gaze to meet Xia Peiyu's. Yes, it was me who slandered my sister. I'm sorry. But I did so because I cared too much about you. I couldn't accept our broken engagement, Prince Chen. It wasn't intentional, please forgive me. Xia Peiyu was perplexed. Did she admit to it? Why didn't she explain about the drugging? Perhaps in her panic at that moment, she had forgotten to mention the drugging? Or could it be that Zheng Jinyu had indeed entertained the thought of drugging him? At this realization, a dark cloud settled on Xia Peiyu's face. Zheng Jinyu was in the midst of tearfully pleading her case. Zheng Jinyu pulled her firmly toward herself, making her face her directly. Hey, you've pleaded with the wrong person. Zheng Jinyu's expression was one of astonishment. With an angry countenance, Zheng Jinyu continued, in any case, you didn't actually do anything to Prince Chan. He hasn't suffered any loss. But by slandering me, you've tarnished my reputation, portraying me as a rustic girl who employs despicable tactics. As she spoke, she deliberately raised an eyebrow at Xia Peiyu, challenging him with her gaze. Prince Chan, you've accused me of being a rustic and vulgar woman who employs underhanded tactics. How do you explain that? Chapter 53, Our feud will never end. Chapter 53, Our feud will never end. Xia Peiyu was straightforward, bowing his hands in apology. Your Highness apologizes to Miss Zhang for my ignorance. I mistook your intentions. Zhang Jinyu felt a bit better, turning to Zhang Jinyu. And you? What do you have to say? Zhang Jinyu, adaptable as she was, hurriedly replied, Sis, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak that way, it's mainly because. Enough, I don't want to hear your excuses. Just remember what happened today. Lowering her body, Zhang Jinyu stared intently at the kneeling Zhang Jinyu. Remember this, if you speak ill of me, I'll track you down and confront you one by one. If you don't want to make a fool of yourself, stay away from me. Zhang Jinyu felt she had lost both dignity and face, especially in front of the man she loved. This humiliation surpassed even the act of kneeling and kowtowing. With her head lowered and teeth clenched tightly, she vowed inwardly, Zhang Jinyu, you'll pay for this. We can't coexist. One must fall for the other to rise. Our enmity will only end in death. Zhang Jinyu and Zhang Jinyu returned home together, still required to put on a facade of affectionate sisterhood before Lady Zhang. Zhang Jinyu had grown accustomed to the act, but Zhang Jinyu's recent confrontation with Xia Peiyu left her struggling to maintain her disguise. Her performance was visibly strained, and several times, her true emotions slipped, not escaping Lady Zhang's sharp eyes. Jinyu, is something the matter? Are you upset? No, not at all. I'm quite happy actually. It's just that the opera we watched today was so emotionally stirring. Lady Zhang wore a skeptical expression but didn't press the matter further. Instead, she turned to Zhang Jinyu. Since the princess has taken a liking to you, you may interact more often in the future. Think of it as supporting your older sister. Zhang Jinyu glanced at Zhang Jinyu. If she had already fallen out with Xia Peiyu, why was she still pretending? Very well, if you're not going to confess, then let's wait for the imperial princess to come personally and cancel the engagement, revealing the truth. All right, mother. The next day, Zhang Jinyu received a kite sent by Xia Peiyu. Only then did she recall that she had forgotten to mention the matter of the clothes to him the day before. What was with him constantly sending her gifts? Just as she was pondering over the kite, Lady Zhang arrived. This kite. Zhang Jinyu hastily handed the kite to her mother. Prince Chen sent it. It should be the one he mentioned in his last letter. Lady Zhang felt a mix of emotions. Did their exchange of gifts count as a private affair between them? This couldn't go on. Jinyu, it's not that mother is being partial. I wish for both you and your sister to be well. If the princess consort of Prince Chan were to change from Jinyu to you, what would outsiders think? Jinyu would have no way of living with her reputation. Without any evidence, they come to scold me. And you say you don't have favorites? Zhang Jinyu pouted and huffed. Mother, how can you say you're not biased? Without even asking, how could you accuse me of trying to snatch Prince Chen? Mrs. Zhang was taken aback. Well. Zhang Jinyu tossed the kite onto the table and called out, Chunmei, come here and take this kite back. Yes, second Mississippi. Chunmei entered the room, ready to retrieve the kite, but was stopped by Mrs. Zhang again. Leave. Chunmei was sent away once more. Mrs. Zhang sighed and said, Jinyu, it's mother's fault. I misunderstood you. It's that Prince Chan who's in the wrong. He has no propriety sending you clothes and now a kite. This private exchange doesn't respect your reputation at all. I think he wants to break off his engagement with Jinyu to marry you. What do you think about this? Zhang Jinyu shook her head. No, he doesn't have feelings for me. He once said I was an uncouth country girl. When did that happen? It was just yesterday. The county princess invited us to watch a play, and we ran into Prince Chan. Your sister knows about this as well. You can ask her. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhang no longer harbored any suspicions. That's good then. But this marriage, sigh. Lady Zheng was deeply troubled and unsure how to proceed. Curious, Zheng Jinyu inquired. Mother, what if the Long Princess decides to call off the engagement? What will happen to sister? Lady Zheng sighed at this very concern. If the Long Princess wishes to end the engagement, there's little we can do. We'll have to console your sister as much as possible then. In the original text, when the Long Princess wanted to break off the engagement, she considered the family's friendship and, for the sake of the Zhang family's dignity, fabricated a lie. Internally, she had disdain for Zhang Jinxiu's lineage. Externally, she claimed that her family was relocating to the border region, and the Zhang family couldn't bear to part with Zhang Jinxiu. Moreover, Zhang Jinxiu was unwilling to leave her loved ones to endure hardship at the border. Thus, both families agreed to annul the marriage. Sure, there was an impact, but it wasn't significant. Now, however, Zhang Jinxiu had overstepped and deeply offended both Prince Chan and the imperial princess. It remained to be seen if they would still be willing to help her out of this mess. With the autumn examination concluded, Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu returned from their studies, instantly bringing liveliness to the household. During every meal in the dining hall, laughter and chatter could be heard through the screen between Zhang Jinxiu and her two elder brothers. Old Master Zhang and Madame Zhang didn't intervene. Whatever happened to the rules of not speaking during meals or sleeping? Whenever Zhang Jinxiu opened her mouth, those principles seemed to vanish. They appeared like a harmonious family of five, while Zhang Jinyu felt like an outsider who couldn't join in the conversation. She knew that Zhang Jinxiu was doing this on purpose, deliberately staging these intimate sibling scenes in front of her every day. It was utterly tedious. One day, classmates of Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu invited them to play polo, mentioning that sisters were welcome to join for an outing. Without hesitation, the two brothers extended the invitation to Zhang Jinxiu, who happily accepted. Despite Zhang Jinyu being right there, they deliberately didn't mention taking her along. Worse still, Zhang Jinxiu whispered to the two men, "Can we bring one more sister? Jinyu has never seen a polo match before. Let's take Sister Jinyu with us." Zhang Hongqi appeared hesitant. "Well?" Zhang Hongxiu scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. "We can only look after one sister. If she comes, we might not be able to manage. It's best not to." Zhang Jinxiu looked troubled and said, "Is this really okay?" Zhang Hongqi played the role of the stern one. "There's nothing wrong with it. Sister Jinyu, we'll take you next time." With a worried expression, Zhang Jinxiu turned to Zhang Jinyu and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Jinyu. Second brother and third brother have limited energy. They can only take care of me and won't have enough for you. We can't bring you along. Don't be angry with us, okay?" Zhang Jinyu spoke coldly. "Have both of you had your fill of talking? Did I say I wanted to go with you?" Upon hearing the frostiness in her tone, Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu's expressions changed. Zhang Jinxiu pulled at Zhang Hongxiu's sleeve with a pained face. "Sister Jinyu is upset. Maybe we should just take her, or else father and mother will find out and—" Deliberately leaving her sentence unfinished, she hinted that she would complain to their parents. "Third brother, you'd better watch out, or you might end up kneeling in the ancestral hall again." Needless to say, with her skill in goading, Zhang Hongxiu exploded upon hearing this. He retorted fiercely, "Zhang Jinyu, dare you even think of tattling? Let me make it clear, we only have Jinxiu as our sister. We will never acknowledge a country bumpkin like you as our sibling, nor will we ever take you to watch a polo match. Just give up that notion." Zhang Jinyu. Chapter 54. Since you're afraid, I'll definitely report it. Chapter 54. Since you're afraid, I'll definitely report it. I'm not afraid even if you report me, humph. Zhang Hongxiu, that thoughtless fellow, had pushed Zhang Jinyu too far. She initially intended to ignore them, but their arrogance was unbearable. Zhang Jinyu pushed past them and went straight to the main courtyard, where she recounted the incident in detail to Lady Zheng. Zhang Hongxiu had bullied her before, and as a repeat offender, his actions were not new to Lady Zheng. Thus, she believed Zhang Jinyu's account without hesitation. Madame Zhang gritted her teeth and said, "Rebellion, this third one. I'll see what he's up to. Fetch third young master, please." "Yes, madam." Lady Zheng comforted Zhang Jinyu. "Ignore him. If you don't want to go, then don't. If you were to join them, I'd be worried that third brother, that rascal, would take advantage of you behind our parents' backs." Zhang Jinyu sniffled. "Mother, I didn't want to go in the first place. Second brother and third brother don't like me. Their words always carry veiled insults and put-downs. I understand that." Madame Zhang wore a troubled expression. Zhang Jinyu continued, "I'm not an idiot. I can tell when they're being sarcastic. I've ignored them to avoid causing trouble for father and mother. But now they've gone too far, humiliating me in the garden." Madame Zhang knew that her daughter was far from foolish. In fact, she was very clever. But she truly didn't want to accept the reality of her children's discord. "Humiliating you in the garden? Could it have been a coincidence that they just happened to run into you there?" Zhang Jinyu shook her head. "No way. I always avoid them. What are the chances of that happening? Besides, if they wanted to invite Jinxio's sister to watch a polo match, why not ask her at her own Jinxio pavilion? Why did they have to find me? And confront me? If they just happened to see me in the garden, couldn't they wait until I left? They deliberately stopped me and spoke to my face. It's obvious they did it on purpose. Zheng Jinyu's reasoning was clear, and despite Madame Zheng's reluctance, she had to accept it. Her two sons were intentionally bullying their younger sister. Don't be sad. When they come, I'll teach them a lesson and make them treat you and Jinxio equally from now on. Zheng Jinyu sobbed and shook her head. No need, mother. They've grown up with Jinxio's sister, so it's natural for them to have a deep bond. I'm different. I haven't lived with them. It's understandable that they can't accept me as easily. There's no need to force a relationship. But you? I'm fine. I don't ask for them to treat Sister Jinxio and me equally. I just wish they wouldn't deliberately bully me. Wiping away her tears, Zheng Jinyu continued, after all, no one wants their child to be switched at birth. It was fate. Mrs. Zhang was heartbroken and promptly offered her own embroidered handkerchief to wipe Zheng Jinyu's tears. Just then Zheng Hongxiu arrived. Having heard from the servant girl, he knew that Zheng Jinyu had come to complain. He was furious, his face contorted with anger. As he entered the room, he saw Mrs. Zheng comforting Zheng Jinyu by wiping away her tears. This scene stirred up his resentment. He felt that their mother was being taken away by a bumpkin who had inexplicably appeared. Mother, don't believe her nonsense. She's just being petty because she couldn't join us for the polo match, so she's crying and now complaining. Such pettiness is truly laughable. If not for Zheng Jinyu's prior analysis, Madame Zhang might have taken her words to heart. But Jinyu's reasoning was sound. They had countless opportunities to speak privately with Jinxio, yet they chose to invite her in the garden right in front of Jinyu. Who would believe it wasn't deliberate? Third son, do you think mother is a fool? Zheng Hongxiu was taken aback. Mother, you actually believe her? It's just that we didn't take her to the polo match. If she insists on going, we could just bring her along. Is this about the polo match? Madame Zhang retorted angrily. If you didn't want to take her, why invite Jinxio in front of her? Do you think I'm oblivious to your intentions? We. Zheng Hongxiu finally felt a twinge of guilt. Madame Zheng continued, when I was a young lady in the Cui family, I had many sisters. I know all too well the hidden jealousy and rivalry among us. You're still too inexperienced to play tricks on me, boy. Zheng Jinyu stood silently by as Madame Zhang scolded Zheng Hongxiu, leaving him speechless. He had no special influence over Madame Zhang, who maintained her rationality towards him. If it were Zheng Jinxio, she would probably be dumbed down again. We didn't think that way. Zheng Hongxiu still tried to defend himself. Madame Zhang angrily slammed the table and coldly snorted. Still trying to deny it? Do you still not realize your mistake? Zheng Hongxiu was greatly aggrieved. Was he really not doing it on purpose? No, he was indeed doing it deliberately, and they all knew it too. But admitting his fault was out of the question. He blamed everything on Madame Zhang's favoritism. Mother, must you be so biased? Madame Zhang replied, biased? Me? Isn't that the case? Zheng Hongxiu sneered. Do you know why we're targeting Zheng Jinyu? It's because of your favoritism. Ever since she came back, you've been focusing too much energy on her. I know you feel sorry for her suffering in the countryside and want to make up for it, so you treat her better. But can't you care about us as well? We're also your children. Madame Zhang's face flushed a deep purple. When have I ever been unfair? You've always been unfair, Zheng Hongxiu said through gritted teeth. I unfair? I've raised you with good food and drink all these years and you say I'm unfair? All right then, if you think I'm unfair, don't come to me for help in the future. Go to your father. Zheng Hongxiu sputtered. Mother, that's not what I meant. Get out, Mrs. Zheng panted. Mrs. Zheng forcefully sent Zheng Hongxiu on his way. Inside the room, Zheng Jinyu was also in distress. She looked at her mother with sorrowful eyes and said, Mother, you scolded third brother again because of me. He might hate me even more now. Mrs. Zhang knitted her brows and massaged her temples. Addressing Zheng Jinyu, she said, Go back first, let me think this through. Mother, I'm sorry. Silly child, it's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's us. Back then, our family went through a turmoil and we were exhausted during the exile. I used all my strength to give birth to you and simply didn't have the energy left to take good care of you. Your brothers were too young and father was preoccupied with the imperial amnesty decree from the capital and the preparations to return. With all these incidents, we didn't even realize when you were taken. If you hadn't been lost, you wouldn't have grown distant from your brothers. If there had been no mix-up, they would have treated you the same as Jinxio. If there had been no mix-up, the marriage arrangement with the princess's residence wouldn't be so awkward now. The more Mrs. Zheng thought about it, the more depressed she became. Zhang Hongqi and Zheng Hongxiu planned to take Zhang Jinxio to watch a polo match. As for Zheng Jinyu, she hadn't even considered attending, but to her surprise, she received an invitation from the princess, asking her to join in watching the game. She wondered if it was Xia Peiyu again, considering the princess's invitation might be connected to him. With a cautious mind, Zheng Jinyu wrote back to the princess, tactfully inquiring if the brothers were the ones arranging the outing. If that were the case, she would politely decline with an excuse at hand. She was busy making jewelry. How could she find time for a polo match? It was just that declining the princess's invitation was not an easy thing to do. Spring May soon returned with an answer. Second miss, the princess mentioned that she wants to go herself, but finds watching alone uninteresting. She wishes for your company. Chapter 55. Does he think he's flirting with me? Chapter 55. Does he think he's flirting with me? Did she go by herself? Zheng Jinyu asked again, uncertain. Chunmei affirmed. Yes, the princess said it herself. In that case, let's go too, Zheng Jinyu concluded. If the princess had personally instructed her maid, it must be true. She retrieved the hairpin that hadn't been delivered last time and placed it elegantly in a delicate box. Recently, she had utilized her spare time to create a few more designs and also enlisted Lady Zheng's assistance in acquiring a batch of raw jade stones. She would have to find some skilled artisans who could polish jade later on. Regrettably, the renowned 4 treasures of ancient China did not include jadeite. One wonders if this item could be found in the southern land where Xia Peiyu and his ilk are engaged in their struggles. She embarked on a carriage ride to the polo grounds beyond the city limits. Descending from the carriage, she caught sight of Zhang Hongqi, Zhang Hongxiu, and Jin Xiu from afar. The trio engaged in lively conversation, their bond as siblings deeply heartwarming. She averted her gaze, directing it instead towards the elevated platform with the best view, where she instantly spotted the princess. The princess also happened to glance over, smiling as she waved at her. Zheng Jinyu sighed in relief. It seemed that the princess had indeed invited her. Guided by her maid, Zheng Jinyu ascended the platform and bowed to the princess. The princess hurriedly replied, Rise, there's no need for such formality outside. Quickly sit down, this is the best spot to see everything. Zheng Jinyu took her seat and gazed at the polo field below. Indeed, this was the prime vantage point among all the spectator stands. It was truly advantageous to have power and influence. The second Miss Zheng, I don't often see you attending banquets or watching plays. What are your interests? Lowering her voice, Zheng Jinyu leaned closer and whispered, My mother has engaged a female tutor for me, so I'm learning everything from scratch. The princess nodded understandingly and replied, It must be challenging for you. Due to a series of unfortunate events, you've had to endure more hardships than others. Zheng Jinyu offered a slight smile. It's not too bad. Being older, I learn faster. Eventually, I'll catch up with them. Speaking of which, she took out a jewelry box. Princess. Recently I've been learning to make accessories from the ladies in the jewelry department. This hairpin is something I crafted myself. Please accept it as a gift, and I hope you won't disdain it. The princess received the box with delight. How lovely. I couldn't be happier. Why would I disdain it? That's good to hear, princess. Really made by you? It looks even better than the designs from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Is this flower made of seashell? Yes, it is. As they conversed, an unexpected visitor arrived. Sister Jing, what were you two discussing? Zheng Jinyu was taken aback. The princess turned her head and smiled at Xia Peiyu, who had approached them. We were just talking about how skillful second Miss Zheng is. Look at this hairpin. She made it herself and gifted it to me. Xia Peiyu recognized the box. Wasn't this the same one she had carried with her when he'd invited her to the opera under the princess's name previously? It turns out she intended to bring it last time. Miss Zheng is quite skilled to have made this, Xia Peiyu remarked, his gaze fixed on Zheng Jinyu the entire time. His intense stare made her feel uneasy. She found Xia Peiyu somewhat inappropriate. Regardless of this era or even 1,000 years later in modern times, staring at a young lady like that was impolite. Uncomfortable, she averted her eyes. Xia Peiyu adjusted himself awkwardly and asked solemnly, Does Miss Zheng find the sight of this prince displeasing? Zheng Jinyu replied coolly, I am a well-bred young lady, and my reputation is crucial. You're betrothed to my older sister, yet you stare at me like this. If others were to see, they'd surely gossip. Xia Peiyu. Cough cough. The princess intervened. You or hurry up and prepare. Don't embarrass yourself by losing. He was dressed precisely for the polo match today. Xia Peiyu retreated and soon, Zheng Jinyu felt a scorching gaze upon her once more. Her senses were sharp and that gaze was unfriendly. Her initial instinct pointed to Zhang Jinxiu. Zhang Jinyu turned her head, meeting Zhang Jinxiu's gaze directly. Zhang Jinxiu was staring at her with hatred, while beside her sat Wang Fuzhen. Wang Fuzhen, much like Zhang Jinxiu, was looking at her with ill intentions. However, they dared not cause a scene, for the princess was nearby. But after days of discomfort caused by Zhang Jinxiu, with the opportunity now presented, how could Zhang Jinyu resist seeking revenge? Thus, she exchanged a few words with the princess before rising to approach Zhang Jinxiu and Wang Fuzhen. Sister, young lady Wang, what a coincidence. You both came to watch the polo match together. Wang Fuzhen huffed and turned to Zhang Jinxiu asking, didn't you say she wasn't coming? Zhang Jinxiu replied, yes, sister, didn't you say you weren't going to attend? Why did you change your mind? Zhang Jinyu chuckled. I originally wasn't planning to come, but the Duchess sent an invitation to watch the polo match with her. I couldn't refuse such an honor, so here I am. The Duchess again? Zhang Jinxiu instinctively glanced at Xie Peiyu on the field. Wang Fuzhen, being straightforward, asked directly, how did you get involved with the Duchess? Zhang Jinyu smiled. I have to thank Miss Wang San for that. At your family's Lotus Appreciation Banquet, I painted while the Duchess added calligraphy. Don't you remember? Wang Fuzhen choked, a look of frustration on her face. Humph, what does it matter if I saw her? Do country bumpkins like you even understand polo? Before Zhang Jinyu could respond, Zhang Jinxiu interjected, I've heard that in the countryside, livestock only consists of oxen and donkeys. Horses, being such valuable creatures, are not something ordinary folk can afford. How could one play polo without horses, she wondered. Wang Fuzhen giggled in response. Well, if there are no horses, one could ride donkeys and play donkey polo instead. Zhang Jinxiu chuckled, aware that her comment might have been a bit harsh. She composed herself and said, oh dear, I apologize, sister. I didn't mean to mock you. In fact, horses and donkeys aren't too different. Playing donkey polo might be similar to playing horse polo. Do people in the countryside engage in such activities? Zhang Jinyu pulled out a chair and sat down, smiling at Zhang Jinxiu. Country girls are considered worthless. Their families exploit them from the moment they can walk and couldn't care less about their well-being. When they grow up, they'll marry into whichever family offers the most silver, and that's their life. Wang Fuzhen scoffed at the notion. She didn't mock Zhang Jinxiu for potentially being sold when she grew up, as she knew the reason behind her placement in the countryside was due to the fortune-teller's belief that she was difficult to raise. Regardless, the family that raised her must have known of her special status, and thus would likely treat her with respect. Zhang Jinxiu's smile froze, and she refrained from further remarks, likely afraid of provoking Zhang Jinyu and eliciting an inappropriate response. The polo match had already begun, and Zhang Jinyu returned to the princess's quarters. In the first round, Xie Peiyu's team dominated their opponents. With the prize from the smaller competition in hand, he made his way towards the Duchess and Zhang Jinyu. Everyone assumed that he would present the prize to the Duchess. After all, she was the daughter adopted by his parents, his sister, and before the adoption, his cousin. Chapter 56. You two must clear this up first. Chapter 56. You two must clear this up first. Unexpectedly, he held the prize and said to the princess, Sister Jing, I've been giving you the prize every year. How about not this time? Okay. The princess smiled and replied, sure. Who are you going to give it to then? Xie Peiyu turned to Zhang Jinyu and said, second Miss Zhang. I'll give it to you. Zhang Jinyu noticed that the prize was a bracelet. She hesitated to take it. That might not be appropriate. My sister is watching. Why don't you give it to her instead? Xie Peiyu's expression darkened as he stared at her and whispered, I thought you understood. There's no relationship between this prince and Zhang Jinxiu. Are you pretending not to know? Zhang Jinyu was speechless. But others don't know. With so many people watching, if you don't give it to her and instead offer it to me, what will they think? My mother even scolded me last time for you giving me a kite. Xie Peiyu retracted the bracelet, lost in thought. The princess intervened, second Miss Jing has a point. This matter should be settled properly first, or it could harm second Miss's reputation. Xie Peiyu nodded in agreement and walked away with the bracelet. Zhang Jinxiu felt a surge of excitement, only to be disappointed when Xie Peiyu didn't even glance her way. Wang Fuzhen grumbled, Jinxiu, what's going on with Prince Chen? If he wasn't giving it to the princess, he should have at least sent it to you. Zhang Jinxiu bit her lip, feeling wronged. Perhaps he thought it wouldn't be appropriate. What could be inappropriate about it? You're supposed to be married next year. Married? Aha, there was no chance of that happening now. A bitter taste filled Zhang Jinxiu's mouth. The thought of it made her heart ache and her eyes reddened. Zheng Hongxiu happened to pass by and noticed her distress. He asked with concern, Jinxiu, what's wrong? Who has upset you? Wang Fuzhen, eager to impress Zheng Hongxiu, quickly recounted the incident with Prince Chen. Prince Chen won the prize and we thought he would give it to the princess. But she refused it, and he didn't bother to offer it to Jinxiu either. Just now he left the stage without even looking at Jinxiu. Yet, we saw him having quite a conversation with Zhang Jinyu. Zhen, don't say any more. Zhang Jinxiu sobbed, feeling wronged. Wang Fuzhen pursed her lips but remained silent. Zhang Hongxiu, fuming with anger, went straight to Xie Peiyu as Jinxiu's third maternal uncle. Prince Chen, please stay a moment. Xie Peiyu halted and turned around. What brings third young master to speak with this prince? With no one else nearby, Zhang Hongxiu lowered his voice. Be a little kinder to Jinxiu. Xie Peiyu responded. You won the game but didn't give her the prize and she's so upset that she's crying. You should go comfort her quickly. Xie Peiyu looked utterly confused. Third young master, hasn't your sister or your mother told you? Zheng Hongxi was taken aback. What? The Empress Dowager, my mother, places great importance on bloodlines. If the royal lineage were to be sullied by the Xie family, our ancestors would hold it against us. Thus we made it clear to your sister and your mother that the marriage between this prince and Zhang Jinxiu is cancelled. Ah. Zheng Hongxi was stunned into silence. Xie Peiyu ignored him and turned to leave. The next event had already begun. On the viewing platform, Zhang Jinyu still couldn't shake off the word Xie Peiyu and the princess had just said. What did they mean by a clear path? Zhang Jinyu wasn't stupid. She could guess their intention, but she simply refused to accept it. Because it wasn't part of her plan. Princess, does Prince Chan and the imperial princess wish to change the marriage alliance to me? She couldn't resist asking. The princess spoke gently. It was you all along. The mix-up between you and Zheng Jinxiu was indeed a mistake. What was once a reluctant speculation has now been solidly confirmed by the princess herself. There's no denying it anymore. Yet didn't imperial princess express her disdain for my rural origins? The princess smiled and said, but my mother also mentioned that one can always learn what one doesn't know. Nanny Zhang praised your etiquette skills and said you don't have the airs of a young lady. You're willing to work hard and are intelligent. Zheng Jinyu. The noble lady beckoned Zheng Jinyu, who puzzled leaned in closer. The princess whispered in her ear. Initially, your mother was rather hesitant. But a few days ago she invited your mentor, Miss Ji Ning, to our residence to learn more about you. Upon discovering that you've mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and that you're an exceptional talent, my mother immediately decided to change the arranged marriage candidate to you. Zhang Jinyu was astonished. Had her dear little G-master betrayed her? The noble lady continued with a gentle smile. My mother says that if the father is simple-minded, the whole family will be. On the contrary, if the mother is clever, it's likely that her children won't be far behind. Zhang Jinyu was astonished once more. The theories the imperial princess had mentioned, be it that dragons produce dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and rats' offspring know how to burrow, or that foolish fathers beget foolish children, all these seemingly crude sayings actually seem to correlate with genetics. But Prince Chan said I was vulgar. The face of the county princess froze and she spoke rather awkwardly. Surely not? Could it be that you misheard? Zhang Jinyu replied, I'm only 14, my hearing is fine. Then let me ask for you. Seeing the palette of embarrassment on the county princess's face, Zhang Jinyu didn't push the matter further. In the second round, Xie Peiyu emerged victorious again. Upon returning to the county princess's side, the lady-in-waiting was instructed to wipe his sweat and pour him tea to quench his thirst. This time the prize was a dagger. He waved the dagger in front of Zhang Jinyu and said, I suppose you still don't want this. After saying that, he casually tossed it to the maid, who expressed her gratitude profusely. Zhang Jinyu scoffed, finding his actions overly smooth and greasy. Fortunately, he had an attractive face to salvage the situation, or else people might have been tempted to punch him. After a brief rest, Xie Peiyu left again. This time the princess asked Zhang Jinyu, Don't you like Yuer? Huh? I don't know him well enough to say I like him. Is that all? The princess was quite likable, so Zhang Jinyu decided to be straightforward with her. I never imagined having any connection with Prince Chen. The princess seemed relieved and smiled. It's all right, things will unfold gradually. During the polo match, Zhang Jinyu found herself distracted. Strangely, in the third game that Xie Peiyu participated in, he actually lost. She glanced at him a few more times, sensing that he wasn't performing up to his usual standard. The princess beside her chuckled. You let them win. Zhang Jinyu blinked. Why is that? The princess said, given that the rival is the crown prince, it would be wise to discuss this with him privately. I've heard that the crown prince is only 13 years old. Following the princess's gaze, Zhang Jinyu saw the tall, slender youth who had claimed the prize. He must be the first prince. Xie Peiyu returned once more, asking, Sister Jing, do you have any cooler water available? The water in that pitcher has cooled. You should have some. All right. Drink less, it's getting colder now. It's fine. Xie Peiyu took a long draught from the half-filled pitcher, and the first prince approached them. The noble lady hastily rose to pay her respects. Zhang Jinyu also followed suit and bowed. The young man, having just undergone intense physical activity, had a flushed face and beads of sweat on his forehead. Please rise, no need for formalities. Afterward, he bowed to the noble lady and Xie Peiyu. Sister Jing, brother Yu, he greeted them. Xie Peiyu chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. The noble lady then invited him to sit down and rest for a moment. Chapter 57, An Imperial Edict for Marriage to the Prince of Chang'an. Chapter 57, An Imperial Edict for Marriage to the Prince of Chang'an. After exchanging a few words, the first prince's gaze fell upon Zhang Jinyu. This must be the child from the Zheng family who was raised in the countryside, right? Zheng Jinyu smiled and nodded. Your Highness, due to some special circumstances, this commoner did indeed grow up in the countryside. Oh, then you certainly don't look like a country bumpkin. Zheng Jinyu. Has her persona as a country bumpkin already permeated the imperial palace? Yesterday, my elder aunt paid a visit to the palace and requested an imperial edict from Father Emperor for a royal marriage. Zheng Jinyu's expression froze. The first prince looked at her, a profound smile playing on his lips. It's sealed, the contents are written, but the name of the one bestowing the marriage is still blank. Can an imperial edict without a name be given to just anyone? Certainly. The person you mentioned is the eldest imperial princess. Father Emperor has always doted on her. He'd even give her a blank imperial edict with his seal on it. Is that true? The original novel was a story of family strife where the emperor and his family were detached figures with limited roles. She hadn't realized that the emperor had such trust in the eldest imperial princess, to the point of giving her a sealed blank edict. Zheng Jinyu remained silent. These people were outliers in the storyline for her, making her feel insecure. Moreover, her intuition was sharp. She felt that they were deliberately saying certain things for her benefit. Not far away, Zhang Jinxiu was seething with envy. Wang Fuzhen was also fueling the fire with her sarcastic remarks. You really have a talented bumpkin at home. She's won your parents' favor right off the bat and even moved in high society circles. On what grounds? How does she, a country bumpkin, have the right to joke and laugh with a princess, the crown prince and Prince Chan? Zhang Jinxiu bit her lip and lifted her dress as she stepped forward. Wang Fuzhen hurriedly said, Wait for me. I'll go too. Zhang Jinxiu forcefully inserted herself into the circle, using the pretense of conversing with Zhang Jinyu. First, she brought Wang Fuzhen along to pay their respects and greet everyone. Then, turning to Zhang Jinyu with a smile, she said, Sister, in the next round, second brother and third brother will be performing. Let's cheer them on together. Zhang Jinyu sneered, showing no intention of giving her any respect. There's no need really. Second brother and third brother originally didn't want me here, but I insisted on coming. I'm actually worried they'll blame me. Zhang Jinxiu's expression froze. Princess Gao Mingshu, curious, asked, Why is that? Just as Zhang Jinyu was about to explain, Zhang Jinxiu quickly interjected. They were worried that sister might not understand and would find it dull. Wang Fuzhen had already heard this explanation from Zhang Jinxiu, who had told her that Zhang Hengxiu disliked Zhang Jinyu because she had taken over his courtyard. Thus he didn't want to bring her along. Now, fearing that Zhang Jinyu would reveal the true reason, she chimed in to support Zhang Jinxiu's version. Indeed, this younger sister was raised in the countryside where they don't rear horses. They only have cows and donkeys, so no one plays polo there. They were worried she wouldn't understand and get bored. Hence they didn't bring her along. Yet, the princess invited her here to keep her company. Wang Fuzhen believed herself to be clever, but Zhang Jinyu refused to let her have her way, directly exposing her lie. Second brother and third brother said they could only take care of sister Jinxiu, and with me, they'd be overwhelmed. That's why they didn't allow me to come along. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinyu and Wang Fuzhen's expressions turned grim. The first prince burst into laughter. Oh dear, your excuse was exposed right on the spot. How embarrassing. Wang Fuzhen's eyes reddened with anger. Blushing with humiliation, she stomped away. Zhang Jinxiu also felt deeply embarrassed. She looked at Zhang Jinyu with resentment and said, Sister, you and third brother do have some misunderstandings, but there are family matters. In front of outsiders, you should at least give him some face. If you behave like this, he'll never like you even more. After saying that, she sighed in disappointment and chased after Wang Fuzhen. Zhang Jinyu scoffed. I owe you nothing. If you all don't give me face, why should I give it to you? Xia Peiyu's expression fluctuated unpredictably. The princess sipped her tea with a smile, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Only the first prince, still a young lad, laughed heartily without a care. Hey, aren't you on bad terms with your elder siblings? Do they gang up on you? Zhang Jinyu thought to herself that the first prince wasn't much better. Didn't he see it clearly? Yet he still had to ask and throw embarrassment at her. I suppose so, she replied coolly. The first prince laughed again. You don't seem like the type who'd let others bully you easily. That's not certain. There are many of them. It's not about numbers. Take for instance those favored concubines in the palace they often have to face. Cough, cough. The princess's light coughs interrupted the crown prince's words. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he covered his mouth and found an excuse to leave. The princess reassured, Don't mind the crown prince, he's just a child and doesn't know better. Jinyu smiled. It's alright, I'm only a year older than him. The next match began, and this time Xia Peiyu was not participating. He sat in the stands as an observer. Feeling awkward, Jinyu watched the field silently. She had some basic knowledge about polo but wasn't an expert. Thus she simply enjoyed the spectacle. Occasionally, she overheard conversations between Xia Peiyu and the princess, but didn't join in. When the game ended, She noticed Zheng Hongxiu and Zheng Hongqi approach Zheng Jinxiu for water, and to wipe their sweat. Wang Fuzhen seemed to have said something to them, causing the two to glance angrily in Jinyu's direction. Xie Peiyu's gaze shifted to meet theirs. They quickly averted their eyes and started whispering comforting words to Zhang Jinxiu. Zhang Jinxiu even took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Xie Peiyu whispered, "Looking at this, you'll be bullied again when you return." How could Zhang Jinyu detect a hint of schadenfreude in his tone? Beside them, the concerned princess asked, "Second miss, are they really ostracizing you?" After all, it was a matter concerning the Zhang family, so Zhang Jinyu didn't speak too harshly. He simply replied, "It's nothing. Second brother and third brother can't accept the sudden addition of me in the family. They're worried that my presence might affect how father and mother treat Zheng Jinxiu, so they pay her more attention." The princess sighed and said, "You can't blame yourself for this. How could it be your fault? They really shouldn't behave like that." Zhang Jinyu remained silent. Xie Peiyu, standing nearby, spoke up. "Anyway, you won't be living with the Zhengs for long, and your future doesn't depend on them. If they don't like you as a sister, then you just won't associate with them in the future." Zhang Jinyu. Is it appropriate for an outsider like you to say that? You truly don't see yourself as one. After several polo matches today, Xie Peiyu emerged victorious in all except for the one against the crown prince. Amidst a pile of spoils, he bestowed them all upon the maid of the princess. The maid's grin stretched wide, provoking envy from the entire audience. Everyone assumed that he had intended the prizes for the maid, but to their surprise, the next day, those items found their way onto Zhang Jinyu's desk. Staring at the abundance of trophies cluttering her table, Zhang Jinyu was at a loss for words. "Jinyu, dear. Could it be that there's been a mix-up? These were perhaps meant for your elder sister, right?" Silently, Zhang Jinyu nudged the gift registry towards her mother, Lady Zhang. Chapter 58. Finally believing the princess mansion truly does not want Zheng Jinxiu. Chapter 58. Finally believing the princess mansion truly does not want Zheng Jinxiu. The handwriting on the paper was bold and vigorous, clearly that of a man's. Given the close relationship between Xie Peiyu and Zhang Hongyan, Madame Zhang happened to recognize his script. This meant that the gift registry was personally written by Xie Peiyu, specifically addressed to Zhang Jinyu. It could not have been a mistake. But why? Didn't Jinxiu mention a few days ago that Prince Chan had invited her to the princess mansion, and that they had conversed pleasantly? Feeling overwhelmed, Madame Zhang stumbled out of bed in a daze. Unable to fall asleep for the rest of the night, she abruptly sat upright just as old Master Zheng was snoring loudly. "What is it? What's wrong?" Startled, he tumbled out of bed. Awoken from his slumber, he rubbed his eyes, lit a fire, and ignited the candle by the bedside. He saw his wife sitting blankly on the bed. "Madam, what has happened in the middle of this dark night?" Madame Zheng turned in astonishment and said, "My dear husband, let's marry both Jinxiu and Jinyu to the princess's residence." "What? Why?" Madame Zheng wiped away tears, heartbroken. "It's all fate." Confused, old Master Zheng replied, "Don't rush into things, tell me slowly what's going on." Madame Zhang recounted every detail of recent events to her husband. "You think Prince Chen wants both of them, right? He invited Jinxiu to the princess's residence for a chat a few days ago, and today he gave all the prizes he won from yesterday's polo match to Jinyu. Am I correct in guessing this?" Scratching his beard, old Master Zheng looked troubled. "Judging by what you say, it seems so. But if they both go to the princess's residence, who will be the main wife and who will be the secondary? Seniority is important, so Jinxiu should be the official consort." Shaking his head, old Master Zheng objected. "How can that be acceptable? It wouldn't be fair to Jinyu. Originally, the engagement was for the child in your womb, which was Jinyu. Because of our negligence, she has suffered for so many years. After finally enjoying a year of happiness at home, we would have to send her off as a concubine. Wouldn't that be destroying her entire future life and her children to come? How could it be acceptable for one's birth mother to be a concubine, resulting in children being born as illegitimate offspring?" Hearing his words, Lady Zhang abruptly came to her senses. "Yes, you're right. Our Zheng family's legitimate daughter can't become a concubine. Neither Xingyang nor my family would consent to such a thing. Perhaps we should keep Jinyu away from Prince Chen or swiftly find a suitable match for her to prevent him from harboring thoughts about her." Old Master Zheng shook his head in disagreement once more. "Lady, I believe the key issue here lies not with Jinxiu and Jinyu, but with Prince Chen. Leave this matter to me for now. Tomorrow, I'll find an opportunity to meet with Prince Chen alone to hear his thoughts firsthand. How will you approach it? Will you tell him he can only choose one and ask which one he prefers? Such ambiguity might tarnish our daughter's reputations. It's best to clarify the situation." "But..." Lady Zhang grew anxious again. "What if Prince Chan chooses Jinyu? What then?" This... Old Master Zheng found himself in a quandary. The engagement between Jinxiu and Prince Chen is well known throughout the city. Have you considered the consequences if the princess's residence suddenly changes its mind, rejecting Jinxiu in favor of Jinyu? Outsiders will speculate on what Jinxiu might have done to provoke their withdrawal. It will be difficult for her to find a good family in the future. Old Master Zheng's brows were deeply furrowed. Furthermore, Jinyu's reputation isn't exactly savory either. People already think she lacks proper upbringing. If this marriage proposal falls to her, everyone will speculate if she seduced the man who was supposed to be her sister's husband through cunning means. How can she hold her head up high then? You say this won't work and that won't work, so what do you suggest? Madame Zheng replied. The best solution would be for Jinxiu to marry into the royal family. This way no one will be put in a difficult position. They're still good sisters and our family won't suffer any consequences. If Jinxiu marries well, Jinyu can also find a suitable match. You're right that it would benefit everyone in our family, but have you considered that it wouldn't be good for Imperial Princess or Prince? Chun, didn't the Imperial Princess clearly state that she looks down on Jinxiu's background, deeming her bloodline not noble enough? Madame Zhang fell silent. The Imperial Princess has been pampered since birth. Do you really think she'd allow herself to be unhappy? Humph, don't be naive. Even if it means causing discomfort to our entire family, she won't compromise her own happiness. Old Master Zheng still believed it was best to discuss the matter with Prince Chen in person, or his wife might go mad with worry. She was already keeping him up at night, scaring him under the bed. Moreover, dragging such matters on would indeed harm the girls' reputations. The following day, after the court session, he intercepted Xia Peiyu and gestured for them to speak privately. Xia Peiyu followed Old Master Zheng to the foot of the imperial city wall. Lord Zheng, I wonder why you've stopped this, Prince? Prince Chen, I have detained you to discuss a matter concerning my 2 daughters. Oh? What has happened to your daughters? I've heard from my wife that Prince Chen wishes to take both Jinxiu and Jinyu as princess consorts, to enjoy the bliss of having multiple wives, is that so? Xia Peiyu wore an expression of astonishment. Did your esteemed wife really say that? Old Master Zheng was taken aback. Why did Xia Peiyu seem displeased? He replied hesitantly, yes. HMPF, how can your esteemed wife spread such baseless rumors about this prince? Old Master Zheng. He opened his mouth and said, isn't that so? Of course not. How could this prince possibly marry 2 sisters from the same family? Besides, didn't my mother explicitly refuse your daughter Jinxiu? Is it that Lord Zheng has forgotten, or did your wife fail to mention it to you? Ah, no, she did tell me. But why did you invite Jinxiu to the princess's residence recently, and have such an enjoyable conversation with her? Xia Peiyu was amused by the anger. He knew that Zhang Jinxiu had not learned her lesson and continued to spread false rumors. Old Master Zheng was confused. Didn't you have a good talk then? Xia Peiyu replied. On that day she stopped my horse, and I was afraid that some words might bring trouble to your family. Considering our family's long-standing friendship, I took Zhang Jinxiu to the princess's residence for a discussion. It wouldn't be accurate to say we had an enjoyable conversation. It was quite awkward, in fact. I made it clear to her that there is no future between us in this life, and I hoped she would refrain from saying or doing anything that might cause misunderstandings. However, judging by Lord Zheng's expression, she probably didn't convey that clearly to you. Old Master Zheng was dazed for a while before he asked uncertainly, so, when Prince Zhen spoke with her that day, he made it clear that there's no chance of the marriage between you two? Yes, that's correct. Old Master Zheng took a deep breath and nodded. I understand now, Prince Chen. I apologize for causing you so much trouble. Nonsense, Lord Zheng is an elder. This slight inconvenience means nothing. Old Master Zheng was taken aback. Then, he pondered for a moment before rephrasing his question. Does the Imperial Princess have a fondness for Jinyu? Xia Peiyu nodded. My mother places great value on one's lineage. The Jing and Cui families are both renowned clans with profound scholarly traditions. In her eyes, a future daughter-in-law must come from a family of noble lineage. Chapter 59, Calling Her Future Mother-in-Law. Chapter 59, Calling Her Future Mother-in-Law. And what about you, Your Highness Prince Chan? What are your thoughts on this matter? Marriage is decided by our parents' wishes. I don't have any extravagant demands. As long as she's not too unbearable, it's fine. The most important thing is that my mother is satisfied. The corner of Old Master Zheng's mouth twitched. Do I believe you? It was truly perplexing. He wondered how his son could have fallen for Jinyu. With a heavy heart, Old Master Zheng returned home. Normally, he would have lunch at work and wouldn't come back until later. But today he returned for lunch. Coincidentally, as he passed by the artificial mountain, he overheard his 2 sons conversing behind it. Prince Chan has given all the prizes from the other day to Zhang Jinyu. Jinxiu was so distraught that she cried bitterly. She hasn't eaten properly for the past 2 days. What should we do? I honestly don't know either. I'm at a loss as to how to tell Jinxiu about what Prince Jin said to me on the polo field the other day. Sigh. Why is life so hard for our Jinxiu? Why did she have to come back? She's taken everything away since her return. No wonder Jinxiu was weeping so bitterly. I wouldn't be able to bear it either if I were in her shoes. One of them caught sight of the corner of old Master Zheng's garment, causing a momentary fright. Shia, stop talking. Father's here. Old Master Zheng's face was dark with displeasure. The two emerged from behind the artificial hill along a narrow path. Father. Father, why are you back? Old Master Zheng replied, if I hadn't returned, how would I have had the pleasure of hearing your fascinating conversation? We didn't say anything out of line, just spoke the truth. Seeing that old Master Zheng wasn't surprised, Zhang Hongqi asked anxiously, Father, you knew about it too, didn't you? Old Master Zheng nodded. Zheng Hongxiu interjected urgently. Father, no, this can't happen. Absolutely not. If Jinxiu's marriage to Prince Chan falls through, she won't be able to hold her head up in society. Zheng Hongqi agreed. Yes, everyone in the capital knows that Jinxiu is betrothed to Prince Chan, set to become the future Princess Chan. If this engagement is suddenly called off, how will outsiders perceive it? Jinxiu's reputation and future would be ruined. These words were repeated time and again until old Master Zheng grew weary of hearing them. Would you assume that I am unaware of this? Yet, I just had an audience with Prince Chen, and he made it abundantly clear that Princess Manor will not be accepting Jinxiu. How can they do this? Father, don't agree to it. Old Master Zheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Your father has no say in this marriage. The ones with the authority are the Imperial Princess and Prince Chen, do you understand? Don't beg me, if you have the ability, plead to the Imperial Princess and Prince Chen instead. With a flick of his sleeve, old Master Zheng left in anger, leaving Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hongxiu to exchange glances of bewilderment. What are we to do now? Father doesn't care. Father is truly biased. It was fortunate that their father had left, or he would have been fuming with anger. Was this even within his jurisdiction? All his efforts were in vain. Second brother, since father isn't taking care of it, we have to help Jinxiu, otherwise, no one will care for her. How can we help? Let's write a letter to Big Brother. Isn't Prince Chen going to the border region in a few days? Big Brother has a good relationship with Prince Chen. If Big Brother intervenes and speaks to Prince Chan, the issue with Imperial Princess will be resolved on its own. That makes sense. Both believed that as long as they won over Prince Chen, they could handle the Imperial Princess. With enthusiasm, the two brothers went back to pen a letter to Zheng Hongyan and then hurried to comfort their little princess, Zhang Jinxiu. Zhang Jinyu had a general idea of their actions, but her maid was quite anxious. However, Zhang Jinyu remained detached and focused on designing jewelry. In her spare time, she visited the experienced jewelers to discuss their wages and fees. There was an unused and overgrown courtyard in the West Court. After discussing with Madame Zhang, they decided to renovate it and transform it into a jewelry workshop. The renovations were already underway. Once the materials from various regions arrived, her jewelry workshop would commence operations. As for Madame Zhang, after old Master Zheng informed her of Prince Chen's intentions, she felt that she could no longer meddle in the matter. On several occasions, she wanted to talk to her younger daughter, but seeing her engrossed in the jewelry workshop, seemingly indifferent to Prince Chen, she held back her words. The current situation was a result of their failure to properly supervise their child years ago, the Long Princess's excessive emphasis on bloodline, and even Prince Chen's apparent lack of affection. How could they blame Jinyu? Even she and old Master Zhang couldn't make decisions, so how could a young girl like Jinyu have any say in who she would marry? It's actually quite good for her to be occupied like this. A girl of 14 with too much idle time is prone to romantic daydreams. If it really comes to the point where Prince's residence takes Jinyu as his bride, she wouldn't wish for outsiders to accuse her of stealing her sister's suitor. Jinyu, the materials you requested have started arriving. Should we hire more artisans at the repair workshop? So soon. Other than the East Pearl being a bit slower, acquiring the other materials isn't difficult. Alright then, let's add 2 more workers. Mother, thank you. Madame Zhang smiled. What are you thanking me for? I'm just doing a small favor for you. Xie Peiyu had finished his business in the capital and was preparing to leave again for the south. The princess's residence sent another invitation requesting both Zhang Jinyu and Madame Zhang to visit their home. As the head of the family, Madame Zhang received all invitations regardless of their origin. Moreover, she was one of the guests of honor mentioned in the invitation. This new invitation posed another dilemma for Madame Zhang. Imperial Princess, you're making things increasingly difficult for me. Taking Jinyu along, how will outsiders perceive this? Old Master Zhang rubbed his temples. My dear, why are you still worrying about this? Didn't we clarify last time that they want Jinyu? I know, but... I haven't thought of a better solution yet. Maybe I should just go alone. Go alone. Old Master Zhang rubbed his temples again. It's clear that they're interested in inviting Jinyu. You'd only be an accompaniment. Oh, I'll just tell them Jinyu is ill. You might as well claim Jinxiu is sick. If Jinyu is unwell, they'll surely want to visit her. How would you explain that? Mrs. Zhang. Sighing in frustration, she said, Mother has experienced much and is knowledgeable. Perhaps I should consult her. Enough, Mother is already in her 60s. Don't burden her with such worries. She's going to Xinjiang for the New Year celebrations. Let her have peace and don't trouble her with these matters. Zhang Ji's father was from the second branch of their family. When he passed the exams to serve in the capital, he brought his elderly mother along with him. Yet, every other year, she had to return to her hometown, Xinjiang, for the New Year celebrations. That was because her husband's grandmother, the matriarch of the family, still lived there, the mother of the old madam. In the end, Lady Zheng heeded old Master Zhang's suggestion and spread the word that Jinxiu was unwell. Then she took Jinyu to visit the imperial princess's residence. To outsiders, it seemed as if she had intended to bring both daughters along, but could only take the younger one due to the elder daughter's illness. The imperial princess scoffed at this. Tisk, mother-in-law, aren't you tired of such antics? Lady Zheng was taken aback. Mother-in-law? Chapter 60. Letting you come with me to the frontier. Chapter 60. Letting you come with me to the frontier. Zheng Jinyu. How did her address for Lady Zheng turn into mother-in-law? There's no point in doing all this when our family's affairs will be made public sooner or later. It only invites ridicule. Lady Zheng gritted her teeth, anger boiling inside but unable to express it. After much contemplation last night, she had devised a plan that would benefit both sides. Not only could she switch the bride to be married to Prince Chun to Jinyu, but she could also minimize the damage to Jinxiu's reputation. However, this plan required the cooperation of the imperial princess. Imperial princess, why don't we ask the children to leave so we can speak privately? Very well, my future daughter-in-law. The imperial princess instructed the servants. Take second miss out for a stroll, and all of you withdraw. Yes, imperial princess. Zheng Jinyu followed the maid out, feeling a tinge of regret that she wouldn't hear the gossip between her mother and the imperial princess. Imperial princess, it's like this. You see, our two families have had a long-standing relationship, haven't we? It's been quite amicable, wouldn't you agree? The imperial princess looked at her guardedly. Speak your mind directly. Don't try to cozy up to this princess. The one with a good relationship with your Zheng family is the late patriarch of the Xia family, who has been gone for many years. Mrs. Zhang was taken aback. She had just called the imperial princess her daughter-in-law, but now she wasn't giving her any respect. And who was trying to cozy up just now? For the sake of both our families' reputations, I would like to ask for the imperial princess's cooperation in putting on a show. The imperial princess replied. How dare you? This princess is no actress. Mrs. Zhang hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. Your sudden request to replace someone from our family could harm Jinxiu and Jinyu's reputation. Others might speculate wildly about Jinxiu's character, making it difficult for her to marry in the future. Well, you could tell the truth to the public and announce that our two daughters were switched at birth. Our princess's residence is meant to marry the true legitimate daughter, not an imposter. Wouldn't that solve the issue? No, if it gets out that she isn't our biological child, we'd have to choose a husband for her as if she were an adopted daughter. The imperial princess scoffed with a mocking smile. So you're saying you still have to deceive others? Mrs. Zheng. Very well, as you said, the girl is innocent and pitiful. If this matter escalates, it wouldn't bode well for your or Jinyu's reputation. Then I'll cooperate with you. Tell me, how do you need my cooperation? I will announce that she is ill. Mrs. Zheng had spent the whole night thinking of this solution. Think of a way to have her return to Xinjiang and stay there for 2 or 3 years pretending to be sick. The imperial princess is eager to have a daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, remind everyone of the promise made by our great-grandfather who betrothed a child in the womb. It could have been either Jinxiu or Jinyu since there were 2 in the womb. Since Jinxiu's illness persists, the Zheng family worries about delaying Prince Chen's marriage, thus proposing the change of bride. This reason can mitigate the impact on Jinxiu's reputation when calling off the engagement. What do you think? Mother-in-law means that you will be the ones to bring up the change of bride? Indeed. All right then, but don't drag it out for too long. Also, keep a close eye on Zheng Jinxiu. Don't let her harass my son again, or I won't hesitate to turn against you. Madam Zheng. What does she mean my daughter is bothering her son? If it weren't for her schemes, would things have become so awkward? If she weren't an imperial princess, I'd surely give her a piece of my mind. Despite her anger, Madame Zheng maintained a polite facade and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. The maid from the princess's residence had originally been showing Zheng Jinyu around the courtyard. As they wandered, they ended up in a yard filled with towering bamboo, only for the maid to suddenly vanish. Confused, Zheng Jinyu looked around but couldn't spot anyone. The maid who had been right behind her seemed to have disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey, is anyone there? As her voice echoed, a melodious flute tune drifted from the depths of the bamboo grove. Following the sound of the flute, Zheng Jinyu soon spotted a figure dressed in green. Who else could it be but Xia Peiyu? She would give him a perfect score of 99 for his performance, but held back that last point for fear that he might become too arrogant. Zheng Jinyu was no fool. She immediately guessed that it was all part of a scheme. The maid from the princess's residence had brought her here, assisting Xia Peiyu in his attempts to woo her. But why? She truly couldn't understand why Xia Peiyu would be interested in her. Princess Chan, Your Highness. Zheng Jinyu greeted him with a composed bow. The flute music across the way ceased, and through the rows of lush green bamboo, the two gazed at each other from a distance. I inadvertently lost my maid. Would it be too much trouble for Prince Jin to guide me out? Xia Peiyu was taken aback, studying her intently before asking, Is that all you have to say to me? Zheng Jinyu responded, What else is there? You didn't consider the possibility that the maid was arranged by me deliberately bringing you here? Zheng Jinyu gave a cold smile. I did consider it, but I'm playing along as if I haven't. Does Prince Chan have something he wishes to discuss with me privately? Please speak your mind. Her eyes were clear and composed, giving off an air of seriousness. This left Xia Peiyu in a state of mixed emotions, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You must be aware of the marriage between us, yes? Zheng Jinyu remained calm and collected. I've heard about it. However, her family was soon to relocate as well. Once this battle was over, Xia Peiyu would request from the emperor to garrison the frontier, thus taking his mother, the imperial princess, and his sister, the county princess, away from the capital. Why did you choose me? Zheng Jinyu inquired. Xia Peiyu, however, didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he said, We'll be leaving soon. Zheng Jinyu was taken aback, not expecting him to bring up this matter. But she wasn't overly surprised. After this battle, I plan to stay in the south to guard the region. Our entire family will move there. Zheng Jinyu asked, Have you discussed this with the imperial princess? Xia Peiyu shook his head. No, I intend to talk to her after the battle is over. She won't disagree. In ancient times, women followed their father's wishes at home, their husbands after marriage, and their sons after their husband's death. Even the esteemed imperial princess was no exception. Thus, she usually wouldn't oppose Xia Peiyu's decisions. If he said he wanted to relocate the whole family to guard the south, the imperial princess would follow. I don't agree. It's too far away and I can't bear to leave my parents. Prince Chan, why don't you just call off the engagement? Just say that you're going south and Zheng Jinxiu isn't willing to go. So both families' engagements are dissolved. It would be for the best for everyone. Xia Peiyu looked at her with a gentle smile and shook his head. No, our family won't back out of the engagement. You. Zheng Jinyu was somewhat angered. I've said that I don't want to leave my parents. If it were Zheng Jinxiu saying that, I might believe it. But you? You haven't spent much time with them and don't have deep ties. Your inability to leave is a pretense. The truth is, you're unwilling to come with me, isn't it? Zheng Jinyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Since you already know, why ask? The fact is, I'm unwilling to go with you. Besides, my parents only recently found me. They would be too reluctant to part with me. They wouldn't agree to this. Zheng Jinyu believed that presenting this reasoning to Old Master Zheng and Lady Zheng would not only dissolve the marriage proposal from the princess's residence but also protect Zheng Jinxiu's reputation. They would surely consent to it. Chapter 61, Sending Zheng Jinxiu Away. Chapter 61, Sending Zheng Jinxiu Away. Unexpectedly, Xia Peiyu replied, No, they won't object. I understand the rules of your noble families. Once a marriage is arranged, it would never be broken off easily. Zheng Jinyu smiled faintly. But now circumstances have changed. They will know how to weigh the pros and cons. Xia Peiyu approached her, stopping 3 bamboo lengths away. And what about you? Don't you know how to weigh the pros and cons? Zheng Jinyu slightly furrowed her brow. He continued, Are you planning to spend your whole life trapped in the capital marrying someone they choose for you? A suitable match from a similar background? The world is vast. Don't you want to explore it? Zheng Jinyu had never considered Prince Chen in her plans. Yet, his words seemed to have a hypnotic effect, drawing her in deeply. Should she stay in the capital and accept a marriage arranged by Madame Zheng? Marry at 15, then devote herself to her husband, raise children, serve her in-laws, manage relationships with her mother-in-law, sisters-in-law, concubines, and educate a group of stepchildren and stepsisters. While her focus was on outmaneuvering Zheng Jinxiu, she had not given any thought to these inevitable future challenges. Zheng Jinyu drew in a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She had to admit that her heart was wavering. Should she stay and continue the rivalry with Zheng Jinxiu, fighting for her dignity? Or should she leave this place and seek a new life? Perhaps she could hasten her plans, disable Zheng Jinxiu before next year, and then depart from this place, leaving all behind. From then on, it would be a world away from imperial power. It sounded like a good plan, but if she left her family's protection, would she simply fall into another trap? The Long Princess was not someone to trifle with, and so far, Xia Peiyu didn't seem like an ideal partner either. He seemed to defer to his mother in matters of marriage. Having lost his father even before he was born, He grew up in a single-parent household. Would he be overly dependent on his mother, a so-called mama's boy? It was said that boys brought up solely by their mothers tended to lack independence and could be difficult to deal with. Zheng Jinyu mulled over all possibilities in her mind before addressing Xia Peiyu. I need to ponder over this matter. For now, please send me back home. Xia Peiyu looked at her in surprise. He thought to himself that she indeed had her own opinions. How could an ordinary young lady from a noble family in the capital speak like that? Ponder over it? Could a woman decide on her own when it came to marriage? All right, follow me, he agreed inexplicably. Mrs. Zheng accompanied Zheng Jinyu back home, both of them silent and worried throughout the journey. Upon their return to the Zheng residence, Mrs. Zheng gave a few brief instructions to the servants, asking them to escort Zheng Jinyu back to her courtyard. After careful consideration, she discussed her plan with Old Master Zheng. It's confirmed now. The princess is seeking Jinyu, not Jinxiu. Prince Chen doesn't have any romantic feelings towards Jinxiu. In the past, he only treated her as a sister due to his affection for Yenner. Now that they've discovered the children were switched at birth, he shares the same sentiment as the imperial princess. They would rather annul the engagement than marry Jinxiu. Old Master Zheng was about to speak when she interrupted him. I've thought of a way to keep Jinxiu out of this trouble. Today she didn't accompany the princess because she pretended to be ill. Let's keep up the pretense. Old Master Zheng asked. You mean to have her feign illness, and then propose a marriage switch from our side? Exactly. Mother is planning to return to our hometown in Xinjiang soon, right? Let Jinxiu go with her. Later, we can write a letter to big brother and sister-in-law, asking them to take care of Jinxiu. Old Master Zheng frowned. You want to send Jinxiu away? She's been raised by you. Can you really bear to part with her? Madame Zheng replied, this is only temporary. 3 years at most. If there's no suitable match for her in Xinjiang, we'll bring her back and find a good family for her in the capital. Upon hearing this, Old Master Zheng's brows knitted even tighter. It's a good plan, but to Jinxiu it would seem as if we're abandoning her. Madame Zheng wiped away her tears. I have no other choice. I know both children are innocent, but at this point this is the best we can do. Sigh. All right, let's discuss this with Mother. The elder lady had long distanced herself from worldly affairs, and usually spent her time worshipping Buddha in her own courtyard. Only on occasions like Buddhist ceremonies or when ladies of similar age invited her out would she venture outside. Actually, she was well informed about the family matters. She didn't need to step out as there were others who did it for her. You two came together because of Jinxiu, right? Mother, you already know? I've heard some rumors mentioned by Sewer. So it was little San who spilled the beans. Mother. The princess residence is requesting for Jinyu. For Jinxiu's sake, we plan to send her to Xinjiang for a few years. What do you think? Madame Zheng shared her plan with the elder madam, who nodded gently upon hearing it. Well then, Sai. It's a tragedy that things have come to this. I'll set off for our hometown in Xinjiang in a few days and take Jinxiu along with me. Madame Zheng expressed her gratitude repeatedly and continued. Please rest assured, Mother. In no more than 3 years I will bring her back. Let's see. Later on, I'll ask your eldest sister-in-law to look into a suitable marriage for her, preferably far from the capital. If that doesn't work out, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Lady Zhang and Old Master Zheng exchanged glances. To send Zheng Jinxiu away in marriage to a distant land, truth be told, they were truly reluctant to part with her. Yet, the matriarch did have a point. In truth, the best solution would be to take her back to their ancestral home in Xinjiang and form alliances through marriage with the other prominent families. Her maiden family, the Chui clan, and her elder sister-in-law's family, the Li clan, are both esteemed in respectable households. After discussing with the elder madam, they went to Jinxiu Pavilion to persuade Zheng Jinxiu to take on the task. Upon hearing their plan to send her away, Zheng Jinxiu promptly knelt on the ground, weeping in plea. Father, Mother, please don't send me away. I beg of you, don't send me away. I won't compete with younger sister Jinyu. I'll yield to her in everything. As long as you don't make me leave, I'm willing to do anything. I don't want to be apart from you. I've lived here for 14 years. I'll die if I leave you. Please don't abandon me. Zheng Jinxiu's cries were heart-wrenching, each sob filled with tears. Madame Zheng was deeply saddened and embraced her, weeping as well. Jinxiu, father and mother aren't abandoning you. This arrangement is for your own good. Old Master Zheng also tried to console her. That's right, we're not abandoning you. We're doing this to protect you from some unpleasant matters. But I don't want to leave you both. Foolish child, what are you saying? You'll have to leave your parents sooner or later. Your mother is right. You'll be 15 at the next new year, already a young lady. Even if you don't go now, you'll have to marry next year and leave us anyway. But, why send me so far away? If I were to marry, I'd choose someone in the capital so I could stay close to you both and visit often. You've raised Jinxiu into adulthood and I have no way to repay you except by being filial as often as possible. Good child, mother knows you're filial. There's no rush to fulfill that duty. Trust in your mother's advice, leave the capital for a while and return in 2 or 3 years. Chapter 62, Crying Won't Help. Chapter 62, Crying Won't Help. Old Master Zheng added, we're doing this for your own good. How could your father and mother harm you? I promise, as long as you're willing to return, within 3 years at most, we'll come to Xinjiang ourselves to bring you back. Zheng Jinyu understood that crying was futile now. She was just unwilling to accept it. She had lived with them for so many years, yet she couldn't compete with Zheng Jinyu, who had only returned a few months ago. Was bloodline truly that significant? Why did they have to send her away? Why did she have to make way for Zheng Jinyu? Dad, Mom, I understand. This is what I owe to younger sister Jinyu. She pretended to be ill and lived outside for 14 years. Now it's my turn. It's time for me to atone for my sins. Mrs. Zheng looked at Old Master Zheng with sadness. He sighed. If that's how you want to think of it, then so be it. Remember, whatever we do is for your own good. We're sending you away precisely because we don't want to give up on you. Zhang Jinxiu sniffled. Dad, I understand. This is my fate. Zhang Jinxiu consented, prompting the servants to start packing for their departure. Zhou, who had earlier boasted about effortlessly dealing with the rural girl, now cowered with her head lowered. Zhang Jinxiu shot her a mocking glance. Nanny, I trusted you so much, thinking you were so capable. Yet what happened? You couldn't do anything in the face of their decision. Father and mother are still favoring Zhang Jinyu more and more. Even Prince Chen wants her instead of me. Now I'm being sent away to live under someone else's roof in Xinjiang. What can you possibly say at this point? Since Zhang Jinxiu was to be sent back to her hometown in Xinjiang, this old woman would have to follow. Their entire life of wealth and prosperity relied on Zhang Jinxiu. Noble lady, don't worry. Perhaps going back to your hometown in Xinjiang could be an opportunity. Zhang Jinxiu smiled bitterly. What kind of opportunity? In Xinjiang, no one knows that you aren't truly from the Zheng family. When you get there, the matter of Prince Chen's broken engagement won't affect you. I've already investigated. The head wife of the Zheng family's main branch only has a son and no daughter. With how much everyone adores you, if you manage to win over the matriarch of the Zheng family, she could choose a better match for you than Prince Chen, wouldn't you say? Zhang Jinxiu replied, aside from the imperial princes, who else in this world could offer a better match than Prince Chen? Well, you can't put it that way. The Gao imperial family has only been around for 100 years, whereas families like the Zhengs, Cui, and Wangs have existed for centuries. The throne has changed hands several times, yet they remain untouched. The true aristocratic families hold the nouveau riche imperial Gao family in contempt. Zhang Jinxiu's eyes brightened. Madame Zhou continued. Their royal family, the Gao clan, is only powerful in the capital. Once you reach Xinjiang and see the true power of the noble families, the depth of their backgrounds, you might not even consider Prince Chan worthy anymore. Zhang Jinxiu sighed. I know you're trying to comfort me, but it's not just his royal bloodline. He's also a member of the Xie family, and the Xie family's foundation is no less impressive than the Zhengs. So what? He's just a descendant of one of the branches in the capital, not the main lineage of the Chan County Xie family. Zhang Jinxiu thought to herself, I'm not a direct descendant either, just an adopted daughter. Well, she was only comforting herself with all these words. It seems there really is no way to stay. I'm so unwilling. She's taken something that took me over a decade to obtain after being back for mere months. Madame Zhou tried to console her. You should look on the bright side. Haha, forget it. What else can I do besides think about it? As Zhang Jinxiu spoke, more tears rolled down her cheeks. Go call my second brother and third brother. I should properly bid them farewell. Madame Zhou nodded. That's right. Remember, even if you have to leave, don't let Zhang Jinyu have an easy time. Certainly. Madame Zhou went to fetch Zheng Hongqi and Zheng Hongxiu, informing them that Zhang Jinxiu wished to bid them farewell. They had just learned about their parents' plan to send Zhang Jinxiu away, and before they could verify the news, they heard that their sister was going to say goodbye to them. Without much thought, the two hurried to Jinxiu's residence. Jinxiu, we've heard that father and mother plan to send you away. Is it true? Zhang Jinxiu's face was streaked with tears, her eyes red and swollen from crying for a long time. Second brother, third brother, it's true. They're sending me away. Sobs. Zheng Hongxiu said indignantly, don't cry. I'll beg father and mother not to send you away. Zhang Jinxiu held on to him. Don't go. They love me too, but they have no choice. Don't make things difficult for them. They're doing this for my own good. Zhang Jinxiu tactfully narrated the exaggerated account of those events to them, subtly implying that their parents had done this to clear the path for Zhang Jinyu. Of course, she also mentioned that it wasn't her parents' intention, but rather pressure from the imperial princess's residence, leaving them with no choice but to comply. In their ears, however, it meant that their parents were cowards who feared offending the imperial princess, willing to let Jinxiu suffer for it. As for making way for Zhang Jinyu, it was said that by leaving and using illness as an excuse to withdraw from the engagement, It would prevent rumors of Zheng Jinyu seducing her sister's husband, preserving both families' reputations. She deliberately downplayed the fact that this was done to protect her own reputation and foster daughter status. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hengxiu and Zhang Hongqi were filled with anger, insisting on going to seek justice for her. But Zhang Jinxiu pleaded with tears in her eyes. Please don't go, I beg of you. Because of me, my sister had to pretend to be sick and live outside for 14 years, enduring much hardship. I should also pretend to be ill and live outside for a few years, as it is what I owe her. How can you calculate it like that? It wasn't your fault that you two were switched at birth, so why should you suffer because of her? Exactly, her being switched could only mean she lacked fortune, and it's not anyone's fault. Yet, by persisting, we'd only burden father and mother further. They've raised me all these years. It's my turn to alleviate their worries. Second brother, third brother, please don't go. The two of them were overwhelmed with guilt, believing that it should be their duty as sons to relieve their parents' burdens, not their sisters'. But since their sister had accepted her fate and was insistently blocking their way, they were powerless to act otherwise. All they could do was rage in frustration. Zhang Jinxiu lifted her tear-streaked gaze to look at them and ask, Second brother, third brother, I'll be away for 3 years. You won't forget Jinxiu, will you? We certainly won't. You'll always be our little sister, the one and only. Feeling slightly reassured, Zhang Jinxiu continued, Don't say that. If Sister Jinyu overhears, she might feel upset. You're still defending her? If not for her, why would you be sent away? If she hadn't suddenly returned, you could have married Prince Chun properly, and none of this would have happened. Yes, that's right, Jinxiu, you're just too kind-hearted. Chapter 63, Zhang Jinxiu leaves unwillingly. Chapter 63. Zhang Jinxiu leaves unwillingly. Rest assured, we won't acknowledge her. In our hearts, you will always be the only sister we have. Zhang Jinxiu had endured enough taunts from her 2 elder brothers. That wasn't enough for her. She wanted to settle everything before she left. She asked Zhang Hongxiu to invite Wang Fuzhen over. As Wang Fuzhen saw herself as part of the Zheng family, and was on the same side as Zhang Hongxiu against their common enemy, she could be put to good use. Since Madame Zhang announced to the outside world that Zhang Jinxiu was ill, they needed to keep up the act. Thus, Zhang Jinxiu stayed in bed. Wang Fuzhen came with gifts to visit her. Seeing Zhang Jinxiu lying in bed with a pale face, she offered much comfort. I heard from third brother that you were unwell, so I hurried to see you. How did you fall sick just as autumn has started? And why are they sending you away despite your illness? What's going on? Zhang Jinxiu shook her head. I don't know. It's father and mother's decision. Zhenzhen, in a few days I'll be returning with grandmother to our hometown in Xingyang. I don't know when we'll meet again, or the other young misses. Wang Fuzhen replied, I've asked third brother and he said he'll bring you back within 3 years at most. Zhang Jinxiu nodded gently. When I'm in Xingyang, can I write to you? Of course, I'll write to you as well. Wang Fuzhen sighed. We're such good friends. Can you tell me why your parents decided to send you away? It's because of my sister. No, it's because I was ill. Wang Fuzhen seized on those 2 words. Because of Zhang Jinyu? Why would they send Zhang Jinxiu away because of Zhang Jinyu? Intentionally leaving the story unfinished, Zhang Jinxiu knew that the full effect wouldn't come until the news of Prince Chen's betrothal to Zhang Jinyu broke. Wang Fuzhen would understand then. With her abilities, Zhang Jinxiu could already anticipate how the tale would spread. Several days later, Xia Peiyu departed, but not before sending a message for Zhang Jinyu to see him off. Zhang Jinyu didn't go. Instead, she had the messenger convey a few more words back. She said that she was considering things and would give him an answer after their battles were over. Xia Peiyu left with regret, not having seen her, and before he went, he took off a jade pendant from his person and instructed someone to deliver it to her. Zhang Jinyu felt a mix of emotions, while Chunmei was quite delighted. Second miss, Prince Chen truly has feelings for you. This jade pendant is something very close to him. He's given it to you, which shows how much he values you. Zhang Jinyu sighed helplessly. She wasn't in the mood to discuss this now. Is the workshop repaired yet? Yes, it's already finished. They're just doing some cleaning up. All right, tell them to make it spotless. Yes. The day after Xia Peiyu's departure, Lady Zhang also prepared to leave with Zhang Jinxiu. The entire family came out to bid them farewell, including Zhang Jinyu. Zhang Jinxiu kept her gaze fixed on Zhang Jinyu. Just as they were about to get into the carriage, she suddenly said to Lady Zhang, Mother, may I have a private word with my sister? Since she was leaving, Lady Zhang had indulged her in everything these past few days. Very well, Jinyu. Have a private conversation with your elder sister, Lady Zhang agreed. Yes, Mother, Zhang Jinyu replied obediently, wary of any tricks Zhang Jinxiu might have up her sleeve. Zhang Jinyu firmly refused to go somewhere isolated with her. They only moved to a spot slightly farther away from the crowd where they could still be seen. Lowering her voice, Zhang Jinxiu sneered. Why are you being so cautious? We're about to depart. What more could possibly change? Zheng Jinyu said nonchalantly, of course. What if you accidentally stab yourself with something and then blame me? Not to mention whether I can explain myself clearly or not. Even if I do, it would delay your departure time, giving you an opportunity to stay, wouldn't it? You. Zhang Jinxiu clenched her teeth, seething with anger. She silently put the item back into her sleeve. Zhang Jinyu watched her small gestures in silence, smiling faintly without saying a word. I know you're not satisfied. Actually, I'm quite surprised too. I thought our rivalry would last much longer, but it ended quicker than expected, she chuckled. Not only was Zhang Jinxiu dissatisfied, but Zhang Jinyu was as well. The ending she had planned for Zhang Jinxiu wasn't supposed to be this favorable. A fate that even she herself envied. Her family, the Fangs, had deliberately switched the children years ago. How could she simply let go of the injustice and torment inflicted upon the original host for over a decade? Madame Zhang had dispatched people to investigate the place where the criminals were exiled, a rather remote area. Hence, they had yet to return. To let Zhang Jinxiu off so easily would be too lenient. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Jinxiu asked. You've caused me so much misery, snatched away my parents, and even given away you to you. Now they're sending me away, yet you're still not satisfied? What more do you want? Zhang Jinyu gave a cold laugh. You should understand, our parents were mine to begin with. I was the one engaged to Prince Chen. How can you say you're giving them to me? As for satisfaction. I suffered for over a decade while you enjoyed the life of a young lady. Do you think I could possibly be content? How could I be? What do you want then? Zhang Jinxiu watched her warily. Zhang Jinyu replied calmly. I don't want anything. Have a good journey, no need to see me off. With that, she strolled back into the crowd with a leisurely pace. Seeing them return, Lady Zhang smiled. What secret whispers were you two sharing? Such a long conversation. Zhang Jinxiu interrupted. After I leave, sister will be the only daughter left by mother and father's side. I beg sister to fulfill filial duties on my behalf, to make up for what I cannot do. Oh, is that so? Lady Zhang turned to Zhang Jinyu. Zhang Jinyu smiled. Yes, I promise, sister. While I was away, she has been fulfilling filial duties for both of us. Now that sister faces difficulties and must depart, it's time for me to step in and fulfill those duties for our parents. Such good children, both of you. Madame Zheng wept with emotion. The matriarch called out, it's getting late. Jinxiu, get into the carriage. Yes, grandmother. The entire family watched as Zhang Jinxiu boarded the carriage, which soon disappeared from sight. Had their rivalry truly come to an end like this? 3 years later, each had their own families, and their interactions were either non-existent or scarce. Was it all truly over? Why did it feel too easy? Zhang Jinyu's accessories workshop opened, specializing in crafting bracelets and beads, crafting gold and silver trinkets, weaving floral cords. She oversaw the designs while artisans took care of the crafting, engrossed to the point of being oblivious to the world outside. Only on the day her two brothers' exam results were announced did she join in the celebration. Of course, Zhang Hongqi and Zhang Hengxiu didn't exactly greet her with warmth. She attended solely out of respect for old Master Zhang and Lady Zhang, then promptly returned to her own courtyard. Now Jining gave her 2 lessons per week. Even so, she felt there was increasingly little she could teach Zhang Jinyu. Madame Zhang, your second daughter is so gifted. Her skills in calligraphy and painting have reached commendable levels. I can only impart so much. The rest depends mainly on her own practice. From now on, I'll visit once every 7 days. Chapter 64. Mutual Happiness. Chapter 64. Mutual Happiness. Well, twice a week turned into once a week. All right, Mr. Little G, you can arrange it. Thank you so much for your help these past few months. Jining smiled. You're too kind. It's my blessing to have met your second daughter. Zhang Jinyu spent more time making jewelry. Once the pieces were done, they needed to be sold. Thus, Lady Zhang transferred ownership of one of her prime jewelry shops to Zhang Jinyu. On this day, she brought the deed to the shop and held her daughter's hand with a smile. I'm giving you this shop as part of your dowry. Don't worry, you're my biological daughter. Whatever Jinxiu has, you'll have too. Zhang Jinyu knew that Lady Zhang was hiring craftsmen to make her dowry, and the 1,000-craft bed was already halfway done. Mother, thank you. She wouldn't have been able to successfully open the jewelry shop without Lady Zhang's strong support. Silly child, why are you thanking Mother? This is all yours by right. Before long, Zhang Jinyu's shop opened its doors. On the first day, there was an 80% discount, 90% on the second, and 95% on the third. This promotional strategy had been advertised half a month prior, complete with colorful illustrations of various jewelry pieces in the promotional brochure. Such a marketing approach was unprecedented, and thus it had already garnered much attention before the grand opening. On the day of the inauguration, Zhang Jinyu sat by the window on the second floor of an inn opposite her jewelry store, observing the bustling business below. It was exceptionally busy. Despite having prepared a generous stock of jewelry, it was all sold out within just half a day. Those who failed to purchase anything on the first day were deeply regretful, as according to the rules, the prices would go up the following day. Jewelry is not inexpensive, and it's even more costly by a considerable margin. It's quite a sum of money. However, to lessen the customer's sense of disappointment, most of the accessories put on display the second day were different from the first, with even more exquisite designs. Despite the higher price, they felt it was worth it. Whose shop is this? This store belongs to the Zheng family. Ah, where did Madame Zheng manage to find such a beautiful collection of jewelry? These designs are even more exquisite than those from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. I've never seen anything like them before. I say, how intricate this braided cord is. How on earth did you make it? The shop assistant chuckled nonchalantly. Well, I'm afraid I don't know the secret. My job is simply to sell them. With the first batch of profits, Zheng Jinyu intended to repay her mother for the raw materials. However, Madame Zheng declined, saying, why should my daughter pay for playing with gold, silver, and jade? It's only natural for her to enjoy them. Zheng Jinyu was taken aback. Madame Zheng was indeed generous, considering all those raw materials as mere playthings for her daughter. Zheng Jinyu responded, then I won't pay for the previous ones, but in the future, when mother helps me source more raw materials, I'll definitely compensate you with silver. Madame Zheng, however, handed her a ledger. Here it contains the sources of various raw materials, the methods of acquisition, contact persons, and approximate prices. If you want to purchase more, just instruct the steward to take care of it. Zheng Jinyu held the booklet with immense excitement, for this was something that money could not buy. Only the matriarchs of influential and culturally rich families would possess such comprehensive information. Returning home, Zheng Jinyu carefully organized the contents, making it her own personal knowledge base. Henceforth, she would rely on these pieces of information to secure her livelihood. Whether she left the Zheng family or not, wealth was of paramount importance. Miss, this is the charcoal that the servant fetched. Should we light it up in our courtyard now or wait a few days? It had already turned quite chilly these past few days. She noticed that the ancients were more resilient to the cold than she was. If this were modern times, she would have turned on the air conditioning long ago. But here they were just starting to use charcoal. Let's light it up. Northerners from ancient times to the present enjoyed hibernating during the winter months. They ventured out less often and business wasn't as bustling as it was at the start of the season. But she knew that with the upcoming New Year celebrations, they would be giving gifts and elders would be presenting their children with auspicious charms and ornaments. As for mascots, she had to start preparing them in advance. Next year was the year of the rabbit, so she designed several adorable rabbit-themed accessories. Earrings, bracelets, necklaces, made of gold, silver, jade, and even a complete set of rabbit-themed ornaments for the zodiac. After the designs were finalized, she instructed the craftsmen to bring them to life according to the blueprints. Moreover, she created vibrant illustrations for these zodiac accessories, hanging them in her store prior to their release. One wall of the shop was dedicated to showcasing the upcoming new product illustrations each month. Whenever a preview was announced, it would spark a frenzy among the noble ladies of the capital city. They took pride in being the first to acquire the latest designs. Even the imperial princess had become one of her fans. Desperate to obtain the newest jade rabbit design, she unexpectedly visited the store in person, hoping for a favor to secure a set ahead of time. As an imperial princess, I am born in the year of the rabbit, and I must have a set before anyone else. She assumed an authoritative demeanor, leaving Zheng Jinyu in a state of amusement and helplessness, but she did not refuse. In Great Qi, there was no empress. The highest-ranking woman in the palace was merely a concubine. As the emperor's sister, the Long Princess was the most esteemed woman in the entire dynasty. She had the right to claim the first set. When the first collection is ready, Jinxiu will personally deliver it to the princess's residence. Very well, then this princess shall await your arrival. Knowing that her jewelry was highly sought after, Lady Zheng, in support of Zheng Jinyu's endeavor, relocated a neighboring silk and satin shop, giving its premises to Zheng Jinyu. Zheng Jinyu promptly arranged for renovations, determined to create a spacious, bright, and impressive store, with the goal of opening it before the new year. As Zheng Jinyu busied herself with earning money, she gradually put the matter of Zheng Jinxiu out of her mind. On the other hand, Zheng Jinxiu, accompanied by the elder madam, leisurely traveled and played along the way, taking over a month to finally reach Xingyang. With her endearing charm as the novel's main female lead, Jinxiu quickly won the affection of the head matriarch, Madame Zheng. Madame Zheng had no daughters of her own, she had only one son. The concubine-born girls in her care were not her biological offspring and held less noble status than Zheng Jinxiu, the legitimate daughter of the second wife. They also lacked Jinxiu's ability to please others, so soon there was no longer a place for them at Madame Zheng's side. Not only that, but even the nearly 90-year-old Grand Matriarch Zheng had taken an immense liking to Zheng Jinxiu, constantly smiling at her with her toothless mouth. Madame Zheng commented, "Second aunt, look how much your granddaughter wins people's hearts. She has even brought joy to our elderly ancestor." Grand Matriarch Zheng replied. This child has always been likable. It's not because of my good upbringing. Oh, you're being too modest. Considering that Zheng Jinyu had been there for some time and hadn't gone out to play, they decided to let her go see a performance with a few of her sisters. Instructions were given to her 2 concubine-born sisters to ensure they showed her a good time. Having grown up in the capital city all her life, Jinyu was already tired of exploring it. Now in a foreign marketplace, everything seemed novel and intriguing to her. Sister, ever since she arrived, she's been the center of Mother's attention, neglecting us completely. Although we aren't Mother's biological children, we've been raised under her care from a young age, just like the trueborns. How can a cousin from a side branch have the right to overshadow us? Chapter 65. Encountering a mysterious man. Chapter 65. Encountering a mysterious man. Another girl grumbled. Yes, and she said we should follow her without our maids as if we were her servants. Mrs. Zheng had instructed them to accompany Zheng Jinyu and ensure she had fun. When she grew tired, they were to take her to watch a play. They were told to let Zheng Jinyu buy anything she desired and given ample silver for the purpose. Their responsibility was not only to provide the money but also to carry Zheng Jinyu's purchases. Zheng Jinyu, like a cheerful butterfly, skipped ahead while they seemed no different from servants, right? Frustrated, they exchanged glances and deliberately slowed their pace. In the crowded throng, they soon lost sight of Zheng Jinyu. Delighted, Zheng Jinyu picked up a mask of a fairy and put it on, exclaiming, I want this one, sister. Could you please settle the payment for me? But there was no response from behind. Removing her mask, she discovered that neither of her 2 half-sisters were around. What was going on? Sis Liuxin? Had they gotten separated due to her hastened pace? Alone in an unfamiliar place, the fear of losing touch with acquaintances welled up within her. Although this street belonged to the Zhang family and she wore their identification token, ensuring her safety, she still felt a sense of unease. Zheng Jinyu put down her mask and turned back to search for them. After wandering through 2 streets without finding them, she even lost her way home, which intensified her concern. Meanwhile, Zhang Liuli and Zhang Liuxin were seated on the 2nd floor of a tea house, observing Zheng Jinyu coldly from above. Zhang Liuxin expressed her worry. Sister, is what we're doing perhaps not appropriate? What are we afraid of? We're on our own street. Nothing untoward will happen. Let her search for a while longer before we call out to her. All right, I'm almost exhausted anyway. The 2 of them enjoyed their tea and snacks in a leisurely manner. On the street, Zheng Jinyu's search had worn her out as well, causing her pace to slow down. She dragged her heavy feet along, scanning her surroundings and shouting occasionally. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her ankle, startling her. Ah! The hand released her, and the person, with disheveled hair, lifted his head to look at her. Miss, from your accent, you're from the capital? Zheng Jinyu gazed at the person lying on the ground, still recovering from the shock. He had only one arm, and his legs seemed broken, dragging awkwardly behind him. Nevertheless, his speech was clear and carried the accent of someone from the capital. Despite his dirty appearance, his eyes were unusually vibrant. The female lead was known to have a certain condition, and despite her fear, Zheng Jinyu lowered her voice to ask, Uncle, are you also from the capital? If you're from the capital, how did you end up here? The man replied, That's a long story, little lady. You seem like a kind soul. Can you tell me why someone from the capital would come to this place? Zheng Jinyu explained, I'm surnamed Zhang. I came to Xinjiang with my grandmother to celebrate the new year and pay respects to our ancestors. He had been begging on this street for many years and was naturally aware that the Zhang family still had a 90-something-year-old matriarch alive. After waiting for so long, he had finally encountered a member of the Zheng family. Are you Zheng Ji's daughter? Zheng Jinyu blinked. Uncle, how do you know that? The man was visibly agitated. How many daughters does Zheng Ji have? Not wishing to mention Zheng Jinyu, Zheng Jinyu replied, Only me. 1. He muttered to himself, that must be it then. The man was visibly excited and continued. Has Elder Master Xia arranged any marriages between the younger generations of the Xia and Zheng families? Upon hearing this, Zheng Jinyu also felt a surge of excitement. She remained composed, even affecting a look of subtle surprise. Uncle, who are you? How do you know? I am betrothed to Prince Chan, the son of the imperial princess. Indeed, it's you. The man wept with emotion, using his solitary arm to dig into his disheveled hair, and from within he retrieved a spherical object. He pressed it into Zheng Jinyu's hands and said to her, Take this and go find the imperial princess and Prince Chan. Tell them to save the prince consort immediately. What? Zheng Jinyu, holding the small ball, was utterly astonished. She whispered urgently, Uncle, didn't the prince consort pass away a long time ago? The man's once bright eyes now grew dull, and he merely mumbled about finding the princess, seeking out Prince Chan, and saving the prince consort. Zheng Jinyu gripped the ball tightly and hastily stepped back. This man didn't have much time left. He should have died a long time ago, but a strong belief had kept him alive until now. With his mission accomplished, his time was up. Putting the small ball away, Zhang Jinyu felt her heart racing. After a moment of hesitation, she pressed a piece of silver into his hand and swiftly left the scene. Zhang Jinyu rushed onto the street in a panic, soon bumping into Zhang Liuli and Zhang Liuxin, who had just finished their tea break. Seeing Zhang Jinxu's pale face, Zhang Liuli asked, "Jinxiu, why are you running? We couldn't even catch up to you." "Oh? I couldn't find you, I was scared." Zhang Jinxiu immediately immersed herself in the role, tears falling down her cheeks. Zhang Liuli was extremely frustrated, finding her behavior annoying. "Haven't I told you not to wander off in crowded streets? If you got lost, how would we explain it to second grandma?" Zhang Liuxin also scolded her from the side. "We just told you not to run, but you didn't listen. We've been searching for you for ages." The two of them took turns blaming her, implying that she had wandered off on her own and caused them all the trouble of searching. Zhang Jinxiu, instead of crying or arguing back as they expected, meekly agreed. "Sister, I'm sorry." Seeing her apologize, the two sisters felt unamused and said, Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go have a meal together and then watch a play." All the establishments on this street belonged to the Zheng family. As soon as they arrived, they headed straight for the private box reserved exclusively for the Zhengs. Generously, the two of them treated her to a taste of Xinyang specialties. The theatrical performance was in the afternoon, so in the evening, the three of them reconvened for the show, leaving their purchases at the dining spot where the owner would arrange for someone to deliver them home. After a day out, they finished watching the play as the sun was setting. Lady Zheng was already waiting in the main hall. Upon seeing them return, she asked with a warm smile, "Jinxiu, did you have fun today?" Zhang Jinxiu managed a strained smile. "It was pretty good." Her answer was rather forced. Zhang Liuli and Zhang Liuxin felt a lump in their throats. Lady Yang's smile froze. "What's wrong? Weren't you happy?" Zhang Jinxiu shook her head repeatedly. "No, it was great. There were so many people on the streets, one could easily get separated." Zhang Liuli and Zhang Liuxin looked grim. While Lady Zheng fell silent, her gaze toward the two concubine-born daughters carrying an ambiguous meaning that made them feel uneasy. Not saying anything further in front of them, Lady Zheng simply instructed them to go rest. Upon their departure, she immediately instructed her people to investigate the matter. Those streets all belonged to the Zheng family. As the Lady Zheng, it was effortless for her to uncover any information she desired. In no time, news reached Lady Zheng's ears about how they had separated on the street, with Zhang Jinxiu searching for someone and Zheng Liuli and Zheng Liuxin enjoying tea. Chapter 66. Xia Peiyu's Triumphant Return. Chapter 66. Xia Peiyu's Triumphant Return. She even knew about how Zhang Jinxiu gave a beggar a silver coin who subsequently passed away not long after. Humph. Lady Zheng was furious. Despite it being bedtime, she summoned Zhang Liuli and Zhang Liuxin to reprimand them. "Both of you, don't you intend to explain to this lady what happened?" Intimidated by Lady Zheng's authority, the two sisters didn't dare to lie and recounted the incident of getting separated from Zhang Jinxiu during the day. "Mother, it wasn't intentional on our part. Jinxiu's sister was simply too quick. She ran swiftly with empty hands, while Luoxin and I were burdened with many items, unable to keep up." "Yes, mother. If not for Jinxiu's sister insisting on not bringing servants along, we wouldn't have been so slow catching up due to the weight of our belongings." Silence. If getting separated was an accident, then why were you both drinking tea at a tea house when she was frantically searching for you? We were extremely thirsty, Zhang Liuli replied meekly. Lady Zheng's anger caused her to smash the teacup, its sudden shattering noise startling them both. "How have I taught you both? Yet you bully your own sister and still try to justify it. Both of you, kneel down for me." The two girls immediately knelt down. "Humph." Lady Zhang gave a cold snort. "Kneel here tonight. No one is to help them up." With the new year approaching, the weather was quite chilly. Despite the heated floor in the room, the sisters were still shivering. "Sis, it must be Zhang Jinxiu who reported us. It's infuriating. The two of us were bullied by an outsider like this." "Shilt, less talking. Mother's maidservants are guarding outside." Zhang Liuli secretly vowed to make Zhang Jinxiu pay. Both sisters held a grudge against her. On Zhang Jinxiu's side, she couldn't sleep with that peculiar little ball in her hand. She tossed and turned, waking up her wet nurse, Madame Zhou. "Miss, why are you like this? Why haven't you been sleeping? Nanny, come here for a moment." Her voice was soft, hinting that she was about to share a secret. Lady Zhou didn't light any lamps and approached her quietly, whispering, "What happened?" Zhang Jinxiu took out the small ball and recounted the encounter she had during the day to Lady Zhou. After finishing, she said, "How should I approach grandmother with this? Should I entrust this ball to her to give to the imperial princess?" Lady Zhou narrowed her eyes. "Do you want to?" I don't know. The way the imperial princess treated me, I don't want to tell her about the prince's husband. But he trusts me so much, and it seems like he doesn't have long to live. Since I've promised him, what if I don't follow through and he becomes a vengeful ghost seeking retribution from me? Lady Zhou chuckled. There are no ghosts in this world. But he's different. He's missing an arm and both his legs are broken. He crawls on the ground begging for alms. When he saw me, his eyes were still bright, and after entrusting me with this matter, that look in his eyes. Zheng Jinyu quickly shook her head. I'm quite scared. Since I've promised to help, I should see it through. But how do I explain this to grandmother? Keep it from elder madam for now, Mississippi. Your chance to stay in the capital has arrived. Zheng Jinyu was taken aback. What do you mean? Lady Zhou wore a sly smile. My dear miss, think about it. If you bring news of the prince's betrothal, how will the imperial princess perceive you? Is royal blood more important than the prince's connection to his father's savior? Will Prince Chan wed the man who saved his father or Zheng Jinyu? Zheng Jinyu's eyes widened in realization. I understand. I must personally deliver this information to the imperial princess and Prince Chan. Then they'll owe me a favor and wouldn't dare pressure my parents to send me away easily. Lady Zhou chuckled. Exactly. But how do I return home? Let's cross that bridge after the New Year celebrations. Later on, we'll find a way to make Elder Madam have no choice but to take you back. The Imperial City. As the New Year approached, Prince Chen's entourage returned in triumph. The Emperor, showing great respect to his nephew, personally greeted them outside the city gates. On a makeshift platform, 2 seats were occupied by the Emperor and the Imperial Princess. A little lower down, a concubine stood. She was the birth mother of the first prince, having gained her status through her son, and was thus titled as the Shu Fei. In an imperial palace without a queen, she was the uncrowned queen. Consort Shu, after all, was merely a concubine, her status not comparable to that of the imperial princess, the legitimate daughter of the late emperor. Yet what irked her was that she had given birth to the crown prince, a great service rendered. Even if she was not the empress, not worthy of sitting beside the emperor, there was no justification for creating a special seat for the imperial princess alone. To those in the know, it's clear that His Majesty is showing respect to the imperial princess. But to those unaware, they might mistake the one seated above as the empress. You expect me to stand below? Where does that leave my dignity? While everyone else was filled with joyous anticipation for the victorious return of the procession, she alone wore a sullen expression. The imperial princess, with her heart set on catching the first glimpse of her son, had initially overlooked concubine Shu's foul expression. Yet she was too talkative. After waiting for a while without any sign of the person she was expecting, she started to chatter away. Your Majesty, could it be that the time was reported incorrectly? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The imperial princess's smile froze as she lowered her head, only to see the ugly face of concubine Shu. In her 30s, yet she still acted coquettishly. Who did she think she was disgusting? Concubine Shu, are you getting impatient? Concubine Shu replied, replying to my imperial sister, Humph, you insisted on coming even when I told you not to. Now bear with it. The imperial princess was always straightforward. She had no need to give anyone face. Concubine Shu. Your Majesty, this concubine didn't mean that. My imperial sister has misunderstood me. The emperor said calmly. If you didn't mean it, then so be it. Just wait patiently. It was your own decision to come. Consort Shu was furious, her teeth gritted in anger. She couldn't comprehend why, when the emperor had first ascended to the throne, it was understandable that he would extend the highest respect to the late emperor's only daughter for the sake of stabilizing the regime. But why, after all these years, did the emperor still appear subordinate before the imperial princess? Even his biological mother, the empress dowager whom he had personally bestowed the title upon, didn't seem to hold as much authority as the imperial princess. As Consort Shu brooded, the victorious procession finally arrived. The imperial princess, filled with excitement, stood up and prepared to descend from the high platform. The emperor, upon witnessing this, promptly rose to assist her. Imperial sister, please take your time. Princess Shu felt a pang of discomfort. To those who knew, it was the emperor assisting his imperial sister, but to those unaware, it might appear as if he were serving his own mother. Seeing the emperor supporting the long princess as they descended from the platform, Princess Shu felt it inappropriate to remain where she was and hurriedly followed them. Prince Chen and the others rode over. Upon spotting the crowd gathering around someone, they dismounted from their horses. I, subject Xia Peiyu, pay my respects to the emperor. Rise, the emperor replied with a smile. Your has grown into a fine young lady. I imagine you've had your share of hardships and have lost some weight. Thank you, imperial uncle, for your concern, Xia Peiyu responded respectfully. The imperial princess spoke gently. You must have had a tiring journey, right? Xia Peiyu shook his head. Mother, it wasn't hard at all. The procession marched straight towards the city gates, heading for the imperial palace. Families of the soldiers were among the crowd, waving to each other from time to time. Zhang Hongyan also caught sight of his family. His parents, brothers, and sister. This sister had changed significantly. She was no longer the pitiful little girl he had seen back at the post station.